Suli had been his golden canary for 4 years, dutifully serving as his secretary by day and indulging in the sweet intimacy of his companion by night. One day, news spread within their circle of his impending engagement, the chosen bride being none other than the illustrious daughter of the Song family. She shed her meek persona and boldly submitted her resignation. From this day forth, we shall part ways, with no debts between us. The man grasped her chin, his eyes glinting with coldness. No debts? Are you certain you can repay what you owe me? The tycoon's assistant witnessed the scene, noting his nephew's persistent pursuit of Secretary Sue, who was intent on marrying her. That evening, he confronted her. Marriage? With your ex? She bit her swollen lip. Let's end this here. I refuse to be the third party in your marriage. He ruffled her hair, his voice a sultry whisper. Be good. No one wants you to be a third wheel. Everyone knew that the powerful man had a stunningly delicate secretary by his side, with countless young heirs vying for her affection. Little did they realize that she was the very essence of his existence. He had dissolved 2 family alliances for her, summoned a fleet of private jets to perform solely for her delight. All for her. Yet, the little secretary wished to distance herself from him. 5 years later, in the dead of night, the powerful man mobilized his personal guards, issuing the command, capture her, let her carry my child, and see how she escapes. Suli thought to herself, this madman has become addicted. The tycoon, in his frenzy, declared, no, my feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. Did you see him today? He clearly did not heed my words, did he? The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom as the man's towering figure confined her between his chest and the door. His large hand grasped her chin, kissing the nape of her neck. She opened her mouth to explain, but the warmth of his breath enveloped her. Her voice, lost in the throes of passion, ultimately transformed into soft gasps. The fresh and pleasant scent of floral shower gel filled the air, intertwining with their shared breaths. The commotion in the bathroom persisted for some time. By the time it subsided, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. When she finally roused, Suli felt her body ache, the punishment this time evidently more severe than before. She sat up, her gaze falling upon the man standing on the balcony, engrossed in a phone call. Draped in a black bathrobe that accentuated his imposing physique, he exuded a chilling aura. With every gesture, he radiated an air of nobility. No one would ever suspect that this exquisitely elegant man had just moments ago intended to bring her to her knees. Kuan Yi ended his call and turned to her. Get yourself ready, we're going out. Where to? She asked, stifling the pain in her body, finding it difficult even to rise from the bed. As she lifted her gaze, the sight of his breathtakingly handsome face met her. He regarded her with the predatory gaze of one appraising his prey, his thin lips curling into a chill, his expression stern. You'll find out when we get there. As his secretary, she was expected to be at his beck and call even at this late hour. She had to muster the strength to get out of bed. She hurriedly dressed, applied a light touch of makeup, slipped into high heels, and grabbed her bag before rushing downstairs. He granted her only 10 minutes. Having served as his secretary and lover for 4 years, this was a routine she had long since grown accustomed to. At times, she had to transition from the bed to work in the blink of an eye. Upon exiting the villa, several luxury cars awaited her in silence. Suli hurriedly climbed into one, settling beside the man. He glanced at his luxurious watch, a hint of satisfaction crossing his brow. Not bad, you didn't exceed the time limit. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Didn't I tire you out earlier? She instinctively pressed her thighs together, her entire body tingling. No, I'm quite exhausted. You still haven't answered the 2 questions I posed earlier in bed. Kuan Yi suddenly leaned closer, gripping her chin with one hand. Having just been indulged, her exquisite face was flushed with a rosy hue, a blend of allure and innocence, a true beauty of the world. Suli was compelled to meet his icy gaze, straightening her spine. Kuan Yi misunderstood. I didn't go to meet him, it's just that today is my brother's birthday, so... Is that so? If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. He retracted his hand and delicately wiped it with a handkerchief, as if he had touched something filthy. Yet just moments ago, they had been entwined in the room. Suli had long since grown accustomed to this, leaning back against the window, quietly watching the bustling traffic outside. Tonight, she had intended to rush home to celebrate her brother's birthday, but had not anticipated encountering Kuan Yi upon his return. She had no idea how he had learned of her plans, believing she was going to meet her ex, and had dragged her back to the bedroom as soon as she entered. Thus began his punishment. After 4 years by his side, this was the first time she witnessed him lose his temper. Her phone buzzed with a message from her brother, inquiring when she would arrive. She lowered her head to reply, realizing she'd have to celebrate his birthday later. Since their parents had passed away, she and her brother had relied on each other, and it had been years since she had celebrated his birthday. She had hoped to do so today. As she pondered, the car arrived at their destination. Su Li looked up, only to find themselves at the Quan residence. Quan Yi had long since moved out, leaving only some distant relatives of the Quan family residing there. She followed him out of the car. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he walked with an elegance that seemed to herald the arrival of a celestial being. Su Li, in an apricot-colored blazer paired with a black strapless dress, appeared graceful and poised, maintaining a measured distance beside him. At first glance, the two were an ideal match. Quan Yi has returned. The grand hall was ablaze with light, filled with members of the Quan family. Upon entering the resplendent hall, Su Li spotted a familiar figure ahead, her eyes widening in surprise. Shen Linfeng, what was he doing here? Quan República del Yemen. Everyone greeted him with reverence. Quan Yi's cold gaze swept the room as he strode toward the main seat. The atmosphere grew tense. In addition to Quan Yi's striking appearance, the woman by his side captivated the attention of every man present. Chapter 2. The personal secretary Su Li, the personal secretary of Quan Yi, possessed an extraordinary beauty, with a slender and graceful figure, skin as delicate as ice and jade, exuding an allure that was both pure and seductive. Stunning beyond compare, due to Quan Yi's imposing presence, no one dared to gaze upon Su Li, except for one individual. Shen Linfeng stared at her intently, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight as he struggled to contain his excitement. Lord Quan, is there a particular reason you summoned us here at such a late hour? Quan Yi's second brother, Quan Bing, cautiously inquired. The Quan family was vast, with Quan Yi having two older brothers from his father's previous marriages. These stepbrothers had been brought into the family only after Quan Yi's mother passed away, as they were the former lovers of the elder Quan. The eldest brother, Quan Lang, had been frail and sickly since childhood, of mediocre talent, while the second brother, Quan Bing, was uneducated and idle. In contrast, Quan Yi, possessing exceptional intelligence from a young age, naturally became the next head of the family, wielding immense wealth in Haiqing. Under his stewardship, the Quan group faced no competition in Haiqing, and he consistently ranked among the top 5 on the global rich list. The entire Haiqing trembled at the mention of the business mogul Quan Yi, whose high status and wealth were unparalleled. Without his protection, the Quan family would not have achieved such glory today. Everyone was obliged to address him as Lord Quan. Why, elder brother's son has returned to the country today? And I came back to take a quick look since I couldn't attend the welcome party tonight, Quan Yi said, leaning back in his chair, idly toying with a bead. Quan Lang stepped forward. Speaking with trepidation, indeed, Linfeng has studied abroad for 4 years, dedicating himself to mastering finance, hoping to alleviate some burdens from the family. He has finally returned. Linfeng, come and greet your uncle. Shen Linfeng approached, bowing respectfully. Uncle, it has been a long time. To her surprise, he was also a member of the Quan family. Su Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Quan Yi's expression remained impassive, his deep-set eyes as cold as ice shards. Previously, we only exchanged hurried glances. I didn't expect 4 years to pass so swiftly. Yes, uncle, your aura is as impressive as ever, Shen Linfeng replied, casting a furtive glance at the woman behind him. Quan Yi noted his subtle movement, his dark eyes growing even more inscrutable. Are you perhaps quite intrigued by my secretary? At his words, the gathering's attendees exchanged surprised glances. Shen Linfeng's eyes darted nervously, while Su Li remained composed. Quan Yi had a penchant for making unexpected remarks. She understood why he would punish her for returning tonight. 4 years prior, she and Shen Linfeng had shared a brief romance, lasting merely a month. Their relationship had yet to solidify when he announced he was leaving the country and swiftly ended things with her. In her eyes, this former lover was as good as deceased. After a moment of panic, Shen Linfeng quickly regained his composure, saying, Uncle, you must be mistaken. I simply admire you. During my years abroad, I diligently studied the economic books you had supervised, and I researched recent projects of the Quan Group. I truly believe you are remarkable, and I wish to learn from you. As for her, he glanced at Su Li, I am merely curious about the exceptional lady who stands by your side, assisting you. His flattery was resounding, Su Li observed quietly, noting that the bead in Quan Yi's hand had momentarily stilled. This gesture filled her with an ominous premonition. He leaned forward, his voice low and husky. Then, how about I give her to you? Chapter 3. How about I give her to you? This madman. Su Li fell silent, realizing that at this moment, her best course of action was to remain a quiet and beautiful woman. Shen Linfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily responded, "Uncle, you jest. I merely appreciate her. If you desire her, I shall give her to you. She is merely a secretary, after all, and I have no need for her." Kuan Yi replied coldly, his tone laced with a predatory edge. Shen Linfeng was not foolish. He recognized that seizing Kuan Ye's person right upon his return would lead to undesirable repercussions within the family. Although Su Li appeared even more stunning than she had 4 years ago. "I have my own secretary. There is no need for concern, uncle." "Very well, do inform me when you require her again." He smirked slightly, leaving it ambiguous whether he was jesting or serious. Su Li gazed at the back of Kuan Ye's head, understanding that this was a message directed solely at her. If she disobeyed, she would be given away in the world of capitalists. Offering up a woman was a trivial matter. Su Li's heart sank as she contemplated her future path. Surely, she could not remain his lover indefinitely? "Lord Quan, Miss Song is returning to the country tomorrow. Will you be going to meet her personally?" someone inquired. The Quan family had long-standing ties with the Song family, another prestigious lineage, with the intended marriage partner being Kuan Yi. Recently, it had been announced that the engagement banquet was in preparation. Su Li's grip on her bag tightened at the mention. "Naturally, I will go to welcome Miss Song," Kuan Yi commanded. "Very well." The others displayed expressions of delight. Kuan Ye's willingness to marry Miss Song would solidify the Quan family's unassailable position in Haicheng, bringing even greater benefits to its members. In the dead of night, the Quan family members gathered for dinner to curry favor with Kuan Yi. Su Li seized the opportunity to step outside for some fresh air while Kuan Yi was preoccupied with his meal. The garden of the Quan residence was typically devoid of people, and she approached the lotus pond, intending to call her brother. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. "Su Li, it has been a long time." Shen Linfeng approached, wearing a warm and refined smile. Su Li halted, regarding him with a cool demeanor. "I didn't expect that 4 years would enhance your beauty. You've even become my uncle's secretary, a position that many would vie for, indicating your exceptional capabilities. Whoever wished to be Kuan Ye's secretary could take the role." She had no desire for it. Enduring daily servitude and nighttime labor was hardly appealing. Listening to his flattery, Su Li replied frostily, "Are you finished?" Shen Linfeng paused, seemingly taken aback by her indifferent manner. "Li, you don't remember me?" Shen Linfeng, "I remember." His expression brightened, excitement evident as he stepped closer. Su Li instinctively retreated until her back pressed against the stone behind her. "Li, it was wrong of me to leave without notice. My family arranged for me to study abroad, and I had no choice, so— Oh, I forgive you." "You truly forgive me? Then can we be friends again?" Su Li regarded him, noting the sincerity on his face. But her eyes were filled with coldness. 4 years ago, she had been a fresh university student, and Shen Linfeng, then a senior, had often helped her in time. He pursued her fervently. Being young and naive, she had thought him a suitable partner and agreed to be with him after a year of pursuit. Yet, just a month later, her family business collapsed, and her parents passed away in quick succession. Soon after, Shen Linfeng proposed breaking up, vanishing from her life. She even suspected that he had approached her solely for the sake of her family's fortune. After her family's downfall, many creditors came demanding repayment, pressuring her to provide money, threatening to take her brother away. In desperation, she resorted to working part-time at a bar, earning a few thousand each night, which was a significant sum for her and her brother. By a twist of fate, she eventually crossed paths with Kuan Yi in the quiet of the private room. The most distinguished man occupied the booth, his dark eyes resting upon her beneath the dim light. Gradually, he extended an olive branch towards her. Chapter 4. "Lord Quan, this is outside, Li." Shen Linfeng's voice pulled her back to the present. Su Li coldly replied, "Mr. Shen, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Shen Linfeng grabbed her hand, pressing her against the stone. She warned, "What are you doing? I have more to discuss with you. Shall we have dinner tomorrow?" "I am busy and have no time to dine with you. That's fine. I will wait until you finish. I have much more to discuss." Su Li attempted to leave, but he blocked her path. "It seems I have interrupted your good time," a low voice resonated from nearby, imbued with an icy undertone. Upon seeing Kuan Yi, Shen Linfeng instinctively distanced himself, adopting a respectful demeanor. "Uncle, you are also out for a stroll." Su Li felt the sharpness of Kuan Ye's gaze upon her, as penetrating as a nail. Kuan Yi approached against the light, his towering figure exuding an air of authority. Shen Linfeng was instantly rendered insignificant. "Are you two cultivating feelings here?" Su Li quickly interjected. Mr. Shen was inquiring about Lord Quan. Shen Linfeng readily agreed. "Indeed, Secretary Su has been by your side for quite some time."
She should know you well. And I thought that once I joined the company, I could serve you better. Your father mentioned that you could join the sales department of the Quan Group, starting as a newcomer. Your promotion will depend on your abilities. Understood, uncle, Shen Linfeng replied, and wisely made his exit. Quan Yi showed no intention of leaving, standing before her with his hands in his pockets. Su Li said, Lord Quan, I am feeling unwell and must return. Unwell? He abruptly pushed her against the stone, one hand bracing himself beside her. This spot was well hidden, obscured from the view of outsiders. Where do you feel unwell, here or there? His warm hand roamed over her body. Moving toward her waist, Su Li's expression tightened as she raised her hand to stop him. Lord Quan, this is outside. And what of it? Did you not enjoy being outside before? Su Li's face flushed. She had been frightened by him in the past, hence her frequent escapes outdoors. He thought she enjoyed being outside. Or perhaps, your ex has returned, and you fear being seen by him? The depths of Quan Ye's dark eyes were filled with an undeniable scrutiny. His large hand gripping her waist as if he intended to crush her, Su Li was forced to lean into his embrace, softly replying, I was unaware that Shen Linfeng had returned today. Nor do I understand how he has become the young master of the Quan family. Moreover, we have been apart for 4 years. Do you not misunderstand something, Lord Quan? Upon hearing this, the coldness in his gaze softened slightly. Yet he still did not release her. Shen Linfeng was the illegitimate son recognized by Quan Lang 4 years ago. Despite his frail health, Quan Lang had always coveted the position of head of the Quan family. His son's approach towards you may harbor ulterior motives. I do not wish for traitors to linger by my side. You understand that that was the case. For a fleeting moment, she even thought he was jealous of Shen Linfeng. After all, he was a man of great privilege. How could he possibly feel jealousy over her? In his eyes, she was merely a pet at his beck and call. Su Li felt a pang of self-mockery in her heart. Maintaining an appearance of calmness. Rest assured, Lord Quan, I will not betray you, at least not while I am still by your side. His grip tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. What? Does Secretary Su intend to do so in the future? Chapter 5. An engagement? Still with her? Once I leave, I will no longer belong to you. What I choose to do is of no concern to you. Su Li, have you grown wings and dare to threaten me? I merely speak the truth. The darkness in Quan Ye's gaze deepened, and Su Li braced herself, expecting anger. Instead, he merely lifted his hand to gently brush aside the stray hairs on her forehead. His touch surprisingly tender. Perhaps I truly hurt you today. Is that why you dare to speak to me like this? Should I be gentler next time? Su Li frowned. In his eyes, she was simply a plaything. A canary he had nurtured for 4 years, he believed she could never escape him. While she was momentarily lost in thought, his domineering kiss descended upon her. Su Li did not dare to resist. Feebly clutching his shoulder, the moonlight cast a dim glow upon them. Ultimately, she hazily followed him out of the Quan residence. Once in the car, another round of torment ensued. In his eyes, as long as he desired, any place was fair game. Afterward, Su Li leaned against him, weary and longing for sleep. Quan Yi had already donned his attire, casually draping a coat over her shoulders. I will have the driver take you home shortly. You can rest in the morning, I won't be going to the office. She understood he was going to meet his fiancée. All right, Su Li obediently replied, wearily dressing. Assistant Su Ming's call came through. Lord Quan, Miss Song's flight will arrive early. There is still an hour until landing. All right, I will head over now. Quan Yi exited the vehicle and entered another. Su Li sat alone in the car. Watching his hurried departure, the driver's voice broke her reverie. Secretary Su, I will take you back to Taoyuan. Taoyuan was Quan Ye's private villa, the place where she had been trapped for 4 years. The driver, somewhat familiar with her, engaged in casual conversation. Lord Quan seemed in good spirits after leaving. Did you tell him a joke? Su Li, feeling fatigued, leaned against the window and closed her eyes, lacking the energy to respond. 4 years had indeed been exhausting. Quan Yi did not come to Taoyuan that night. She slept soundly. The next morning, Su Li bought some gifts to take back to her uncle and aunt's home. Upon entering, she was greeted by laughter and joy, the family radiating warmth. However, when they saw her, the cheerful sounds abruptly ceased. The Zhou family's expressions darkened upon her arrival. Su Li noticed the 4 of them enjoying a lavish breakfast together. What a coincidence, you're all eating. She stepped inside, carrying her items. Her aunt, Huang Yumei, was the first to react, quickly rising with a smile. Ali, you're back. Why didn't you let us know before coming? We were waiting for you to eat together. No need. I have already eaten. She placed the gifts on the table, scanning the room for her brother but finding him absent. Huang Yumei hurriedly interjected. "Ali, Xiao Chun hasn't he woken up yet? We let him sleep a bit longer, so we didn't call him." Just then, Zhou Shang, munching on a chicken leg, piped up, "Mom, Su Chen isn't feeding pigs in the countryside? He's been up for ages." Huang Yumei's expression changed, and she playfully smacked her son's head, laughing, "That's not true. Xiao Qian is still asleep." "Feeding pigs?" Su Li's eyes turned cold, a chill running through her. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai had recently invested in pig farming in the countryside, and they were sending their 13-year-old Xiao Chun to do such work. "Sister, you're back." At that moment, Su Chen entered from outside. "Xiao Chun, are you all right?" "I'm fine, sister. I just took a few walks." Su Chen's face was youthful, his bright eyes full of innocence. Su Li noticed his pant legs were damp and his shoes a bit dirty. This hardly resembled someone who had just woken up. She turned to Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai, her expression displeased. "I send you so much money each month, enough for daily expenses and the children's education. Don't mistreat my brother." Chapter 6. At this age, remarriage is just right. Zhou Kai took a bite of his bun, chewing as he said, "Who's mistreating him? Where do you see us mistreating him? Besides, if it weren't for us, Xiao Shang wouldn't he have survived? We donated bone marrow to your brother. If it weren't for that, he'd be 6 feet under by now. What my uncle means is that all the money I've given you over the years has been in vain. Starting this month, I will no longer give you a single cent." Huang Yumei, who was obsessed with money, panicked immediately. "No. No, Ali, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. Look at how many mouths we have to feed at home. You must keep sending money, otherwise, how will Xiao Chen eat or dress?" Su Li looked at her brother, dressed in cheap clothes from the market, while their own children were clad in designer attire, sporting the latest luxury watches. Clearly, her brother was getting nothing good here. "Xiao Chen, let us go." Su Li grasped her brother's hand, turning to leave. "Stop." Zhou Kai suddenly slammed the table, glaring at them. "Su Li, don't forget that when Su Chun was gravely ill, it was our Xiao Shang who donated bone marrow to save him. You even promised that once Su Chen recovered, he would live with us until he turns 18. We are his guardians. What do you mean by taking him away now?" Su Li pressed her lips together, tightening her grip on Su Chen's hand. After their parents passed away, Su Chun had suffered a grave illness, leukemia, nearly claiming his life. Zhou Kai and Zhou Shang had come forward, willing to donate bone marrow to save him, and had her sign an agreement stating that Su Chun would live with them until he turned 18. She had hoped they would treat Su Chen well, but to her dismay, they had not regarded him as a person for the past 4 years. Had it not been for that agreement, she would have taken Su Chen away long ago. Beside her, her brother gently tugged at her sleeve. Su Chen, understanding and mature, said, "Sister, I'm fine. Staying here is good. Uncle and aunt don't starve me. So please don't take me away." Hearing her brother say this made her eyes sting with tears. "Xiao Chun, it's my fault for being useless." "No, sister, you're already very capable. I'm waiting here obediently for your return." She embraced Su Chen tenderly. Huang Yumei approached, speaking softly, "Ali, don't worry. We would never mistreat the child. Come, sit at the table and eat with us." Su Li did not refuse and directly led Su Chen to sit at the table. Huang Yumei was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "This little brat, how rude." Their pair of twins, Zhou Shang and Zhou Lan, were busy devouring chicken legs and hamburgers, their faces smeared with grease. Su Li placed the 2 plates of chicken legs and hamburgers in front of her brother, patting his head. "Eat, have as much as you like." Zhou Shang and Zhou Lan were left dumbfounded, crying out that there was nothing left to eat. Huang Yumei soothed them and then turned to Su Li. "But Xiao Chun is so thin. He can't eat that much." "Share it with him," Su Li retorted. "The money you spent was given by me, so what's wrong with feeding my brother?" Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai exchanged glances, wisely falling silent. After finishing the meal, Huang Yumei handed Su Li a business card with no name, just a string of numbers. "Ali, you've graduated from university, and you're 22 now. It's time to consider marriage. This is a match I've found for you. I've arranged for you to meet him tonight after work." Upon hearing this, Su Chen, who was munching on a chicken leg, frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. Huang Yumei had done this more than once, pushing suitors onto her every time she returned. As usual, Su Li gently tossed the card into the trash. "I am too busy. You must make time for this. I've put in a lot of effort to find someone and arrange the time and place. If you like, you can go yourself." Huang Yumei pounded her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, at my age, who would want to go on a blind date with me? You know you are not exactly a beauty." The expressions of the Zhou family soured as if they had bitten into something unpleasant. Su Chen stifled a laugh. Nearly choking, Su Li poured water for her brother, speaking slowly, "Don't bring up blind dates again. If Aunt really enjoys setting these up, she can arrange them for herself. At her age, a second marriage would be just right. Chapter 7. Fierce retort to exceptional relatives. Huang Yumei's face changed in an instant. She slammed her bowl down, saying, Su Li, I've spoken to you kindly. Don't be ungrateful. You have a good job and a high salary now, but don't forget, without us, you wouldn't be able to care for Xiao Chen properly. When your family fell apart, it was your uncle and I who took you in, Su Li. Aunt, if you insist on saying it this way, then let us tally up how much money I've given you over the years. The car, the house, the tuition, none of these are unrelated to me. Zhou Kai scoffed lightly, stating that it was all what I was supposed to provide. Once a girl reaches a certain age, marriage is expected of her. And this applies to everyone. You must attend the matchmaking events. Huang Yumei, exactly, we've already made arrangements with someone. You should at least take a look. Su Li understood that communication with them was futile and directly took Xiao Chen away. Zhou Kai watched the siblings depart, disgruntled, muttering that when they had kept Su Qian in their home, it was because of her beauty, hoping she might marry a wealthy man and alleviate their financial worries in the future. Yet, years had passed, and she had failed to attract a rich suitor. How do you know she hasn't tea? Look at her attire. It's not cheap. She might have a benefactor, who knows? Regardless of whether she does or not. She should send us money regularly and eventually marry someone affluent. Su Li took Su Chan to a nearby mall and bought him several outfits. In a cake shop, Su Chan took small bites of cake. Sister, I'm fine here. You don't need to come back often. Su Li knew he was afraid of being bullied by that couple and gently ruffled his hair, saying, if they trouble you, just let me know. You shouldn't go near that pigpen anymore. I'll have someone dismantle it later. Su Chen blinked, but uncle and aunt might get angry. I'll give them some money. They won't be allowed to raise pigs anymore. That couple was motivated by money. As long as there was cash involved, they would be agreeable, but without it, they would turn hostile. Yesterday was your birthday? And I couldn't make it back. So this is your belated birthday cake. Wishing our little Chen Chen a happy birthday. May you always be safe. Thank you, sister. Su Chen beamed, his eyes curving into crescent shapes reminiscent of her own. Su Li's phone on the table buzzed. It was a message from Quan Yi. Where have you gone? Not at home. Every move she made in Taoyuan was monitored, and as soon as she stepped outside, someone informed Quan Yi. She snapped a photo of the cake and sent it to him. With family, he replied quickly, almost forgot it was my little brother-in-law's birthday. The term little brother-in-law momentarily disoriented her, making her feel as though they were a married couple. Ding dong. She received a notification from her bank. A sum of 100,000 arrived. He said, this cake is too small, buy a larger one. Quan Yi was always generous with money, never hesitating to spend on her, which was why she had diligently worked for him over the years. She put her phone away and looked at Su Chan, saying, I'll take you to school later. I've arranged accommodation for you, so you won't need to come back every day. After a while, I'll take you away from here. We can live freely then. Su Chen looked confused and curiously asked, Sister, where are we going? Somewhere far away. Just not here anymore. Su Li resolved in her heart to leave Haicheng, to part ways with Quan Yi, and to end that clandestine relationship. Henceforth, she would belong to herself. After sending Su Chen to school, she took a taxi to the company. As she entered the building, a hurried employee bumped into her, spilling coffee on her white shirt. I am so sorry. The person repeatedly apologized. Su Li looked down at the large stain on her chest, her brow furrowing slightly. The other person hurriedly went about their business, offering apologies before leaving. She buttoned her coat to cover the mess as best as she could. Upon reaching the top-floor office, the president's assistant, Su Ming, informed her, Secretary Su, the president is looking for you. Chapter 8. Helping him choose a wedding dress. Su Li didn't have time to tidy herself up before entering the president's office. The man sat behind a large desk, resting his chin on one hand, intently gazing at the computer screen. Handsome and elegant, he resembled a deity. Su Li noticed that the screen displayed a series of wedding dress photos. Custom-made designs. He was already selecting a wedding dress for Miss Song. Come here. He beckoned her over. As Su Li approached the desk, he pulled her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist. His lips brushed against her ear as he murmured, I'm not sure what kind of wedding dress women like. Can you help me take a look and give some suggestions? One might think he was choosing a dress for her. Su Li straightened her posture, instinctively avoiding his touch. Mr. Quan, my taste may differ from Miss Song's. It would be better for you to ask her directly. If I ask her directly, there will be no surprise. I just want to ask you. Quan Ye's sharp black eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze lazily observing her beautiful profile. Her fair and delicate skin tempted him to bite down. Su Li glanced at the dresses and replied, I think they all look lovely. If you can't decide, You might as well arrange them all. Women never complain about having too many options. After all, he was wealthy, Dotto? They're all designed by renowned designers. Quite costly. Was he someone who lacked money? Suli was speechless. Kuan Yi pinched her waist, his lips brushing against her earlobe, his voice sultry. Why don't we leave the wedding dress matter to Secretary Su? I trust you can handle it. Suli's brows furrowed slightly. She intended to resign and was not keen on taking on tasks before leaving. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Mr. Kuan, I'm not a professional fashion designer, nor do I have a keen eye. It would be better to let someone else handle it while I supervise. He looked at her, a smirk dancing on his lips. Fine. Just as Suli was about to rise, he pressed her down again. You're dressed so warmly today. Are you cold? She wore a black suit jacket, buttoned up to her neck, leaving nothing exposed. He almost thought she was in mourning. It is a bit chilly. Take it off. Kuan Yi released her, leaning back in his chair, leisurely gazing at her. Tio him. She was merely an object with no right to refuse. Suli bit her lip and began to unbutton her coat. Under his intense scrutiny, she reluctantly shed the jacket, revealing a white shirt with exposed shoulders. However, the stain on her chest was glaringly obvious. I accidentally got it dirty when I bumped into someone earlier. Which careless person dared to bump into my person? Kuan Yi chided, pulling her closer. From now on, watch where you're walking. If that were hot coffee, it wouldn't be good if it burned my things. His expression was serious, yet his words were playful. Suli felt her ears heat up, muttering, I understand. Since it's dirty, take it off. Here? Wearing something sticky is uncomfortable. Isn't it? With that, he reached out to help her remove the clothing. Suli blushed deeply and resisted, but it was futile against his advances. Half an hour later, Suli felt utterly embarrassed. Just as she finished putting on her jacket and tidying up the disheveled desk, Su Ming's voice sounded from outside. Mr. Kuan, Miss Song has arrived. Chapter 9. Being the other woman is impossible. Song Wan entered wearing a professional fitted outfit, carrying a designer handbag, striding in with small steps. Her ash blonde waves cascaded lazily down her shoulders, and her slightly upturned eyes, seemingly delicate, exuded an air of arrogance. The pampered daughter of the Song family had returned from studying abroad and immediately taken up the position of general manager at Song Corporation, radiating an innate nobility and pride. This was Suli's first time seeing her in person. Previously, she had only seen her in the news. Song Chong, the chairman of Song Corporation, adored this daughter, bringing her along to all major events and treating her as his successor. So, you are Secretary Su. Song Wan's gaze landed on Suli, her friendly demeanor tinged with sharpness. Hello, Miss Song. I am Suli. I've heard much about the beautiful and charming little secretary by Ye's side. It seems it's all true. How old are you, Miss Su? 22. When do you plan to get married? The question caught Suli off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Kuan Yi interjected, Didn't I tell you to go home and rest? Why did you come here? I don't want to rest. I just wanted to come see you. My father also said we should cultivate our relationship well. Song Wan looked at Kuan Yi, a smile gracing her face as she walked over, sitting on the armrest of his chair and casually draping her arm over his shoulder. Their relationship appeared quite intimate. Mr. Kuan, you carry on. I'll take my leave. Suli wisely chose to exit. However, Song Wan's gaze lingered on her departing figure, saying pointedly, your secretary is truly a stunning creature. Even I, as a woman, can't help but steal glances at her. Just a secretary. There's no need to compare her to yourself. Kuan Yi set down the documents in his hand and gently pushed her away. I am a bit tired today. You should head back. Is it too many documents? Is there anything I can help with? Didn't tea sleep well last night? Then let me brew you a cup of tea. I studied tea skills specifically while abroad, so now is the perfect time for you to try it. Song Wan stayed in the president's office for a full hour. Yuli went to the restroom to wipe the sticky residue from her body. While in a stall, she suddenly overheard several female employees chatting outside. Did you all see Miss Song today? She is truly different from commoners. Her image and demeanor are on a whole different level. Of course, she was born with a silver spoon, unlike us, who are struggling to make ends meet. Plus, she studied abroad and won several project awards. Although she has just entered the company, she is already being groomed as a successor. She seems quite well matched with our Mr. Kuan. Their wedding will surely cause a stir throughout Haicheng. The union of two prominent families undoubtedly yields a different outcome. I have also heard that Lord Kuan has spared no expense in organizing a welcoming banquet for Miss Song this evening. Perhaps we should join in the festivities. Their voices gradually faded, and the restroom returned to silence. After tidying herself up, Suli pushed the door open and stepped out. Standing at the sink to wash her hands, She gazed into the mirror, lost in contemplation. Over the span of 4 years, she had completed all her university studies, additionally immersing herself in dance, literature, and economic management. Upon graduation, she immediately secured a position as the executive secretary at the Kwon Group. Yet, was this all her youth amounted to? Was she destined to continue on this path for the rest of her life? If Kwon Yi were to marry, would she become the other woman in their relationship? That hidden affair was long overdue for closure. Yuli silently resolved to resign. Chapter 10. The ex's frantic declaration of love. As work hours concluded, Kwon Yi went to pick up Song Won, leaving her with little to do. Hwang Yume's calls and messages flooded in, causing her phone to buzz incessantly throughout the afternoon. Exactly 7 o'clock. She appeared punctually at the restaurant. Ali, be sure to speak well of yourself. The other party has impressive credentials. I've heard he is even an overseas returnee. You, with no background or status, must seize this chance to ascend to great heights. Your brother could attend a better school, and our family would prosper alongside you. Hwang Yume's voice droned on the phone, eager for her to secure a wealthy husband. All right, someone else here. I'm hanging up. She ended the call and took a sip from the glass of water on the table. Ali, I apologize for being late. The other party, clad in a black suit, hurriedly approached and sat down across from her. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. When she lifted her head and recognized Shin Linfeng, she asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" He gestured to the waiter and replied elegantly, "I ran into your aunt at the matchmaking park. Upon learning she was seeking a suitor for you, I volunteered." Given that he was now a scion of the Kwon family, such a coincidence seemed highly unlikely. Yuli understood immediately and inquired, "Does she know your identity?" "She is unaware of my connection to the Kwon family. I merely mentioned that I work for a publicly listed company. Rest assured, I understand your tenuous relationship with them and want to speak indiscreetly." The waiter arrived and Shun Linfeng began ordering from the menu. "You can enjoy your meal at your own pace. I have matters to attend to." Yuli picked up her bag and stood up to leave. Shin Linfeng quickly blocked her path. "Ali, do you truly wish to avoid seeing me? I see no necessity for us to share a table and dine together. I returned to rectify my past mistakes. Everything that happened years ago was entirely my fault. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" He spoke with utmost sincerity. "Forgiveness is not an option. Then grant me another chance, and I shall make amends." Just as Su Li was about to refuse, he suddenly knelt before her, presenting a ring. "Ali, let us rekindle our relationship." At that moment, brilliant fireworks erupted outside. Many guests rushed to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the open-air restaurant, Kwon Yi sat observing the scene, his gaze fixed upon them. The woman was ethereal, and the man was charmingly handsome, kneeling in a picturesque tableau. "Yi, the fireworks are stunning. Thank you for arranging them for me." Song Won exclaimed joyfully nearby. Yuli looked up at the night sky, where the fireworks revealed Song Won's name in a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with romance and beauty. This display was a gift from him. Shin Linfeng, believing she admired such romance, quickly added, "Ali, if you enjoy this kind of spectacle, I could arrange it for you as well. That won't be necessary. You and I are not suited." She gently pushed aside his ring and attempted to leave. Shin Linfeng stood up and asked, "Why? We were clearly fond of each other back then." "You mentioned the past. I now have a boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" The word struck Shin Linfeng like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Su Li already had a boyfriend, which explained her audacity in rejecting even the young master of the Kwon family. A teasing voice chimed in nearby. Yuli turned to see Song Won and Kwon Yi approaching, her gaze lingering on their intertwined arms. Song Won asked sweetly, "Yi, is Miss Su your secretary? Is it true she has a boyfriend?" Kwon Ye's gaze towards Su Li was as sharp as a blade, tinged with coldness. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Yes." Chapter 11. The fiancé's sense of crisis upon hearing his affirmation. Su Li felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, he had previously mentioned wanting to give her to Shen Linfeng, and she feared he might utter similar sentiments now. Kwon Ye's piercing gaze turned to Shen Linfeng, his tone heavy. "Why are you proposing now?" Shen Linfeng, who had always held a deep respect for Kwon Yi, quickly explained, "Uncle, I apologize. I lied to you. Ali and I are acquainted. We were once together. My refusal last time was to avoid treating her as a mere gift. She is a living, breathing person, and I intend to cherish her wholeheartedly." Song Won covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "I didn't realize our Linfeng was so passionate. How did you two meet?" "We dated for a while but separated due to certain circumstances." Yuli interrupted, "That was in the past. There's no need to bring it up. I now have a boyfriend, and we are not meant to be." She intended to leave, but Song Won interjected, "Yi, Let Miss Sue stay and watch the fireworks with us. It'll be more lively with more people. Kuan Yi nodded in agreement. Very well. Su Li, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to remain since he had spoken. She braced herself for the inevitable awkwardness. Lin Feng, put away your ring. Though Shun Lin Feng was dissatisfied, he dared not defy Kuan Yi's command. Song Wan's gathering was vibrant and lively, filled with numerous friends from the social elite. Su Li felt out of place, seated in a corner sipping her drink. Kuan Yi and Song Wan stood at the center, receiving toasts from everyone, exuding an elegance akin to a prince and princess from a fairy tale. As she watched them, Su Li found herself momentarily entranced. He truly was an exceptional man, causing women to swoon. Over the past 4 years, she had felt her heart stir, but rationality had triumphed over emotion. They were ultimately not meant to be. Separation was inevitable. Ali Shun Linfeng, now a figure many noble ladies sought after, casually approached her. Young Master Lin, I've already made my position clear. What more do you want? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to cling to you. After 4 years, we can still be friends. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out anytime. He handed her a card, but Su Li did not accept it. He simply slipped it into her bag. The atmosphere grew lively as everyone began dancing passionately. Song Wan, having just returned from abroad, relished the vivacious environment. Finding it too loud, Su Li excused herself to the restroom. Have you heard? Lord Quan is here tonight. He looks incredibly handsome. Lord Quan seldom made public appearances and never attended such gatherings, yet tonight he was present for Miss Song, illustrating his genuine affection for her. Men like Lord Quan are so captivating and desirable. Then you should give it a try. Perhaps you'll catch his eye. Forget it. I'm nowhere near as beautiful as Miss Song, and I've heard Lord Quan is ruthless. What if he tosses me into a den of wolves? As Su Li entered, 2 girls brushed past her point. One suddenly turned back, glaring at her with apparent hostility. Is there something you need? Su Li inquired. Hey, how come we've never seen you in the circle? We just saw you cozying up to the young master of the Quan family. You're not here to snag a wealthy husband, are you? Exactly, women like you are a dime a dozen. We look down on you. These 2 women were merely seeking trouble, and Su Li chose to ignore them. Hey, we're talking to you. One of the women, irked, yanked at her arm. Su Li's bag fell to the ground. This bag is so outdated. How can you still carry it? How tacky. The woman raised her foot to stomp on it. Stop. A voice rang out from the doorway as Song Wan strode in. Her high heels clicking assertively. Chapter 12. The fiancée's sense of crisis upon seeing Song Wan. The 2 arrogant women instantly transformed their demeanor, adopting a respectful attitude. Miss Song, you've arrived, dressed in a wine-red fitted gown. With cascading waves of hair, she radiated elegance. She smiled gently at the 2 women. Everyone here tonight is my friend. It's quite inappropriate for you to bully Miss Sue. Yes, we want to do it again. The women quickly slinked away. Su Li glanced at Song Wan, then picked up her bag from the floor, methodically wiping it with a tissue. Song Wan looked at her. Miss Sue, I apologize. They are friends of mine. I hope you can forgive the offense. She remained silent, ready to leave. Wait, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Su Li turned, her beautiful eyes filled with indifference. Miss Song, what do you wish to discuss? I know you're Lord Yi's most capable secretary, but I'm about to marry him. Do not wish for any other woman to be around him. Do you understand my meaning? Miss Song, you ought to speak directly with Lord Quan about this matter. Furthermore, what you are doing is not a discussion, but rather issuing me a notice. As Lord Quan's fiancée, I believe I have the right to be informed. Do I not? Song Wan approached her, her smile remaining amiable. I have conducted an investigation into your family background. You were once born into affluence, but have since fallen into misfortune. Here is 5 million, which should suffice for your living expenses. Leave the company at your earliest convenience. Song Wan produced a check from her bag and extended it towards her. Su Li did not accept it. The implication of Song Wan's gesture was quite similar to Lord Quan's intent. Very well, there is no need for her to speak directly. Su Li accepted the check, smiled, and said, Thank you, Miss Song, but 5 million is insufficient. Since you are the one initiating my dismissal, my severance compensation should undoubtedly be greater than this amount. Song Wan was taken aback by her audacity. However, as long as she was willing to resign, the money would not pose a challenge. Come to the company tomorrow to handle the formalities. Tell me how much you desire, and I shall instruct my assistant to accommodate you. Miss Song, you are indeed generous. I shall see you tomorrow. Su Li turned and walked away. Song Wan watched her retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, not blame me for being heartless. If blame is to be assigned, Let it be for your striking beauty. Place a lovely vase beside me, and any man would be compelled to reach out and touch it. Upon returning to Taoyuan, Su Li contemplated the matter of her resignation at the company after taking a shower. Given that Kuan Yi was likely accompanying Song Wan, he probably would not return here tonight. The evening was somewhat stifling. She wore a knee-length white shirt, her sleeves rolled up, revealing her arms as white as lotus roots. Her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding an air of languid beauty. She made her way to the kitchen for a drink. Just as she closed the refrigerator, she heard a faint noise at the doorway. Click! The door lock engaged. Su Li furrowed her brow. She had not turned on the lights. Could it be a thief? At that moment, the living room lights illuminated brightly, revealing the towering figure of a man watching her. Kuan Yi had consumed some alcohol that evening, his handsome face tinged with a flush that added a touch of allure to his already striking features. He removed his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt. Sauntering toward her, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with Miss Song? Kuan Yi pushed her against the kitchen counter, encircling her between his chest and the countertop, leaning down to inhale the floral scent of her shower gel. Unable to restrain himself, he playfully nipped at her collarbone. Su Li instinctively took a step back, only to be grasped by the waist. With nowhere to escape, he leaned close to her ear, the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. This is my home. Am I not allowed to return? Chapter 13. Serving the master, you are drunk. Su Li blocked his hand, attempting to thwart his advances. Kuan Yi suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and devoid of intoxication. What are you now thinking only of Shen Linfeng? Lord Quan, what nonsense are you speaking? He proposed to you tonight. Why did you not accept? Humph, I do not have feelings for him. Why should I agree? The coldness in his dark eyes gradually dissipated, seemingly satisfied with her response. Very well, he grasped her hand and led her upstairs. Su Li stumbled after him. Lord Quan, why are you not with Miss Song? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Nothing is more important than this matter right now. He pulled her into the bedroom and kicked the door shut behind them. Su Li was pressed against the door, and in the next moment, his fervent kiss descended upon her. He always returned like this after a night of drinking. She could not struggle against it, so she surrendered. The commotion continued for an hour. Afterward, Su Li climbed off the bed, pulling on a shirt from the side. The lamp on the bedside table flickered to life, revealing the man reclining against the headboard, bare-chested, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The sound of a lighter igniting broke the silence, the faint glow illuminating the cigarette. His handsome features appeared even more alluring in the light. Su Li attempted to rise and freshen up, but was drawn back into his embrace. Did Miss Song's appearance tonight displease you? Lord Quan, you jest. What right do I have to be unhappy? Miss Song is your fiancée. He pinched her chin with one hand, his dark eyes glinting. I thought you might be feeling distressed. It seems I was mistaken. She peeled his hand away and softly replied, when I followed you, it was you who said to remain detached emotionally. I dared not do otherwise. When recalling the past, his gaze seemed to drift. When I first met you, you were but a naive little girl. Flashback. Inside the chaotic KTV room, Su Li carefully entered, carrying a few bottles of alcohol. Her youthful and innocent demeanor felt out of place amidst the scene, her clear eyes reflecting fear of the unknown. The men in the room held esteemed positions, among the most eligible bachelors in Haicheng. Not to be offended, the supervisor, seeing her youth and compliance, had assigned her to such a high-profile gathering. If she could sell some drinks here, her earnings would be significantly higher. As a university student from a humble background with a sick brother, she had to work part-time to earn money. These girls are not up to par. Quickly replace them. The young nobleman in the center spoke, pushing the woman in his arms aside. Get lost. The woman nearly collided with Su Li, and she quickly stepped aside. Sighing, the woman reluctantly turned to leave. The man's gaze suddenly fell upon her, pointing and exclaiming, this girl is quite pleasing, beautiful, and possesses a lovely demeanor, like a little fairy untouched by the world. At that moment, the supervisor entered, smiling as he said, Young Master Qin, this young lady is here to sell drinks. She does not accompany for dining or drinking. Shall I find you another lady instead? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian appeared disheartened, saying, Never mind, none of the women here are to my taste. I might as well entertain myself. The supervisor nodded repeatedly with a smile, signaling Su Li to quickly approach the table within. That night, KTV hosted two esteemed guests. One was Qin Xian, and the other was a powerful figure capable of turning the tides in Haicheng. Chapter 14. Come to my side. I will support you. The supervisor arranged for Su Li to attend because she was the most beautiful girl in the establishment. Su Li did not grasp the supervisor's intentions, merely hoping to sell some drinks. Approaching the table, the man's tall and slender figure was nestled within the booth, one hand supporting his head as if resting. However, judging by his appearance and demeanor, it was clear that he was no ordinary man. "Excuse me, sir," Su Li thought nervously, summoning her courage to speak. "Would you like to purchase some drinks? Our selection is excellent." "I can offer you." The man shifted slightly, suddenly raising his head to look at her. Su Li's words faltered. Her eyes filled with astonishment. That moment, the lights in the booth brightened, illuminating his handsome visage as if cloaked in golden light. His black silk shirt was slightly open, revealing a sculpted chest, exuding an indescribable allure. His strikingly handsome face, with cold black eyes and a sharp brow, drew attention effortlessly. Yet, he emanated a powerful and dangerous aura. Instilling a sense of intimidation, Su Li gazed at him for a few seconds before timidly averting her eyes. "What do you want?" His voice was clear and melodious in the enclosed space. "Alcohol." She lowered her head, extending the drink she held. Kuan Yi elegantly crossed his legs, his long fingers lightly tapping on her tray. "Too high. I cannot see." Su Li half squatted, reminiscent of an ancient palace maid, presenting the tray before him. From any angle, the juxtaposition of the man's relaxed demeanor against the woman's apprehensive figure could create a beautiful tableau. "I do not understand. Can you introduce it to me?" "Certainly. This one is Louis Roederer." She recalled the wine knowledge she had memorized earlier in the day, smoothly reciting it to him. After a lengthy explanation, however, the man remained silent, leaving her uncertain whether he was unimpressed. Su Li's heart raced, fearing she would be unable to secure this significant sale. "You do not understand wine," he suddenly remarked. I only work part-time." "How old are you?" 18. "In need of money." She raised her gaze to meet his inscrutable eyes. For some reason, she nodded. The nobleman, exuding an air akin to a deity, suddenly leaned forward, his long fingers delicately lifting her chin as if appraising an object. "Come to my side. The salary will be 10 times what you earn here part-time." "How does that sound?" "I am still studying. I do not possess any skills." "You cannot even amuse a man." Su Li's face flushed crimson. She had only been in one relationship, which ended after a month, and there had been no intimate gestures whatsoever. "This is my business card. Think it over and give me your answer." He placed a business card on her tray and then turned to leave. "Brother, are you leaving just like that? Aren't we going to have some fun?" Qin Xian, seeing him about to depart, hurriedly donned his jacket and followed, looking as if he feared being abandoned. Before coming over, the supervisor had mentioned that Qin Xian was the only son of the prestigious Qin family in Haicheng, a person of great stature. Those who could be addressed as brother by him were even more distinguished. Flashback ends. Su Li gazed at the man before her. 4 years had passed, and their intimate encounters were countless, yet she remained his clandestine lover. "Lord Quan, I wish to resign." Before she could finish her sentence, he pinned her down once more. No. She had no opportunity to refuse. Chapter 15. Resignation. "I quit Quan Corporation." Su Li sat at her workstation, fatigue weighing heavily upon her as she lightly tapped her head in an attempt to stay alert. Having overexerted herself the previous night, she had not rested well and was up early for work again. "Secretary Su, someone has sent you flowers." A colleague approached, carrying a large bouquet of roses and placing it in front of her. "Who sent these?" "I am not sure. They were delivered by a courier." "Sure, thank you." Su Li took the flowers and lowered her head to inhale their fragrance. They were delightful. Such fresh blooms must have been recently picked. Who could have sent them? At that moment, Kuan Yi approached with Su Ming, and she instinctively tucked the flowers beneath the table, rising to greet him. "Master Quan." Kuan Yi had already noticed her holding the flowers and appeared to be in good spirits. He deliberately lingered by her desk, his voice cool as he remarked, "Secretary Su, it seems you slept quite well last night." The implication in his words made Su Li's cheeks flush with embarrassment. He cast a sidelong glance at her before turning and entering his office. Su Li returned to her seat and spotted a card nestled amidst the bouquet of roses. "Ali, I apologize for last night's events. Let me treat you to dinner next time." It was from Shun Linfeng. She discarded the card into the trash. Su Ming emerged and said, "Secretary Su, the CEO requests your presence." "All right." She entered the CEO's office to find the man impeccably dressed, seated behind his desk, reviewing documents. "Master Quan." He did not look up but gestured toward a stack of papers beside him. "Please recheck these. The data is incorrect." Yuli glanced through them, frowning as she replied, "I have already checked these 3 times. There is no data issue as you mentioned." "Are you sure you are not mistaken?" He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes flashing with sharpness as he gently closed the pen in his hand. Secretary Su, are you questioning my judgment? I certainly do not wish to question you, but there truly is no issue. Reviewing a document from start to finish would take an entire day and night. So, are you suggesting that you find it too exhausting? Kuan Ye's tone shifted, becoming harsh. If you cannot handle the workload, you need not continue. I have plenty of secretaries and do not necessarily require you. Su Ming looked momentarily stunned. The CEO seemed unusually irritable today. Master Quan, I resign. I hope you will accept it. Su Li's words shocked Su Ming further, his gaze darting toward her in disbelief. Resign? What nonsense. The coldness in Kuan Ye's eyes deepened, and his expression shifted slightly. What are you saying? Su Li calmly produced a resignation letter, slightly bowing as she gracefully placed it before him. I have prepared my resignation letter. Please sign it.as. He looked at the prominent word resignation on the document. Kuan Ye's expression darkened to an extreme. Do you understand what it means to bring up resignation with me? I do. Su Li then retrieved a bulging yellow envelope from her bag. If I voluntarily resign, I am obliged to pay a penalty of 5 million. The money is already inside. Please take a look. Su Li. Kuan Yi did not respond verbally, but the cold demeanor radiating from him made his displeasure evident. Su Ming cleared his throat, reminding her, Secretary Su, do not jest. Resignation is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. Quickly take back your things. I am serious. I no longer wish to continue. The man's handsome features bore a hint of anger as he raised his gaze, the coldness in his eyes piercing as he asked, what exactly do you no longer wish to continue? Su Li straightened her back, maintaining her composure. I do not wish to continue anywhere. I simply do not want to follow you any longer. Kuan Yi curled the corners of his lips, his words icy as he warned, if you provoke me further, I might become truly angry. I am not provoking you. I am being earnest. Chapter 16. If you cause trouble. Dante looked for me after Su Li departed. The atmosphere in the office plummeted. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Master Quan, perhaps Secretary Su was merely joking. Please do not be upset. Investigate the reason behind Su Li's sudden resignation. Master Quan, it may be related to Miss Song. Last night, she met with Secretary Su alone, and today Secretary Su proposed her resignation. Kuan Yi gazed at the 5 million in cash on the desk, a smirk curling his lips. Taking my money to propose resignation? How amusing. After submitting her resignation, Su Li left the company. Shortly after her departure, Song Wan arrived. Master Quan, Miss Song is here, the assistant announced from the doorway. Kuan Yi nodded, indicating for her to come in. Yi, did you urgently summon me because you missed me? Song Wan confidently approached, carelessly placing her bag aside and settling onto the armrest of his chair. How much did you give Su Li last night? Kuan Yi slightly turned his chair, nudging her aside, elegantly crossing his legs as he regarded her with calmness. The more tranquil he appeared, the colder the atmosphere became. Song Wan glanced at the 5 million in cash on the table, her eyes flickering as she pieced together the situation. Secretary Su, what happened? She proposed her resignation to me today, and you must have had a role in this. I merely greeted Secretary Su. I did not expect her to take it so directly. I do not appreciate others making decisions on my behalf, do you understand? But Su Li is just a mere secretary. The young girl is still quite young. Allowing her to leave early is for her own good. So, are you saying that from now on, all matters of Quan Corporation will be decided by Miss Song? Song Wan sensed his displeasure and her expression sobered. Yi, that is not what I meant. He casually tossed the pen onto the desk, his demeanor cold. Song Wan, do not forget what I told you previously. If you continue down this path, I would not hesitate to annul our engagement. Hearing this, Song Wan's face paled. Yi, rest assured, I will adhere to the rules. From now on, I will not meddle in your affairs. Is that acceptable? Leave. All right, Song Wan sighed in relief but furrowed her brow upon seeing the resignation letter on the desk. It seemed Su Li could not leave. After leaving the company, Su Li found herself at a nearby CAF. After submitting her resignation, her spirits soared. She had finally regained her freedom. Her best friend, Meng Sang, called Li, where are you? I have returned to the country. I will arrive at the airport at 8 tonight. Pick me up. Meng Sang had been on a business trip and was finally returning after a month. Su Li smiled, replying, sure, I have good news to share with you as well. What good news? You aren't in a relationship and didn't tell me, are you? You'll be in for it when you get back. No, it's something even more delightful than a relationship, Dado. I shall await it with anticipation. Suddenly, Wang Yumei's call came through. Su Li frowned and said, Sang, I need to take this call. I will come to pick you up tonight. All right, after hanging up, she answered Huang Yumei's call. Why did it take you so long to answer? What have you been doing? Huang Yumei's tone was harsh. Su Li knew immediately that it was not good news. Aunt, just get to the point. I want tea beat around the bush. I sent you the address. Hurry over. Unless you tell me what it is, I want to go. If you've caused trouble, don't look for me. I'm done. After saying this, Su Li hung up the phone. Chapter 17. The villain complains first? Huang Yumei called again, her tone less abrasive this time. You need to come here quickly. I'm being troubled by someone. If you don't come, your uncle and I will have our fingers chopped off. Chop them off if you must. Then you can behave yourselves. Thank those people for me. You? Huang Yumei gasped, nearly choking in frustration. At that moment, the phone was passed to her uncle. Zhou Su Li, get over here quickly. Our pig farm is about to be demolished, and the piglets have all been stolen. If you don't come, I'll use Xiao Chon as collateral. After all, he is worth some money. You animals. Su Li hung up and took a taxi. Huang Yumei and her husband had purchased several large plots of land near the city, dreaming of raising pigs to become wealthy. When Su Li arrived, she saw Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai surrounded by a group of men in suits. You stole my piglets and now you want my land? Impossible. Get out, Huang Yumei shouted, throwing a fit and ready to strike. A man wearing a white hard hat, unable to tolerate her any longer, said, Madam, please calm down. We are trying to negotiate with you amicably. Otherwise, this will not simply be a matter of land acquisition. You wouldn't want to involve the police, would you? If you have the guts, call the police. This land is ours. You can't take it. My niece will be arriving shortly. Whatever amount you want, deal with her. You cannot take this land. The man appeared utterly speechless. Su Li approached, asking, What has happened here? Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai's expressions instantly shifted, adopting a pitiful demeanor as they plopped down on the ground. Oh, my life is so miserable. We were simply trying to build a pig farm, and now we are being forced to demolish it. Where's the justice in this? Is there anyone to help us judge? They are bullying us because of our age, and they are threatening us. Their commotion made the expressions of those present quite grim. Su Li observed their performance without intervening. Huang Yumei, noticing her silence, cast a sidelong glance at her. After 10 minutes of Su Li remaining unresponsive, Huang Yumei finally nudged Zhou Kai to stand. Ali, you must help us judge whether they are in the right. Su Li turned to the man in the white hard hat and politely inquired, Could you explain how this conflict arose? Manager Yin, seeing her graceful demeanor and cultured speech, recounted the entire situation. It turned out that Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai, seeking to cut corners, had purchased land from an unscrupulous broker, paying only a deposit of several thousand yuan and then unlawfully establishing a pig farm. When the rightful owners of the land came to reclaim it, they turned the situation around and accused them. Su Li looked at Huang Yumei and her husband, disdain flickering in her eyes. What a disgrace. Huang Yumei retorted, We paid the money and built here. This is our land, and you cannot take it. Manager Yin remarked, You are abusing the land, and we have grounds to sue you. I attempted to communicate with you privately, but you refused. If this continues, I shall inform our superior. At this moment, Su Li cast a glance around, recognizing this road vaguely. Approximately a kilometer ahead lies the recently developed villa project under the Qin Group. They are audaciously constructing pigsties near the villa area. Trouble is surely brewing. Just then, Huang Yumei pulled her aside and whispered, Ali, why not silence them with money? Let us pretend we've purchased this land ourselves. That sounds plausible. Huang Yumei beamed, proud of her clever niece. Su Li, however, quickly countered, But you shall bear the costs. I will not contribute a single cent. What do you mean? We are family, after all. You invest in our business, and we'll repay you double in the future. I've already supported you generously over the years. If you possessed any business acumen, you would have prospered by now instead of resorting to pig farming for wealth. You insufferable girl. Su Li turned to Manager Yin and declared, I will cover the demolition costs. You should commence the dismantling at once. Chapter 18. After raising you for 4 years, you wish to escape? Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai were filled with regret, having thought they had found assistance only to realize Su Li was siding against them. The couple could not halt the overwhelming force of the demolition crew and could only stand by. Sighing, Su Li engaged with Manager Yin, her demeanor relaxed and charming beneath the sun. If I do not teach her a lesson today, I shall no longer be her aunt. Huang Yumei's temper flared as she charged forward. With Zhou Kai following suit, Su Li had been keenly aware of their approach and sidestepped just as they drew near. Huang Yumei swung her hand but missed, her ample form tumbling forward. Su Li grasped her waist, steadying her with a concerned expression. Aunt, are you all right? Huang Yumei, flustered and furious, shrugged Su Li off. You wretched girl, if you assist them today, we shall no longer be family. Do not call me aunt. How dare you utter such words, aunt? You have never regarded me as family, and your actions are illegal. Should I choose to sue you, you would be facing a lengthy incarceration. The mention of prison visibly intimidated the couple. Zhou Kai seized Huang Yumei's arm and said, Ali, our family has never treated you or Xiaochen poorly. Your actions are truly hurtful. Your aunt even arranged blind dates for you. You are so ungrateful. Su Li retorted, I never asked you to arrange blind dates. You were merely being overly sentimental. This remark incensed Zhou Kai, who pointed an accusing finger at her. If Master Shun has his eye on you, would you dare refuse? Just look in the mirror. What are you? With the burden of a younger brother and a scandal from 4 years ago, who would dare marry you? Huang Yumei's continuation was abruptly halted by the change in Su Li's expression, her beautiful eyes turning icy and piercing, akin to a blade poised to strike in an instant. Silence enveloped them. Zhou Kai and Huang Yumei exchanged a glance, ceasing their words. This is my bottom line. Disappear from my sight before I lose my temper. Huang Yumei dragged Zhou Kai away hurriedly. Su Li clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. A cacophony of car horns jolted her back to reality. Turning, she beheld a familiar Rolls-Royce parked ahead. Su Ming hurriedly exited the passenger seat and addressed her, Secretary Su. Master Qian requests your presence in the CAR. Su Li glanced at the indistinct figure in the back seat. Feeling reluctant, she had resigned. Why must she go? Sensing her thoughts, Su Ming informed her. Master Qian has not approved your resignation. On what grounds can he deny it? Su Li begrudgingly entered the vehicle, the chill inside making her shiver. The man lounged in the luxurious seat, casually toying with a pearl, his demeanor indifferent. His nonchalance only heightened Su Li's unease. Master Qian, why do you refuse to accept my resignation? I have supported you for 4 years. You think you can just walk away with a mere resignation letter? Su Li's heart trembled. All her educational expenses and various specialized training had been funded by him. She had once wished to work part-time for her tuition, yet he had forbade it. Having become his, she was bound to obey his will, lavishly adorned with bespoke jewelry, tutored by top-tier educators, and supported by nutritionists and career coaches. Without him, there would be no Su Li today. Master Qian, I am forever indebted to you. But the man's presence loomed closer, his cool hand encircling her delicate neck. But what? You must submit. There is no alternative. Do you believe that your body alone can compensate for the time and money I have invested in you all these years? Su Li's eyes flickered, her beautiful gaze betraying her uncertainty. He had always provided her with the finest, from career prospects to her daily needs. Chapter 19. I will not be the mistress. Never let me see this again. Master Qian tossed the resignation letter into her lap. Su Li did not catch it. It fell to the floor of the car. Master Qian, do you expect me to spend my lifetime repaying everything you have given me? She lifted her head, her eyes glistening. Until I grow weary of you, you shall not take a single step away from me. Including marriage. Master Qian remained silent. I have stated I will not be the third party. If you marry Miss Song, I will remove myself from your life. Quite the backbone you possess. We shall see if you still wish to leave when the time comes. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The familiar threat returned, causing Su Li to tense. What do you intend to do? The vehicle was parked by the roadside, surrounded by numerous workers. He must be out of his mind. Master Qian tore at her clothing, coldly declaring, if you provoke my anger, you must face the consequences. Master Qian? At that moment, Su Ming's voice echoed from outside. Su Li exhaled in relief, nearly wanting to applaud Su Ming. Seizing the opportunity, she scrambled off his lap, hastily fixing her attire. Master Qian rolled down the window, and Su Ming, noticing her composed appearance, wore a frown. What is happening? He inquired, irritation visible. Su Ming lowered his head slightly. I just spoke with Manager Yan. Someone has been building pigsties on our territory, and they are currently being demolished. Who dares disturb my domain without my consent? A rather ordinary couple. Manager Yan just had a confrontation with them. Bring them here. No. Su Li suddenly grasped his arm. Master Qian turned, casting her a cold glance. She awkwardly withdrew her hand, explaining, those two are my uncle and aunt. They do not understand the situation. I have already reprimanded them. So please, Master Qian, do not be upset. Your family? Master Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I have yet to meet your family. Summon them to see me. They are busy. Master Qian, you have matters to attend to. It would be best to return to the company. Given Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai's avaricious nature, encountering Master Qian would likely lead to them trying to extort him, resulting in ongoing trouble. Thus, it was imperative to prevent their meeting. Seeing her reluctance, Master Qian appeared to be cautious about encountering them. Su made an excuse to exit the car, and once it disappeared around the corner, she sighed in relief. It seemed her resignation would not come to fruition. She would have to wait until he released her, which could be an eternity. After all, who wouldn't he enjoy having a little assistant nearby? Should he develop feelings for Songwon over time? Perhaps she would no longer be necessary. A mixture of emotions churned within Suli, leaving her somewhat agitated. At 8 o'clock that evening, she arrived punctually at the airport to wait. "Darling, I'm back," Ming Sang rushed over. Pulling her suitcase and enveloping her in a tight embrace, Suli stumbled back slightly, exasperated. "It's only been a short while. Did you miss me so much?" "Of course. Meeting you was my first priority upon returning. You are my treasure." "Stop with the flattery. You've lost quite a bit of weight this past month." "Oh, I've just been busy finishing up work to see you sooner," Ming sang. A stunning beauty, exuded glamour and style, her fashionable attire and sunglasses adding to her allure, while her thigh-high boots accentuated her long legs. "Let us go. I'll take you home." Suli grabbed her suitcase. Placing it in the taxi's trunk, Ming sang eyed the vehicle before exclaiming, "Darling, is this how you came to pick me up? I expected you would drive a flashy sports car. As an ordinary office worker, how could I afford a luxury car? You'll have to bear with it, my little princess." The two climbed into the car. "Well, you are the secretary to the president of the Qian Group? Not just any ordinary worker. You're being too modest, sister." Chapter 20. The Dance Club. Is she wild? Halfway through their journey, Ming sang urged Suli to get out, instructing the driver to take the luggage to the hotel. This unexpected maneuver left Suli bewildered. "What are you doing? Don't you want to go home?" "Why would I want to go home? My parents are always pestering me about marriage. I'd rather not face their incessant nagging. I haven't even informed them of my return. I'll stay at a hotel tonight." Ming sang pulled her into another taxi. "Oh, what are we doing now? After a long day of flying?" "I need to unwind." "You mean unwind by doing this?" The cacophony of voices and loud music enveloped them as Ming sang dragged Suli through the thrumming crowd of the nightclub. The music in the dance hall blared loudly, and Ming sang leaned closer to her ear, saying, "This is how you relax. Otherwise, it wouldn't be relaxation at all. Do you understand?" Around them, men and women donned scanty attire. Their bodies nearly pressed together as they danced. Ming sang pulled Suli into the fray, quickly swept up by the fervent atmosphere. "Gu, is that Suli over there? She looks quite similar." On the second floor, in a private room, two distinguished men sat facing each other. Qin Xian suddenly fixated on the dance floor below, exclaiming with excitement. Quan Yi, who had just raised his glass, paused and cast a glance downward. The women were strikingly beautiful, easily noticeable among the crowd. They danced with abandon, joy etched on their faces. It was the first time Quan Yi had seen Suli so carefree. Typically, she bore a cool and indifferent demeanor, obediently doing as told, like a docile little rabbit. Little did he know she could be so uninhibited in private. "Gu, it seems you haven't trained Suli very well these past few years. The girl dares to come out and dance. Just look at how adept she is. Surely, this isn't her first time out. I told you, being young must be quite entertaining. But you, an old man approaching 30, wouldn't understand the pleasures of young girls," Qin Xian teased from the side, relishing the displeasure on Quan Yi's face. Quan Yi withdrew his gaze, coolly remarking, "The one next to Suli isn't too shabby either." At this, Qin Xian took a closer look. Just as Ming sang had been obscured by the crowd, he now caught sight of her face. His brow furrowed, displaying even more dissatisfaction than Quan Yi. How could she be here as well? Quan Yi subtly gestured to Su Ming, who understood and nodded before stepping outside. "When did Ming sang return to the country? I wasn't aware. She comes back and heads straight to a bar to dance. She seems to be quite the party girl. Why parents have been praising her as gentle and virtuous." "What kind of gentleness is this?" Quan Yi remarked. "You're not exactly a paragon yourself," Qin Xian retorted innocently. "Loving to have fun is a thing of the past. I'm quite settled now, so don't speak nonsense." As Suli danced, a waiter approached her, whispering something in her ear. Instantly, the smile vanished from her face, and she halted, glancing up at the second floor. Although she couldn't see anything from this angle, she felt a pair of piercing eyes fixated on her. Noticing her sudden stillness, Ming sang nudged her shoulder. "What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you going to dance anymore?" "Let's go." Suli pulled her out of the dance floor. "What are you talking about? We're just getting started." Ming sang was puzzled. Still yearning for more, "Quan Yi is here. We should leave quickly." Ming sang gasped in shock. "What? The big bad wolf is here too. Chapter 21. Here to embrace the duck? The two attempted to slip away but were intercepted by Su Ming and his entourage. Secretary Su, Miss Ming, Master Quan requests your presence. Su Li and Ming Sang Sang exchanged glances, their expressions darkening involuntarily. Since Quan Yi had noticed them, he must also be aware of their dancing moments ago. Ming Sang Sang wasn't worried about herself but rather concerned for Su Li. You're Quan Ye's secretary. Isn't he quite strict with you? He's someone who likes to control everything. You won't get punished for dancing tonight, will you? It's fine. I'll handle it, Su Li reassured her. Ming Sang Sang only knew that Su Li was a financially supported student by Quan Yi, who directly joined the Quan Corporation as a secretary after graduation. Moreover, Quan Yi was notorious for being harsh with those around him. Typically, Ming Sang Sang would meet Su Li discreetly, not daring to let him know. Now, the usually fearless Ming Sang Sang cowered behind Su Li, afraid to meet the man's gaze. Compared to the raucous noise below, the atmosphere upstairs was exceedingly quiet. Su Li stood tall, meeting Quan Ye's gaze with calm confidence. He gently swirled the wine in his glass. Remaining silent, Qin Xian sneered at her figure behind Su Li. Oh, weren't you just dancing below with the men? Why the sudden retreat now? Are those girls down there more appealing than us? That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Ming Sang Sang peeked out from behind Su Li and saw the source. Her expression shifted, and she leaped out, exclaiming, "It's you? What are you doing here? If you can be here, why can't I?" Qin Xian crossed his arms, his handsome face smug. Well, it's only natural for a playboy like you to be here. It would be strange if you weren't. I should capture this moment and show it to my parents. What kind of nonsense their chosen son-in-law really is. Ming Sang Sang erupted at the sight of Qin Xian, whipping out her phone to snap a picture of his face. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Qin Xian pulled out his phone to take a picture of her in return. Quan Yi and Su Li exchanged glances, bemused by the childish antics of the two. I should show my parents too. After all, their gentle and virtuous Miss Ming was just in the dance floor embracing other men. Qin Xian, don't go too far, Ming Sang Sang huffed, hands on her hips. You're the one who's gone too far, sister. Qin Xian replied with a mischievous arch of his brow. You're much older than me yet still call me sister. Don't flatter yourself. Even if I'm 30, I'm still a flower. Pfft, old flower. Who are you calling old, little girl? How can you speak so harshly at such a young age? Your words aren't any sweeter, and you sure love to talk. You'd still be yapping if the sky fell, you little. Qin Xian was somewhat exasperated, rolling up his sleeves. You have 2 seconds to disappear from my sight. Quan Ye's voice cut through, laced with impatience. The argument between Qin Xian and Ming Sang Sang ceased. Quan Yi frowned. Do I need to have someone escort you out? Let's go. Qin Xian complied, heading toward the exit. Ming Sang Sang patted Su Li's shoulder, casting her a sympathetic glance. Good sister, this isn't the place to linger. I'll wait for you outside. As they reached the door, they jostled against each other, neither willing to concede. After a while, with their bickering gone, the surroundings fell silent. The man before her radiated a formidable aura, his black eyes fixed intently on her, seemingly awaiting an explanation. You say you have other matters to attend to tonight, yet you come here to embrace a duck? Chapter 22. Dance for him I didn't embrace. This was a charge she would not accept. Had I not called you up, they would have already pounced on you. Are you unaware of your own allure? Master Quan, are you complimenting me? Quan Yi slammed his glass onto the table, his handsome face darkening. Am I joking with you, Secretary Su? Su Li lowered her gaze. There are no company regulations forbidding employees from having personal lives. But have I not warned you? This kind of occasion is strictly off limits. Ming Sang Sang was heartbroken. I was merely keeping her company. Goodness, is this what a best friend is for? She's engaged to Qin Xian and still dating? Su Li, do you think I'm that gullible? According to her, being engaged didn't mean she belonged to Qin Xian. They hadn't even registered their marriage. Circumstances could change later. Who could predict? Moreover, men were unreliable. She could do as she pleased and live freely and exuberantly. Such sentiments were undoubtedly what Ming Sang Sang often whispered in her ear, leading her astray. Quan Yi frowned. Keep your distance from her in the future. Su Li pursed her lips, remaining silent, as long as he didn't pursue her dancing escapades. She was willing to comply, however. He had no intention of letting her off the hook. Quan Yi poured himself a glass of wine, the crimson liquid swirling enticingly in the goblet. Speaking of which, it has been a while since you danced. Why not show me a piece tonight? Su Li lifted her head. Master Quan, perhaps another day. I'm not feeling well today. After spending the evening with him, her body ached in numerous places, and she felt utterly lethargic. You danced so joyfully in the dance floor just now. How could you suddenly feel unwell? He looked at her, his gaze darkening, propping his head on one hand. Unwaveringly focused on her, Su Li, aware of her fault, dared not refuse again. What kind of dance would you like to see, Master Quan? Once, before her family's downfall, she had been a carefree young lady, trained in dance and music from a young age, excelling in both. However, after her family's misfortune during her first year of college, she had been preoccupied with working to make ends meet until she found herself in Quan Ye's orbit. He had inadvertently discovered her talent and generously hired a professional instructor for her under his patronage. Allowing her skills to flourish, it seemed he had a peculiar penchant. Whenever he was in a foul mood, he would call upon her to dance. Sometimes it was a conventional dance, and other times a rather provocative striptease. All she hoped was that he wasn't in the mood for the latter tonight. Freestyle, he instructed. Su Li exhaled in relief, removing her outer garment and moving to an open space to dance. He leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Her movements were light and graceful, her slender form undulating like a water snake, her porcelain skin radiant and delicate. Captivating to behold as Quan Yi watched her dance, his mind wandered. Such a mesmerizing creature, he wished to keep her hidden away from prying eyes. Midway through her performance, he suddenly beckoned her over. Su Li halted, and as she approached, he pulled her into his embrace, settling her onto his lap. Leaning back, he lazily tilted her chin up. You know how to entice me, Su Li, her eyes sparkling innocently, replied. You are the one who asked me to dance. Just because I asked, you dance in such an enticing manner? Quan Yi grasped her chin, leaning in to kiss her luscious lips. Master Quan, the young Master Lin has arrived. Suddenly, Su Ming's voice echoed from outside. Qian Yi withdrew his hand and playfully patted her perky backside, suggesting that he would deal with her later. Upon hearing those words, Su Li felt her legs weaken uncontrollably. After she had dressed neatly, Qian Yi finally allowed Shan Linfeng to enter. Chapter 23. The ex-boyfriend thought she was just a pretty face as Shan Linfeng stepped through the door. He was accompanied by a young, beautiful woman clad in alluring attire, who affectionately looped her arm through his. Upon noticing Su Li's presence, he instinctively pushed the woman's hand away, instructing her to leave first. Shan Xiao, the woman whined. However, upon seeing Qian Yi seated there, emanating a formidable aura, she reluctantly turned to depart. Shan Linfeng flashed a smile as he approached them, stealing a glance at Su Li, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. Uncle, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Please forgive me. Qian Yi replied coldly. You are aware of your impertinence, having interrupted my affairs. Noticing Su Li standing respectfully behind him, her expression serious, Shan Linfeng speculated that his uncle must have been preoccupied with work when he was interrupted. I did not wish to disturb you, but there is a matter that requires reporting. What is it? Mr. John from Credit Suisse will be visiting Haicheng tomorrow. I intend to personally pick him up and invite him to dinner. Since you have entrusted me with the investment banking project of the Qian Group, I will commit wholeheartedly and ensure you are not disappointed. Credit Suisse is a foreign enterprise from France, and Mr. John has always been a valued guest among the major corporations in Haicheng. Recently, he has engaged in some collaborations with the Qian Group, and the projects he is involved in are quite significant. For a newcomer like Shan Linfeng to receive such a project, could it be that Qian Yi genuinely intends to cultivate him? Su Li cast a puzzled glance at the back of Qian Ye's head. Qian Yi responded, if you are determined to do well, I will naturally feel assured. However, as a newcomer to the company, it is not appropriate for you to pick him up. Shan Linfeng asked, then does uncle have a suitable candidate? My secretary has been assisting me closely and has met Mr. John before. I have decided to send her instead. You may assist with the project at the company. Upon hearing this, Shan Linfeng looked up at Su Li, his eyes reflecting both surprise and skepticism. Accompanying Mr. John would at least require knowledge of relevant investment banking principles. Shan Linfeng, having graduated from a prestigious foreign university with excellent grades in finance, was undoubtedly competent in this area. However, his understanding of Su Li was that, despite her being academically gifted, she possessed no aptitude in finance whatsoever, akin to deciphering a foreign language. When they were dating, he had taught her a financial mathematics problem in the library, and despite numerous attempts, she failed to grasp it, demonstrating a lack of understanding. He believed that Su Li's current position beside Qian Yi was merely due to her appearance, which provided him with a certain social standing, combined with a touch of luck. Essentially, she was just a pretty face. Unaware of his inner musings, Su Li turned to Qian Yi, assuring him, rest assured, Lord Qian, I will ensure Mr. John is well taken care of. Qian Yi inquired, does Linfeng have any objections? No, no objections. Then you may leave. Shen Linfeng exited. His assistant immediately approached him, asking, Young master, what did Lord Qian say? Has he agreed to let you meet Mr. John? No, he sent Su Li instead. What shall we say if the master inquires? Shen Linfeng replied gravely, It doesn't matter. I will clarify things with my father. Besides, Su Li is a woman who knows nothing. Sending her to meet Mr. John is merely for her looks, to serve as a decorative figure. We still have opportunities to engage with Mr. John. But Secretary Su has proven herself capable over the years. The assistant hesitated. Suddenly, Shen Linfeng halted, turning to question, What do you mean by that? Lord Qian is surrounded by several competent assistants, including Secretary Su, who has aided him with numerous projects over the years. Although these projects were minor, she is decisive in her actions and her abilities should surpass yours and mine. That is of no concern. She is not to be feared. Shen Linfeng remained unconvinced of Su Li's capabilities, believing she was still just as she had always been, beautiful but lacking substance. Chapter 24. He said he liked her. As Shen Linfeng reached the doorway, he was intercepted by Su Ming. Qianyi had requested a drink with him, and his delight was evident as his lips curled into a grin. Inside the private room, Su Li poured them drinks. Qianyi sipped sparingly, while Shen Linfeng, having been excessively indulged, flushed with intoxication. Uncle, it is my honor to share a drink with you today. After uttering this, Shen Linfeng collapsed onto the table, thoroughly inebriated. Beneath the table lay several boxes of liquor, all consumed by him. Qianyi observed coldly, merely gesturing for someone to drag him away. Was Lord Qian intentionally getting him drunk tonight? What's the matter? Are you concerned for your ex? Su Li was momentarily at a loss for words. Having reiterated countless times that they had broken up long ago, yet he still clung to the matter. A bodyguard entered, reporting, Lord Qian, Shen Linfeng has collapsed in the corridor, quite intoxicated. Should we call Lord Qian to fetch him? He's not that precious. Just toss him back to the Qian residence. Qianyi resumed his elegant dining. Su Li, concerned about potential trouble from being alone with him, especially after he had consumed some alcohol, sought an excuse to leave the private room. She made her way to the restroom, washing her hands while dialing Ming Sang Sang. Sang Sang, I might be a bit late returning tonight. You should head home first. Oh, I just had a quarrel with Qin Xian, and my parents coincidentally video called, so I've been brought back home. It's so annoying. Though Qin is a bit brash, he has a good heart. Perhaps you could give him another chance? Absolutely not. Our personalities clash. We end up fighting every time we meet. There are plenty of handsome men in the world. I refuse to hang my hopes on this one crooked tree. You might want to reconsider. Suddenly, a force enveloped her from behind, abruptly embracing her. Su Li's phone slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor, severing the call. She looked up to see a figure in the mirror, her beautiful eyes flaring with anger as she struggled violently. Shen Linfeng, what are you doing? He appeared drunkenly disheveled, holding her tightly from behind. Su Li, I miss you so much. For the past 4 years, your image has haunted my dreams. I can't forget you. I love you so much. Can we get back together? Let go of me? No, I truly like you. Just seeing you makes me happy. I've never seen a girl as beautiful as you. Let us forget the past and start anew. Shall we? He rambled while attempting to touch her. Su Li, in a calculated move, stepped on his shoe with her high heel, using the moment to break free and swiftly turned to slap him across the face. The sound echoed throughout the restroom. Shen Linfeng's handsome face turned slightly as the slap momentarily sobered him up. Su Li turned on the faucet, splashing water onto his face. Are you awake now? If not, I won't hesitate to dunk your head in the toilet to help you regain your senses. He turned, his bloodshot eyes flashing with displeasure. Why won't you reconcile with me? I've had someone investigate. And you have no boyfriend. You're lying to me and even involving my uncle in your deceit. Even if I had no boyfriend, there is no possibility between us. Shen Xiao, please maintain your dignity. Why not? Shen Linfeng pressed her against the sink, gripping her arms as he prepared to make another move. Wow, your necklace is stunning, isn't it? President Zhang just gifted it to me. A group of women, dressed in nightclub attire, entered, laughing and chatting as they approached. Shen Linfeng quickly released Su Li and stepped aside into the men's restroom. Having just returned to the Qian residence, he could not afford any scandals. Otherwise, his father would not be able to protect him. Su Li turned back to vigorously wash her hands under the water, feeling disgusted by his earlier grip. Several women, dressed in clubbing attire, came in and began touching up their makeup. Tonight, the luxurious private room number 2 is hosting a distinguished guest. I hear he has some big shot from a corporation. Ali has already snuck in. If she catches his eye, she might never have to work as a dancer again. All we can do is envy her. What can we do? She is the prettiest among us. Room 2. Suli gasped, realizing that Qianyi was inside. Chapter 25. Striving to become his woman, Suli hurried back, entering the private room just in time to witness a commotion. A woman in a service uniform was kicked across the room. She instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the woman as she landed at her feet with a thud, a sound that resonated painfully. Suli frowned, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the woman. Disheveled and in pain, the woman struggled to rise, desperately pleading, "Lord Qian, please spare me. I realize my mistakes." Qianyi, tall and imposing, reclined in the booth, radiating a chilling aura like an emperor of the dark night. Exuding immense pressure, Suli stood at the entrance, her back straightening, her heart racing with apprehension. Qianye's gaze landed upon her, his voice icy and intimidating. "You allowed someone to enter my private room. Do you realize this violates my rules?" Suli lowered her head. "I apologize. I merely stepped out to use the restroom and did not expect someone to impersonate a server to sneak in." Seeing Qianye's demeanor was not overly harsh, the woman sensed she could speak, crawling over to cling to Suli's leg. "Please help me. I did not intend to seduce Lord Qian." I was momentarily lost in thought. Suli's eyes flickered with compassion, realizing this woman's fate was likely grim. Many had attempted to climb into Qianye's good graces only to be ordered out like trash or, in severe cases, thrown to the wolves. Qianyi is a man of cold disposition, executing his tasks with a swift decisiveness that causes even Suli to regard him with a hint of trepidation. "Please, I beg you, save me," the woman implored, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, her pleas unceasing. Suli turned to Qianyi and said, "Master Qian, allow me to handle her." Qianyi, propping his head up with one hand, regarded her with inscrutable black eyes. "Oh? Has Secretary Su suddenly developed a soft heart, wishing to play the benevolent savior?" "No. Assistant Su has yet to return from his errand, and I am more than capable of resolving this matter for you." A smirk played on Qianye's lips as he rose from the sofa, his white shirt bearing a conspicuous lipstick mark, a clear sign of the woman's desperate attempts to win his favor. Suli felt a surge of curiosity, pondering how this woman had managed to entice him in her absence. He tossed the shirt at her, commanding, "Take this trash away and vanish from my sight at once." "Understood," Suli replied, leading the woman out of the private room. Upon reaching the basement, the woman grasped Suli's arm in sheer panic, asking, "Am I safe now?" "Master Qian's bed is not a place for just anyone. From now on, conduct yourself properly and refrain from harboring any such thoughts," Suli stated calmly as she prepared to discard the shirt into the trash. "Don't throw it away. Give it to me." The woman, now assured of her safety, snatched the shirt from Suli's hands, cradling it as if it were a treasured possession. Suli's lips twitched in disbelief. "You still wish to keep that which he has discarded?" "That is Master Qian. Even though my earlier attempts to seduce him were unsuccessful, my love for him remains profound. His captivating charm draws me in. He is truly the most perfect man I have ever encountered. Even his shirt is imbued with his unique essence." As she spoke, the woman inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Suli felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Is it fragrant? These fervent female admirers of Qianyi are utterly bizarre. "You are Master Qian's secretary, aren't you? You are quite beautiful. Could it be that Master Qian has a fondness for your type?" The woman's demeanor shifted rapidly. Gone was her pitiful fade, replaced by a brazen appraisal of Suli. "He is not interested in me, I knew it. You are not his type at all. He must prefer someone like Miss Song." Suli chose not to retort, merely raising her hand to summon 2 bodyguards. The woman panicked. "What are you planning to do?" "Master Qian's rule is clear. Any woman who attempts to disturb him must not remain in Haicheng. Do take care of yourself." The bodyguards seized the woman's arms, ushering her towards the vehicle, her cries for help echoing in the basement. Suli retraced her steps, reflecting on how those who believed that the man in power was easily approachable were gravely mistaken. Such men are often the most perilous, with some yearning to escape yet unable to, while others eagerly pursue them, oblivious to the treacherous waters that swirl around those who dwell in the presence of a tyrant. Chapter 26. Assisting with the parent-teacher meeting the following morning, Suli awoke. Qianyi had not spent the night with her, allowing her to enjoy a restful sleep. Upon checking her phone, she discovered several missed calls from Su Chen's homeroom teacher, having been silenced and therefore unheard. Could something have happened to Su Chen? She threw off the covers and padded barefoot to the window, pulling back the curtains before redialing the teacher's number. The teacher answered promptly, "Hello, Su Chen's sister to my apologies. I overslept. There's something concerning Su Chen. Today is the parent-teacher meeting for the second year. May I ask if you will be attending? The students were to ask their parents and return with confirmations. Yet only Su Qian has yet to respond. Yuli lightly slapped her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten amidst her busy schedule. Su Qian had mentioned the meeting previously, but she had been preoccupied and failed to remember. What time is the meeting? It will commence at 9:30 this morning. Su Qian has been performing excellently at school, consistently ranking first in grade-level exams. Su Qian had always been bright and astute. Had their family not faced bankruptcy, he would have been sent abroad for further development long ago. Glancing at the time, Suli recalled that she also needed to pick up an important project collaborator. Understood, thank you, teacher. After hanging up, she called Meng Sang. Darling, you called me so early. Are you missing me? Meng Sang, still groggy from just waking up, replied, do you have something planned for today? Nothing pressing. My parents have advised me to take a break from work for a while. Would you be able to attend the parent-teacher meeting for Suchin? I have an important guest to meet today and won't have the time. Sure, it's been a while since I saw that handsome young man. Leave it to me. I'm quite bored at home and would love to see the future blossoms of our nation at school. Thank you, Sang, don't mention it. Otherwise, we shall sever ties. Suli chuckled before ending the call. She walked to her wardrobe, opening it to reveal an array of clothing and dresses, a dazzling display. Beside it stood a large cabinet filled with gifts Qianyi had given her over the past 4 years. All untouched, he had indeed treated her well, at least materially. Her slender fingers glided over the garments until she selected a casual white shirt and skirt ensemble, pairing it with a pair of champagne-colored high heels. After preparing herself and having a light meal, she set out. Just as she entered her car, Su Ming's call came through. Secretary Su, Mr. John S. flight is about to arrive at Haicheng Airport. Are you on your way? I'm en route. All right, Mr. Qian is waiting for your return at the company. At the airport. Suli stood in the lobby with 2 assistants, periodically glancing at her watch. Her striking beauty and graceful figure attracted the attention of several men. Hello, beautiful, may I have your WeChat? One gentleman approached, requesting her contact information. With a polite smile, she replied, I'm sorry, but I'm already taken. The man, crestfallen, turned away. The airport lobby was bustling, filled with hurried travelers. After a short while, Suli spotted Mr. John and his entourage emerging. Suddenly, a dog barked loudly. She turned to see a dog breaking free from its leash, charging toward Mr. John. Without a moment's hesitation, she ran forward. Chapter 27. Injured. Concerned? Suli pushed Mr. John aside, placing herself in front of him just as the dog lunged, knocking her to the ground, its paws dangerously close to her face. She raised her hand to shield herself, only to feel the sharp claws rake across her skin, leaving a sizable wound. Secretary Su. Both assistants and Mr. John rushed over in alarm. The dog's owner quickly intervened, regaining control of the frantic animal. Causing a significant stir in the vicinity, Suli, slightly disheveled, was helped to her feet. Are you all right? Mr. John asked, concern etched on his face. You just saved me from that dog. Thank you. She shook her head, offering a faint smile as she extended her uninjured hand. Mr. John, welcome to Haicheng. Mr. John admired her composure under duress, shaking her hand. It is truly an honor for Mr. Qian to have such a dedicated secretary like you. Suli escorted Mr. John and his team out of the airport. Secretary Su, your hand? After they settled in the car, her assistant glanced at her with worry. She tugged at her sleeve to cover the injury. I am fine. First, let us take Mr. John to the company. Upon returning to the office, Mr. John met with Qianyi. Master Qian, Mr. John is already waiting in the conference room. Here are the project documents I compiled. She placed the documents on the desk. Qianyi, a towering figure, sat at his desk engrossed in paperwork. Upon hearing her, he frowned slightly. Wasn't the plan for you to deliver these documents directly to Mr. John? Why bring them to me? I thought it prudent to have you review them first to ensure accuracy. If you cannot even trust your own abilities in this matter, then perhaps you should reconsider your position as my secretary. Suli thought to herself that she had no desire to remain in this role. Noticing her silence, he lifted his gaze. What is this? Do you take issue with my words? Not at all. Then you may leave. She retrieved the documents and turned to exit. Su Ming observed her departure and remarked to Qianyi, Master Qian, Secretary Su went to the airport early this morning to meet Mr. John, and she was startled. Are you being too harsh on her? Qianyi's expression remained unchanged. With so many people at the airport, did she really need to step in front of a dog? Are Mr. John's bodyguards merely for show? She is overestimating her importance. While they discussed matters, Suli retreated to the pantry. She applied antiseptic to her wounded hand while speaking with Meng Sang on the phone. Darling, I have arrived at Su Chin's school. Rest assured, I will handle this parent-teacher meeting splendidly and report back to you afterward. Su Chan had always been understanding and well-behaved, so she felt little concern. And how is work progressing? Did you meet with Mr. John this morning? Yes, I did. The antiseptic stung as it penetrated the wound, prompting her to blow gently on it. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see who had entered. Instinctively, she pushed the medicine away from the edge of the table. Master Chin? Chin Yi walked in, casually holding a water cup in one hand while the other rested in his pocket. He did not glance at her as he approached the water dispenser. Why would the CEO personally fetch water? Suli stepped forward to assist him, but I apologize. I didn't realize your water was empty. Allow me to help. She reached out, only to have him sidestep her. Secretary Su, so eager to assist. Next time you see someone in a car accident, perhaps you should rush over to help as well? Suli was at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it. Suddenly, Kuan Ye's large hand grasped her waist, pushing her towards the tea table. Their chests pressed against each other, and the air in the tea room grew stifling. Chapter 28. The tea room is not open today, you are mine. Without my permission, you must not suffer any injury, understand? I am merely concerned about Mr. John getting hurt, which may delay your project signing. Without warning, Kuan Yi swept her up in his arms, prompting Su Li to gasp and cling to his neck. He placed her on the table and leaned down to examine her injured hand. In a shocking display, he gently took her hand and applied medicine to her wounds. His movements were awkward yet tender. Gazing at his handsome features, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She found herself thinking of the word gentleness when she looked at him. Kuan Yi finished tending to her wounds and wrapped them with a strip of cloth. Thank you, Lord Quan. And how do you intend to repay me? Her petite face flushed with shyness, her beautiful eyes flickering as she dared not meet his gaze. Then let it be with your body. Kuan Yi pulled her into his embrace and kissed her deeply. Soon, his lips trailed downwards, tearing open her white shirt. The warmth enveloped her soft skin, and she almost gasped aloud. Miss Song, what brings you here? Outside the president's office, Song Wan walked in with a captivating presence, having dressed meticulously for the occasion. Assistant Su, is it inappropriate for me to come? That is not the case. It's just that Lord Quan is still busy. That's fine. I'll make some soup myself and bring it for him to taste. Song Wan walked straight towards the president's office. Assistant Su did not stop her. He merely instructed an assistant nearby to prepare tea for Miss Song from the tea room downstairs. Assistant Su, is our floor's tea room unavailable today? Yes, it is closed today. Upon entering the office, Song Wan found it completely empty. She placed the soup pot on the coffee table and approached the desk to tidy up. Lord Quan is usually busy at work. I occasionally come to check on him. He should be quite pleased. With that thought, a sweet smile graced her lips. Soon, the assistant brought in the tea. What has Lord Quan been busy with today? Why hasn't he returned yet? Miss Song, Mr. John is visiting today, and Lord Quan is temporarily occupied. Please wait a moment. All right. She glanced around and suddenly asked, by the way, where is that beautiful Secretary Su? I haven't seen her since I arrived. Secretary Su went to pick up Mr. John this morning and got injured. She should be bandaging her wounds now. Such dedication. Song Wan waved her hand, signaling the assistant to leave for now. The next day at school, in a classroom filled with parents and students, the homeroom teacher had finished speaking and allowed 20 minutes for self-introductions between students and parents. However, most parents couldn't help but glance back as Yu-chan, feeling the weight of their stares, wore an expression of helplessness, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Sang, if you had come, it would have been better if you hadn't. I wouldn't have to feel so burdened. Meng sang, propping her head with one hand, appeared relaxed and carefree, her flawless face glowing as she flipped through his homework with her beautifully manicured red nails. Upon hearing this, she lightly tapped his head. What are you saying, you little rascal? Do you really dislike your sister Sang that much? You are too beautiful and dressed so well. All the uncles and brothers are staring at you. Even our male teacher is watching you. I can already foresee the torment I'll face from classmates tomorrow, begging for your contact information. The thought of that scenario made Su Chin's small face scrunch up like a dumpling. Meng Sang chuckled, then I'll have to bring my sister next time. If you bring your sister, it'll be even worse. I didn't want you all to attend the parent-teacher meeting anyway. You are all so busy with work, and now you have to take care of me too. How tiring. You little rascal. You are quite considerate, but of course. Who wouldn't he be when all of you are such beauties? Chapter 29. Undermining Lord Quan, Su Li emerged from the tea room and paused outside the office door, witnessing a scene within. Kuan Yi, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, sat seriously behind his desk, engrossed in documents. Song Wan was beside him, pouring tea and engaging him in light conversation, her face bright with joy. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Su Li's gaze fell on Kuan Yi. Her eyes briefly clouded with a fleeting darkness. One moment, he had been so intimate with her, and the next, he transformed into a refined gentleman. A scoundrel, indeed. He matched that description perfectly. She still felt uncomfortable, her body marked by his presence. Not wanting to linger, she turned to leave and change her clothes. Secretary Su, a foreign man, approached her. Yuli recognized him as Mr. John's assistant. Mr. John requests your company for lunch to express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Would that be convenient? Yes, that would be fine. But may I change my clothes first? The assistant smiled. Of course, I will wait for you upstairs. I in the office. Songwon sat on the sofa, bored, and turned to Kuan Yi. Why haven't I seen your female secretary today? She went to pick up John and got injured. I've given her the afternoon off. Kuan Yi replied coldly. Oh, I see. Mr. John is quite a significant figure. Many large enterprises in the country are eager to foster connections with him. Su Li undoubtedly made a good impression by saving him, especially since she is quite attractive. Kuan Yi looked up, his gaze icy as he interrupted. What are you trying to say? Song Wan maintained a gentle smile. I merely wish to commend Secretary Su for her remarkable ability to win Mr. John's favor so swiftly. If you want to help fend off dogs, you can do that too. Song Wan found herself speechless. Kuan Yi regarded her. Is there anything else? No, then you may leave. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Song Wan awkwardly stood. Then I shall take my leave. Regardless of how busy you are, do take care of yourself. I wouldn't want my groom to look haggard on our wedding day. Right, Ah Yi? Just go back. All right. Receiving no response from him, Song Wan felt a pang of disappointment, but their engagement was already established, so it was only a matter of time. She left with a smile on her lips. Satisfied. As soon as Su Li arrived at the restaurant to dine with Mr. John, she received a call from Meng Sang Sang. She stepped outside to the terrace garden to answer. Sang Sang, let us talk later. I am meeting a guest. Sis, I want to disturb you. I just want to vent a little about Xiao Chen. Where is your sister? Su Chen sighed, glancing back at the beautiful Meng Sang Sang, who was happily playing games with her classmates. She is having fun right now. It's so noisy over there. Where are you? I'm eating outside. Sister Sang Sang is too popular with my classmates. She is treating everyone to a meal, and they're all vying to chat with her. Next time, please don't let her come, and you shouldn't either. I was perfectly fine alone. Su Chun preferred tranquility and was not a fan of such a raucous atmosphere. Su Li chuckled. Your classmates must want to introduce your sister Sang Sang to some single men in the family, right? Surprisingly, you guessed it right, but I know my sister Sang Sang is too outstanding to be interested in them. Su Li understood Meng Sang Sang's nature. Her warmth and cheerfulness, combined with her beauty and wealth, naturally attracted admiration. You all enjoy your meal. I'll join you shortly. Okay. Su Chen hung up. Su Li returned to the restaurant and apologized to Mr. John. I'm sorry, it was a call from my family. John nodded. No problem. Thank you again for your help this morning at the airport. Here is my business card. If you ever find yourself in France, I would love to treat you to a meal. Su Li received the gilded business card, feeling its weight. Like Kuan Ye's card, it was also gilded. Such was the privilege of high-profile individuals. Have you always worked alongside President Kuan? Yes, it's been almost 5 years. Have you ever considered changing jobs? Huh? Su Li was taken aback. John smiled broadly, speaking fluently in French. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I admire you greatly. And I've recently established a new company that could use someone of your caliber, Su Li replied. But I don't feel rushed to decline. Whenever you decide to join, my company's doors will always be open for you. At that moment, Kuan Yi, who was in a meeting, sneezed. The department heads immediately straightened up, trembling with apprehension. Kuan Yi glanced at the weather outside, wondering why it felt a bit chilly today. Chapter 30. Su Chun. She is my mom. Su Li pondered for a moment before politely declining. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. John, but I am currently content with my position at Kuan Enterprises and am not considering a job change at this time. John, that's all right. I said I would give you time. Meanwhile, Meng Sang Sang was engrossed in lively conversation with her table of young classmates. Outside the private room, Qin Xian happened to pass by and caught sight of her. How did this little firecracker end up here? Su Chen returned with his phone in hand, spotting him blocking the doorway. Uncle, please let me through. Qin Xian turned to glance at him, raising an eyebrow. Kid, can I ask you something? I'm not a kid. I have a name. The little rascal seemed rather quick-witted. Qin Xian stroked his chin. Then what is your name, little handsome? Su Chan. Young Master Su Chan? What is your relationship with that woman inside? Su Chen's brows flickered as he glanced at the beautiful Meng Sang Sang. This uncle surely wanted to ask for his sister Sang Sang's contact information. Sister Sang Sang has an overwhelming number of admirers, so many that they are beyond counting. His gaze gradually returned to the handsome Qin Xian before him, and he pondered. This uncle is rather dashing and seems well suited for Sister Sang Sang. However, his flamboyant attire and the fact that he appears older than her, coupled with that garish pink shirt and his restless eyes, suggest he is likely trying to woo her, only to cast her aside once he has succeeded. There are far too many scoundrels in life who, with just a few flowery words, can ensnare a girl's heart. Such individuals must not be allowed to act so brazenly. Su Chun cleared his throat softly and looked at him with utmost seriousness, saying, "She is my mother." Cough. This time, it was Qin Xian who erupted into a fit of coughing, nearly losing his balance as he steadied himself against the doorframe, his face a mask of astonishment as he asked, "What? Your mother?" Indeed, she has a fiery temper and is prone to quarrels. The doctor has said her health is poor, preventing her from having a second child, and moreover, my mother has caused my father's demise. Your mother seems to have had quite a tragic life. Who is tragic? Where's the tragedy? Meng Sang Sang approached. Qin Xian replied, "I wasn't talking about you." Meng Sang Sang's eyes darted suspiciously between them before she expressed her displeasure. "Qin? What are you doing here? Are you following me?" Gasp. They actually know each other? Su Chun offered her an awkward smile before turning to flee. "Who would want to follow you? You're just being overly sentimental." Qin Xian crossed his arms, taking advantage of his height to look down at her. Well, Meng Sang Sang, I didn't expect you to have a child this big. This little rascal looks about 14. At such a young age. You already engaging in reckless behavior, and now you've brought forth such a hefty son." Meng Sang Sang's lip twitched slightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Unprovoked personal attacks are quite amusing. Aren't they?" He shrugged. "I didn't say it. That little brat just claimed you were his mother." She sighed in exasperation, turning to see Su Chun deliberately avoiding her gaze while frolicking with his classmates. "That little rascal. He dares to make such jokes." Qin Xian chuckled awkwardly. "So, is he really your son? Perfect. Let us call both our families together and annul the engagement." "I will certainly annul the engagement, but not in this manner." Meng Sang Sang huffed lightly before turning to enter. Qin Xian leaned against the door, his gaze fixed on Su Chun for a moment. Upon closer inspection, there was something familiar about his appearance. After a while, he smirked slightly and, as he turned to leave, pulled out his phone to send a message to Quan Yi. "Hey, I just ran into your little nephew." Chapter 31. Encountering the sister boss, quite handsome. After parting ways with Mr. John, Su Li went to join Meng Sang Sang and Xiao Chan. As she walked to the restaurant's entrance, she spotted Meng Sang Sang bidding farewell to her young classmates. "Goodbye. Let us get together again next time." Meng Sang Sang appeared quite pleased as she draped an arm around Su Chin's shoulders and approached Su Li. "Well, I've managed to handle your brother's classmates, so no one will dare to speak ill of Xiao Chan anymore." Su Li raised an eyebrow. "What a words." Su Chin bit his lip and scratched the back of his head. Meng Sang Sang continued, "After the parent-teacher meeting today, I overheard some classmates gossiping about Xiao Chun, calling him an unloved wild child with a wicked uncle and aunt, and that his family is as poor as can be. They even claim that the clothes he wears are scavenged from trash bins. And it gets worse. Can you believe they said that no matter how good his grades are, he'll never amount to anything? Just listen to how infuriating that is." Su Li narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Chun, asking, "Is what Sang Sang said true?" Su Chun rolled his eyes, shrugged, and replied, "Not entirely. Those words were from the bad kids. And there are plenty of good ones too." Meng Sang Sang patted her chest, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry. With me here today, I've dealt with all of them. They'll know Xiao Chun has a wealthy sister. And he has not some neglected child, so they won't dare to bully him again." Su Li gently ruffled her brother's hair. "I am sorry, it's my fault for not paying enough attention to you. I had no idea you were enduring so much distress at school." "It's nothing, sister. You've been working so hard. This little issue is trivial, and I can handle it myself," Su Chin replied earnestly. Like a miniature adult, the three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Bam! A sleek black Rolls-Royce pulled up, its headlights illuminating them. They all shielded their eyes and took a moment to see clearly. Upon noticing the distinctive license plate, Meng Sang Sang instantly felt a jolt of realization. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Xiao Chun, let your sister take you back to school." With that, she turned on her heel and vanished without a trace. Su Chun, perplexed, asked, "Sister, why did Sang Sang leave so quickly?" She's timid, Suli responded as she approached the car, just as the window rolled down to reveal a man in sunglasses. Mr. Kwon, what brings you here? I'm here to handle some business. Secretary Sue, can I consider you absent from work? I wasn't absent. I just stepped out for lunch and to pick up my brother. Kwon Ye's dark eyes behind the sunglasses briefly scanned Soo Chun. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Suli appeared embarrassed. No, it's fine and I can take him back to school myself. Who is this, sister? Soo Chin eagerly inquired. The car was so extravagant, and this uncle looked incredibly handsome. My boss. Suli instinctively wanted to keep Soo Chun from meeting Kwon Yi. Little rascal, do you like this car? Kwon Yi asked casually. Absolutely. It's so cool and handsome, I want to buy one when I grow up, Soo Chin replied excitedly. Suli sighed. Does he even know how much this car costs to dare to say that? The number of cars of this caliber in the entire city is few and far between. I can get you one. To Kwon Yi? A car was a trivial matter. Soo Chin glanced at Suli's glum face and quickly added, Uncle, I can earn my own money to buy one. You don't need to give me one. As the saying goes, it's better to be self-sufficient. The term uncle made Kwon Yi frown slightly. Suli thought he found her brother annoying. So she quickly said, Mr. Kwon, I'll take Xiao Chun to school now. I said I would take you, he insisted. The driver exited the vehicle and personally opened the door for them. Suli hadn't yet decided whether to get in when Soo Chun had already climbed in. Sister, hurry up and join us. Chapter 32. Rumors of her being a sugar baby inside the car. Soo Chin curiously looked around, hesitant to touch anything, sitting upright. After a while, he turned his gaze towards Suli, his eyes conveying, what a luxurious car. Sister, you've hit the jackpot. Suli shot him a glance that said, what does that have to do with me? Sister, you re too low-key. You have such an impressive boss. It's the boss who's impressive, not me. Kwon Yi, oblivious to the siblings' unspoken thoughts, sat quietly, resting his eyes. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Soo Chun promptly hopped out of the car without saying a word to Suli and dashed into the school. Suli watched his retreating figure, thinking, what an ungrateful little rascal, leaving without a word. The driver resumed driving. Your brother is quite clever, Kwon Yi remarked as he opened his eyes. He does possess a bit of wit. The two of you are so different. Has all the cleverness been claimed by your brother? Mr. Kwon, are you implying that I'm foolish? Suli retorted, feeling exasperated. Not at all. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he tossed his phone into her lap. The phone struck her soft chest, causing her to wince. What is this for? She asked, puzzled. Ive customized a piece of jewelry for you. Tomorrow, go to this location to collect it. She opened the phone to find images of beautiful jewelry along with an address. This must be a gift for Songwon. He is indeed thoughtful. After returning to the office, Kwon Yi busied himself with work. Just as she settled into her seat, Meng Sang-sang's message popped up. Have you seen our university alumni group? She sent several messages with this question. Suli replied, I haven't looked. You need to check it out. Someone is deliberately targeting you. Suli was puzzled by her words and scrolled through the list until she found the alumni group and clicked in. It had been ages since she had been active there, and the notifications had piled up to 99. The conversation was lively, with many expressing their excitement, until she scrolled up and saw a photo. It was of her dining with Mr. John today, shared by AI Mei Li. Look at them getting all cozy. Suli must be the kept mistress. This old man is quite unattractive, and he is a foreigner. Suli is with such an old man. She is really not doing well for herself. Since graduating, she hasn't even been active in the group, and we were all curious about what she was up to. Turns out she has been a mistress to an old man. The group was filled with gossip about Suli being a mistress, directly assaulting her vision. She exited the group and opened Meng Sang-sang's chat. Mistress? Which of their eyes saw me being a mistress? Someone is deliberately trying to ruin your reputation. I suspect it's that envious witch. AI Mei Li. She has been targeting you since university because she was jealous of your looks, grades, and all the boys pursuing you. I can't believe she is still up to her old tricks even after graduation. As for the malicious voices, Suli chose to ignore them, not wanting to engage. Meng Sang-sang couldn't hold back her anger and directly asked in the group who the mistress was. Those gossiping women quickly fell silent. Who doesn't know that Suli and Meng Sang-sang are good friends, two peas in a pod? A gentle knock on the desk brought Suli back to reality. She looked up to see a familiar face. What are you doing here? Shin Linfeng asked with concern. Are you all right? I saw the messages in the group. Don't take their words to heart. They're just a bunch of gossipers. I am not bothered by it. Lear, I am aware that your heart is quite fragile. You must be unable to bear the words of these people. If anything troubles you, feel free to confide in me. The class reunion is next week. I will take you along, and they certainly won't dare to speak out of turn. Su Li cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of derision escaping her lips. Are you particularly idle? Not at all. My uncle has entrusted me with several significant projects at the company, and I am currently quite overwhelmed with work. Then you should focus on your tasks. My matters do not require your concern. Su Li rose, gathering a few documents as she prepared to leave. Shen Linfeng stepped in front of her, stating, "Do you have some grievances against me? I have noticed that since my return, your demeanor has not been very cordial. No, you are overthinking it. If there is anything you wish to address, please do so. I shall take it to heart. That is unnecessary. You are fine, all right? Then I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Young Master Linfeng, Master Quan requests your presence." That moment, Su Ming emerged from the CEO's office, interrupting their conversation. Shen Linfeng looked as if he had something to say but hesitated before following Su Ming away. Su Li paid no mind and turned back to her work in the office. Shen Linfeng stood nervously before his desk, anxiously awaiting the man's response. Quan Yi perused the documents in his hand before slamming them down onto the table with a thud, his handsome face etched with frost. Shen Linfeng straightened his back and asked, "Uncle, is there a problem with the data I compiled? It is not what I require. Can you think of alternative ways to streamline the data and resubmit it?" But this is already the most concise version. With a piercing glare from Quan Yi, Shen Linfeng quickly adjusted his tone. "Of course, uncle. I will do my utmost to deliver the best. Take it back." As Shen Linfeng retrieved the documents, he was about to leave when Quan Yi added, "I see you have a bit of free time lately. Here is another project proposal. Secretary Su has already completed half of it, but she is occupied with other tasks, so I am assigning the remainder to you." Quan Yi tossed another set of documents to him. Shen Linfeng opened it, his brow furrowing slightly. "This project proposal is quite detailed. Are you certain it was prepared by Secretary Su?" Quan Yi replied coldly, "What, do you doubt the competence of those who work alongside me? Uncle, I did not mean it that way. You may leave." Having gained nothing from Quan Yi, Shen Linfeng reluctantly departed. Upon exiting, he spotted Su Li at the assistant's desk, conversing with the assistant, dressed in a white suit paired with a black strapless dress. Her figure was superbly proportioned, and coupled with her striking beauty, she was utterly captivating. Glancing at the project proposal in his hand, he strode over. "Secretary Su, do you have a moment?" Su Li turned to him briefly. "Is there something you need? The project proposal you organized has now been assigned to me by my uncle. For the project's integrity and to meet our objectives, I would like to discuss it with you." She glanced at the proposal he held and replied coolly, "I am not particularly skilled in this area, which is why Master Quan assigned it to you at the last minute. You are free to discard what I have done and start anew." A glimmer of hope flashed in Shen Linfeng's eyes. It was quite reasonable that she lacked expertise. She possessed no substantial skills, merely retained by his uncle for her beauty. With this thought, he suggested, "Shall we grab a cup of coffee together? It's best to clear the air. We work in the same company, and it would be awkward to let things remain tense." "I do not feel awkward." "Do you? You wouldn't want the entire company to know about our past relationship, would you?" Su Li glanced at him and, seeing his persistence, nodded. "Fine, you can choose the place in the coffee shop downstairs." They entered one after the other. Shen Linfeng, donned in a white suit, exuded charisma, drawing the attention of many young women. He appeared increasingly pleased with himself as he gallantly pulled out a chair for her. "Please, have a seat. No need. I can manage myself." Su Li pulled out a chair and sat down. Shen Linfeng felt slightly awkward but quickly regained his composure, taking a seat opposite her. "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine. I am not picky. It seems that after 4 years, you have changed quite a bit. I recall you used to be quite selective. Now that I'm broke, if I remain picky, I'll be left to eat the wind." Shen Linfeng seized the opportunity to inquire, "I heard that after our breakup, your life has not been easy. You've been doing odd jobs in the group, and your brother is living with your uncle. Had I known you were in such a situation, I would have returned sooner. We broke up. That has nothing to do with you. Ali, I sincerely apologize for what happened back then. I never intended for our relationship to end." Shen Linfeng reached for her hand, but she deftly evaded him. Su Li lightly tucked a stray hair behind her ear and smiled. "I do not hold any grudges. We were both young back then, and my feelings for you were not particularly deep. Breaking up was not a source of great sorrow. Is that so?" Shen Linfeng's smile appeared somewhat forced. Once the coffee was served, Su Li leisurely stirred it with a spoon. "Now, tell me about yourself. You are the scion of the Quan family, yet I never knew until now. My parents fell in love long ago." And I lived with my mother outside. My father brought me back home a few years ago, and I did not have the chance to inform you, Dato. Noticing her lack of engagement, Shen Linfeng assumed she was upset with him. Back then, my father urged me to study diligently, so I thought once I graduated abroad, I would return to find you. Su Li smiled dismissively. Shen Linfeng glanced toward the door and suddenly raised his hand. A delivery person in a yellow shirt rushed in, politely inquiring, "Hello, sir. Is this the order for the bouquet and pastries?" "Yes, that's mine." "Great, please sign here." The delivery person placed the items on the table. Noticing the bouquet was somewhat wilted, he frowned and questioned, "Why are these flowers not fresh?" The delivery person replied, "I apologize, sir. The weather is quite hot, and the flower shop you ordered from is far away. So they were bound to be affected on the way. I do not wish to hear your excuses." Shen Linfeng interrupted, shaking his head, "Forget it. Relying on couriers like you to deliver items is rather unreliable. Next time, I will have my assistant go buy them instead." The delivery person stood awkwardly, feeling the curious gazes of other patrons upon him. Shen Linfeng casually pulled out a few hundred yuan bills from his wallet and handed them over as a tip before hastily leaving. "Thank you," the delivery person said as he exited. Su Li observed this scene in silence as she sipped her coffee. He presented the bouquet and a beautifully packaged box of pastries to her. Smiling, "Ali, I remember you used to adore roses, and these are your favorite pastries from Yipingxuan. Though the flowers are a bit wilted, I will choose better ones next time." Yuli gently tapped the pastry box with her slender fingers. Raising an eyebrow, Yipingxuan is currently the top pastry shop in Haicheng. This box must have cost quite a bit, right? It's a gift for you, and of course, it should be the best. Shen Linfeng placed a set of car keys on the table. "If you like, I could take you over there tonight to try their new offerings." She recognized the keys belonged to a luxury car worth over $1 million. Yuli chuckled lightly. "No need. I have lost my taste for it. Then we could go for a drive. No, I am quite busy. I still need to report to Master Quan." Yuli casually dismissed Shen Linfeng with a few words and then excused herself. Claiming to have matters to attend to, after leaving the coffee shop, she stopped by a nearby tea shop to grab a milk tea. The coffee was too bitter, and she had never liked it. Suddenly, Quan Yi's call came through. "John is bringing his wife over shortly. You need to go buy a set of jewelry as a gift for Mrs. John immediately." Right now, Su Li was still seated in the tea shop. Glancing at the time, which was nearly 4 o'clock. Given Mrs. John's esteemed status, she certainly could not choose any random piece on the street. "You have 2 hours. You will be dining with John tonight? And I expect to see the gift." After Quan Yi finished speaking, he hung up, leaving Su Li no chance to respond, truly troublesome. After sipping a few gulps of milk tea, she tossed it into the trash and hastily stood up. Dialing Meng Sangsang's number. For high-end jewelry, Meng Sangsang was undoubtedly the best person to consult. Upon receiving the call, Meng Sangsang hurried out of her home, and 20 minutes later, they met at the most upscale mall. "Is there really a need to rush? Since John is a distinguished guest, why didn't T. Quan Yi prepare in advance? Perhaps Mrs. John's visit was sudden. Let us not waste time. Help me pick out a suitable set of jewelry." Su Li pulled Meng Sangsang into a high-end jewelry store. The staff, noticing their extraordinary demeanor, approached them enthusiastically. Meng Sangsang patted Su Li's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. With me, your jewelry worries will be taken care of." She instructed the staff to bring out all their exclusive designs for comparison. Su Li trusted her judgment and assisted her. After much deliberation, they finally selected a piece that was elegant yet exuded opulence. "Oh, isn't that Su Li and Meng Sangsang?" A sultry voice called out from behind them. As the two turned their heads, they caught sight of Meili's figure appearing at the entrance of the jewelry store. She was attired in a fashionably striking manner, adorned with gold and silver from head to toe, her hair dyed into voluminous golden waves, and her face coated with a thick layer of powder. A strong scent of perfume wafted through the air. "What is she doing here?" Meng Sangsang frowned in disdain. "You all wait for me outside. I've run into an old classmate and need to go in to say hello." Meili commanded her 2 bodyguards, who were carrying items behind her, and then strutted in with an air of confidence. Meng Sangsang let out a soft exclamation, observing her walk with a grace reminiscent of a fairy. Her hips swaying almost as if to entice someone. "Are you all admiring the jewelry? How fortuitous, as I've been looking as well. Shall we explore together?" Meili attempted to ingratiate herself. "What are you trying to achieve by getting close to us? Don't play the charade. We haven't forgotten about the rumors you've spread in the group," Meng Sangsang retorted. "Oh, Sangsang, that was simply a joke among friends. Don't take it to heart." Su Li replied coldly. "Otherwise, I might jokingly say you are being kept by someone too." Meili's expression darkened, her gaze shifting to the jewelry in front of them. and she exclaimed, "This is truly beautiful. I adore it." Ming Sang swiftly snatched the item and held it protectively behind her. "This was chosen by Ali. What do you intend to do?" Amelie huffed lightly, turning to the clerk. "Has she paid for it?" "Not yet." The clerk shook his head. "If it hasn't been paid for, then it does not belong to anyone," Sully interjected. "This is the style I selected. You may choose something else, but not this one." Amelie crossed her arms defiantly, scrutinizing her from head to toe, disdainfully stating, "Do you think this is something one can just buy off a street vendor? I intend to purchase it. Do you still consider yourself a wealthy heiress? Wake up, Sully. Someone like you, impoverished and destitute, could never afford such a thing." Chapter 36. This temper, intolerable in the slightest. Ming Sang shot back. "Just because you can afford it, does that make you better than her? Humph. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Amelie pulled a bank card from her bag and slapped it onto the counter. Ming Sang burst into laughter. While Sully smirked, unable to contain her amusement, Amelie's face contorted with anger as she exclaimed, "What are you laughing at, Sully? The money on this card is something you could never earn in your lifetime. If you can't afford anything here, you should just leave and stop embarrassing yourself." Before Sully could respond, Amelie continued sharply, "Oh, right, I almost forgot. You've attached yourself to a wealthy benefactor. He should be funding your purchases. After all, there's no shame in trading your body for a better material life. Wouldn't you agree?" Sully nodded earnestly. "So how much does your benefactor pay you for a night?" A chorus of laughter erupted from those nearby. "What benefactor? It's you who's being supported. Everyone knows you're the type to cozy up to men. You used to chase Shin Linfeng back in school, and now you're just as unscrupulous in society." Amelie, flustered, glared around, eager to redirect the ire towards Sully. Back in university, Shin Linfeng was somewhat of a heartthrob, and Amelie had secretly harbored feelings for him. When he pursued Sully instead, jealousy consumed her, prompting her to oppose Sully at every turn. Ming Sang rolled her eyes, retorting, "You're the one who seduced all the boys back then. Who hasn't he been harassed by you?" Amelie, incensed by the reminder of her past, pointed angrily at her. Ming Sang, "You're no better. You deserve to marry that playboy Qin Xian and end up with a green hat." "What did you say? Do you want me to slap you?" Ming Sang's face flushed with anger as she rolled up her sleeves. "You're just embarrassed because I hit the nail on the head. Yes, you're the daughter of the Ming family, but you're still marrying the notorious womanizer of Haicheng. You're merely a pawn in the Ming family's matchmaking scheme, thinking your status is so lofty. Try saying that again." Ming Sang stepped forward, ready to strike. Amelie stumbled back, inadvertently colliding with a solid chest. "Who are you calling a womanizer?" A man's voice drifted over her shoulder, laced with a chilling undertone. Amelie turned to see, nearly fainting in shock. Lowering her head in trepidation, she stammered, Qin Xiao." Despite her bravado, she dared not offend Qin Xian, for the Qin family's influence in Haicheng was second only to the Quan family. Sully stepped forward, grasping the agitated Ming Sang's arm. "Let it go. Don't stoop to her level." Ming Sang's fury simmered, pointing at Qin Xian. "Did you hear the rubbish she spouted? If you have any sense, you'll call off the engagement. I don't want to endure this kind of humiliation because of you." Qin Xian declared firmly, "What does this have to do with me? It's just idle gossip from those with too much to say. If you weren't such a fickle-minded playboy, would they even be saying such things? Look, they're deliberately trying to provoke you. If you take the bait, it only pleases them further." Ming Sang turned to Amelie, noticing a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes, causing her fists to clench once more as she lunged forward. "Still daring to laugh? I'll make you regret it." Chapter 37. Calling her poor, she possesses a black card. Ming Sang and Amelie became entangled in a scuffle. Qin Xian and the clerk stepped in, pulling Ming Sang into an embrace. "Stop fighting, don't interfere. I must pull out her hair today." Amelie shot back defiantly, "You're the only pig here. Your entire family are pigs, deserves a beating." Ming Sang was eager to continue her assault, but the situation spiraled out of control. Sully turned to Qin Xian, "Take Sang outside. I'll handle this." Causing a ruckus in someone else's store would inevitably lead to trouble, and it would ultimately be Ming Sang who suffered. Qin Xian approached, wrapping his arms around Ming Sang's waist. "Stop fighting. If you keep this up, you'll truly become a tigress. Mind your own business. I am taking you home." After Qin Xian whisked Ming Sang away, the store returned to a semblance of calm. The clerk stood by, soothing Amelie, aware that all present were customers, and they dared not neglect either party. Su Li advanced, closing the distance to Amelie. You wretched woman, you dared to incite Meng Sang Sang to attack me. Is that all you're capable of? Have the courage to call your wealthy benefactor out and see if he will support you. In Haicheng, any businessman of note preferred to keep mistresses and concubines. Amelie assumed Su Li was of the same ilk, certain that her benefactor was merely captivated by her beauty and would not stand by her side. Su Li's eyes narrowed dangerously as she suddenly seized Amelie by the neck. Amelie thought she was about to be choked, her breath catching as fear flickered in her eyes. Why patience is limited. If you continue to prance around in front of me, I'll ensure your mouth is forever silenced. She applied slight pressure, causing Amelie to struggle for breath, hastily tapping her hand to signal for release. Su Li pushed her away, dusting off her hands, a smile on her face, yet her eyes were icy and formidable. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Amelie stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a response. Su Li turned to the clerk. Wrap up the jewelry for me. I'm purchasing it, certainly. The clerk promptly prepared the transaction. Su Li picked up a black card from the counter, her eyes glinting with mischief as she slid it into Amelie's ample bosom. The person who gave you this card surely didn't he inform you that it can only be used for 5,000 a day. Do you truly believe you can afford anything here with that? Just then, the clerk chimed in, Miss, this piece totals 5 million. How would you like to proceed with payment? 5 million. Amelie's eyes widened in shock. Selling herself wouldn't he even cover that amount? For a mere piece of jewelry. The price was outrageous. Su Li's gaze shifted back from Amelie to the counter as she retrieved a black card from her bag. I'll pay with this. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment at the gleaming black card. This beauty was the real wealthy one. Thankfully, they hadn't aligned themselves incorrectly from the start. After completing the payment, Su Li exited, holding her purchases with satisfaction. Amelie, feeling utterly humiliated, stepped outside, sensing the stares of passers-by, convinced they were laughing at her. What are you looking at? You find joy in watching me being bullied, don't you? She yelled at her 2 bodyguards outside. The bodyguards kept their heads bowed, too fearful to respond. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Su Li, so what if you've latched onto a wealthy old man? What is so impressive about that? One day, I'll expose your true nature in front of everyone to avenge today's humiliation. Chapter The presence of Secretary Su is indeed my fortune. Her assistance in managing numerous matters is invaluable, including addressing physiological needs. Su Li was reluctant to hear this, as it bore ulterior implications. Mrs. John drew her close, grasping her hand with evident delight, and presented her with a gift. This is a lock necklace, a token I specifically brought from France, a treasure reserved for royal princesses. Today, I bestow it upon you. Such a precious gift, I cannot accept. Su Li hastily declined, yet Mrs. John was excessively enthusiastic. She rose and moved behind Su Li, fastening the necklace around her neck. Nonsense. This piece suits you splendidly. Wear it. Watching Su Li's flustered yet gracious demeanor, Kuan Yi took a sip from his wine glass, reflecting on the exuberance of foreigners. Su Li was ensnared in conversation, Mrs. John appearing endlessly delighted. At last, she seized an opportunity to excuse herself, claiming she would fetch the waiter for the meal. After a brief interaction at the restaurant's front desk, Su Li made her way to the restroom. She washed her hands at the sink. A nearby lady cast her an envious glance. That necklace is exquisite. Where did you get it? I'd love to purchase one for myself. Su Li glanced over and replied, it was a gift, not something I purchased. Clearly, it's not cheap, and it compliments you beautifully. Thank you. Once the lady departed, Su Li turned to the mirror for a closer examination. The chain was delicate, with the pendant consisting of 2 golden hearts intertwined, commonly referred to as a lock of hearts. Mrs. John had mentioned it was a royal piece from France. Indeed, it sparkled strikingly against her neck, incomparable to ordinary necklaces. Wearing such a statement piece daily would be too ostentatious. At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the mirror's reflection. Shen Linfeng approached, embracing a woman. Upon noticing Su Li, he promptly released the woman's waist, signaling for her to depart. The woman shot Su Li a glare filled with jealousy before reluctantly clacking away in her high heels. Such a futile attempt at deception did not escape Su Li's notice. After washing her hands, she turned to leave nonchalantly. Ali, what brings you here? Shen Linfeng inquired softly. I came for dinner. You continue with your business. As Su Li attempted to walk away, he blocked her path. The woman you saw was a friend. We were discussing some business matters. Are you explaining yourself to me? I merely wish to clarify any misunderstandings. No need. I harbor no misconceptions. Enjoy your evening. Li stepped past him. Shen Linfeng remained rooted in place, feeling a pang of discomfort at her indifference. Just as she was about to exit, he suddenly pulled her back. "What are you doing?" Li exclaimed, pushed against the sink as he restrained her. "Ollie, what are the two of you up to?" A teasing female voice interrupted Shen Linfeng's words. They both turned to see Song-Wan approach. Clad in a strapless leopard print leather skirt, exuding allure and charm, Li pushed Shen Linfeng away and addressed her, "Miss Song." Shen Linfeng smiled amiably. "Why, dear aunt, what a coincidence to see you here." The term dear aunt struck a chord with Song-Wan. "Quite a coincidence indeed. I came to check on Yi, fearing he might overindulge." Her gaze fell upon Li, a knowing smile crossing her lips. "When I passed by earlier, I didn't see Secretary Su. I assumed you hadn't accompanied him, but it seems you snuck out to use the restroom, perhaps to rendezvous with a lover." Li understood her insinuation but felt no inclination to clarify. "I must take my leave." Song-Wan stepped aside, allowing her passage. Shen Linfeng adjusted his attire in the mirror, smiling. "Dear aunt, is your little uncle also present? I should go greet him." "Linfeng, do you truly have feelings for Secretary Su?" "Indeed, I am pursuing her. Given her indifferent demeanor towards others, you may need to exert more effort. She has always been this way. I am confident I can win her heart." Song-Wan raised an eyebrow. Gesturing outside, "Your little uncle is dining with the John couple. If you have the time, you should join me." "All right, thank you, dear aunt. You're welcome." As she prepared to leave, Shen Linfeng called out, "Dear aunt, you look splendid tonight. Your little uncle must be quite taken with you." Everyone enjoys a compliment. Song-Wan's face lit up with delight, and she playfully adjusted her tassel earrings. "Fortunately, your little uncle is rather reserved. You know how he is." "Indeed." Upon returning to the private room, Li found Kuan Yi still engaged in conversation with the John couple. He turned to her, his expression stern. "Why were you gone for so long?" "I merely visited the restroom. I lost track of time." Song-Wan entered with Shen Linfeng, greeting the John couple warmly. Li instinctively stepped aside, as the room soon filled with the joyous laughter of Song-Wan and the John couple. Born into a prestigious family and now a senior executive at Song's Corporation, Song-Wan possessed a remarkable gift for conversation, effortlessly engaging Mrs. John in lively discourse within half an hour. "When do you and Master Yi plan to hold your wedding?" "We wish to prepare a wedding gift in advance," John suddenly inquired. The room fell silent. Song-Wan maintained her gentle smile, casting a sidelong glance at the distinguished figure seated at the center. Kuan Yi remained silent. "We plan to hold an engagement ceremony first. As for the wedding, it may have to wait until Yi is less occupied. Although both families are eager, we are quite busy." John remarked, "Both of you are paragons in the business world, constantly engaged. It is indeed challenging to manage such affairs. Take your time. We will await the celebration. Thank you both. Allow me to toast you in gratitude for your blessings." Song-Wan raised a full glass and drank it down in one swift motion. Her capacity for alcohol was impressive. Such a woman would undoubtedly hold her own at social gatherings, Li observed quietly. Her phone buzzing in her pocket. She retrieved it to find a message from Meng Sangsang inviting her for a late-night snack. With Kuan Yi and Song-Wan together, she felt little obligation to remain. Enjoying a late-night meal seemed preferable to returning to her cold, empty home. Just as she was about to respond, Song-Wan approached and said, "Secretary Su, there's an auction tonight. You should join us." The grand auction, set to take place at the most vibrant venue in Haicheng, would attract the Armée de la Armée of high society. Li was reluctant to accompany them. Yet with the John couple attending, she felt it would be impolite to decline. Upon entering the venue, the John couple did not join them. "My apologies. When I reserved the seats days ago, I was unaware Secretary Su and Linfeng would also attend. So I only booked 2 spots. Perhaps you could find another seating area?" Song-Wan said as they were about to be seated. "There's no need for that," Li thought. If no seats were available, they could simply leave. She preferred not to linger in such settings. "I have acquaintances over there who might have space. Let me take Ollie there," Shen Linfeng offered. Song-Wan readily agreed. "That sounds great. Just let me know when you're ready to leave." "Shall we?" Shen Linfeng led Li away. Kuan Yi took a seat, exuding a chilling aura that deterred anyone from approaching, despite some recognizing him. Song-Wan settled beside him, basking in the admiration from those around them. She opened a bottle of water and offered it to him. "Yi, have ASIP'd, and no need." He glanced at his watch. His tone devoid of warmth. "I can only stay for about an hour. I have a video conference abroad shortly." "That's fine. I can leave with you after an hour. Honestly, I have no intention of purchasing anything tonight. If you have no interest in buying, then there's no need to be here." Song-Wan sensed a shift in his demeanor and quickly replied, "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to take you out to unwind after your hard work. Kuan Yi merely grunted in response, closing his eyes to rest. Song Wan shifted closer, deliberately positioning herself near him. Su Li and Shun Linfeng sat a few rows behind, and from their angle, the couple appeared affectionate. Resembling blissful lovers, a sight that was somewhat jarring, Su Li glanced once and then turned away. Suddenly, a cup of milk tea was extended toward her. For you, Shun Linfeng smiled. She accepted it and set it aside. Thank you. I'll help you with the straw. You used to love milk tea, and I assume you still do. No. I'll drink it later. Her cool demeanor left Shun Linfeng feeling as though he was pressing his warmth against a cold surface. Yet, gazing at her flawless visage, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Have you checked the auction program? Is there anything you fancy? I haven't looked. I'm not interested. If you find something you like, let me know, and I'll bid for you. No need. Ali, don't you think your little uncle and Miss Song make a perfect match? Their marriage will undoubtedly create a sensation in the business world. Yuri being noisy. Yuli rubbed her temples, her face displaying clear annoyance. After a moment of silence, Shin Linfeng turned to greet someone beside him. Hello, Mr. Sunday. The other party glanced at him and nodded slightly, though not warmly. Shin Linfeng exchanged greetings with those beside him, appearing quite familiar with everyone. Ali, these are the executives from various major corporations. One day, I shall introduce you to them, to help you build some connections, he said. Suli lazily lifted her gaze, replying, no need. In truth, Suli recognized these individuals. Most of the business elite in Haicheng aspired to befriend Kuan Yi. Some had visited repeatedly, yet had failed to catch a glimpse of him. Still persisting in their efforts, over time, Suli had memorized their faces. Chapter 41. Is Secretary Su a good match for Linfeng? However, Shun Linfeng was unaware of this. He leaned closer to her ear, saying, I just returned from abroad and joined the Quan Group. Why uncle entrusted me with many important tasks, claiming I possess great potential and urging me to keep up the good work. Su Li's gaze fell upon the figure ahead. Could someone as cold and indifferent as Kuan Yi genuinely commend Shin Linfeng's efforts? Ali, you've been by my uncle's side for several years now. How much do you know about him? Not much. I'm merely a lowly secretary, typically engaged in fetching documents and pouring tea. Shin Linfeng was quite satisfied with this answer, as it aligned with his assumptions. Although Su Li was Kuan Ye's secretary, he certainly wouldn't allow her to handle matters of the corporation, nor did she possess the knowledge to do so. In that case, once the auction concludes, I shall take you to a dinner gathering to meet these business leaders. Should you wish to leave the Quan Group in the future, you will have alternative paths. Young Master Linfeng, are you truly so concerned about me? She inquired. Of course, we are friends, he replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Welcome, esteemed guests. At that moment, the lights dimmed abruptly, and the stage lights illuminated, revealing a host clad in a black suit and white tie. Following an impassioned speech from the host, the first exhibit was set to commence. A young lady in a red qipao, with an alluring figure, gracefully approached the stage, holding a tray. Underneath the red cloth lay a jade bracelet from the Qing dynasty. As the host announced its unveiling, the jade bracelet shimmered brilliantly under the stage lights. Li, do you fancy it? Shin Linfeng inquired, glancing at Su Li. Her expression remained tranquil, devoid of any fluctuation. Not at all. Do you dislike antiques from the Qing dynasty? Is it perhaps due to their antiquity? The next item is a relatively new pearl necklace. I've heard these pearls were sourced from the Arctic. Entirely different from ordinary pearls. Shall I bid for you? Aren't they all just pearls? What sets them apart? The intricacies are numerous. While studying abroad, I heard friends speak of it. Shin Linfeng began to share his experiences from abroad. Brimming with pride, Yuli stifled a yawn, interrupting. If you're interested, then you should purchase it. Well, if you don't like it, then it's no matter. I intended to gift it to you. Just then, Song Wan raised her bidding paddle. 500,000, the host exclaimed enthusiastically. A lovely lady bids 500,000. Are there any other offers? One after another, bids of 600 and 700,000 emerged. Song Wan remained composed, raising her paddle again. 1 million. The true market value of this bracelet was merely 400,000, making the million bid rather excessive. Consequently, others refrained from competing. The jade bracelet was secured by Song Wan, the host declared. Congratulations to this lady for acquiring our jade bracelet at the price of 1 million. Song Wan exuded an innate pride, her gaze shifting to the handsome man beside her, transforming into a delicate girl. Yi, do you find this jade bracelet appealing? If you find it appealing, that suffices, Kuan Yi replied, his legs elegantly crossed, resting his chin on one hand, his demeanor nonchalant. I shall have Su Ming make the payment later. If you like it, consider it a gift from me. Song Wan's face lit up with joy, though she politely remarked, I can afford the million myself. No need for your assistance. Consider it a gift for you. Then I shall graciously accept. She happily linked her arm with his, glancing back to see Su Li and Shen Linfeng. Look, Secretary Su and Linfeng seem quite well matched. Chapter 42. Sending a message. She desires it. Shen Linfeng leaned closer to converse with Su Li, inadvertently spilling water from his bottle onto her skirt. Is everything all right? I apologize. My hand slipped. He pulled out a handkerchief, intending to help her dry it. Yet, Su Li quickly evaded. No, it's fine. Fortunately, her dress was black, so the dampness was hardly noticeable. Kuan Yi glanced over briefly before quickly averting his gaze again. Song Wan smiled warmly. Look how harmoniously they interact. Linfeng is quite considerate. If Secretary Su were to rekindle a relationship with him, she would certainly not be at a disadvantage. Kuan Ye's lips curled slightly in indifference. What, do you wish to play matchmaker? Do they truly need my matchmaking? Their relationship is simply that of ex-lovers. Rekindling old flames is entirely normal. Today, I even saw them in the restroom at the restaurant, acting quite intimate. Perhaps there are mutual feelings we are unaware of. Kuan Yi fiddled with the green thumb ring on his hand, remaining silent. The host's voice resonated again, announcing the start of the second exhibit. The originally designated pearl necklace was replaced with an exquisite pair of white jade earrings. Their translucent sheen resembled large droplets of water, adorned with delicate engravings that radiated a sense of purity. When this solitary earring was revealed, it caused quite a stir among the audience. Why is there only one? Shouldn't there be a pair? Murmurs filled the room. What significance could a single earring hold at an auction? As discussions swirled, Su Li's calm demeanor shifted, her beautiful eyes reflecting a ripple of emotion. The hand beside her tightened, brows furrowing as she fixed her gaze on it. Memories flooded back to when she was 10 years old, in a cramped, dark room. This earring had fallen from her possession. And despite her frantic search in the dark, she could not find it, and now, it appeared at the auction. The host's animated voice broke through. Originally, there should be a pair of earrings, but this one is of particular significance. It is said to belong to the mysterious DuPont family, known for their ancestral ties. The DuPont family has gradually faded into obscurity, and this earring was a gift from the family head to his wife when the family was first established, passed down through generations, now possessing a unique meaning. Regrettably, the other earring has been lost, leaving only this one. The starting bid is 600,000. Is there anyone interested? The crowd continued to murmur. Just a mysterious family. Why should a single earring start at 600,000? Isn't that more expensive than the Qing dynasty's jade bracelet? Those in the know understood that the DuPont family boasted a 250-year history. Rich and ancient, having risen from the gunpowder trade in today's turbulent world, gunpowder was undoubtedly a sensitive topic. A mere earring might very well be the key to opening doors in the arms industry. Soon, someone raised a paddle. 1,000,000,500,000.2 million. Bids echoed fervently as excitement surged, as Su Li observed, her hands subtly moving. Song Wan turned to Kuan Yi, asking, Yi, are you interested? Shall we bid on the DuPont family's earring? How would you wear a single earring? Kuan Yi replied coolly. Song Wan covered her mouth, giggling softly. Yi, are you concerned about me? Not all items need to be worn. They can simply be kept. Listening to the surrounding bids, Su Li was about to raise her paddle. 5 million. Kuan Yi's voice rang out first. The room fell silent for a moment. Who among them dared to challenge Kuan Yi's bid? Su Li pulled out her phone and sent a message to Kuan Yi. I want that earring. She saw him glance at his phone before casually slipping it back into his pocket. Was that an agreement or a refusal? Song Wan laughed joyfully, linking her arm with his, engaging him in eager conversation. It seemed she was the one desiring the earring. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The host inquired. Shen Linfeng chatted idly with someone nearby. That solitary earring, lacking any significant value, is priced so high. Who knows who placed it at this auction? The DuPont family has been dormant for over 20 years. Perhaps all of this is mere hearsay. Su Li picked up her bag, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Shen Linfeng immediately turned to her. I'm just heading to the restroom. I'll accompany you, no need. Su Li walked away, and Shen Linfeng's gaze lingered on her graceful figure, his eyes flickering. Young Master Linfeng, is that your girlfriend? She's truly beautiful, likely the most attractive here, a man remarked. Chapter 43. The Open and Hidden Struggles on Stage. What good is beauty if she is so quiet and reserved? Shen Linfeng grumbled, twisting open his water bottle for a sip. The Su Li of yesteryears had been lively and cheerful. He had pursued her for quite some time before winning her affection. But now she seemed like a different person, cold and devoid of warmth. Were it not for her striking beauty and figure, He would not have the patience to continue wooing her. I see that just the allure of a cold beauty? Such women are easiest to win over. One merely needs to exert a little effort. Shen Linfeng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Do you have a plan? The man leaned in to whisper a few suggestions. Upon hearing them, a knowing smile spread across Shen Linfeng's face. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The host asked again. I shall count down from 3. If there are no further bids, this item shall belong to this gentleman. 1, 2, 8 million. The host gasped in disbelief upon seeing the raised paddle at the back. Everyone turned their heads in that direction. In the corner, a figure was faintly discernible, shrouded in backlight, rendering their face indistinguishable. Song Wan furrowed her brow and remarked, "What is going on? That person dares to match your bid. They must be quite reckless." However, Kuan Yi found the situation immensely entertaining. He raised his paddle once more, calling out, 10 million, 12 million. The figure responded again. Shen Linfeng, these people have truly lost their minds. A mere earring is commanding such outrageous bids. Kuan Yi raised his paddle yet again, 15 million. Su Li tugged at her mask. Continuing the bidding, 18 million, 50 million. Song Wan pulled at his sleeve. Yi, it's just an earring. If that person wants it, let them have it. Kuan Yi was not one to concede easily, and he certainly had no shortage of funds. After declaring 50 million, the figure behind him fell silent. He turned and cast a cold glance back. The shadow shifted slightly, seemingly in hesitation. Su Li was indeed conflicted. She silently calculated the total of the money and gifts Kuan Yi had given her over the years, amounting to several million. If the bid exceeded that amount, she would be unable to afford it. Yet that earring was originally hers. The host cleared his throat. May I ask if there are any further bids? Gritting her teeth, she raised her paddle, 52 million. This was already her limit. Kuan Ye's eyebrows lifted slightly. This time he did not follow suit. Song Wan noticed his expression, surprised. Had he just smiled? Was he genuinely enjoying the bidding? Yi, are you not going to continue bidding? It's pointless. Let her have it. Kuan Yi tossed aside his paddle and stood up to leave. Hey, wait for me. Song Wan swiftly grabbed her bag, hurrying to follow. The host struck the gavel decisively. Congratulations to the mysterious figure, whether gentleman or lady, for successfully acquiring the earring. We extend our congratulations. The audience erupted into sporadic applause, casting sympathetic glances at her. Daring to challenge Lord Quan? It would be intriguing to see how she would navigate this circle in the future. Su Li let out a breath of relief and stood to leave. The items from the auction could only be collected from the back office after the event concluded. She decided to sit outside for a while and re-enter once it finished. Just as she reached the hall, she spotted Song Wan and Kuan Yi at the entrance. Yi, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to wait for me for a bit? Song Wan's graceful figure was beside him, resembling a delicate bird, a perfect match. Kuan Yi lifted his wrist to check his watch, his profile flawless. I have a meeting to attend. I cannot accompany you. You should explore a bit more. Look at you. Your tie is all askew. Song Wan stood on her tiptoes, attempting to adjust it for him. Miss, please step aside. A waiter interjected as Su Li stood in their way. She quickly sidestepped. Their gazes turned towards her. Kuan Yi lightly brushed Song Wan's hand away and said to Su Li, "Come here." Initially, Su Li intended to remain invisible, but now she had no choice but to approach. Chapter 44. In the car, there is still time. Song Wan smiled. Secretary Su has come out too. I see you're with Linfeng. I initially didn't plan to call you. Su Li nodded slightly in acknowledgement but did not speak. Kuan Yi stated, "We're heading back for a meeting. Let us go." All right, Yi, your tie is still not fixed. Let me help you. Song Wan stepped forward, attempting to touch his tie but was gently pushed away by him. No need. Secretary Su can tie the tie as well. He led Su Li away. Once in the car, Su Li's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the earring as they approached a traffic light. She spoke up, Lord Quan, I think I'll get off here. Your meeting tonight doesn't require my presence. And I would like to go home early. Are you heading home or somewhere else? Su Li hesitated for a few seconds. I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, he reached out, grasping her chin to compel her to look up. That earring, do you want it? Her beautiful eyes trembled. But you didn't give it to me. Kuan Yi's dark eyes were inscrutable, their gaze locking for a moment before he released her. Gesturing to his tie, once you fix it, you can leave. It's just an entire tie. It's not complicated. Su Li leaned forward, readying his tie. Suddenly, the car made a sharp stop, and Su Li was thrown into his embrace. Her lips brushed against his collar, leaving a conspicuous lipstick mark. In a flurry, she panicked and tried to wipe it away. I didn't mean to. Kuan Yi's voice was low and heavy. Secretary Sue, you know very well I have a meeting shortly, yet you intentionally left such an ambiguous mark. I said it was unintentional. The more she wiped, the messier it became, causing her to grow increasingly frantic. She could easily return to fetch him another outfit, but how could she return to the auction house to retrieve the earring under these circumstances? It was utterly vexing. Lord Quan, there's a traffic jam ahead. The driver informed. Wait a moment. Quan Yi pulled her into his embrace, gripping her chin with one hand. I suspect you did this on purpose, staining my clothes to prevent me from attending the meeting. What ulterior motives do you have? I truly didn't. It was merely an accidental brush. Su protested innocently. However, he disregarded her explanation, insisting she take responsibility. Su felt tears welling up in frustration. Lord Quan, what do you expect me to do to make amends? She was already distressed. Tonight, she could have acquired the item for a mere million, yet he had to oppose her, resulting in her shedding tears and spending tens of millions. His large hand rested against her skirt, feeling the heat through the thin fabric. There's still time. Why not? Su Li's face flushed crimson, and upon seeing his gaze, she guessed what he intended. Such encounters in the car were not uncommon, yet he seemed to relish it. The driver, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wisely raised the partition. It had become a familiar routine. Noticing her flushed earlobes, he lowered his head and nibbled gently. Su Li gasped, a wave of warmth spreading through her body. He knew her sensitive spots, understanding how to elicit such feelings. If you make me happy, you may leave. His warm breath tickled her ear, sending shivers down her spine. She gazed at him with half-lidded eyes, asking softly, Really? MHM. Trembling, she reached for his shirt. Quan Yi drew her closer, enveloping the entire car in an atmosphere of intimacy. Half an hour later, Su Li trembled as she exited the car, watching it drive away. She frowned, shaking her sore hands. This had truly been exhausting work. She hailed a cab back to the auction house, rushing inside. Outside, a bodyguard noticed her and made a phone call. Lord Quan, Secretary Su has indeed returned to the auction house. Chapter 45. Under watch, Su Li found a resting place to wait and called Ming Sangzong. To acquire the earring, she still needed 52 million. Darling, you called me so late. What's the matter? Sang, could you transfer me some money? It's urgent. How much? Just 5 million for now. I'll figure out the rest in the next moment. She received a notification of funds deposited into her bank account. Without hesitation, Ming Sang transferred the money and then asked, Why this sudden need for so much cash? What are you up to? I've set my sights on an earring. I want to secure it. What kind of earring is so expensive? Do you need more? I can send you whatever I have available. Su Li knew Ming Sang had been investing lately and didn't he have much on hand. No need. It's not that much. I'll explain when I have time. All right, let me know if you need help. Okay. After hanging up, Su Li picked up her bag and turned towards the counter. Over the years, Quan Yi had gifted her several shops and properties, particularly one that had skyrocketed in value due to its desirable location. She planned to mortgage these, and with the several million from Ming Sang, it was barely sufficient. However, her funds would be depleted. The blame lay squarely on Quan Yi. She could have acquired it for a fraction of the price, but he had driven the bidding so high. If she remained silent, after he won the earring, he would surely gift it to Song Wan. Once it was in Song Wan's possession, retrieving it would become a formidable challenge. After completing the formalities at the counter, she successfully obtained the earring. Su Li opened the box to inspect it, and after confirming its authenticity, she carefully placed it into her bag. Ali, why did you come here? You said you needed to use the restroom. Yet you've been gone so long. Shen Linfeng approached her. Su Li had almost forgotten about this annoying presence. She pursed her lips and replied, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Wait a moment. Shen Linfeng blocked her path. I see your uncle has already left. You shouldn't need to stay here working tonight. Allow me to treat you to dinner. I no need. I have other commitments. It's just a meal. You don't have to keep refusing. We all work in the same company. We'll see each other often. Su Li felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance, wishing he would keep his distance. Just then, a well-organized group of bodyguards entered from outside, heading straight for the counter. Their imposing presence made the security staff hesitate to intervene. The leader stood before the counter, demanding, Who won the earring from tonight's auction? Su Li's heart sank, and she became vigilant. Shen Linfeng glanced over and remarked, These people's boss likely wanted that earring. Unable to secure it at the auction, they have resorted to finding the buyer privately. This group seems formidable. It appears that the individual who purchased the earring is in for trouble. After saying this, he turned to find Su Li had vanished. Su Li? Running so fast, you didn't even bother to inform me. How impolite. Those individuals were unable to inquire about the buyer's details due to the auction house's regulations, which prohibit the disclosure of any buyer information. Yet, observing the fierce demeanor of these people, the front desk still divulged that the earrings were purchased by a young woman clad in a white coat, wearing a mask, with long hair cascading down to her waist. After Suli exited, she was about to hail a taxi to leave when the group chased after her, shouting from a distance, "Stop right there." Chapter 46. Captivated by her beauty, they take her away. Suli abandoned the thought of taking a taxi and swiftly entered a nearby alley. The alley was nearly deserted, enveloped in a profound silence, with the streetlights casting a dim glow. Clutching her bag tightly, she quickened her pace. The woman was just ahead. She had to catch up. The boss insisted they must retrieve the earrings. The footsteps behind her grew louder and more threatening. In a moment of desperation, Suli darted through the back door of a house, tore off her mask, hastily tied up her long hair, and removed her coat. Upon pushing open a door, she was taken aback by the lively scene before her. A dozen children were gathered around a table, laughing and playing, with toys scattered across the floor. This was evidently a daycare center. As the footsteps drew closer, Suli had no time to ponder. She strode confidently to sit among the children. "Are you the new teacher?" a sweet little girl asked. Gazing up at her with innocent eyes, Suli smiled softly, replying, "You may think of me that way for now. Come in and take a look." Just then, the doors swung open, and the bodyguards rushed in. The children shrieked in fright, instinctively huddling closer to Suli. The leader of the group was a foreigner, his dark skin and piercing eyes intimidatingly tall and muscular, causing the children to tremble in fear. "Don't be afraid," Suli reassured the children, then turned to the intruders. "Who are you? And what do you want here?" The man surveyed the room and finally fixed his gaze on her. Questioning in broken English, "Are you the teacher here?" "I am," Suli replied firmly. "With so many children here, what do you intend to do?" "Leave at once, or I will call the police." They exchanged glances, aware that causing trouble in this place was ill-advised. "Did you see anyone suspicious enter?" Suli responded, "No, let us go," the man commanded, turning with his companions. Suli sighed with relief and patted the heads of the children beside her. However, just as they reached the doorway, the group suddenly halted. Her heart sank again as they slowly turned their gaze back to her, eyes fixed intently. A foreboding sense gripped Suli. The man grinned wickedly, stroking his chin. "This girl is quite pretty. Even if we can't find the one who took the earrings tonight, bringing back such a beauty would surely please the boss. We didn't complete our mission. And the boss will be displeased. However, taking a beautiful woman back might mitigate his anger." They spoke in French, unaware that she understood their words. Although she was oblivious to the identity of their boss, the demeanor of his subordinates suggested he was not a benevolent figure. If she were to get into their vehicle, escape would become impossible. As she contemplated her escape, a pregnant woman approached, leaning against a tree with a pained expression. Chapter 47. She does not wish to rely on the powerful. Suli's mind raced, and she approached, asking, "Are you all right?" The pregnant woman shook her head, her face paling noticeably. Suli supported her and addressed the men. "She is in pain. We must take her to the hospital." The man displayed impatience, coldly retorting, "We don't have time for this. Come with us, but we can't just ignore her. She is pregnant. If we delay, it could be disastrous. Do you understand how important pregnant women are in our country? If it comes to light that we did nothing, the consequences would be severe." Hearing her words, the man wore a grim expression, contemplating their situation. After all, this wasn't their territory, and they didn't dare create a scene. Recognizing their hesitation, Suli assisted the pregnant woman toward the roadside. "Wait, take our car," the man insisted. "Fine, any car will do," she replied. They arrived at the hospital, and as they walked through the corridor, their unusual ensemble drew attention. Suli supported the pregnant woman, flanked by two towering bodyguards. Such a sight compelled onlookers to steal glances. "Excuse me, gentlemen, no men allowed here," a nurse interjected at the gynecological examination area. The men, unable to take their eyes off Suli, had no choice but to remain outside. Suli helped the pregnant woman inside, assisting her onto the bed. "Thank you," the pregnant woman said, grasping her hand in gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. Rest well, I must be going." After exiting the ward, Suli slipped away through the stairwell. The men outside were unaware of this hidden exit. By the time they realized no one had emerged, Suli had already made her escape. The Quan Corporation? Quan Yi finished a meeting and returned to his office, instinctively calling out Suli's name. Su Ming hurried in, saying, "Master Quan." Secretary Sue is off tonight and did not come in. He gently rubbed his brow, his handsome face showing signs of fatigue. I had forgotten. I granted her the night off. The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. The earrings auctioned tonight were purchased by Secretary Sue. Kuan Yi lifted his gaze, his deep black eyes cold and piercing. Where did she acquire such funds? I heard she mortgaged several properties. She possesses quite the audacity to mortgage the house I gifted her. Master Kuan, you could have simply purchased the earrings for Secretary Sue. It seems unnecessary for her to go to such lengths and spend her own money. She never intended to rely on me, so I needn't concern myself with her. Kuan Yi glanced at his phone, which displayed a message from Song Wan. Su Li had been quiet all night, not reaching out to him. He tossed his phone back onto the desk. Irritated, tonight, he still had a video conference to conduct. He sent out a notice for a meeting in 5 minutes. Su Ming, surprised, said, Master Kuan, you've already held 2 hours of meetings. Perhaps you should return home and rest. Not necessary. Kuan Yi's words were resolute, and Su Ming nodded, exiting to prepare. Kuan Yi's gaze remained fixed on the phone, his expression pensive. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant knocking shattered the tranquility of the household. Who is it so late? Stop banging the door. Zhou Kai, clad in pajamas, approached the door and upon seeing the visitor, his expression soured. What brings you here at this hour? You've woken my brother and sister. Su Li pushed the door open and strode in. I'll be staying here tonight. Chapter 48. Running to Uncle and Aunt's house at midnight. What do you mean you're staying here? Danti, you have a home. Zhou Kai was taken aback, but quickly followed her. Why, home has no power tonight. I came here to stay for a night. Su Li walked into the living room and poured herself a glass of water, draining it in one go. She had rushed over to evade those pursuers, and this place was conveniently nearby. Husband, who has come over so late? Huang Yumei emerged, draped in a coat and yawning. Upon seeing Su Li, her drowsiness vanished instantly, and she exclaimed sharply, Su Li, you wretched girl, what brings you here unannounced? My home is without power, so I'm staying here. You want to stay at our house? Huang Yumei stepped forward, slapping the table. How dare you show your face after the last incident when you humiliated us in front of so many people, leaving your uncle and me with no dignity? You even had our pigpen dismantled. We haven't settled that score, and now you come knocking at our door? Su Li leisurely sat down, sipping her water without responding. Zhou Kai interjected, Su Li, what are you trying to achieve? You haven't given us any money this month. You want to just abandon us, will you? If that's the case, your brother shouldn't come home for the weekend. We can't afford to feed him. Exactly, neither of us has a proper job. And we can't continue the pig farming business. We can't afford to support a burden. With a thud, Su Li slammed her cup down on the table, her face cold and resolute. The couple instinctively fell silent. You have no job because you lack ambition. Blaming others for your financial woes is pointless. Did I not pay for this house in full? I'm spending one night here. And you have such strong objections? Perhaps you should consider moving out. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Although Zhou Kai was Su Li's uncle, his bond with her was tenuous, as he was only half-brother to her mother. Their current favorable living conditions are entirely due to Su Li's efforts. Upon seeing their insincere expressions, Su Li understood they had settled down and lazily remarked, I am going to bed now. Please do not disturb me unless it's urgent. I've been quite irritable lately. With that, she took her bag and ascended the stairs. Huang Yumei, infuriated, stomped her feet and gritted her teeth, muttering, that insolent girl, coming onto my territory and behaving so arrogantly. Does she truly believe she is still the young lady of the Su family? Zhou Kai interjected, enough. We still need her financial support. Otherwise, how will we sustain ourselves? Let her stay. She'll leave tomorrow. No wonder she insisted on us reserving a room for her. She must have had this plan in mind. Had I known, I would have removed the bed from that room. She comes and goes without so much as consulting us. Huang Yumei grumbled, darling, don't you find it odd? She has never liked staying with us. Why return all of a sudden, especially at this hour? Could she have been up to no good outside? Why bother with her? He replied. Let us just go to bed. Su Li closed her bedroom door, gazing at the simplicity of her surroundings, and exhaled deeply. The journey here had left her anxious, fearing those individuals might pursue her. They had their sights set on the earrings, so she would need to safeguard her belongings more diligently in the future. She took her phone out to charge. It had died last night, preventing her from calling for help. As she retrieved the earring from her bag, she examined it closely under the light. It turned out that the item her grandmother had gifted her was quite precious. She was relieved to have it back. Although she was uncertain if the earring possessed the legendary powers it was rumored to have, she decided to store it safely. Chapter 49. Inviting them to dinner. What a joke. Suli had not returned home for an entire night. Yet Kuan Yi had not dispatched anyone to search for her. Previously, she was required to report her whereabouts to him at all times, never allowed to leave without permission. However, after the arrival of Song Wan, he seemed less inclined to monitor her movements. Suli felt uncertain whether to be pleased or relieved. Upon awakening the next morning, she washed up, dressed, and made her way downstairs. Ding dong. Her phone chimed with a message from Shan Lin Feng. We're having a gathering with friends tonight. You should join us. He even sent the address. Suli contemplated declining, but his next statement left her speechless. Last night, I transferred 500,000 to your uncle and aunt. They mentioned they've been a bit tight on funds lately. Since we're family, I thought I'd help out. It's just a meal, after all. You wouldn't want to miss it, would you? This was a veiled threat. Her uncle and aunt had accepted the money. Compelling her to attend, Suli clenched her phone tightly, inhaling deeply to suppress her rising anger. La 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 la. Huang Yumei descended the stairs, clad in a vibrant red floral dress, her makeup bold, humming a tune as she approached. Her two children followed closely behind, equally well-dressed, as if preparing for a day out. Spotting Suli in the living room, Huang Yumei raised an eyebrow and said, Your brother and sister are preparing for their exams, so I'm taking them shopping. You can make your own breakfast. Once you're done, hurry along and don't linger here. Where did you get the money for shopping? Didn't you just complain about being broke last night? Suli placed her phone down and took a sip from her water cup. Huang Yumei's expression faltered briefly before she forced a smile. You needn't concern yourself with where my money comes from. It doesn't cost you anything. She turned to her children. Come on, my darlings, let us head out. We'll have a day of fun and then treat ourselves to a grand dinner tonight. Okay. Wait a moment. Suli set down her cup and ambled over in her flip-flops. Huang Yumei's children instinctively stepped back, a hint of trepidation in their demeanor. Huang Yumei, visibly impatient, snapped, Can't you say everything you need to in one go? Our time is precious. Your siblings rarely get a day out, so don't spoil the mood. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a lavish dinner. I'll send you the address shortly. Be ready by 7:30. You retreating us? Huang Yumei's eyes lit up, her greedy nature surfacing immediately. Are you certain? You won't pull a fast one on me, will you? Suli adjusted the slightly wrinkled shoulder of her dress. Smiling, we're family. Why would I deceive you? Auntie, please dress nicely tonight and bring your children along. We'll have whatever you desire. All right, I suppose you've finally come to your senses. I'll be there on time tonight. Huang Yumei cheerfully led her children out the door. Enjoy yourselves tonight, Suli murmured, a smile gracing her lips as she ascended the stairs, her mood lifted. Upon arriving at the office, Suli sensed an unusual atmosphere. As she approached her workstation, she noticed several assistants bustling in and out of the meeting room, discussing, Mr. Bart seems quite formidable. He pales in comparison to Mr. John. Did you see? He dared to boast in front of Mr. Quan that he would take over the Quan Group. Who does he think he is? I heard Mr. John's nephew is tied to some unsavory dealings. He is trying to clean up his act before joining John's company. If he continues to act so brazenly, he'll surely face repercussions. Who knows? The assistants gradually moved away. Su Ming emerged and spotted Suli, saying, Secretary Su, why are you late? We have guests at the company today. Chapter 50. With so many women, why focus on her? What guests? The John couple flew back to France this morning. The upcoming project will be handled by their nephew. Mr. Bart, Mr. Quan has asked you to organize the contracts for him to present shortly. Understood. Su Li was efficient in her tasks, quickly compiling the contracts before heading to the meeting room. As she pushed the door open, a wave of tension enveloped her. The individuals inside turned to face her. Quan Ye's expression reflected mild displeasure, his handsome features slightly furrowed. Seated beside him was Mr. Bart, a mixed-heritage individual with a distinctly Asian appearance. Upon noticing the assistant standing next to Bart, Suli froze in place. It was the very person who had pursued her the previous night. He recognized her as well but remained silent. Quan Yi, seated in the main chair, commanded attention, his voice smooth yet authoritative. Why are you just standing there? Come in. Regaining her composure, Suli suppressed her unease and presented the contracts. Mr. Quan, here are the contracts you requested. This is Mr. John's nephew, now the general manager of John's company. Future projects can be coordinated directly with him. Very well. Bart's gaze lingered on Suli, captivated by her beauty. He narrowed his beguiling eyes, observing her closely as he remarked, Mr. Quan's secretary is truly stunning, like a celestial being. Bart's reputation for being lecherous was well known. Do you find her attractive, Mr. Bart? Quan Yi's voice, rich and melodic, drifted into her ears. Su bit her lip, fearing he might make a comment akin to the last time, when he suggested gifting her to Shan Linfeng. Bart laughed heartily, pulling his gaze back. Naturally, anyone near Mr. Quan must be exquisite. I wonder if I'll ever be fortunate enough to have such a beautiful secretary in my life. Su glanced nervously at Quan Yi. He remained silent as he instructed the team to open the contracts and discuss each item with Bart. An hour passed, and they remained engrossed in business matters. Su sighed in relief. Before Bart's group departed, she caught a glare from the assistant beside him. So, the individuals who had attempted to seize the earring last night were indeed Bart's associates. Rumors suggested that the earring was a family heirloom from a mysterious lineage, and their interest in it could imply ulterior motives regarding the family's secrets. What connection did her grandmother have with that enigmatic family? A cascade of questions flooded her mind, leaving her perplexed. As she walked down the corridor, a hand suddenly grabbed her, pulling her into a secluded area. You. She lifted her gaze to speak, only to be met by the flawless visage of Quan Yi. He pressed her against the wall, his body imposing as he trapped her within his space. Mr. Quan. What were you just thinking about, lost in thought? I was thinking of nothing. Quan Yi gripped the nape of her neck, his domineering posture instilling a sense of vulnerability. You clearly recognize the man accompanying Bart. I am giving you an opportunity to speak the truth. Should I uncover it myself, the consequences will be yours to bear. Su Li softly replied, last night, they attempted to abduct me, claiming they wanted to please their boss. I managed to escape. With so many women around, why did they fixate on you? She fell silent. As far as I know, the property I gifted you has been sold, yielding a substantial sum. Why is that earring so crucial to you that you would go to such lengths to acquire it? Quan Yi's penetrating gaze seemed to unearth her hidden thoughts. Su Li understood that without a compelling reason, he would relentlessly press for answers. I saw you were going to give that earring to Miss Song, and I felt envious. I wanted it for myself. If you wouldn't buy it for me, I decided to acquire it on my own. Chapter 51. Bart wants her. Quan Yi clearly remained skeptical. I asked that all? Su Li squared her shoulders, declaring, Mr. Quan, what else could it be? I felt upset that you hadn't purchased it for me, so I made sure I got it. Now that I have it, I regret it a little. Why regret it? It was too expensive, leaving me quite broke. Mr. Quan, could you speak to the auction house about possibly returning it? That's not an option. Quan Yi released her, dispelling his earlier doubts. Su Li sighed inwardly. If he no longer believed her, she had no recourse. What does Bart's interest in you have to do with this situation? They seem to covet that earring as well. Last night, when I took something out, I caught their attention. Subsequently, I altered my appearance and managed to escape, but they failed to recognize me in their pursuit. However, for reasons unknown, they insisted on taking me away, claiming they would deliver me to their boss. Bart, that lecherous man, must have influenced his subordinates to curry favor with him, hence their desire to bring Su Li back to win his approval. Quan Yi's expression was cold and grim. Su Li clutched his arm and gently shook it. Her voice soft. Lord Quan, could you perhaps tell them to refrain from bothering me? Bart's associates are quite fierce. Bart himself is unlikely to be any better. Quan Yi fixed his gaze on her hand upon his arm and coldly replied, do not act coy. This is a manner of behavior you cannot master. Su Li awkwardly released her grip. Bart just mentioned to me that he desires you. Upon returning to the office, Su Li anxiously awaited Quan Yi's response. Would he truly be willing to offer her to Bart for the sake of profit? He remained silent, even disregarding the topic thereafter. Secretary Su, there are several documents that require your correction. Su Ming entered and handed her the papers. Su Li took the documents, cast another glance at Quan Yi, and then exited. As soon as her figure vanished beyond the door, Quan Yi slowly lifted his head. Do all women possess a penchant for jealousy? Does her jealousy signify that she harbors feelings for me? Huh? Su Ming was taken aback by the two questions, scratching his head as he replied, Lord Quan, I've never been in a relationship. I've never even held a girl's hand. So I am not certain. Quan Yi shot him a disdainful glance before lowering his head to review the documents. Su Ming thought, is being inexperienced in love a reason for disdain? Would he indeed acquiesce to Bart's request? This question lingered in Su Li's mind throughout the day. In the evening, she accompanied Quan Yi to dine at the company's restaurant. Suddenly, Wang Yumei's phone rang with fervor. Su Li, what do you mean by this? Are you abandoning us? You promised to treat us to dinner, and now there's not a soul in sight. Su Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her tone indifferent. Haven't you all arrived? Just sit down and eat. What's the fuss about? Huang Yumei lowered her voice, seemingly wary of something. You little brat, tonight is Master Shen Linfeng's gathering. The entire restaurant has been booked by him. Why, uncle and I brought the children here. and it's quite awkward. We have nowhere to sit. Hurry and come over. Oh, now you feel awkward? When you were cozying up to Shen Linfeng, saying you were all family, it sounded so pleasant. Now that you want to mooch off him for a meal. What's the issue? I won't be going. You are all family, so enjoy your meal together. After saying this, Su Li abruptly terminated the call. She turned back to the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and resumed eating. Quan Yi had already finished and elegantly wiped his lips with a napkin. A call from home? She had cheeks puffed from eating, looking somewhat adorable. Slow down. He handed her a napkin. Su Li hurriedly set down her chopsticks, accepting it with both hands. Thank you, Lord Quan. About that matter with Mr. Bart, once you finish eating, you may leave. I have matters to attend to tonight. Quan Yi gracefully rose to depart. Su Li was left in a state of confusion. Did this mean he still wanted her? Chapter 52. Never let a man hurt you. Meanwhile, Shen Linfeng stared at the family of four before him, his expression as dark as coal. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai smiled awkwardly. Master Linfeng, we followed your suggestion to have Su Li come for a date, but she deceived us and made us come alone. Uncle, Aunt, I have many friends here today. There's no need for such talk. You can sit at that table. Very well. The couple, along with their children, moved to another table, and as soon as they sat down, they began to eat and drink voraciously, as if they had never tasted fine food before. Those present were all from high society, and they had never encountered such people who resembled beggars. Everyone stared at them, pointing and whispering. Shen Linfeng felt embarrassed, his reputation tarnished. He had originally invited Su Li, intending to publicly acknowledge their relationship in front of so many people. Instead, this family had shown up. Linfeng, why did you allow them to come with their whole family for a meal? A wealthy second-generation friend clapped a hand on his shoulder. Teasing him, Shen Linfeng disdainfully shrugged off the hand. Don't acknowledge them. They're just beggars. I merely pitied them and offered them some food. After finishing her meal, Su Li intended to return home but realized she had forgotten her bag. So she went back to the office. Upon retrieving her bag and preparing to leave, she suddenly overheard voices coming from the president's office. Lord Quan, are you truly going to give Secretary Su to Bart? Su Ming stood by the desk, assisting him with organizing documents. Quan Yi, with his head bowed, signing papers, appeared dignified and elegant, responding without flinching. Even if I were to do so, what of it? The people around you must be valued by you. For Bart to make such a request upon arrival, is that not excessive? If word gets out, where will your reputation stand? Quan Yi represented the very face of the Haiqing business community. No one dared to offend him. Yet, this outsider Bart was foolishly crossing the line. She's merely a woman. Hearing Quan Ye's words, Su Li felt her heart sink. She had once hoped that he would consider their years of acquaintance and refrain from sending her to Bart. It now appeared she had overestimated her significance in his eyes. To expect a capitalist to uphold any sentiment was utterly absurd. Su Li said nothing and turned to leave. Upon exiting the company, she felt as though her feet were burdened with lead, each step draining her of strength. Don't leave. Clarify this for me. Nearby, a couple passed by, the woman gripping the man's hand desperately. Su Li turned to see that it was the woman she had taken to the hospital the previous night. She wore a loose white dress, her frail body contrasted by a noticeably prominent baby bump. The delicate figure seemed on the verge of collapse. The man cruelly wrenched his hand away, coldly saying, "Get away from me. I've already given you the money. Stop pestering me. I don't want money. I want you. You promised me you'd love me forever, that you'd always be by my side. How can you do this now? I'm getting married. My family won't allow me to marry a woman like you. If you don't want to be my mistress, then leave. But you said you'd marry me. You promised. That's why I kept this child. You shameless woman, just go." The man turned his back and got into a car, driving away without a second glance. The woman chased after him for a few steps, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, almost collapsing. Su Li, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to support her. "Are you all right?" The woman looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, recognizing her. "It's you. Thank you. Why do you cling so desperately to a man who has treated you so heartlessly?" "But I love him. I've been with him for 6 years. He told me to be his secret lover for now, promising to marry me once his business succeeded. But now he says his family has arranged a marriage for him and that he must leave me." Listening to this, Su Li felt a pang in her heart. Dear girl, remember never to invest everything in a man. Always focus on yourself and never allow anyone to hurt you. The woman wiped her tears and, cradling her belly, walked away. Su Li watched her retreating figure, feeling a deep sense of pity and helplessness. Chapter 53. The plan to escape his grasp in a bar. Su Li sat at the counter, sipping fruit wine, staring blankly at the row of liquor bottles before her. Meng Sang Sang rushed in, scanning the area before spotting her. Why did you call me out so late? I was in the middle of a game and had a great run tonight. They all lost to me. Have I interrupted your fun? Noticing Su Li's troubled demeanor, Meng Sang Sang asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Or is it Xiao Chun? Su Li signaled to the waiter to pour some fruit wine for Meng Sang Sang as well. Nothing's wrong. I just have a plan. Meng Sang Sang straightened up, nodding seriously. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. That I want to resign and leave Haicheng. Meng Sang Sang looked shocked. You want to resign? Su Li replied. Why not? Isn't it only a matter of time before I leave? Sister, that's the Quan Group. You're the secretary to the Grand President. Such a coveted position that many would fight tooth and nail for. The salary is high too. What are you thinking? Leaving now? Where will you find another job? The pressure is immense, and the salary is high. Su Li took a sip of the fruit wine. Its sourness unpleasant. You can find a job elsewhere. Although you are capable, it's not easy to find a job now. Just tell me, do you support my decision? Meng Sang Sang shrugged. I've said what I needed to say. If you've decided to leave, then I'll support you. Thank you. Hey, will that tyrant allow you to leave? Last time you mentioned resigning, he didn't agree. That's precisely why I want to leave Haicheng. I plan to resign first, and then you can help me submit my resignation letter. That will suffice. Meng Sang Sang suddenly grabbed her hand, anxiously asking, Did President Quan do something to you? Otherwise, why would you suddenly want to leave after being his secretary for so many years? I just feel tired of this place and want to explore new horizons. Su Li lifted her glass and continued to drink. Something feels off here. Meng Sang Sang shook her head, conceding, all right, whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Speak up, what do you need me to do? Su Li leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. After finishing, Meng Sang Sang expressed her concern. I'm worried that the great demon might strike me down with a single blow. Let me be clear, I can assist you, but you must ensure my safety. Rest assured, you are absolutely safe. Just follow my instructions. There's truly no other reason for your departure from Haicheng. None. I don't believe you. Believe what you wish. That evening, Su Li returned to Taoyuan. After taking a shower, she began to pack her belongings, taking only her own items and leaving everything sent by Quan Yi untouched. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from downstairs. She hurriedly closed her suitcase and stuffed it into the wardrobe. Quan Yi had returned and found her flustered in the cloakroom. He adjusted his tie and approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her. What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Su Li felt a flutter of anxiety and softly replied, I'm just tidying up. My clothes are a bit disorganized. Didn't the maid come to clean today? Are you having to do it yourself? There are some personal items I prefer to organize myself. He leaned closer, pressing his lips gently against her neck. Su Li felt a tickle and quickly dodged. Have you been drinking tonight? Yes, I met a few investment partners and had a little. Quan Yi lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the large bed, loosening his tie and leaning down. Chapter 54. The humiliation after drinking. Quan Yi always liked to indulge. Su Li pressed her hands against his chest, quickly stating, You haven't showered yet. I'll shower after. He brushed her hands aside and buried his head in her neck. Trailing downwards, warmth enveloped her entire being. Su Li thought to herself, Since these are the last few nights, I might as well let him be. Although Quan Yi hadn't drunk excessively, his spirits were high. And he took her several times, from the large bed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sofa, and the bathroom. Every spot was visited. By the end, her legs felt weak, and she needed his support to stand. Afterward, she collapsed in exhaustion. Quan Yi took a shower and, upon emerging, found her deep in slumber, the blanket pulled to her waist, with several kiss marks on her fair, delicate skin, particularly two prominent ones, along with his handprint. She had indeed been thoroughly taken advantage of. He approached to cover her with the blanket and gently brushed her hair from her forehead. The phone on the bedside table rang. Quan Yi rose and stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Speak. Master Quan, it seems that Bart is indeed up to no good. Following your instructions, I had someone track him, and they discovered he has purchased several villas in Haicheng. Tonight, he has invited several CEOs from companies that have had conflicts with us. I had someone infiltrate to eavesdrop. He is recruiting, planning to use our group's name for some shady dealings once we formally cooperate, which would tarnish the reputation of the Quan family, allowing him to profit from the chaos. His scheme is quite clever. Does John know about this? No, initially, John was skeptical of Bart, but Bart's father personally begged him to let Bart into the company. Bart has no business acumen. He has a background in crime in France and has several illicit funds he cannot access. What he's doing now is merely a means to launder money. He won't be able to flaunt his arrogance for long. Send all his activities in Haiching to John's email in written form. Understood. Kuan Yi gazed at the night sky, speaking with calm resolve. Continue to monitor him closely. Inform me immediately of any disturbances. Yes. After hanging up, he returned to the room. Just as he sat on the edge of the bed, he noticed the person beside him stirring. Su Li seemed to be having a nightmare, her brow furrowed, drenched in sweat, gripping the blanket tightly. Kuan Yi reached out to check her forehead. Su Li, don't, she murmured. Caught in her dream. She was reliving that night 10 years ago, trapped in a dark room, unable to push away the heavy weight, feeling a mix of despair and suffocation, nearly driven to self-harm. A warm embrace enveloped her, gradually pulling her from the nightmare. Su Li's brow unfurled, and she fell into a more peaceful slumber. Kuan Yi held her close, gently stroking her back, as if comforting a child. He wondered what she was dreaming about that made her so frightened. The following morning, when Su Li awoke, she found herself nestled in his arms. Typically, he rose early, and she rarely saw him upon waking. Today felt unusually different. She quietly observed his profile. He appeared far more approachable in sleep, devoid of his usual domineering demeanor. With a prominent nose, attractive thin lips, and flawless skin, he was undeniably handsome in truth. He was just a bit cold. Otherwise, he was quite agreeable, wealthy and powerful, yet remarkably handsome. A rare combination indeed. Remembering Meng Songsong's words about not resigning due to his charm and high salary, Su Li suddenly slapped her forehead. Absolutely no wavering. Are you giving yourself a pep talk this early in the morning? The rich, magnetic voice of the man startled her. Chapter 55. It's still early. Let's sleep a little more. Su Li sat up. Feeling exposed in the cool air, shivering slightly. The air conditioning was set low, chilling her skin. She grabbed a jacket to wrap around herself. Master Quan, I'll get up and prepare breakfast. He lazily leaned against the wall. Watching her, Secretary Su, today is a day off. The servants will handle breakfast. Day off? Do you have other plans? She couldn't believe that the workaholic Kuan Yi would suggest resting. He glanced at his watch, then pulled her back into bed, covering them both with the blanket. It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer. Su Li tried to distance herself, but he held her waist firmly, refusing to let go. Stay with me a little longer, all right? After all, we want to have many more chances to sleep together. Thinking this might be one of the last opportunities, she nodded and nestled back into his embrace. Closing her eyes, they dozed until the servants knocked on the door to announce breakfast. Su Li, drooling in her sleep, felt embarrassed to slip from his arms. I'll go prepare some hot water for you. You should take a warm shower. Mornings generally brought a good mood. Standing in front of the sink in a black spaghetti strap dress, she applied skincare products. Her slender figure was enticing, her snow-white skin captivating the gaze of any man nearby. After Kuan Yi finished his shower, he emerged wrapped in a towel, unable to resist approaching her from behind. What are you applying? Moisturizer. Would you like some? She teased playfully. He leaned closer to her ear. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, Su Li had no habit of wearing perfume, yet she always smelled pleasant, which he found irresistible. He gazed at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, his large hand caressing her waist as he proposed. Since it's still early, how about we? Su Li sensed danger and immediately shook off his hand, escaping his grasp. Master Quan, it's getting late. We should head downstairs soon. What's the rush? There's plenty of time. He pulled her back. Pinning her against the sink, his lips lingering on hers, Su Li gripped his shoulders, feeling her legs weaken, as if made of cotton. Just one time, no, she had no chance to refuse as he swept her into the bathroom. Slamming the door shut behind them, from last night until now, he showed no signs of fatigue, while she was utterly exhausted. Su Li cursed silently within. Are you cursing me in your mind? No. Kuan Yi retrieved a small package from the side, tossing it into her lap. Put this on. Su Li's face flushed crimson. Their room had these items in every corner, commonly referred to as little umbrellas. An hour later, they emerged from the room. Kuan Yi was dressed impeccably and left the room with satisfaction. Su Li changed into a more conservative dress, applied light makeup, and then made her way downstairs. He was seated on the leather sofa in the living room, engrossed in a magazine, appearing elegantly restrained, contrasting sharply with his earlier wildness in the room. Miss Su, please have breakfast. Master Quan has already eaten, the servant said respectfully as she entered the dining area. Thank you. She sat down, sipping milk and slowly nibbling on a piece of toast. Just as she was finishing her meal, Kuan Ye's phone rang on the table. It was a call from Song Wan. The phone ringing incessantly, Su Li wiped her hands and stood to retrieve it for him. Master Quan, it's a call from Miss Song. Kuan Yi reached out to take the phone, casting her a sidelong glance before beckoning her closer. Confused, Su Li leaned in. He suddenly reached out, brushing some crumbs from her mouth with his thumb. Eating so carelessly. You're still a girl. Su Li fell into his deep, dark gaze, her heart racing wildly. She shook her head, reminding herself, Su Li, you are leaving. Do not let his fleeting kindness ensnare you. Stay true to your resolve. Thank you, Master Quan. She quickly turned and dashed back to the dining area as Quan Yi answered Song Wan's call. Hello? Chapter 56, a bit of a hassle. So let us send some gifts. What transpired on the call remained unknown. Su Li observed as Quan Yi donned his suit jacket and excused himself, saying, I have some matters to attend to. You may rest at home today. All right. Watching him leave in a hurry, it seemed that Song Wan had something urgent to discuss. The fiancé had matters to attend to, while her fiancé was always at her beck and call, which was rather delightful. Su Li sipped her milk, only to find it suddenly tasteless. However, his departure was a blessing, as it afforded her the time to organize her belongings. In her bedroom, she neatly packed her items and discreetly stashed them in a corner of the wardrobe. Miss Su, is there anything I can assist you with? The maid inquired as she entered the room. Su Li swiftly turned, blocking the suitcase behind her. No, I'm merely tidying up my clothes. Very well, this is something Master Quan entrusted to me to give to you before he left. What is this? Su Li accepted the elegantly wrapped bag from the maid and opened it to reveal a jewelry box. This is a custom piece from the prestigious UI brand, something only a person of considerable means could acquire. Master Quan instructed me to let you open it and see for yourself. It is a gift for you. He often delighted in presenting her with gifts, especially after a night when he had worn her out, compensating the following day with tokens of affection. After last night and this morning's fatigue, was this meant as a reward for her? The maid, while organizing the shoe cabinet, gazed at her enviously. Miss Su, Master Quan truly treats you well. He gifts you many presents each month, and this entire villa is yours. Having resided here for 4 years, coupled with her amiable disposition, everyone had long regarded her as the lady of the house. Su Li smiled without uttering a word and stepped outside to unwrap the box. Inside lay a set of exquisite jewelry, undeniably valuable. As she examined it, she discovered a card tucked beneath, addressed to Lady John. It seemed this jewelry was originally intended for her, but due to Lady John's unexpected return, he had arranged for something else at the last moment. Now that Lady John was no longer in High City, the piece held no purpose and was bestowed upon her instead. Yuli repacked the items and handed them back to the maid. Please take this to Master Quan's study and inform him that the gift is far too extravagant for me to accept. Miss Su, are you certain? I have heard this item is quite expensive. I do not wish to keep it. Let Master Quan reserve it for Miss Song. The maid, upon hearing this, could not argue further and exited with the items. The phone on the sofa rang. It was Su Chin calling. Sister, are you free today? Come to school. I have something to discuss. Perfect timing, as I also have matters to address with you. In the school dormitory. Su Chin opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Welcome, my most beautiful and intelligent sister. Please come in, though it may be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind. The room, a 4-person suite, was not particularly tidy, but it was acceptable. Yuli surveyed the space and pointed to the most orderly corner. This must be yours? Su Chan nodded. Indeed, you're right. No one else would have noticed. You've always had a penchant for cleanliness. I know you well. Yuli pulled out a chair and seated herself, placing her bag on the table, legs elegantly crossed. Why must we meet in your dormitory to discuss this? My classmates are off at tutoring sessions, so no one will return during this time. And why aren't you attending tutoring? With a raised brow, Su Chin replied with an air of pride. My grades are excellent. I have no need for extra classes. Attending would merely waste my time. Quite reminiscent of myself. I admire your confidence. Yuli rested her chin on her hand, lightly tapping the armrest of the chair. Now, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 57. Such a handsome boss, willing to depart. Sister, did you not say you needed to find me? You should go first. Stop with the theatrics. Just speak plainly. Su Chun rolled his eyes, straightened his posture, and with earnestness declared, I wish to transfer schools. Sister, please help me with the transfer procedures. You've been doing well at this school, so why the sudden urge to transfer? Have you been bullied? Not at all. They cannot overpower me. Then what is the reason for the transfer? The tuition here is exorbitant, and the cost of living is high. A small loaf of bread at the supermarket costs 6 yuan. I wish to transfer to a more affordable school. Hearing this, Su Li felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She beckoned him closer. Su Chin approached with a look of resignation, bowing his head. She affectionately ruffled his hair and reassured him. I understand you care for me, but a good education is crucial. You need not worry about finances. Just focus on your studies. Sister, when will you cease this habit of patting my head? I am no longer a child. Stop the chatter. Aside from the transfer, do you have anything else to discuss? Sister, your implication is clear. You do not support my transfer, but aren't you resigning soon? Preparing to be unemployed? Suchin blinked in confusion. Suli widened her eyes in surprise. Who told you I was resigning? He scratched his head. I figured it out on my own. Meng Sang told you. Didn't he? I knew that girl had a loose tongue. Sister, it matters not who informed me. I heard you have a good job. Why would you resign? Suli could not divulge every detail but stated firmly. Since you are aware, I shall be direct. I indeed plan to resign, and I intend to leave High City. I wanted to ask if you would like to accompany me, Su-chan, now grown. Needed to be consulted before making such decisions. He nodded eagerly. Wherever you go, I shall follow, come what may. She chuckled lightly. It's not so dire. I merely wish to change cities for my career. I will work hard to settle down and buy a home in another city, while you continue your studies diligently. Su-chan crossed his arms, adopting a miniature adult demeanor. Sister, have you encountered difficulties at work? None whatsoever. Last time I saw your boss, he was incredibly handsome and cool. After returning, I searched for his car online. It was exceedingly expensive. Such a wealthy and dashing boss. How could you bear to leave? Suli lightly tapped his head, exasperated. Mind your words. He is merely my employer, and do not mention it again. But he treats you well. Why would you consider leaving? Indeed, Kuan Yi had been quite kind to her. Save for that one incident. However, she could not maintain this relationship indefinitely. He was to be married soon and even wished to gift her to Bart. This thought solidified her resolve to depart. Standing up, she inhaled deeply. I will go to your teacher shortly to assist with your transfer paperwork. We shall depart for you city in a couple of days. I have already arranged your school enrollment. Sister, since you have made all the arrangements, why even ask my opinion? To show respect for your thoughts, Su-chan huffed. Fine. I shall let it slide, considering you are my sister. Quickly now, go bid farewell to your classmates. Not a chance. I don't want those infatuated girls pestering me. It's utterly annoying. Suli couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that being handsome could also be a burden. Chapter 58. Booked a flight at dawn after completing Su-chan's withdrawal procedures. Suli returned to Taoyuan. With the maids resting, she seized the opportunity to move her luggage out for express shipping. Are you truly leaving the day after tomorrow? Have you arranged your accommodations? Please don't act impulsively, Meng Sang voiced her concern over the phone. Suli assisted the driver in loading the luggage into the vehicle and replied, Rest assured, everything is in order. This decision has been thoroughly considered. It is not impulsive. Yu City is over 3,000 kilometers from High City. You genuinely intend to distance yourself from Kuan Yi. There are ample job opportunities suitable for me in Yu City. Settling there will be advantageous, and the educational standards are decent, so Su-chan's studies 1TB significantly impacted. What time is your flight? 3 in the morning. It's rather late, so there's no need for you to see me off. Meng Sang expressed admiration. You're impressive, Suli. Even managing a flight at dawn. One might think you're evading Kuan Yi. But considering this is a standard resignation, he likely won't mind. He is not a man who pursues women and harbors no intentions towards you. Yes, you are correct. Where will you be staying? I might visit you next month when I have some free time. For now, it's a secret. SK, that's not very sisterly of you. After sending off her belongings, Suli returned to the villa. The thought of regaining her freedom and no longer being exploited by a certain individual filled her with immense joy as this new chapter of her life was about to commence. However, there was one more matter to attend to before her departure. She visited her uncle and aunt, sharing a meal with them. Dinner comprised takeout from a renowned restaurant, featuring their signature dishes. Huang Yume and Zhou Kai gazed at the table laden with delicacies. Swallowing hard in anticipation. Please, dig in, Suli urged. The couple immediately picked up their chopsticks and began devouring the food. Erli, why are you being so generous today? Ordering so many exquisite dishes for us? Huang Yume inquired between bites. Aunt, when have I ever not treated you well? With a feast before them, they refrained from bringing up past grievances and focused solely on the meal. Suli, however, remained silent, her gaze penetrating as she observed them. Uncle, aunt, you need not concern yourselves with Su-chan for the time being. He has matured and can manage on his own. Zhou Kai frowned. What do you mean by that? Are you looking for an excuse to withhold our living expenses? This card contains 200,000. It should suffice for your living expenses for a while. Suli produced the card from her bag and placed it on the table. Do you think that by giving us money, we are obliged to heed your commands? Zhou Kai felt a surge of anger, but beside him, Huang Yume, her eyes gleaming with avarice, swiftly accepted the card and tugged at him, saying, Alarai means for us to take a break and give Xiao Chun some independence. After all, he is now in junior high, living at school every day, and we need not worry about him. Su Li smiled gently. Indeed, let Xiao Chun focus on his studies at school. Do your utmost to refrain from disturbing him. In light of the money, Zhou Kai fell silent, fearing that without the connection to Xiao Chen, Su Li might cease their financial support in the future. Su Li perceived their ulterior motives, but chose to remain taciturn. During their meal, she ascended to her room. From beneath her bed, she retrieved the box containing the earrings and carefully tucked it into her bag. This item must not be forgotten. Alarai, I need to tell you something. As she descended the stairs, Huang Yumei pulled her to the sofa, eagerly grasping her hand. Sensing the ulterior motive, Su Li smiled and said, Aunt, if you have something to discuss, please speak. Last time, you stood up young Master Shen, didn't you? He mentioned to us that he plans to visit our home in a few days for dinner. Do see if you are available. All right. Su Li readily agreed, leaving Huang Yumei momentarily stunned. Really? That's wonderful. You and your uncle and aunt will treat him well, and I will return home after work. Oh, how splendid. You are truly my wonderful niece. Su Li's smile was sweet, yet her beautiful eyes emanated a chill. Chapter 59. Su Li, is there something you are concealing from me? Su Li, in high spirits, returned to Taoyuan. Already past midnight, she changed her shoes and prepared to enter. She suddenly noticed a shadow moving in the living room. Taken aback, she swiftly turned on the living room light. Kuan Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, turning from the floor-to-ceiling window. His cold black eyes appraising her. Su Li sighed in relief. It's you, Master Quan. Who else would it be? I thought perhaps there was a thief in the house. By the way, why did you return so suddenly tonight? Am I not allowed to come back? Su Li pouted, as he typically did not return home after meeting Song Wan in the evenings. I merely wished to inquire if you weren't accompanying Miss Song. She consulted me regarding some work matters today. We had meetings all day. Was it merely a meeting? I find that hard to believe. Kuan Yi approached slowly, scrutinizing her. Why are you so late returning? Where have you been? I had dinner at my relative's place. They were overly hospitable and insisted I have a late-night snack before returning. That uncle and aunt of yours, you still dine with them? Although Kuan Yi was unfamiliar with her relatives, he had come to understand through past encounters that none of them were particularly virtuous, and she often transferred money to them. Su Li, disinterested in explaining, replied amiably, You are correct, Master Quan. The hour is late. I shall go wash up and retire for the night. Have you eaten? I have already dined. Kuan Yi fell silent. Realizing, Su Li asked, Master Quan, you haven't eaten? With a slew of meetings today, there was no time to eat. Kuan Ye's gaze narrowed, as if implying something. Su Li quickly understood, setting down her bag and turning towards the kitchen. Then I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. The servants have already retired. A satisfied expression graced Kuan Ye's face as he turned and settled onto the sofa. Watching him relax, Su Li contemplated that it would be the last time she prepared noodles for him, as she would no longer have to cook for him in the middle of the night. Despite her heavy eyelids, she persevered and prepared a bowl of noodles. She presented it to him. Master Quan, please enjoy it while it's hot. I will head upstairs to rest. Join me in eating. He extended an arm, pulling her onto his lap. Sitting in his embrace, Su Li's heart raced. Did he intend to take advantage of her after he finished eating? She desperately wished to lie down and sleep. I am quite full. You may eat on your own. Then feed me. Tio hastened her sleep. She reluctantly scooped up the noodles and fed him bite by bite. Kuan Yi seemed in good spirits, his large hand gently exploring her waist. The Quan family is hosting a banquet the night after tomorrow. You must accompany me. The night after tomorrow? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Li's eyes before she responded. I have prior commitments. I cannot attend. Kuan Yi slurped a noodle, gazing into her beautiful eyes. What is it that you have to do? I have made plans with Xiao Chun to take him out for a meal. With exams approaching, he mentioned feeling quite stressed. At tea that moment, Su Qian, blissfully sleeping in the school dormitory, suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? He groggily opened his eyes and then rolled over to continue sleeping. Kuan Yi considered her younger brother, who appeared quite bright and clever. You may bring him along, he is still young. Such an occasion is unsuitable for him. His expression soured as he grasped her chin with one hand. Su Li, aside from your brother, is there anything else you are concealing from me? Chapter 60. Together in the bath, deliberately tempting me? Although feeling guilty, Su Li maintained an outward composure. No, Master Quan. How could I dare hide anything from you? Then it is settled. You shall accompany me to the banquet the night after tomorrow. I will have someone prepare a gown for you. After speaking, Kuan Yi gently pushed her away and ascended the stairs. Su Li stood frozen, torn with conflicting emotions, hoping that the banquet would conclude swiftly, as she needed to catch a flight at 3 in the morning. Quan Yi entered his room, opened the wardrobe, and was about to retrieve clothing. "Master Quan, allow me to help you." Su Li rushed in and swiftly stepped forward, retrieving the clothes before he could. Quan Yi glanced at the wardrobe and inquired, "Why are there fewer clothes of yours? Have you replaced them?" "Yes, they have all become worn out, so I thought to change them." He nodded. "Indeed, those clothes should be discarded. They are all low-quality items. I have purchased you so many custom pieces, yet you hardly wear them. You are the one wearing low-quality items." Su Li silently scoffed in her heart, yet her face remained courteous. "You are right, Master Quan. I shall gradually discard some old garments." Quan Yi suddenly turned to look at her, his gaze sharp. Su Li felt a wave of anxiety. He was too astute, and she feared he might uncover something. "You seem a bit off tonight. Have you caused any trouble outside that requires my assistance?" "No, I haven't caused any trouble. Since everyone is in such good spirits, let us take a bath together." Su Li, good spirits warrant a shared bath? Perhaps she should refrain from feeling good in the future. Quan Yi pulled her into the bathroom, and indeed, they bathed together. The bathtub was spacious enough to accommodate several people. Leaning back, he spread his arms as she scrubbed his back. "Haven't you eaten tonight? Your strength seems lacking." Su Li knelt beside him, diligently using a towel to scrub his back. The lather from the body wash obscured the view below. His physique was impressive, and each glance captivated her. However, she would not have the chance to see it again. She refocused her thoughts and continued washing his back. "By the way, I haven't heard you mention that matter regarding Bart recently." He suddenly asked, "If you have decided to send me away, no amount of pleading will change your mind." She understood him all too well. Once he made a decision, no one could alter it. Quan Yi opened his eyes, his gaze frosty. "Then why do you not plead with me? Perhaps having you by my side for so long has made me reluctant to part with such a fine jewel. I have begged you before, yet you paid me no mind." Su Li understood he was deliberately toying with her. He had personally overseen the John Company's project, which he was determined to secure. In his eyes, she paled in comparison to a mere project. Thus, there was no need for her to humiliate herself by approaching him. Quan Yi regarded her, not hearing the words he longed to hear, and ceased speaking. As Su Li's hand traveled lower, despite her carefulness, it still elicited a reaction from him. Quan Yi grasped her wrist, desire flickering in his gaze. "You are deliberately tempting me, "No, Master Quan. I am merely assisting you in washing." "I see it as intentional." He seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her. Just then, his phone rang. Quan Yi's movements paused, and he released her, reaching for his phone. Su Li, still catching her breath, saw the screen flashing with a video call from Song Wan. Chapter 61 is Miss Song here to check up on you. Su Li attempted to step aside, but saw Quan Yi directly answer the call. She swiftly ducked behind him, inwardly cursing. He was unbothered by the possibility of his fiancée discovering them, but she was terrified. Quan Yi's broad shoulders perfectly concealed her petite figure. As the video opened, Song Wan's face appeared on the screen. She had applied makeup and donned a black silk camisole, reclining on her bed in an alluring pose. "Yi, are you taking a bath?" Quan Yi replied nonchalantly. "You can even answer my call while bathing. How considerate. I was just about to sleep when I suddenly recalled something I wanted to discuss with you." "What is it?" "In 2 days, the Quan family will host a grand banquet, inviting numerous dignitaries from Haicheng. Although this soiree is jointly organized by Uncle Quan and Second Uncle, it is evident that their actions have been sanctioned by you. My family intends to announce our engagement on that day, with the engagement date set for the beginning of next month. The Song family certainly wields considerable influence, swiftly placing the engagement date on the agenda, as they seem to harbor an acute fear of the enigmatic Quan Yi's potential elopement. Previously, Su Li had perused Quan Yi's itinerary, which indicated that his engagement ceremony was not scheduled to occur until the end of the year, leaving over half a year until then. Quan Yi coldly remarked that he had his own arrangements regarding the engagement. Song Wan chuckled lightly, explaining that her family simply believed that good news should be shared in advance. Their suggestion ultimately hinges on your consent. If you feel there is no urgency, then we shall wait. Is there anything else? Song Wan feigned nonchalance, allowing her gaze to drift downward, revealing the enticing curves beneath her delicate nightgown. Her radiant face blushed like a ripening fruit, seemingly awaiting the eager hands of a harvester. The scene was rife with sensuality, as the alabaster skin of the woman presented a fatal allure to every man present. Quan Yi gently cautioned her against wearing too little in the evening, as it could lead to catching a chill. Su Li, nearly slipping as she sat in the water, marveled at his eloquence and wondered if he might indulge in further conversation. Did he not recognize the invitation implicit in her demeanor? Noticing the movement behind him, Kuan Yi subtly pinched her waist beneath the water. Li, sensitive to ticklishness yet wary of being discovered by Song Wan, bit her lip and stifled a sound. With an innocent expression, Song Wan conceded, "All right, I shall wear something warmer." Kuan Yi cast a sidelong glance behind him before informing Song Wan that he would hang up if there were no further matters. Advising her to rest well, very well, do not soak for too long, and ensure you get ample rest, she replied. Seeing her attempts at seduction thwarted, Song Wan reluctantly ended the call. Li emerged from behind him, steadying herself against the bathtub as she prepared to rise. "Where are you going?" he questioned, firmly grasping her ankle and pulling her back. "My legs are numb from sitting. I'm tired and wish to sleep." "To wish for slumber before the evening has even commenced is simply unacceptable," he retorted. "Please, Master Quan, have mercy on me." Ignoring her pleas, Kuan Yi toyed with her hand. Li nearly cried out, desperation prompting her to exclaim, "Miss Song just hinted at you so blatantly. Why not seek her out?" His movements abruptly halted, a slight lift of his brow indicating his amusement. "Are you feeling jealous? Jealousy? How could that be? Miss Song is your fiancée. It is only natural for you to be with her. Please, spare me. When you requested my assistance 4 years ago, you did not implore me to spare you. It is too late now." He leaned closer. Causing splashes in the bathtub on the evening of the Quan family banquet, luminaries from various sectors gathered in attendance. Kuan Yi was particularly busy that day, hardly returning home. Li arrived via car from Peach Garden and received a call from him en route. "Do you need me to send someone to pick you up?" he inquired. "No need, Master Quan. I have arranged for the driver from Peach Garden," she replied. "Once you arrive, please wait a moment. I have some matters to attend to." Understood. After she spoke, she anticipated him to hang up, but several minutes passed without him doing so. "Master Quan, send me a photo. I wish to see what you're wearing today." With a sigh, Li complied, taking a selfie and sending it to him. Over the past 4 years, he had meticulously controlled her attire. If he disapproved, she was obliged to change until his satisfaction was met. Today, she wore a champagne-colored strapless mermaid gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with a charming hairband, exuding an air of princess-like elegance. After viewing the image, he seemed relatively satisfied, but still insisted, next time. Avoid such a low neckline, of course. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Upon reaching the venue for the Quan family's banquet, a picturesque resort, she alighted from the vehicle and addressed the driver. "Old Zhang, I've arrived. You may head back now." The driver exited the car, presenting her with a jewelry box. "Miss Su, this is something Master Quan instructed me to pass on to you. Please feel free to wear it." Nodding, Li accepted the box. Inside, she discovered a pair of pearl earrings, which she promptly donned. It was commonplace for Kuan Yi to gift her jewelry. He often arranged such tokens for her during banquets, fearing she might appear too ordinary and embarrass him. A sleek black car approached, and AI Meili emerged, linking arms with a man. Spotting Li conversing amiably with a middle-aged gentleman, she scoffed inwardly. So this is her benefactor. An old, unattractive man gifting her pearls. How much could those shabby earrings possibly be worth? She is selling herself short for the sake of money. AI Meili's disdain for Li deepened, her ego swelling further. "Xiaomei, let us go." The man beside her called gently, "All right." AI Meili smiled sweetly as she walked alongside him, declaring, "I just saw a university classmate of mine. The one I told you about, who is being supported by a benefactor. Her life is truly miserable." "Oh? How so?" he asked, intrigued. After parting ways with the driver, Li gracefully entered the venue. The banquet was set outdoors, with dashing young men and beautiful women mingling around the tables. Raising their glasses in joyous camaraderie, a renowned band played while a professional dance troupe performed on stage. As Li glided in, lifting her skirt, she captured the attention of many with her beauty and poise. Especially as she arrived alone, inadvertently drawing the interest of several gentlemen. She approached a nearby table to grab a glass of juice, seeking a quiet spot to sit. "Miss, may I add you on WeChat?" A gentleman in a white suit approached her, initiating conversation. Li smiled gently and shook her head in refusal. His smile faltered as he walked away awkwardly. "Miss, would you care to dance?" "No, thank you. I don't dance." "Beautiful lady, are you here alone?" "I am as well. Perhaps we could enjoy each other's company." "I'm afraid not. I'm waiting for my partner." A steady stream of suitors approached her, all of whom she politely declined. Suddenly, a drink was presented to her. Ali, I didn't expect you to come. You look stunning tonight. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere was charged with competition and jealousy. Su Li gazed at the dashing Shan Linfeng, who was the center of attention, surrounded by envious glances from numerous beautiful women. With the illustrious title of a young master from the Quan family and an accomplished returnee, he was in high demand among the elite. She chuckled softly. I'll stick to juice. Thank you. A wise choice. It's rare to find a girl who doesn't tea drink these days. You don't indulge while working with my uncle? Shen Linfeng placed his glass down and eagerly engaged her in conversation. They both chose to remain silent about the previous occasion when he had stood her up for dinner. Master Quan has never insisted that I drink, so I seldom do. It seems working with my uncle is quite a comfortable arrangement. Shen Linfeng extended his hand. Let us dance. I remember you were the best dancer back in university. It's only been 4 years. Surely your skills haven't diminished? Many men in the vicinity envied him for being able to converse with such a stunning beauty, especially as she had rebuffed the advances of others. Su Li, however, ignored his request, stating, I haven't danced in ages. You can find someone else to accompany you. That's all right. I can lead you. I've attended many balls abroad and can manage quite well. I am truly not interested in dancing. Her repeated rejection soured Shen Linfeng's expression. I want to dance. At that moment, Ai Mei, dressed in a striking red gown, sidled up to Shen Linfeng, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. Linfeng, you don't remember me, do you? I'm Ai Mei, the belle of Class 9. Belle? That's merely your self-proclaimed title, Su Li thought, rolling her eyes at the absurdity. Shen Linfeng, still unable to recall her, smiled and said, Ah, it's Ai Mei. Long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. Hee, perhaps it's because I've become even more beautiful. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize me. Ai Mei giggled, her demeanor oozing flirtation. Su Li sighed inwardly, realizing that her presence would surely complicate matters tonight. At the entrance, Meng Sang appeared, linking arms with Qin Xian. They represented the Meng and Qin families, confirming their alliance and impending union. Dressed in a flowing blue gown and a delicate crown, Meng Sang resembled a princess. Maintaining her smile, she leaned closer to Qin Xian and whispered, If it weren't for my family's pressure, I wouldn't be here with you. Don't think I've agreed to marry you. Qin Xian replied with a forced smile, Rest assured, I have no desire to marry you either. We're both victims of familial duty. Humph. Upon entering, Meng Sang's gaze instantly landed on Su Li, the most radiant figure in the crowd. She promptly released Qin Xian's arm and hurried over. Su Li observed Meng Sang and inquired, I thought you disliked such gatherings. What brings you here? Alas, my parents insisted I attend, or else they would force me to go on a date with Qin Xian. Given the choice between attending a banquet and a date, naturally, I would choose the former. Who would willingly want to date him? As Meng Sang vented her frustrations, Ai Mei's irritation grew. She couldn't fathom why someone marrying into the second family of Haiqing would complain so much. Truly, she was ungrateful. Although the last time she sarcastically remarked that Qin Xian was a playboy, his esteemed identity and status should not be underestimated. Emily had to toil for quite some time to infiltrate this circle, eventually securing a wealthy second-generation boyfriend. Even for today's banquet, it took a lengthy discussion with her boyfriend before he agreed to bring her along. Meng Sang turned her gaze towards Emily and met her eyes filled with wild jealousy. In such an important setting, how could there still be trash present? Chapter 64. Accusations of being kept. Emily snorted dismissively, yet she refrained from being overly aggressive, calmly retorting, If you can come. Why can't I? Miss Ai, I believe our circumstances differ significantly. What do you represent? If that's the case, then Su Li is even less qualified to be here. A woman with neither status nor background is far beneath me. You? Meng Sang could hardly contain her temper. Having missed the chance to confront her last time, she was truly itching to retaliate now. Su Li grasped her hand, turning to Emily with a smile. Miss Ai, we are all here to enjoy the banquet. Must we engage in such pointed exchanges? Or is it your intention to stir trouble here and cause inconvenience for the Quan family? Emily let out a cold scoff and turned to Shen Linfeng, saying, Linfeng, I recall you two broke up back then. Surely, you are not back together now? What an ill-timed remark from that AI trash. Shen Linfeng replied, We did break up, but I've decided to pursue Ali again. She is quite a remarkable girl. Emily rolled her eyes. Please, remarkable? She is unaware of how many older men have been keeping her. Just now, I witnessed her being particularly intimate with an older gentleman who gifted her earrings. Linfeng, I advise you to steer clear of her. What nonsense are you spouting, AI? Meng Sangsing raised her voice, coinciding with a pause in the music, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Emily, if you have come here deliberately to provoke, I urge you to cease immediately. This is not a place for you to spread rumors at will. Spreading rumors? Emily was certain she was simply frightened. In front of so many witnesses, she was clearly apprehensive of losing face. Sully, dare you claim that the older gentleman who just escorted you is unrelated to you? You were quite affectionate with him. Had there not been others nearby, you two would have already embraced each other. Your conduct has been scandalous since university, and here we are, for years later, and you remain as shameless. Su Li's eyes flared with indignation, yet her upbringing restrained her from publicly brawling like Emily. You needn't judge my character. Let us depart. She grasped Meng Sangsang's hand, turning to leave. You are indeed shameless. And now you wish to entice young Master Lin Feng. Do you genuinely believe your beauty entitles you to have all men revolve around you? Emily stepped forward to block their path, then turned to the gathering crowd, exclaiming, Look at this woman. What makes her worthy of being here? More and more people gathered around, pointing fingers at Su Li. Some were business associates of Kuan Yi, who recognized Su Li.as Kuan Ye's secretary. They dared not comment, choosing instead to observe from a distance. The commotion escalated, and Su Li was on the verge of becoming the target of ridicule. The circle's gossipers would undoubtedly have much to say about her afterward. Meng Sangsang, seeking to quell the situation, called out, Stop staring, there's nothing to see here. It's merely a trivial quarrel. Emily, what trivial quarrel? Today, I intend to expose this woman for what she truly is, she advanced, reaching for Su Li's hand. Su Li instinctively jerked away, refusing to let her touch her. Emily, in her high heels, stumbled, suddenly falling towards a nearby wine rack. Seeing this, Su Li acted swiftly, grasping her hand and throwing herself forward. Both women fell to the ground, with Su Li cushioning the impact. The sound of crashing glass echoed as a row of wine racks toppled over, shattering into pieces. Meng Sangsang, still processing what had just occurred, gasped, Oh my, how did it come to this? Chapter 65. The sudden intrusion of a lawless ruffian. Meng Sangsang rushed forward, lifting Emily aside before helping Su Li to her feet. Although Su Li's dress was soiled, she was not as disheveled as Emily, who had a bottle of wine crashed directly onto her. Su Li, holding her sore back, took the initiative, saying, Miss AI, in such an important gathering, could you please refrain from causing a scene? I understand there has been a misunderstanding between us, but must you act out here? Sitting on the ground, Emily surveyed her disheveled state, nearly choking on her rage. The two had fallen together, and Su Li had even cushioned her fall. Now, the crowd hesitated to criticize Su Li. The tide had turned, and Su Li had become Emily's unexpected savior. Should Emily continue her antics, she would only be seen as ungrateful and self-destructive. Anger simmered in Emily, yet she remained mute, her fury voiceless. The commotion below caught the attention of two individuals on the upper balcony. The man stood tall, one hand holding a high-stemmed glass, coldly observing the scene below. Qin Xian leaned casually against the railing, asking, You specifically invited Secretary Su, didn't you? What exactly do you intend to do tonight? Nothing in particular. I don't believe that. I've heard you plan to gift Secretary Su to Bart. You can't possibly be thinking of doing that tonight. Kuan Yi shot him a cold glance. Are you so bored with your own affairs that you have time to meddle in mine? Qin Xian grinned, shrugging, Well, my matters are rather mundane. At worst, it's just a marriage proposal. Yours, however, is far more significant. Bart is not an ordinary man. Even I, who rarely interacts with him, have heard of his recent activities in Haicheng. What activities? Gambling, prostitution, drugs? He is involved in all sorts of legal infractions. I have people who have crossed paths with him. And I heard that just days ago, he stormed a casino, smashing their equipment and boasting that he has the Quan family's protection in Haicheng. Anyone who dares to challenge him will face Kuan Ye's wrath. Upon hearing this, people are bound to fear him, allowing him to mislead everyone into believing that his actions have your tacit approval. Kuan Yi took a sip from his glass, remaining composed. He is targeting the Quan family. Attempting to gain control, he should reconsider his own weight. Don't you suspect that his audacity is fueled by someone behind the scenes, aiming to distract you? Whoever it may be, once I uncover their identity, they will bear the consequences. And how do you plan to deal with Bart? Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Why apologies for arriving late? Please forgive me. Bart swaggered in, flanked by his entourage. This banquet had a strict policy against personal bodyguards, yet he blatantly violated the rule, bringing his own guards with him. They formed a path for him as the guests murmured in surprise. speculating on his intentions. Emily's wealthy boyfriend swiftly emerged, pulling her back. Stay calm and don't cause any more trouble. Emily was hoisted to safety like a chick. Bart, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt with buttons undone, exposed his chest adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo, a large gold chain around his neck, and oversized sunglasses perched on his nose, wore an expression of arrogance. In this opulent gathering, he resembled a lawless ruffian. Out of place, Xu Li and Meng Sangsang turned to face the newcomer, suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 66. Under Bart's gaze, Meng Sangsang whispered to Xu Li, "Ali, didn't you say Bart had some interest in you? Perhaps we should steer clear for now." Xu Li agreed with this sentiment. However, before they could make their move, Bart strode purposefully in their direction. "Nobody leave just yet. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to drinks." The crowd began to chatter. This was the Quan family's event, and the wine had already been arranged. What was Bart trying to imply? He gestured to his men, who began delivering crates of alcohol. Quan Lang and Quan Bing, who were busy attending to esteemed guests, hurried over, inquiring, "What is happening?" Bart addressed them. "I brought some exquisite self-brewed wine from our company. Tonight, let us all try my selection." Quan Lang replied, "We've already arranged for the wine, Mr. Bart. There's no need for you to go through such trouble." "What? Does the esteemed Quan think my wine beneath your standards? Is that your way of showing disdain?" Bart snapped back. Quan Bing quickly interjected, "That's not our intention. It's just that this wine arrived unexpectedly, and we haven't made the necessary arrangements." "Arrangements are unnecessary. Tonight, you're all drinking my wine. It is far superior to your mere red wines or Lafite, and I'm offering it at a friendly price. Don't be ungrateful." His words left Quan Lang and Quan Bing speechless. Bart was affiliated with the John Company, and they didn't dare offend him. Quan Lang signaled to an assistant, quickly inform Quan Yi of the situation and ask how we should proceed. Understood. Bart's audacity to appear on the Quan family's turf was outrageous. One had to wonder where he found his courage. Meng Sangsang leaned closer to Xu Li, whispering her disdain. Xu Li quietly observed, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Bart's gaze shifted, landing on her. "Ah, beautiful lady, you're here tonight too. That is splendid. I was just about to send someone to inquire if Quan Yi knew of your attendance." Xu Li found herself pulled into the spotlight once more, drawing the attention of all around her. Meng Sangsang stood frozen in place, her delicate face slightly furrowed, fearful that this lecherous man might do something untoward to Xu Li. Xu Li forcibly pulled away from his grasp and said coldly, "Mr. Bart, please be mindful." All right, I shall pay heed," Bart replied, his eyes darting around, his gaze fixated on her like a wolf eyeing its prey. Poised to pounce, Xu Li lifted her head and inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure on the upper floor, not far away. It was unmistakably him. Had he summoned her here with the intent of delivering her into Bart's hands? The thought chilled her heart further. She had known him to be heartless, but never had she anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Even as Bart spoke to her in a low voice, she could hardly discern his words. Her mind was in a tumult. Bart dragged Xu Li to another side, insistently thrusting a glass of wine into her hand. "My dear, do give this wine a try. I brought it myself, and it's exquisite." He took the liberty of caressing her hand lightly. Xu Li felt a wave of revulsion wash over her and struggled to break free from his hold. "Your skin is so smooth, so beautiful. Last time, your esteemed Lord Quan mentioned that you were to be given to me. Let go of me." Xu Li gritted her teeth, wishing she could strike him squarely in the face. At that moment, Shen Linfeng approached. "Mr. Bart, Miss Xu is feeling unwell. Perhaps she should leave." "Who are you to interfere in my affairs?" Bart retorted, casting a glare at him. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Li broke free from his grip and hurriedly stepped aside. Shen Linfeng raised his chin. "I am Shen Linfeng, the heir of the Quan family. Mr. Bart, I offer you a toast." However, Bart suddenly swatted his cup away. "What heir of the Quan family? The only capable one among you is Quan Yi. The rest are mere charlatans. Without Quan Yi, you'd all starve." Bart's incisive tone left Shen Linfeng blushing with embarrassment, his face a mix of black and purple. Quan Lang and Quan Bing exchanged glances and remarked, "Mr. Bart, if that is the case, we shall summon Lord Quan to speak with you personally. No need. I came here merely to sell some wine and admire the beauties. I have no desire to meet your Lord Quan." With that, Bart seized Xu Li's hand, intent on taking her away. Shen Linfeng, observing Bart's domineering demeanor, dared not intervene. "Mr. Bart, if you continue this way, I shall call the police," Xu Li declared. "Feel free to report me. I'd like to see what your local police can do. It's worst. I'll just sign a paper and be released," Bart brazenly retorted. His words rang true. Domestic law enforcement typically lack the authority to convict foreign nationals, leaving victims helpless. Onlookers silently empathized with Su Li as Bart appeared poised to drag the beauty away, knowing of his notorious methods of tormenting women, with whispers of many having perished in his bed. Su Li could easily become one of them. Emily stood among the crowd, reveling in the chaos, thinking, finally, someone is here to deal with this wretch. Let us see how arrogant she remains, her wealthy boyfriend inquired. Isn't she your college classmate? Are you truly so pleased that she might meet her demise? Humph, we are sworn enemies. She has always targeted me, bullying me throughout our time at school, Emily pouted. Her boyfriend wrapped an arm around her shoulder. All right, then let us watch her fate unfold. Meng Sang attempted to rush forth to rescue Su Li but was thwarted by a bodyguard, who barred her passage. Let me through. Do not lay a hand on my dear sister. It's infuriating. Meanwhile, Lord Kuan Yi observed the unfolding drama with a calm demeanor. Qin Xian, noticing his composure, expressed surprise. Your little secretary is being bullied. Yet you remain unperturbed. Why do you not take action? Kuan Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Li. Foolish woman, unable to seek help from a powerful ally. She deserves to be bullied. Qin Xian sighed. Your little secretary is delicate. Should she truly be taken by Bart, her fate would be dire. Can you truly bear to let that happen? You talk too much. Is this whole charade orchestrated for your amusement? Bart teases your little secretary, and then you swoop in to save her, earning her eternal gratitude. Kuan Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Am I truly that idle? Qin Xian, puzzled, pressed on. Then what do you intend to do? It is time to teach Bart a lesson. You mean to say you invited your little secretary here tonight to show her how you deal with Bart? And now Bart has his sights set on your little secretary? Kuan Yi scoffed lightly. Qin Xian stroked his chin, uncertain if he had hit the mark. As Su Li struggled against Bart, she noticed Kuan Yi observing from above, unmoved by her plight in his eyes. She was merely a disposable plaything. A heavy sensation settled in Su Li's chest. She raised her hand, grabbing a wine bottle nearby and smashing it onto the ground, shouting, enough. Her reaction left everyone in shock. Qin Xian's face lit up with amusement. The little white rabbit has finally lost her temper. Kuan Yi regarded her furious countenance, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. Perhaps now she would understand the necessity of seeking an ally. He then took out his phone, placing it aside, awaiting the ringtone. Dear, what troubles you? I thought you would enjoy a drink with me, Bart said, feeling humiliated by her rejection, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly, though he maintained a facade of amiability. Su Li stepped back, creating distance. Mr. Bart, I have already informed you that I will not accompany you. If you persist, do not blame me for being rude. Oh, you still possess some spirit? Pray tell, how will you be rude? It is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you. Do not be ungrateful. Bart continued to underestimate her resolve. I would rather forego such fortune. Mr. Bart, you would do well to reserve it for someone else. Su Li, do not be foolish. Even if you are Lord Kuan's secretary, or even his woman, should I desire you, he would have no choice but to hand you over if he truly cared for you. He would have intervened by now. Each word from Bart struck her heart like a hammer. He spoke the truth. If Kuan Yi truly valued her, he would not allow Bart to speak so freely. Su Li's heart sank. Qin Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, come on, brother, take action. Your secretary is being bullied. Kuan Yi remained composed, observing as Su Li prepared to make a call. She will seek my assistance, he said calmly. However, as time passed without a ring, Su Li dialed Mr. John instead. After a few moments, he answered. Bart, still boasting beside her, sneered, you think calling for help will save you? No one can stop me from claiming the woman I desire. Hello, Miss Su? John's voice resonated through the phone. Su Li switched to speaker mode, and Bart's expression instantly darkened. He could be brazen in Haiching, but not before John. Not only Bart but Kuan Ye's face also clouded over. Qin Xian gasped in astonishment. Shouldn't your little secretary be seeking your help? Yet she turns to John. Is she clever, or what? Kuan Ye's expression turned frosty, his dark eyes brimming with coldness. Su Li raised her voice. Mr. John, I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Bart is causing me trouble tonight, insisting on taking me away. I find myself at a loss and have no choice but to seek your assistance. Hand me the phone, she said, extending it to Bart. He glared at her, but reluctantly took it. Bart, for heaven's sake, I've told you countless times not to stir up trouble. What do you think you're doing? Miss Su is my savior. If you dare lay a finger on her, I will flay your skin. John's furious voice boomed, full of authority. Bart trembled at the sound, raising the phone to his ear. Lest he rupture his eardrums, Thule hadn't he expected John, typically gentle and kind, to unleash such fury. It was truly extraordinary. Bart ultimately adopted a contrite demeanor, responding repeatedly, "I understand." After the call ended, he returned the phone to her. "Dear, how dare you invoke my uncle's name? Just wait." Bart's countenance was begrudging. Though he was no longer as arrogant, Thule took the phone, her expression devoid of emotion. "Mr. Bart, this is not your territory. I kindly ask you to conduct yourself accordingly." "Hmph, we're leaving." Bart stormed off with his entourage, and the venue fell into a hushed silence. The audience, having witnessed the spectacle, dispersed to resume their own affairs. Shen Linfeng approached her, concern etched on his face. "Were you frightened just now?" "It's over now, Mr. Shen. There's no need for your concern regarding Suli," Ming Sangsang interjected, pulling Suli away. "That man didn't utter a word in your defense. He simply stood by watching the drama unfold. Who needs his feigned concern? Esteemed guests, I apologize for the disturbance. This was an unfortunate incident. I have arranged a fireworks display, and if you're interested, feel free to proceed to the garden." Quan Yi made a grand entrance amid the gazes of the crowd, and as he approached, the previously chaotic scene fell silent. Clad in a black shirt and white trousers, he strode forward, exuding an innate regal aura that commanded respect. His strikingly handsome visage, akin to that of a deity, drew hearts from the women present. Qin Xian trailed at his side, his playful eyes glimmering with amusement. He was indeed Lord Quan, the most powerful man in Haicheng. Amelie stood among the crowd, her eyes wide with admiration, exclaiming, "If I could win over such a man, I would never have to worry for the rest of my life." Suli cast a glance at him, her mood anything but pleasant. Now that the matter was resolved, his appearance felt rather superfluous. "Sang, let us leave." "Oh, all right." Ming Sang, perplexed, followed her as she walked away. Quan Yi watched her departing figure, his dark eyes flickering slightly. Qin Xian chuckled. "It seems the little secretary has taken offense. Shouldn't you go and appease her?" "Appease her? What a joke." Quan Yi replied dismissively, turning to leave. "Ali, why are you walking so fast?" Lord Quan mentioned there would be a fireworks show later. I in the corridor. Ming Sang walked alongside Suli. "If you want to see your past, I wish to go home." "Don't. What's the point of leaving me here alone to watch? I might as well accompany you back." Ming Sang linked her arm with Suli's, sighing softly. "Tonight truly terrified me. That Bart disregards everyone. I was genuinely afraid he would take you away. But fortunately, you have a way to handle it. Fear not, he cannot harm me." Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Their steps faltered momentarily, and Ming Sang was the first to speak. "Su Ming, what brings you here?" Su Ming nodded slightly to her, then addressed Suli. "Secretary Su, Lord Quan requests your presence." Suli had no desire to engage with Quan Yi at that moment, even feeling a rebellious urge against him. However, considering the plan for the early morning, provoking Quan Yi now would be counterproductive. Ming Sang leaned close to her ear and asked, "Are you going?" "I'll go take a look. You enjoy the fireworks show." "All right, then I shall come to fetch you both in the early morning." "No need. Just pretend you know nothing." After Suli finished speaking, she followed Su Ming away. Ming Sang watched them leave. Taking a deep breath, the resort hotel here belonged to the Quan Group, and currently, Quan Yi was in a luxurious private room. "Lord Quan," she softly called as she entered, gazing at the imposing figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Did Bart trouble you earlier?" He turned, one hand in his pocket. "Did you not see for yourself? Why ask me?" The tone hinted at dissatisfaction directed at her. "No, I wouldn't he dare express discontent towards Lord Quan." "Is that so?" Quan Yi perceived her displeasure etched on her delicate face, likely cursing him in her heart. "Come here." Suli remained unmoving. "Lord Quan, if you have something to say, please do. I still need to go find Sang. Are you ignoring my words now?" His cold gaze descended, a sign of impending anger. Unable to withstand the pressure, Suli slowly approached. Quan Yi pushed her against the window, gripping her neck with one hand. "You've become increasingly disobedient lately. Have I perhaps been too lenient with you?" Chapter 70. A bit of quarrel, anger. Flames of anger simmered within Suli, yet she held it back. "You have quite the opinion of me." Quan Yi pinched her chin, his fingers digging into her flesh. Suli winced in pain, yet remained silent. So stubborn. "Have I ever wronged you?" "No." Suli bit her lip, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. Turning red, observing her, Quan Yi felt a pang of pity and loosened his grip slightly. "I haven't done anything to you. So why the tears?" "I'm not crying. I know I am merely a plaything to you." Someone you can discard at any moment. I dare not think too highly of myself. You can think highly of yourself, yet you choose to be so obstinate. Suli let out a bitter laugh, tears shimmering in her eyes. Do I dare? You either wish to give me away to Shin Linfeng or to Bart. I am but a gift you can offer at your convenience. I never said I would give you away. If not this time, then next or the time after. Lord Quan, have you ever respected me? Suli, are you questioning me? Their eyes locked, tension palpable, like a tightly drawn bowstring. This was the first time Suli dared to confront him. Her stubbornness in full bloom. Lord Quan, Su Ming rushed in, halting instinctively at the sight. Quan Yi shot her a cold glance, commanding, return to Taoyuan. Do not step out without my order. Suli wiped away a tear from her eye, straightened her back, and turned to leave. Su Ming stepped aside, watching her go. Lord, what happened between you and Secretary Su? Did you not inform her that Bart would fall into our hands tonight? Quan Ye's expression darkened. Since she enjoyed opposing him so much, he would leave her to stew for a while. It seems I've been too kind to her lately. According to your orders, Bart was apprehended just as he left. You may question him later, Donamim. I will go after the banquet concludes. Should we continue to monitor Miss Su? Quan Yi rubbed his temples, reflecting on the ungratefulness of that little woman, and no need for now. With Bart captured, she is no longer in danger, understood. Suli returned to Taoyuan by car. The maid, surprised to see her back so soon, exclaimed, Miss Su, why are you back so quickly? I was upset, so I came back. What? The maid halted, and Suli instructed, you all should rest early tonight. I need to retire as well. All right, call us if you need anything. Suli returned to her room, promptly changing out of her evening gown. Glancing in the mirror, she noticed the beautiful pearl earrings adorning her ears, perfectly complementing her outfit. His taste has always been impeccable. That heartless, unfeeling man was unworthy of her time and energy. Suli removed the earrings, placing them in her jewelry box, and proceeded to the wardrobe to gather her belongings for departure. Sister, are you really sure you want to leave? Su Chen's call came through just as she was stuffing items into her backpack. Is that even a question at this point? Have you packed everything? All set. I'm waiting for you at the dorm. All right, be a good girl and wait. After hanging up, Suli left her room and stood in the corridor. Glancing up, several surveillance cameras flickered with dim light. If she wished to leave, she needed to disable those devices first. She fetched a ladder and used band-aids to cover every surveillance camera in the villa. Once finished, she admired her handiwork, clapping her hands in satisfaction. Done. Chapter 71. Emily's attempts at seduction. After the banquet concluded, Quan Yi emerged, surrounded by bodyguards. The others nearby promptly made way, not daring to approach. Emily stood to the side, staring at him intently, only to be pushed back by the bodyguards. Lord Quan. As Quan Yi bent down to enter the car, she suddenly dashed forward. He paused, turning to look at her. The bodyguards blocked Emily's approach. Lord Quan, do you remember me? I am Emily. Quan Yi didn't recognize her, but stopped to glance at her because he knew tonight was when this woman clashed with Suli. They had fallen together at the banquet. This woman was no pushover. What do you want? The fact that Lord Quan stopped to speak with her made Emily incredibly excited, her eyes sparkling. Lord Quan, I have something to discuss with you. Quan Yi slightly raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to let her approach. Emily eagerly stepped closer, shyly brushing her hair aside, mistakenly believing it to be alluring. Surely, Lord Quan was drawn to her beauty, which is why he allowed her to come forward. What do you wish to say, Lord Quan? I have so much to share. Shall we talk in the car? Su Ming frowned nearby. Never had a woman been so bold as to suggest getting into Lord Quan's vehicle. This woman was audacious indeed. Quan Yi remained silent, his piercing dark eyes narrowing. You wish to get into my car? Not just the car. She desired to share his bed as well. Emily smiled sweetly. I merely wish to have a private conversation with you. We could go elsewhere if you prefer. Shall we head to a nearby hotel then? Ah, you are quite forward. Emily's heart soared. It seemed he was genuinely interested in her, and she was close to soaring to new heights. Quan Yi gestured to the bodyguard behind him. Take Miss Emily to the hotel. Understood. Emily was ushered into the car with a grin so wide it was almost painful. Observing the gleeful woman, Su Ming approached Quan Yi, asking, Lord, are you truly considering taking this woman? She doesn't even compare to Secretary Su in looks. Your taste in people isn't bad. I could gift her to you. Quan Yi replied nonchalantly, turning to enter the car. Su Ming felt a wave of panic. Someone like her, clearly a product of plastic surgery, must have undergone numerous enhancements, which was quite off-putting. Lord, please spare me. Kuan Yi entered the car and instructed the driver to head back to Taoyuan. He had no desire to engage with that woman, and Su Ming inquired, "Why send her to the hotel then? Send a few people to keep her company. Give her something to do." Su Ming instantly understood his intent and excitedly gave a thumbs up. "Lord, that's quite clever." The car arrived at the Taoyuan courtyard. Upon hearing the noise, Su Li quickly dashed back to bed, pretending to be asleep. Kuan Yi ascended the stairs and entered the room, pushing the door open to find a dim yellow light glowing at the bedside. With the person on the bed sleeping soundly, after upsetting him today, she still managed to sleep so peacefully. This woman certainly did not take his words to heart. He removed his coat and stepped into the shower. In the next moment, Su Li stealthily opened her eyes and, seeing him enter, swiftly retrieved an item from beneath the pillow, a woman's menstrual protection device. Chapter 72. Tonight is not possible. AI Meili arrived at the hotel. Reclining on the bed, her gaze filled with satisfaction as she surveyed the opulent room. From this evening forth, I shall become the woman of Lord Quan, and henceforth, those socialites will have to treat me with utmost courtesy. The daughters of prestigious families, who would vie fiercely to become the woman of Lord Kuan Yi, have all been denied this opportunity. Tonight, it has fallen into my hands. The thought filled her with exhilaration, prompting her to roll joyfully on the bed. She then quickly rose, bending down to smooth out the wrinkled sheets she had disturbed. I must tidy up. Lord Quan likely does not favor such disorder. After taking a shower and applying a splendid makeup, she donned a shirt with a wide-open collar, revealing an enticing décolletage. Ding-dong. As she anticipated, the doorbell rang. They have arrived. AI Meili set down her cosmetics, spritzed on some perfume, and hurried to open the door. Lord Quan, you have finally come. She leaned against the doorframe, her eyes sparkling. Outside stood several burly men, their eyes widening at her voluptuous figure, truly ample. It seems poised to spill from her attire. Receiving no response, AI Meili looked up and was startled, quickly tightening her collar and exclaiming, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The figures outside were not Lord Quan but rather a group of coarse older men, their eyes lecherously fixed upon her. The foremost man wiped the corner of his mouth, dripping with saliva, and said, "Did you not summon us? You need us? Who needs you? Get lost, you bunch of filthy ruffians. How dare you speak to us like that, you filthy wench? You called for us, yet you disdain us. Who summoned you? I am waiting for Lord Quan. Can you lot even compare to him, filthy wench? You talk too much." The men surged forward, dragging her inside. AI Meili screamed for help, terrified as a pack of beasts seemed intent on devouring her. Refusing to yield, she struggled and darted out of the room, her attire askew, barefoot, shouting for assistance. Other guests on the same floor emerged to witness the commotion. The next day's news would undoubtedly feature a headline about a woman, disheveled, being pursued by 4 or 5 older men. How lamentable. Kuan Yi emerged from the shower and gently embraced the soft figure beside him. She mumbled something in her sleep and turned over. "Why so early tonight?" he mused. "Sleepy," Su Li murmured, her tone heavy with drowsiness. Kuan Ye's hand wandered gently, enveloping a pair of softness. "Not tonight." She slowly opened her sleepy eyes, her voice soft. "Why not?" Kuan Yi tugged at her nightgown, preparing to take charge. However, he suddenly encountered an obstruction. His handsome face darkened instantly, the desire in his eyes fading, replaced by dispassion. "Is it here?" "Yes, it just arrived today." Kuan Yi turned onto his side, tucked the blanket around himself, and closed his eyes, deciding to sleep instead. Without the inclination for such matters, he felt no desire. Men are creatures who often think with their lower halves, Su Li inwardly scoffed, simultaneously relieved to have evaded a night of his attention. She was well aware of his vigor. Had he unleashed it upon her, she would likely have been utterly exhausted by dawn. After lying there for a while, just when she believed he had given up, he suddenly rolled over and embraced her. "Did you light incense tonight?" A gentle fragrance wafted through the room, markedly different from usual. She had heard that this scent had a calming effect, as she had been struggling with sleep lately. Yes, he held her close, his eyes closing in slumber. Su Li's heart raced, listening to the ticking of the wall clock. Soon, she would break free from this cage. As time drew near, lying in his embrace, she felt an inexplicable pang of reluctance. She thought herself mad for feeling such a way just as she was about to depart. Chapter 73. The Midnight Escape Plan. Time passed second by second. Kuan Yi lay beside her, already deep in sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Li rose as scheduled. She dressed neatly, gathered her belongings, and before stepping out, turned to cast a lingering gaze upon him. Lord Quan, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself. I shall repay your kindness in my next life. With that, she seized her suitcase and departed without looking back. A black car awaited quietly a few hundred meters beyond the peach orchard. After placing her luggage in the trunk, she took her seat in the back. Driver, let's go. The vehicle swiftly vanished into the night. The school gate. Su Chun had been waiting with his suitcase. Seated on the steps, engrossed in a mobile game. Little classmate, will your family be coming? The security guard on duty inquired, noticing him alone. Deep in his game, Su Chun replied, yes, my sister will come to pick me up soon. Why don't you leave during the day? It's so dark at night, and my sister is too beautiful. She draws too much attention on the streets during the day. The guard chuckled at his words. How beautiful could she be? Is she prettier than a fairy? Xiao Chun. At that moment, the car arrived. Su Li, seated in the back, rolled down the window and called out, I'm here, brother. Su Chun quickly stowed away his phone and approached with his suitcase. Soon, the car departed. The guard watched them leave, muttering to himself, that sister indeed looks as beautiful as a celestial being. I almost thought I was seeing things. Everything proceeded smoothly. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room, casting a golden hue. Outside, the birds in the garden chirped joyfully on the branches, singing merrily. Quan Yi awoke to the ringing of a phone. Sitting up, he lightly tapped his somewhat muddled head. It felt as though he had slept for half a century. His mind still foggy, he tossed aside the blanket, got out of bed, and grabbed the phone from the nightstand. Hello, Lord Quan, there's a board meeting this morning. Did you forget? Su Ming inquired cautiously. Lord Quan typically never missed meetings. Yet today was an exception. Everyone had awaited him in the conference room all morning without his arrival. Secretary Su had also not appeared, leaving Su Ming hesitant to disturb. Glancing at the time, Quan Yi realized it was already 11:30. Even if he were exhausted, he wouldn't sleep in this late. Postpone the meeting for another day. Notify everyone. Understood. There's something amiss? Quan Yi sensed something was off. His gaze landing on the incense burner atop the nightstand. The strange fragrance from last night had lulled him into a deep slumber. Typically a light sleeper, he hadn't even noticed Su Li rising. After washing up and dressing, he exited his room and summoned a maid. Why wasn't I woken this morning? The maid looked bewildered, cautiously explaining. Miss Su instructed us not to disturb you while you were sleeping. We assumed you were resting today. Where is she? We haven't seen Miss Su since this morning. We thought she was still asleep. Quan Yi frowned. The fact that even the maid had not seen her indicated she had risen long before. Why would she be up so early? Quan Yi headed to the dining room for breakfast, dialing her number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. A mechanical voice informed him that the call could not go through. After several attempts, the same message greeted him, his mood growing increasingly irritable. Su Li, daring not to answer my calls. It seems you are itching for a lesson. Chapter 74. Discovering the pet missing. After failing to reach Su Li multiple times, Quan Yi decided to head to the company. Lord Quan, Secretary Su hasn't come to work today, Su Ming reported as soon as he arrived. Find out where she is. Notify her to return immediately. Yes, who are we searching for? Song Wan suddenly appeared, having overheard their conversation. Quan Yi glanced at her without replying, striding into his office. Hello, Miss Song. Su Ming greeted her before hurrying away. Song Wan followed him into the office. I was at my grandparents' last night during the Quan family banquet and missed attending. I heard that Bart caused a scene at the banquet. Quan Yi sat at his desk, not lifting his head. Your news travels fast of course. Someone in my family was present and would certainly know. Bart is too arrogant. He is practically climbing over our families in Haicheng. What do you plan to do about him? Yi? I have my own plans for this matter. You needn't concern yourself. All right, Song Wan nodded, brewing him a cup of coffee. I just heard you mention looking for someone. Has someone gone missing? A small pet has gone missing. IVE sent people to find it. That little pet is indeed quite disobedient. With your busy schedule, you still have to worry about it. Once it returns, you must give it a good lesson. Song Wan kept him company in the office for a while. Quan Yi was occupied. Even if she wished to stay longer, she merely entertained herself with her phone. After a while, she left on her own. Exiting the president's office, she noticed Su Li's workspace was empty. Secretary Su not coming to work today? She asked an assistant nearby. The assistant replied, perhaps she went out to run errands for the boss. She hasn't returned yet. Secretary Su is quite casual about her job. Only someone like you would overlook it. If it were in our company, she would have been fired long ago. The assistant listened but did not dare to comment. Song Wan, carrying her bag, gracefully walked toward the elevator. Evening. Quan Yi still had not seen Su Li's figure in the president's office. The atmosphere was heavy, like the prelude to a tempest. Su Ming stood with his head bowed. Not daring to breathe too loudly, Qianyi signed the document, his lowered brows and eyes exuding an icy demeanor. You haven't been able to reach her? For someone of her stature, can she truly vanish into thin air? Speak. Su Ming shuddered slightly. Master Qian, I sent people to search everywhere, yet we still cannot find Secretary Su. Her phone has been unreachable. I heard that Secretary Su has a younger brother, so I even sent someone to the school to look for him. But the teacher informed me that he has already dropped out and is no longer at that institution. With a thud, Qianyi slammed his pen onto the table, his expression darkening further. Since this morning, he had assumed that Su Li was merely throwing a tantrum and hiding away. But now that even her brother had disappeared, it was evident that the situation was far more complicated. What is this? Have you eaten explosives? Qin Xian sauntered in from outside, grinning nonchalantly. Su Ming shot him a pleading glance, silently asking for assistance in alleviating the mounting pressure. Master Qian's fury was palpable, and he felt unable to bear it alone. Qin Xian, under the impression that it was a work-related matter, pulled out a chair and sat down, a playful smile on his lips. What work could you possibly find insurmountable? Is it that Qian Corporation is facing bankruptcy? Stand up. With a single command from Qianyi, Qin Xian sprang to his feet, his movements swift and unhesitating. Qin Xian was taken aback, realizing just how effective Qian Ye's words were compared to his father's. Chapter 75. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall upon learning the reason for Qian Ye's displeasure. Qin Xian was taken aback. How could Secretary Su have gone missing? Could she have simply gone out for leisure without anyone noticing? Su Ming replied, We've searched everywhere, yet there hasn't been a trace of her. Secretary Su has diligently worked for many years without ever being negligent. Her sudden absence today must be due to some extraordinary circumstance. As Qin Xian spoke, his gaze flickered towards Qianyi. Qianyi maintained a stoic expression, his tone chilling. Speak plainly. Ahem. What I mean is, given the commotion surrounding the incident with Bate last night, could Secretary Su be upset and thus unwilling to see you? In my presence, she has no right to be angry. Although she is a university student you supported, you should at least treat her with some gentleness. Such dominance is unappealing to a young lady. Qianyi hurled a file at him in response. You speak on her behalf, why not say a bit more? Qin Xian deftly caught the file. Shrugging, this is your own issue. Otherwise, why would Secretary Su not show her face for an entire day? It signifies she harbors grievances against you. She dares? Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Let alone Secretary Su, who possesses only the sharp claws of a little white rabbit. Master Qian, we still have to play golf with the chairman of Honghu Group later. Su Ming glanced at the time and reminded him. Qianyi rose, turning to Qin Xian, and instructed, Inquire with your fiancée and have Su Li contact me immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. What do you mean by my fiancée? Qin Xian looked exasperated as he watched Qian Ye's retreating figure. Fine, who told me to be your good buddy? I might as well lend you a hand. At this moment, Meng Sangsang was at home playing chess with her grandfather. Grandpa, if I win this game, you'll let me go out, right? That's what we agreed upon. Meng Sangsang earnestly pointed at her watch. The old man glanced at her with a benevolent smile, so eager to go out. What is so entertaining outside? It is not easy to be home. Why not spend more time with Grandpa? I have a lot to do outside. But your parents said you were just going to play around and instructed me to keep an eye on you. That's not true. I'm genuinely busy. I have my own career, you know. All right, our little Sangsang has grown up. The old man chuckled, lowering his gaze to continue adjusting the chessboard for another round. Meng Sangsang gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, thinking when would this game ever end. Old master, young lady, there's someone here to see you. The butler announced. Who is it? Miss, it's young Master Qin. He says he has come specifically to visit the old master. Upon hearing this, Meng Sangsang sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Who allowed him to come to my house? Hurry up and get rid of him. Tell him we don't welcome him, the old man interjected. Wait a moment, have you eaten explosives today? There is no reason to turn away a guest, especially one who is our future son-in-law. Grandpa, what future son-in-law? He has just a playboy. Greetings, Meng Grandpa. Before she could finish her protest, Qin Xian strode in with gifts in hand. Meng Sangsang was speechless. Did I agree to let you in? No worries, as long as Meng Grandpa agrees, it's fine. Qin Xian approached, asking politely, How have you been feeling lately? Grandpa? The old man beamed at his arrival. I'm doing well, your visit is even better. Please, take a seat. Not wanting to remain, Meng Sangsang stood up to leave. The old man bellowed, Where do you think you're going? Come back and sit down. Chapter 76. Let us discuss taking her out. Qin Xian exchanged pleasantries with the old man before he was instructed to have Sang Sang take him for a stroll in the garden. Sang Sang walked briskly ahead, hoping to shake him off, but Qin Xian quickly caught up to her. Miss Ming, why are you avoiding me so frequently? Humph. Seeing you makes me uneasy. Is it wrong for me to want to cheer myself up? Dante, you have a good home to stay in. Why are you wandering around my house? You think I want to find you? I actually have something to ask you. She suddenly halted, and he collided against her back. Sang Sang turned around, crossing her arms defiantly. Fine. If you have something to say, then say it quickly and vanish from my house. Qin Xian, not wanting to waste too much time, directly asked, where has Su Li gone? You must know. Sang Sang blinked. I don't know. Why are you suddenly inquiring about Ali? Isn't she's supposed to be working at Qin Corporation? Besides, Ali isn't familiar with you. Why are you asking about her? Don't tell me you have a crush on my good friend. Let me make it clear, you're not worthy of her. What do you mean I'm not worthy? Young Master Qin did not believe he was lacking in any regard in every aspect. I'm afraid you don't match up. Why Ali is so wonderful, and you wish to be associated with her. No, who wants to be associated? I'd rather associate with you. Not that I mean. Qin Xian had completely confused himself with his own words. Sang Sang exclaimed, look at you. Not only are you thinking about Ali, but you also want to associate with me. You're indeed a playboy, truly incorrigible. Enough. Qin Xian snapped, his expression turning serious. If you don't speak the truth, I'll have ye come personally to question you. You have a problem. I don't understand what you're saying. Sang Sang turned to leave, but he grasped her wrist and pulled her back. You really don't know where she has gone? Let go. She couldn't shake off his grip and stomped her foot in frustration. I genuinely don't know. As you saw today, my family keeps a tight rein on me. I can't even step outside. I haven't had a chance to grab a coffee with Ali. That's true. I just ran into her, and she was insisting on going out with Grandpa. Qin Xian reluctantly released her hand. Sang Sang noticed the red marks on her delicate wrist where he had held her tightly. He certainly had a strong grip. Since you don't know, then forget it. Qin Xian began to walk away. Wait a moment. Sang Sang suddenly recalled something and tugged at him, mischievously blinking. Young Master Qin, how about we strike a deal? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do? You tell my family that you're taking me out, and then I'll help you find Ali. This way, you can also explain to Master Qin. How about it? Deal. The two quickly reached an agreement, transitioning from adversaries to allies in an instant. After leaving, Sang Sang, under the pretense of meeting a friend, found a CAF and sat down to call Su Li. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. The call doesn't go through. Does it? I have my ways. Sang Sang logged into the game Honor of Kings and indeed, spotted the Cold War god Xiao Qin online. She sent a message. Where are you? Why haven't you sent any news? Su Chen replied instantly. Sang Sang Jia, we already arrived in Yuqing. Everything went smoothly, right? How is the new place? Not so good. Why? As Sang Sang sent another message, there was a long silence on the other end. She asked a few more questions, but Su Chen still did not respond. What on earth were these siblings up to? Chapter 77. Arrived at the new residence in June. The weather was not scorching hot, but the air was filled with a warm heat. A row of neatly arranged individual houses stood, with a few individuals gathered in front of one, vociferously expressing their grievances. Little girl, you must have just moved in. How can you settle down without our consent? Su Li looked at the several displeased aunties before her, her small face brimming with helplessness. She had just landed at the airport with Xiao Chan and hurriedly taken a taxi over. The originally arranged accommodation was now claimed by the locals, who insisted it was their territory and barred her from entering. Her luggage was left outside, denied entry. This area was located in the city center, an old residential district with a sense of history, convenient transportation, and high rent. She had even paid a year's rent up front. Ladies, I indeed rented this place, and the rent has been paid, if you don't let me in now. Shall I call the police to handle this? Hey, little girl, how can you speak like that? We never agreed to your rental. You just moved in by yourself, one of the aunties proclaimed, fanning herself vigorously. For many years, we have had no outsiders come here. What does it mean that you suddenly arrive with a child? This is not a place where you can simply reside. Hurry and take your belongings and leave. They are all urging you to go. Su Chen stood by, fearing that his sister might not withstand the pressure, and was about to step forward to speak. Su Li blocked him, saying, What are you doing here? Stay back, sister. Are you sure the place you found is safe? Do not question my judgment. I will handle it. The elderly woman crossed her arms over her chest, her expression haughty, and declared, Hurry up and move out, or we will call someone. The terms are written in black and white. You can see for yourselves. Sully raised her hand, revealing a rental contract that appeared prominently before them. The elderly woman widened her eyes, scrutinizing the document closely, noting that the clauses were complete and that both parties had signed. Jan Dabo? She read aloud as she fixated on the final signature. Someone nearby chimed in, "Hey, Jan Dama, isn't that your husband? Why did he rent out the house by himself? Bastard. I'll go home and ask him." "No need to leave," Sully remarked, putting away the contract and casting a glance aside. "He has already arrived." Jean Dabo, an elderly man, approached leisurely, clad in an orange tank top and black shorts, fanning himself with a worn-out fan. Jan Dama, hands on her hips, demanded loudly, "Jean Dabo, explain this to me." Jean Dabo plastered on a smile. "My dear, do not be angry. Our son was not planning to get married, so I thought, since this house would remain vacant, renting it out for a while could earn us some rent. Dio, we lack that little bit of rent? How dare you rent out the house I prepared for our son? Oh, come on, dear, it's just for a year." Sully raised an eyebrow. She only mentioned paying for a year, not that they would only stay for a year. However, seeing the family's discord, she was no longer inclined to stay long. "If you dare to take such liberties, I swear I'll deal with you." Dear, calm down. Getting angry is bad for your health. Stop trying to intimidate me." The elderly couple began to shove each other, Jean Dama swinging her hand at Jean Dabo's back. "What is going on? The noise will disturb the patients next door," a gentle male voice interjected. Chapter 78. Dr. Xiaoyu. Sully turned towards the source of the voice and spotted a young man dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans standing there. He had a clean, handsome face with gentle eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility and ease. A slight smile graced his lips. "Dr. Xiao, you are here. Please come and arbitrate. My husband is insufferably annoying." Jan Dama's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. Ceasing her altercation, Jan Dabo rubbed his sore back and said, "Dr. Xiao, if you had arrived even a moment later, she would have done me in, and then you'd have one more patient." "What are you talking about?" Jean Dama kicked him. Sully watched as he approached the group, exchanging a few quiet words with the elderly women. The onlookers gradually dispersed, returning to their own homes. He seemed to have a good rapport with them, and they appeared to trust him. Turning his gaze to Sully, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. She was clad in a white shirt and black jeans, the hem tucked at her waist, her figure graceful and alluring. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore sunglasses, accentuating her exquisite features, making her look both ethereal and stylish. "Hello, I am Xiaoyu." He extended his hand towards her. "Sully," she replied, shaking his hand. Jan Dama interjected, "Dr. Xiao, she is occupying my house. Her belongings have already been moved in." Xiaoyu glanced aside and indeed noticed several large boxes, with Su Chun sitting there, wide-eyed and staring at him. Jan Dabo chimed in, "What do you mean occupying? I have already rented the house to this lovely lady, and she has paid me a handsome sum in rent." "What? How much?" Jean Dama's eyes widened. Jan Dabo repeated, and this time Jean Dama was rendered speechless. "Is it really that much?" "Of course. We signed a contract. It's all in black and white." Xiaoyu smiled. "Jean Dama, do you still have objections? She has paid the rent in full. Do you still want her to leave?" "Humph, since the money has been paid, let her stay. But young lady, I must warn you. This house was prepared for my son, and you are not to damage anything inside. Otherwise, you will owe double compensation." Sully nodded. "Rest assured, I will not disturb anything." Xiaoyu. "Jan Dama, we should welcome those who come to rent our house. You often complain that the courtyard lacks liveliness. Isn't it better to have some young blood around? Was your treatment of her just now a bit excessive?" "Excessive indeed." Jan Dama waved her hand. Turning to Sully, "I apologize. Please do not take it to heart. It's all right." Jan Dama took Jean Dabo away, admonishing him, "In the future, if you're renting out a house, you must inform me. Thankfully, this rent is substantial. Otherwise, I would not let you off easily." Understood, dear. I'll go home and kneel on the washboard." Sully turned to Xiaoyu and politely said, "Thank you for helping me out." Xiaoyu, exuding elegance and courtesy, replied, "I really did not do much. It was primarily your negotiation." Su Chun, sitting nearby, yawned, "Sister, can I go inside to rest now?" "Go ahead, choose a room for yourself and put your things down." Su Chun grabbed his suitcase and turned to go inside. Xiaoyu asked, "Are you both from out of town?" Chapter 79. Lord Quan. Not to be provoked, yes. We plan to settle here. "Are you a local?" Sully inquired. Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "I am also here to settle down. I am not from here. My clinic is just ahead. If you need anything, feel free to come find me there." Sully recalled seeing a clinic when she first arrived, with a considerable queue outside. "All right, thank you, Dr. Xiao." Let me help you with your luggage. Thank you, but it's not necessary. No trouble at all. Xiao Yu assisted her in carrying her belongings inside, and only after everything was moved did he take his leave. Su Li surveyed the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, feeling quite satisfied. After searching online for a long time, this was the only one that suited her wishes, complete with a small garden. She tidied up and organized her things until late into the night. When Su Chen awoke to use the restroom, he saw her crouched on the living room floor folding items. Sister, it's almost 2 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep? Su Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes. Noticing the kitchen was already spotless, I'm not tired. I just wanted to get the house in order. You should go back to sleep. I'll take you to your new school in the morning. That's not acceptable. How can I let my studies suffer? You need not worry about my studies. Coming in first place is not a difficult task for me. Su Li shot him an exasperated glance. Stop rambling and get some rest, I'll help you. I've had enough sleep. Su Chen rolled up his sleeves and joined her in folding the boxes. Sister, that Dr. Xiao is quite handsome. Though not as dashing as your boss. Still, he seems like a good match for you. What are you implying? You're no longer a child. It's time you considered dating. I wouldn't want you to end up as an unmarried woman at an older age and have to rely on me. You little rascal, you have quite the way with words. Now you dare to blame your sister for her situation. That is just the way it is. Think about it. Enough chatter, get to work in the still of the night. At around 2 o'clock, within a spacious warehouse, 2 rows of well-dressed black-suited bodyguards stood solemnly on either side. Their expressions cold and imposing. In the center, several figures were focused on mercilessly beating a man. Stop hitting me, please, Bart pleaded, cradling his head as he sat on the ground. Yet, they struck harder, mercilessly pummeling him. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally ceased. Bart's face was battered and bruised. He lifted his head, barely able to make out the blurry figures before him. Zhang Quan, clad in a black suit, strode toward him, his rugged face marked by a prominent scar, exuding a fierce and chilling demeanor. The moment Bart saw him, he trembled, instinctively scooting back. He pointed a trembling finger at him, stuttering, You are one of Lord Quan's men. Zhang Quan, the personal bodyguard of Quan Yi, stood before him, towering and imposing. Mr. Bart, you have been quite arrogant and must receive some lessons. It must be Quan Yi who sent you to capture me. Tell him to come here and face me. This covert snatching is despicable and cowardly. Call him here. What do you think you are? That our Lord Quan would personally meet you. Zhang Quan lifted Bart's chin with his shoe, demanding, Who instructed you to come and deliberately tarnish the Quan family's reputation? Who is it that seeks to deal with Lord Quan? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bart feigned ignorance. Zhang Quan kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Chapter 80. Inform him, She's leaving. Do not refuse to drink the wine offered and instead demand the punishment wine. Mr. Bart. Bart lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. I don't know who the mastermind is. It was all my own doing. You're quite stubborn. Don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Quan raised his hand slightly, signaling for a few subordinates to bring over several torture instruments, which they dumped onto the ground. As Bart beheld the implements of torture, his eyes widened in horror. What do you intend to do? Zhang Quan casually selected a crocodile clamp from among the instruments and approached Bart, gesturing threateningly towards his groin. You should know what this is. Tell me, if I were to apply pressure, would you still be able to enjoy a happy life for the rest of your days? And no, stop, Bart stammered. Who is the mastermind behind this? I don't know. I have no mastermind. I merely heard that Haicheng has abundant resources. Recently, I've faced numerous setbacks in my endeavors, and I require substantial funds. The Quan family, being the wealthiest in Haicheng, seemed like a viable target. I thought that acquiring their fortune would solve my financial woes and allow me to establish a foothold in the city. Naive? Zhang Quan swung the crocodile clamp menacingly towards Bart's vital regions. A piercing scream erupted, shattering the stillness. The vehicle arrived outside Taoyuan. Sir Quan, we have arrived home, Su Ming remarked, turning his head to remind him. Quan Yi, with his eyes closed in contemplation, slowly opened them. Have you found Su Li? Not yet, Su Ming replied cautiously, studying his expression, fearful of inciting his wrath. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, the tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. I wonder how long she can hide. He exited the vehicle, with Su Ming following closely behind. Sir Quan, Zhang Quan just sent a message. Bart insists that he is acting alone against the Quan family, with no one directing him. His lips are tightly sealed. If he won't divulge information, then so be it. I despise wasting time on such individuals. But you instructed Zhang Quan to incapacitate Bart. What if Mr. John inquires about it. He entertained thoughts that he should not have. This minor punishment is quite lenient. Su Ming understood the implication. Bart should not have faced such dire consequences, but his unbridled desires had led him to this fate. Upon returning to the villa, Kuan Yi found it eerily silent. The maid stood to the side, patiently awaiting his arrival, none daring to meet his gaze. She still hasn't returned? The maid nodded, trembling. The atmosphere in the villa grew heavy, suffocatingly oppressive. Kuan Yi remained silent. Ascending the stairs, he settled into his study and rubbed his weary eyes. After a series of meetings, he felt utterly drained, compounded by Su Li's recent temperamental behavior. He retrieved his phone and messaged her. You've caused enough trouble for one day. Why patience has limits. Return promptly tomorrow. He set his phone down. He noticed the desk drawer slightly ajar, revealing a letter with the corner protruding. Upon extracting it, a bank card fell out. The handwriting was elegant, unmistakably hers. Dear sir, first and foremost, I owe you an apology. I am immensely grateful for the support you have provided over the past 4 years. Your kindness is etched in my heart and will never be forgotten. However, I have my own aspirations and wish to venture out on my own, not to squander your years of nurturing. I previously requested to resign, but you did not consent. I regret having to bid you farewell in this manner. I will repay every penny you have spent on me. Enclosed is a bank card. I will deposit money into it monthly until the debt is cleared. Thank you for your guidance. I wish you good health, happiness in your marriage with Miss Song, and a swift arrival of children. The letter was signed, Su Li. The last few lines of well-wishing were sincerely heartfelt. Kuan Yi tore the letter in anger and hurled it into the trash. Su Li, you truly are something else. Resorting to such escapades. Very well. Su Ming, who was about to head home, was urgently beckoned back. Search every train station and airport. We must find out where Su Li has gone. Sir, has Secretary Su really fled? Chapter 81. Ordering a citywide manhunt. Kuan Yi cast a cold glance at him. Su Ming lowered his head. Understood. I will take immediate action. Kuan Yi summoned the footage from the home surveillance cameras, only to discover that they had all been obstructed. She had left without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Useless. You couldn't keep watch over a single person. In a fit of rage, he swept everything off the table, causing the maid and bodyguards to tremble in fear, too frightened to utter a word. His peripheral vision caught sight of a jewelry box on the bookshelf. Upon opening it, he found the jewelry he had previously gifted her. Untouched, the maid stammered. Miss Su said she didn't want it, so I brought it here. Humph. This escape was meticulously planned. Su Li, you have indeed become quite adept at such schemes, daring to act beneath my very nose. Su Li had vanished, and no one knew her whereabouts, as if she had simply evaporated into thin air. Su Ming scoured the train stations and airports but found no leads. You are aware that Su Li is missing, correct? In a hot pot restaurant, Ming Sang Sang cheerfully savored her beef. Indifferent to the inquiries posed by her companion, I ask you again, do you have any idea where Su Li has gone? I don't know. You can ask me 100 times, and my answer will remain the same. Ming Sang Sang lifted her head, her lips flushed from the heat, enhancing her fair complexion. Through the steam of the hot pot, Qin Xian gazed at her helplessly. You are her only friend in Haicheng. How could you not know? Stop being secretive and just tell me. I find it curious why you are so eager to locate Ali. Perhaps she simply went on a trip to escape the monotony. It's not my urgency. She is Ah Ye's secretary. Her abrupt disappearance is quite concerning. What does it matter to you? If Sir Quan believes he cannot do without Su Li, he can send someone to find her himself. Ming Sang Sang rolled her eyes, wiping her mouth with a napkin. I'm full. I'm leaving. Your incessant buzzing is quite bothersome. She grabbed her bag and stood up to depart. Who are you calling a fly? Qin Xian followed her outside. Don't follow me. I have plans to sing later, and your presence would be inconvenient. Ming Sang Sang, your dear friend has gone missing, and you still intend to sing? Are you truly a plastic friend? She didn't even inform me before leaving. Clearly, she doesn't value our friendship. Why should I concern myself with her affairs? Stop right there. No, the two stood outside, arguing. Meanwhile, several bodyguards approached them. I truly have no idea where Su Li has gone. That wretched girl said she would host a dinner at home, yet we waited all night without seeing her. Huang Yumei exclaimed, being dragged by the arm. While Zhou Kai fared no better, Ming Sang Sang halted in her tracks, astonished to see them. Su Li's uncle and aunt were also there. Su Li is missing, and Ah Yi has ordered a citywide search. None of you connected to her can escape, Qin Xian stated. Upon hearing this, Ming Sang Sang turned to flee, only to be grasped by the collar. Trying to run, are we? Not a chance. Let go of me. Qin Xian pushed her toward Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai, corralling them together. Huang Yumei, with a sorrowful expression, implored, "Young lady, what has become of Su Li? Her actions are unrelated to us. Why must you apprehend us?" "I have no idea. These people are unreasonable. They arrest anyone at random." Chapter 82. Speak the truth. Where is she? Soon, they were all brought before Quan Yi. In the spacious, opulent living room, Quan Yi stood with his back to them, his imposing figure exuding an aura of authority that instilled fear. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai were petrified, feeling like grasshoppers at the feet of an emperor, paralyzed with fear. A single word from him could seal their fate. They had never witnessed such a scene, trembling in terror. Meng Sang stood to the side, visibly impatient, glaring at Qin Xian. Qin Xian turned his face away, pretending not to see. "If you speak the truth, I may let you go." Quan Ye's voice was cold and menacing, like a demon from hell, delivering a final warning. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai exchanged fearful glances, stammering, "Who are you?" Zhang Quan, standing nearby, barked, "You need not concern yourselves with our boss's identity. Simply reveal Su Li's whereabouts. We genuinely do not know. That girl is uncontactable. She mentioned hosting a dinner at home and even invited young Master Ling Feng, yet we waited all night without her return, which has angered him. We were about to search for her ourselves." Zhou Kai trembled, asking, "Boss, what has happened? Has Su Li run away?" Zhang Quan replied, "Su Li's whereabouts are completely unknown. She truly has not been in contact with you?" "No, we cannot reach her even by phone. That wretched girl, who knows what she is up to? If she has offended you, please do not take it out on us. Although we are her uncle and aunt, we are not close." Zhou Kai added, "Yes, she brought this upon herself. It has nothing to do with us. You should seek her out and settle the score." Quan Yi remained silent, heightening their anxiety, fearing that if he became displeased, their fates would be sealed. "Zhou Kai, this girl has been without parents for 4 years, burdened with a younger brother. She leads a dissolute lifestyle, entangled with men, and shows no respect to her elders. You must teach her a harsh lesson." Quan Ye's back was to them, his expression darkening. Zhang Quan stepped forward and slapped them across the face several times, leaving them dazed. Huang Yumei's face immediately swelled, and with innocent tears streaming down, she questioned, "Why did you strike us?" "The purpose of summoning you was to inquire about Su Li's whereabouts, not to allow you to slander her. This is a grave injustice." "A profound injustice." Zhang Quan waved his hand, instructing the bodyguards to drag the two of them away. Su Li typically had a strained relationship with them, so it was certain she would not disclose her location to them. "Serves you right for having such loose lips," Meng Sang remarked to the couple, feeling indignant on behalf of Su Li. When she turned her head, she caught sight of Quan Yi slowly turning around. His cold, piercing gaze directed at her. A jolt of anxiety shot through Meng Sang, and she quickly lowered her head. Qin Xian clicked his tongue, crossing his arms as he watched the scene unfold. This girl was usually so willful and arrogant in front of him, yet here she was, so compliant before Yi. It seemed he had been too lenient with her. Quan Yi toyed with 2 glass beads in his hand, sauntering towards her unhurriedly, his luxurious watch resting lightly on the arm draped over the sofa's armrest. His demeanor exuded both nobility and aloofness. "Miss Meng, if they are unaware, then you must be informed." "Correct?" Chapter 83. Keep an eye on Meng Sang. "I don't know. That girl hasn't told me where she's gone. I'm still quite upset," Meng Sang replied, blinking her large, innocent eyes. Quan Yi did not believe her words. "You will inevitably find a way to contact her and inform her to return and admit her mistake obediently. Otherwise, if I personally capture her, the consequences will be hers to bear." Meng Sang had nothing further to say and was ushered out. Only 2 individuals remained in the living room. Qin Xian cleared his throat and remarked, "How do you know Su Li will definitely contact Meng Sang?" Quan Yi responded, "You are responsible for keeping an eye on Meng Sang. Any news, inform me immediately." "Why is it always me? That girl is currently avoiding me and doesn't even want to see me. Please, do not assign this task to me, since you will be lying in the same bed later." "You might as well be of some use," Quan Yi coldly stated before turning and walking away. Qin Xian's face twitched, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized the implication of lying in the same bed. "Hey, clarify what you mean." In the study, Quan Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of tea. Memories of Su Li flashed through his mind, obedient and docile, fulfilling almost all his demands without ever defying him. For years had passed, and he believed she had adapted, that she would obediently remain by his side. He never anticipated she would run away. He had underestimated her. "Su Li, you wish to escape. that is impossible. He slammed the teacup down onto the table, causing a crack to appear almost immediately to Chu. Su-chun, busy with his homework in another room, sneezed and promptly came out. Sister, is someone scolding me? Why do I keep yawning? Suli was in the kitchen trying to figure out how to use the stove. She casually replied, you must be underdressed. Wear more layers to avoid catching a cold. It's so hot today. And you want me to wear more? I'll suffocate. Su-chun approached and asked, Sister, what are you busy with? This stove is quite antiquated, and I am trying to learn how to use it. Don't you feel hungry? My stomach is growling, but can't you figure it out? Show me how. What do you know? I'll manage on my OWNIS. Anyone home? A figure entered the yard. Su-chun rushed outside and exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Yu, clad in a white coat, appeared youthful and handsome, reminiscent of a recent college graduate. He weighed the 2 baskets of eggs and fruits he carried, smiling. These are gifts from the neighbors to welcome you. I brought them over. Wow, that's a lot. They're so warm-hearted. They mentioned you just moved in yesterday and wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding. Since we are all neighbors now, mutual assistance is essential. Xiao Yu entered the living room and placed the items on the table. Suli removed her apron, wiped her hands, and stepped out. Dr. Xiao, that's too much. Please take it back. We don't need it. It's nothing. Just a small gesture from everyone. Please accept it. Otherwise, they might feel guilty. Thank you. I will treat everyone to a meal another day. Noticing some dust on her fair and beautiful face, Xiao Yu approached and asked, what are you working on? This stove has a bit of vintage charm. And I'm not quite sure how to use it. This stove is a local specialty. Most outsiders don't know how to operate it. Allow me to assist you. Xiao Yu rolled up his sleeves and, before Suli could refuse, he began to help her. Su-chun walked over and lightly tapped her shoulder, saying, Sister, Dr. Xiao is enthusiastic and diligent. He's quite nice. Suli retorted, You little brat, stop daydreaming and hurry to finish your homework. Once I'm done, I'm going to help Dr. Xiao. Su-chun also entered the kitchen. Su-li's phone buzzed in her pocket. She glanced at it before stepping outside to answer. Chapter 84. Can we bid farewell to the past? Is this Miss Suli? Yes, it is. Hello, we are from Huaxing Group. We have received your job application, and we would like to schedule an interview for you tomorrow morning at 9. Will you be available? I will be. Su-li's face lit up with joy. She had not anticipated such a swift response to her recently submitted resume. She had applied for the position of a translator specifically for the general manager at a real estate company. Proficient in multiple languages and having accompanied Kuan Yi to numerous significant domestic and international events, she felt confident in her linguistic abilities. Thus, she decided to start as a translator and gradually work her way up. Miss Su, the stove has been prepared for you. Please try using it. Xiao Yu emerged from the kitchen. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. You're welcome. We are all neighbors. Noticing that Suli's home was already tidy, Xiao Yu realized there was nothing more he could assist with. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just call me. Dr. Xiao, is Huaxing Company far from here? Suli suddenly inquired. Xiao Yu was taken aback. You are going to Huaxing Company? She nodded. Gesturing to her phone. I just received a call from them. I have an interview scheduled for tomorrow. Admiration sparkled in Xiao Yu's eyes. Huaxing is a leading enterprise in Yuqing, recruiting every 3 years. Those who gain entry are all elites. Your interview signifies your competence. Not really. I just submitted it casually, and I was fortunate to receive a response. Miss Su, you are being modest. Huaxing is not an easy place to enter. Even top graduates from prestigious universities must undergo rigorous selection processes, and even then, acceptance is not guaranteed. Then I must be quite lucky. Tomorrow, I happen to have some business nearby. I can take you there to familiarize yourself with the route. Thank you, that would be helpful. Xiao Yu nodded and departed. Su-li fiddled with her phone. Her heart lightened. A new life was on the horizon, and she was prepared to bid farewell to the past. That evening, after dinner, Su-li sat in her room organizing her materials, preparing for the interview. She glanced at a translation document in her hand. Memories of the past suddenly flooded her mind. Su-li, if you can't even manage this, how do you expect to become a national-level translator? You might as well beg on the streets. My expectations of you have already been quite low. If you can't pass here, you won't find success anywhere else. Su-li, stay by my side obediently. Everything you desire, I can help you achieve. Whenever she made a mistake, he would torment her even more at night. Initially, she often found herself unable to rise from bed the next day, sometimes growing weary of his methods and eagerly anticipating the day she could escape. Yet, it was this domineering man who had elevated her skills. He taught her various languages hands-on, imparting numerous skills directly to her. He once claimed he could help her become exceptional or easily ruin her. He stated she was his possession, one without the right to refuse. That cold, tyrannical man was her shackles, binding her to him and denying her the chance to break free. Yet even a caged bird longs for freedom at times. Now that she was free, she still had to rely on the skills he had taught her to make a living. Had she truly escaped from him? The more she pondered, the more conflicted she became, and her head throbbed painfully. She patted her head and scribbled on a blank sheet of paper, reminding herself, Suli, you must remain calm. Do not think of him anymore. You have left. You are no longer his do you understand? Chapter 85. Su-chun pretends to be sick to skip school the following day. Suli was to accompany Su-chun to his new school for enrollment. However, the little rascal had yet to rise. Xiao-chun, look at the time. Why are you still in bed? If we don't hurry, we'll be late for school. Suli knocked on the door several times, but there was still no response. What could be wrong with this child? Could something have happened? She turned the doorknob and stepped inside, finding Su-chun lying quietly on the bed. Xiao-chun, what's wrong? She approached the bed and shook his shoulder gently. Su-chun drowsily opened his eyes, his face pale as he replied weakly, Sister, my head feels dizzy, and my body is quite uncomfortable. Am I sick? She placed her hand on his forehead. His temperature felt normal, ruling out a fever. What discomfort? Are you trying to trick me into letting you skip school? That won't work. Get up now and I'm not. I really feel unwell. Su-chun's small face looked ashen as he turned over. Seeing him in such distress made Suli wonder if he had genuinely caught a cold. Miss Su? A voice called from outside the yard. It was Xiao Yu. They had arranged to leave together, and he likely came to check on her since she had not yet gone out. Suli stepped outside and said, Dr. Xiao, my brother seems to be ill. Could you please take a look at him? Of course. Xiao Yu entered and made his way to Su-chun's bedroom. Su-chun immediately shrank back under the covers upon seeing him, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. Miss Yu, standing nearby, remarked, You are not unfamiliar with Dr. Xiao, so why the fear? Sister, I am afraid of injections. But Dr. Xiao does not have a needle with him right now. Sister, please leave. I feel shy with you here. What is there to be shy about? You are not even undressed. Hurry up, don't waste time. Suli stepped forward, intending to lift his covers. Xiao Yu raised a hand to block her, chuckling, Miss Su, let me attend to Xiao-chun. Could you please step outside for a moment? All right. Suli retracted her hand and turned to leave. Once the door closed, Su-chun cautiously peered out from beneath the blanket, exhaling a sigh of relief. My sister is truly terrifying. I mentioned being ill, and she still wouldn't let me off the hook, even summoning a doctor right away. Xiao Yu smiled, Your sister is merely concerned for you. Now, let me take your pulse. Su-chun instantly covered his hand, saying, It's just a minor ailment. There's no need to check. Are you pretending to be ill to deceive your sister? Shu? Su-chun raised a finger to his lips, adopting a cautious demeanor. Be careful. If my sister hears, she will surely scold me. Your sister is so gentle. Surely, she wouldn't resort to violence. Gentleness and beauty are merely superficial traits. You do not comprehend how strict she is with me. Noticing that his spirit was quite lively, unlike someone genuinely unwell, Xiao Yu felt relieved and stood up. Since you are fine, I shall not worry. However, may I inquire about the reason behind your charade? I do not wish to attend school. Why not? It's pointless. I already know everything I need to. The lessons from those teachers are far too simple. And when I pose questions, they cannot provide answers. It feels meaningless. I might as well stay home and develop other talents. But I assure you, I will not neglect my studies. My sister just doesn't believe me. It seems this child is quite the academic prodigy. Xiao Yu observed his room, which boasted an array of instruments including a guitar, electronic drums, and a violin, with various dartboards and martial arts diagrams adorning the walls. You have quite a diverse set of talents. Su-chun lifted his chin slightly. Of course, as a young man, I must become the pillar of the family. It would be unwise not to cultivate my abilities. Quite astute indeed. I must take my leave now. I need to accompany your sister to a job interview at her new company. Dr. Xiao, please do not mention my feigned illness to her. I will definitely return to school, just not today. Understood. Given his cleverness and discretion, Xiao Yu agreed. Chapter 86. He certainly won't find this place. Outside, Suli inquired as he emerged, How is my brother? He may have caught a slight chill from kicking off his blanket last night. Let him rest a bit longer. He cannot go to school today. Suli approached the sofa and picked up her bag, disregarding him. Let us leave. All right. Xiao Yu drove her to the entrance of washing group. Dr. Xiao, thank you. I will know how to come next time. No need for thanks. Suli exited the car, and Xiao Yu walked her to the gate. This is far enough. You need not see me off further. Very well. A male employee emerged from inside and nodded politely to Xiao Yu, who returned the gesture as Suli asked, Do you know each other? He was a relative of one of my patients. Please go in. Don't delay your interview. Thank you. Dr. Yuli entered the lobby and approached the front desk, explaining her purpose. The receptionist, upon seeing her, was momentarily dazzled before politely stating, "You are here for an interview." "Correct. Please take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Our HR director is waiting for you." "Thank you." Yuli turned to leave, and the two receptionists immediately leaned in to whisper, "That girl was stunningly beautiful. And her aura is so impressive. I envy how lovely she is. Enough, we lack such fortune. Let us focus on our work." Upon reaching the 3rd floor reception room, Suli faced 3 stern interviewers. "Are you Suli?" The HR director adjusted his large black-framed glasses and scrutinized her image against the photo on her resume, appearing skeptical. "Its certainly me. Yet you differ slightly from the photograph, I must admit. I look far better in person than in the photo. It may have been enhanced." The director cleared his throat, placed the resume down, and got to the point. "You are applying for the position of translator for our general manager. You have 5 minutes to introduce yourself and outline any relevant work experience." Within the 5 minutes, Suli spoke eloquently and confidently. The interviewers nodded in approval at her articulate expressions. Finally, the director asked, "You mentioned you have worked for a publicly listed company for 4 years. May I inquire which one?" Suli hesitated briefly before remaining silent. The interviewers exchanged glances, curiosity evident. "It is not an enterprise from Yuching, and I wish to break away from my previous working model, venturing into a new field." The director nodded. "Very well, we will conclude the interview for today. You are aware of the salary and benefits, and we will notify you by phone." "Understood. Thank you." Suli rose, bowed, and departed. Once outside Huaxing, she wandered aimlessly along the roadside. Busy office workers hurried past her, perhaps rushing to meetings or engagements, none as leisurely as she. Previously, while at the Quan Corporation, she had been perpetually occupied. Now, suddenly having free time, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. "Stop! Don't move!" A sharp voice called from behind, causing Suli to stiffen in place. A moment later, a pair of footsteps approached. A young man dashed in front of her, scooping up a small dog from the ground and petting its fur. "Little cutie, how did you sneak out again? I've told you countless times not to run away. Just wait until we get home. I will deal with you for disobedience." The man mumbled to the dog as he walked away. Suli remained rooted to the spot, taking a while to regain her composure. She felt akin to the small pet in the man's arms, helpless and resigned after being caught by its owner, ultimately having no choice but to return. "I must be losing my mind. Having escaped, he surely won't find me here." Chapter 87, extending a helping hand to a little girl. Back at the community, Suli noticed an elderly lady who had fallen outside the clinic. Struggling to rise, she hurried over to assist. "Are you all right, Grandma?" The grandmother looked at her kindly and patted her hand, saying, "I'm fine. I just wanted to go inside for some medicine and accidentally fell." "Let me help you inside." Suli supported the elderly woman to a resting chair, glancing around. The clinic appeared small from the outside but was spacious inside, with an orderly waiting area and payment section. Resembling a hospital, Xiaoyu, at such a young age, possessed the capability to run such a clinic. "Miss Su, you returned from your interview quite quickly." Just as she was about to leave, Xiaoyu appeared from inside. Noticing her, "Yes, Dr. Xiao, there are quite a few people here. The neighbors nearby prefer coming here. It's convenient." "You underestimate yourself. It must be your remarkable medical skills that earn everyone's trust." Xiaoyu, clad in a white coat, exuded an impressive demeanor, attracting the attention of several young women nearby. Dr. Xiao, a young nurse in a pink uniform, approached him, handing over a fee slip. "Yaya has finished her treatment medication, and today is the 3rd prescription. However, her grandmother refuses to allow it, insisting they must earn money first. No worries. Just register her and provide the medication." But the elderly lady is unwilling. Previous prescriptions were on credit, and they feel embarrassed to ask for more. Suli, not fully understanding their conversation, caught sight of a little girl seated on a nearby resting chair. She appeared to be around the same age as Su Chan. Dressed in simple long sleeves and pants, her frail body seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Her expression was somewhat vacant, staring blankly ahead. Her hands remained clenched into fists. Typically, such a posture is not maintained without some form of provocation. After Xiaoyu spoke with the nurse, he noticed Su Li's attention and said, "The girl you're looking at is the one the nurse just mentioned. She has endured some traumatic experiences, leaving her in a daze and her body severely harmed. She has been undergoing treatment with medication, but her family situation is quite dire. To see a once healthy child reduced to this is heartbreaking. She must have suffered greatly." Xiaoyu's eyes reflected a complex emotion as he quietly continued. "She was locked in a small dark room by her stepfather for nearly 3 years, deprived of sunlight. Which is how she became this way. It was her grandmother who discovered her and promptly called the police for rescue. But the psychological trauma she has endured is severe. It will take time for her to recover. Su Li's beautiful eyes quivered with sympathy as she gazed at the girl. I will cover her medical expenses, Dr. Xiao. Please ensure she receives proper treatment. Miss Su, you? Xiao Yu was taken aback. This child is truly pitiable. She deserves a better future. I cannot abandon her. I am merely doing what I can to help a child in crisis. After saying this, Su Li turned to walk away. The child's grandmother entered just then, brushing past her. The elderly lady, over 80, leaned on a cane as she approached her granddaughter, gently stroking the girl's hair with her calloused hand. Xiao Yu observed this scene, feeling a pang of discomfort within her. Before casting a glance at Su Li's departing figure, Dr. Xiao, Yaya's grandmother, has requested to take her home. The nurse informed I no need for that. Let her stay for treatment, came the response. Chapter 88. Attending a banquet with Qin Xian. Meng Sang peered out from her room, quickly surveying the corridor. Seeing no one, she hurriedly stepped out. Adorned in a striking red dress and clutching her bag, she tiptoed towards the elevator. Where are you headed? Hearing a voice behind her, she halted and rolled her eyes. Qin Xian approached her, scrutinizing her closely. Miss Meng, are you off somewhere? Where to? Why are you always at my house? Don't you have a home of your own? My home is not as entertaining as yours. And besides, I have a mission that I came to play chess with your grandfather and, incidentally, to check on you that I've told you countless times. I truly have no idea where Su Li is. Please, spare me, Meng Sang said, flinging her bag over her shoulder and attempting to walk past him. Qin Xian stepped forward, blocking her path with a nonchalant tone laced with mockery. You don't have to tell me, but wherever you go, you'll have to bring me along. Your grandfather just mentioned to me that I should keep a close eye on you. Meng Sang glanced around before forcefully pushing him into a nearby room. Pinning him against the door, Qin, don't think I one-T hit you. My taekwondo skills are top-notch, and I've even won awards. Impressive. I'm quite terrified, he replied with a smirk. Meng Sang released him, dusting off her hands. Never mind, I one-T waste more breath on you. You should leave my house immediately. At that moment, Qin Xian's phone rang. He turned to answer. Hello, it's me. You want me to drink on your behalf? Dream on. Miss Song is right beside you, and she's one of the best drinkers around. All right, I understand. I'll head over now. Drinking on behalf? Miss Song? Meng Sang eavesdropped, only to be bumped into as Qin Xian turned. Are you eavesdropping on my call? Who is eavesdropping? I'm merely being forthright. Meng Sang glanced at his phone and, with curiosity, asked, Isn't it said that Lord Quan is betrothed to Miss Song? When are they getting married? A sense of doubt gnawed at Meng Sang. Yuli had been thriving at the Quan Group, with a salary among the best in Haicheng, yet she insisted on resigning, even to the extent of leaving Haicheng altogether. Meng Sang suspected this was somehow related to Song Wan. Yuli was beautiful, fit, and capable. What woman would feel secure with such a stunning beauty around her man? Do you wish to know when they will wed? Of course. Then let us go. I will take you to inquire personally. As Qin Xian spoke, he grasped her hand, leading her outside. Hey, men and women should keep their distance. Let go of me. You didn't feel that way when you touched me earlier. Before long, Qin Xian drove them to a banquet hall. Today, Quan Yi had a social engagement there, coincidentally meeting with Song Wan. So they joined forces. Meng Sang hopped out of the passenger seat, eagerly trailing behind him. She needed to ascertain whether Su Li's departure was forced by Song Wan. Her good friend deserved no mistreatment. In the VIP room, several individuals were seated, engaged in lively conversation. Quan Yi sat at the center, occasionally responding with a few words, speaking little. Despite this, everyone remained attentive to his expressions, fearful of saying something amiss. Qin Xian and Meng Sang entered. Song Wan, seated beside Quan Yi, looked up and warmly greeted, Young Master Qin, you're here. Please take a seat. Her gaze fell upon Meng Sang, and she smiled sweetly, saying, Young Master Qin, your fiancé has also arrived. Chapter 89. Did Song Wan drive Su Li away? As Meng Sang settled into her seat, she opened her mouth to retort but thought better of it, deciding it wasn't worth the effort. After Qin Xian took his seat, the others immediately began to toast him. Everyone, no need for formality. Let us all drink together. Aye, your stomach is well. Allow me to drink this on your behalf, Song Wan interjected, taking a glass intended for Quan Yi and downing it with a flourish, outshining the men present. Meng Sang couldn't help but be impressed. Her drinking prowess was indeed remarkable, making her quite the asset at the banquet. Observing Quan Yi's demeanor towards her, It was neither overly warm nor cold, just perfectly normal. It seemed Lord Quan was quite pleased with her. Could it be that Su Li's departure was somehow connected to Song Wan? Ming Sang pondered as a glass was handed to her. Lifting her head, she saw Song Wan's radiant face and heard. Miss Ming, although we're acquainted, we haven't had the chance to deepen our friendship. Shall we share a drink? Thank you, but I do not drink. Primarily, she wished to avoid drinking with Song Wan, as she was selective about her drinking companions. Song Wan maintained a high-profile presence in social circles, exuding an air of arrogance that often looked down on others. Ming Sang's impression of her was far from favorable. Still smiling warmly, Song Wan replied, Miss Ming, does this imply you are unwilling to befriend me? The social circle in Haicheng is rather small, and we will encounter each other again. I genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. I am afraid I can't. I'm on my period, and it's really inconvenient for me to drink. Ming Sang gestured lightly towards her abdomen. Upon hearing this, Song Wan had no retort. Then I shall drink this cup on your behalf. You women are always so finicky. Qin Xian stood up, clinking his glass with Song Wan's and downing it in one go, alleviating her awkwardness. Song Wan returned to her seat, and Qin Xian nudged Ming Sang's shoulder. If you're not drinking, why are you here? I want tea drink. You drink if you wish. During the gathering, Ming Sang excused herself to the restroom. Upon exiting, she spotted Quan Yi standing ahead, engaged in a phone call. She deliberately slowed her pace, stealthily approaching him. Quan Yi hung up and turned to her, asking, Where is Su Li? Ming Sang abruptly halted. Leaning against the wall, realizing he had already noticed her, I honestly don't know where she is, but I have speculated the reason for her departure. What is it? Quan Yi raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by her insight, Ming Sang glanced around cautiously before stepping closer to him. Lord Quan, Su Li's sudden exit surely has deeper implications. You're about to marry Miss Song, who might not appreciate other women around you, especially since Su Li often accompanied you, which could easily incite jealousy. Are you implying that Song Wan drove Su Li away? I never said that. I'm merely speculating. Quan Yi fell silent, his expression darkening as he walked away. Ming Sang murmured to herself, unsure if he believed her or not. As the banquet concluded, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective homes. Song Wan, having indulged a bit too much, swayed unsteadily, requiring her assistant's support to exit. Outside the main door, Quan Yi stood by his car, waiting. She languidly brushed her tipsy head, spotting him and stumbling forward in her high heels. Lord Quan, are you waiting for me? She fell into his embrace. And he gently steadied her. You've had too much to drink. Not really. I only had a little bit. Leaning against his shoulder, her cheeks were flushed, and her lips were alluringly red, presenting an irresistible charm. Quan Yi pushed her towards her assistant. Take Miss Song home. Chapter 90. No more of her presence, Yi. Please take me home. Song Wan whined, snuggling back into his arms. I have matters to attend to. You should go home first. But it won't take much time. Can't you just drop me off? Typically, when faced with such a beautiful woman as coaxing, most men would find it hard to refuse. Quan Yi paused before conceding fine. Joy surged in Song Wan's heart as she prepared to embrace him. Yet Quan Yi called over her assistant to help her into the Song family car before returning to his own vehicle. Escorting her home in this manner, as Song Wan settled into the car, she gazed at the following black Rolls-Royce, bemused and too weary to pretend to be drunk any longer. Miss, Lord Quan is serious about this. He is truly escorting you home, her assistant remarked. Song Wan replied, somewhat disgruntled. So this is it. I should feel satisfied. But Lord Quan has never sent a girl home before. You are the first. This comment did little to cheer her up. She lightly rubbed her forehead, displaying irritation. She hadn't actually been drunk. She merely sought opportunities to spend more time with him, given his busy schedule and the pressure from home regarding marriage. By the way, I haven't seen Su Li around these past few days. Her assistant responded, Are you referring to Secretary Su? I've heard from the people at the Quan Group that Lord Quan has sent her on a business trip. She probably won be in Haicheng for a while on a business trip. Does she really need to leave when she is his personal secretary? It's likely for some important work. The more Song Wan thought about it, the more agitated she became, waving her hand dismissively. Forget it. It's probably for the best she isn't here. With Su Li absent from Quan Yi's side, she felt all the more at ease. Quan Yi's convoy dropped Song Wan off at the entrance of the Song family estate before departing. Inside his car, Quan Yi rested his head on one hand, fatigue etched across his brow. Secretary Su, please bring me a glass of lemon water. After speaking, he suddenly realized something. Looking up, he found the seat beside him was empty. She had always accompanied him, entering and exiting alongside him, and he had grown accustomed to her presence. Since her departure, he had not allowed anyone else to occupy that seat. "Lord Quan, here is your lemon water," his assistant offered from the front. Quan Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Not the lemon water she makes. I don't feel like drinking it." Returning to the peach garden, the silence felt chilling. He entered his bedroom, gazing at the vacant room, a sense of frustration lodging in his chest. In days gone by, at this hour he would return to find her seated before the vanity, drying her hair, or perhaps applying a face mask and moisturizing cream. She would rise to greet him, saying, "You're back? The bath water is ready. Go wash up." A flicker of coldness passed through Quan Yi's eyes as he raised his hand and shattered a nearby vase onto the floor. The servants, hearing the commotion, hurried over but hesitated at the doorway, reluctant to enter. "Throw away everything here that pertains to her. Master Quan, Miss Su will return. One Tishi, she will certainly return, but she no longer deserves to reside here." Quan Yi's expression remained stern as he turned and strode towards the study. The servants, mindful of his orders, set about their tasks with great caution, fearful of incurring his wrath during Miss Su's absence. Upon reaching the study, Quan Yi's phone suddenly pinged with a bank transfer notification. Someone had sent him 500,000. He recalled Su Li's words in her letter, promising that she would regularly transfer money to repay the expenses he had incurred for her over the past 4 years. He forwarded the information to Su Ming, commanding sharply, "Investigate the source of this payment." Chapter 91. President of Huaxing Group in Yuqing, Su Li was organizing accounts, and after deducting her and Su Qin's living expenses, a small sum remained. She transferred the money to Quan Yi via an anonymous account registered with the bank. She was determined to repay her debts fully, for her peace of mind. Rising to drink some water, she received a phone call. "Miss Su, congratulations on passing our interview. However, there have been some changes to the position. You are exceptionally talented, and it's a pity to place you with the general manager. We also need a translator for our president. Would you consider that role? Whether as a general manager or president, it was all work to her." "Sure. Great. Please come to the office at 9 tomorrow morning. Someone will arrange your tasks. Thank you." After hanging up, a smile spread across Su Li's face. A job had been secured, and a new chapter of her life was about to commence. "Sis, why are you still awake?" Su Chun, clad in a cream-colored pajama, rubbed his eyes as he emerged from his room. Leaning against the table, Su Li joyfully waved her phone, saying, "I have good news. I passed the interview at my new company and will start work tomorrow." "Really? I knew my sister was the best. Can I have a late-night snack as a reward?" Su Li gently tapped his head. "You think you can mooch off me for a late-night snack? That won't do. Sis, you're so stingy." Su Chen pulled out his phone, adopting a mature demeanor. "Fine. I'll treat you to celebrate your new job." "Where did you get the money, you little rascal?" "I'm doing online tutoring part-time. This is my own pocket money. Be good, Xiao Chen. Once I'm successful, you won't have to work part-time anymore." Su Chen shrugged, opening the delivery app on his phone. "Forget it. I don't want to keep relying on you. I am a man. It's embarrassing to say that. You little brat, you aren't even an adult yet and already speak like this." Su Li ordered 2 servings of fried chicken and drinks. "Eating fried chicken at this hour? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" "I have a physique that doesn't gain weight, so I'm not worried." Sitting down at the table, Su Li began preparing her materials for work the next day. As the president's translator, she needed to familiarize herself with the president's personality, work style, and so on. She hoped not to encounter someone as cold and ruthless as Quan Yi. That would indeed be unfortunate. However, not everyone could be as twisted as Quan Yi. With this thought, she felt reassured. Su Li arrived early at Huaxing Group, where the receptionist asked her to wait in the lobby. After about 10 minutes, she observed the employees arriving, each full of vigor, reminiscent of the lively atmosphere at Quan's Group. Comparatively, both companies were quite similar, yet Quan's Group boasted a longer history and more influence in the industry. Huaxing Group was backed by the Fu family, with the current president being Fu Zilian, the head of the Fu family. Presently, Fu Zilian was the wealthiest man in Yuqing, known for his integrity and seriousness. With a temperament that was unpredictable and enigmatic, little was written online about him, marking him as a notably low-profile entrepreneur. "President Fu has arrived," the assistant announced at the door. Upon hearing this, Su Li rose to take a look. A black car pulled up, and a man in a black suit stepped out. He stood over 6 feet tall, with a slender, upright figure, exuding elegance and striking good looks. However, having seen Quan Yi's exceptional beauty, Su Li found his appearance rather ordinary. "President Fu, you've arrived," the assistant said, following closely. "The new translator is here and waiting for you." Fu Zilian responded nonchalantly, heading straight for the elevator. Su Li stood there, unsure of what to do next. The assistant nudged her, saying, "Miss Su, Please go to the president's office and introduce yourself. All right. Chapter 92. Letting ability speak. Beauty is just a bonus in the office. After introducing herself, Su Li stood by the desk, awaiting a response. Time ticked by slowly, the silence so palpable that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fu Zilian, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands, exuded an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested in acknowledging her presence. Su Li felt as though she was invisible, standing there awkwardly. Just when the assistant was about to intervene, Fu Zilian lifted his gaze to glance at her. His tone flat and unyielding. What's your name? President Fu. I'm Su Li. She had just introduced herself, yet it seemed the president had not been listening. He looked down again, saying, Go sit at your workstation. I'll assign you work when needed. Understood. Exiting the office, Su Li found her workstation just outside. Fu Zilian spoke little and was exceedingly aloof. However, compared to Quan Yi, he was a breath of fresh air. Su Li spent the morning idly at her desk, watching as other assistants and secretaries rushed in and out of the president's office, busy with their tasks. After lunch, upon returning from the restroom, she overheard female employees discussing something outside. Have you heard? The president's office has hired a new female translator, and they say she is exceptionally beautiful. The male staff are all gossiping about her. Do you think she is trying to catch President Fu's eye? Surely not. President Fu is already married. Why would she pursue him? So what if he is married? We haven't seen Mrs. Fu for years. Who knows what their marriage is like? Nowadays, pretty girls often take shortcuts. Working closely with President Fu would be such luck. If he takes a liking to her, a house and a car would be a given. You don't understand the real estate prices in the center of Yuqing. With just one apartment, I could retire comfortably. Haha, why don't you go flaunt yourself in front of President Fu? Maybe he'll notice you. Forget it, I know my own worth. I can't compare to someone so beautiful and slender, with the capital to curry favor with a big boss. Getting a position in the president's office might mean she is exceptionally capable. Beauty is merely a bonus. You're thinking too simplistically. Their voices gradually faded as Su Li emerged, standing at the mirror to wash her hands. Gazing at her own lovely reflection, she pondered, why should her beauty be questioned in terms of capability? During her time at Quan's group, she was seen as a trusted individual by Quan Yi, and thus no one dared to speak ill of her. After all, she would let her abilities speak for themselves. Beauty was secondary. Upon returning from the restroom, she encountered Fu Zilian in the corridor, just emerging from a meeting room. He was instructing his assistant on some matters. Su Li lowered her head and stepped aside to give way. Fu Zilian cast a glance her way, coolly commanding, Translator Su, come to my office in a moment. Understood. 5 minutes later, Su Li received a document from him. Fu Zilian stated matter-of-factly, translate this document for me. I need it for a meeting at 9 tomorrow morning. The assistant cast a sympathetic glance at her. While the document appeared brief, its complexity was quite high, being in Italian. There was a good chance she wouldn't finish by 9 the next morning. President Fu must have overestimated her. All right, President Fu.Su Li replied with enthusiasm. It was merely a translation document. She could finish it in 2 hours. Chapter 93. A bit of capability. The document was soon back on Fu Zilian's desk. After reviewing it, he found no errors, prompting him to look up and scrutinize Su Li seriously. Did you complete all this? Su Li stood tall. Yes. Fu Zilian then turned to the assistant. Indeed, she worked late into the night to finish this. The assistant confirmed. Not bad. You have some capability, not merely a pretty face. Fu Zilian tossed the document back onto the desk. Su Li felt a flush of embarrassment. So they thought she was just a pretty face. Sometimes, being attractive wasn't so advantageous. Your work is commendable, at least better than the other translators in the company. I have a task for you. Please, President Fu. Fu Zilian placed a business card on the desk. The partner for my next project is a Russian, currently staying at the Emperor Hotel. I had planned to have dinner with him tonight to discuss the project, but I have a scheduling conflict. Can you run this errand for me? President Fu, I'm fine with that, but since I just arrived, I might not be very familiar with the specific discussion topics. You need only to inform them of our company's situation and encourage him to consider the project's negotiation. Shortly, the assistant will provide you with a document. You should adhere to its contents. Very well. You may leave now. Fu Zilian lowered his head, returning to his paperwork. Su Li turned and exited. Despite holding the title of CEO, Fu Zilian differed vastly from Quan Yi. He was an unequivocal workaholic, with nothing in his gaze aside from work. As for Quan Yi, Su Li shook her head, dismissing the fleeting image from her mind. Having finally stepped out, she could not afford to dwell on it any longer. Inside the office, the assistant stood beside Fu Zilian, inquiring, Mr. Fu, are you truly comfortable assigning such a significant project to Su Li to handle independently? If she lacks the capability, it's best she leaves my company sooner rather than later, Fuzilian replied, casting another glance at the document Suli had prepared, his brows furrowing slightly. Have you investigated her background? Yes, I have. Suli is not originally from Yuqing. She moved here not long ago and previously worked at a large corporation in Haicheng. However, I have yet to ascertain the name of that company. Fuzilian responded indifferently, choosing not to elaborate further. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, Suli finished her meal and made her way to the client's location at the Emperor Hotel. Hello, Mr. Harry. I am the translation consultant from Huaxing Group. And today Huaxing, is it? Understood. Please come up. The front desk will direct you to the appropriate floor. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead abruptly. Taking a deep breath, Suli tucked her phone away and proceeded into the hotel. Upon reaching the floor where Harry was located, she stood outside the room, poised to knock, when suddenly the door swung open, revealing a woman in tears who, upon seeing Suli, froze momentarily before dashing away. Suli hesitated, unsure whether to enter. The room was thick with smoke and the scent of alcohol, filled with raucous laughter from both men and women. She gently knocked on the door and entered upon hearing a response. Harry sat there bare-chested, his beer belly prominent, sporting a long beard, small eyes, and a large nose, exuding a somewhat intimidating presence. He was surrounded by two women, drinking and flirting, their bodies nearly pressed against his in an intimate display. Mr. Harry, he lifted his head, casting a casual glance her way. You're the one sent by Huaxing Group? Indeed, it must be tiring for you to come all this way. Please, have a seat and rest for a moment. Chapter 94. Proposing Demands, Delving Deeper. Suli remained seated for nearly 2 hours, while Harry continued to drink and flirt, showing no inclination to discuss the project. Throughout the encounter, Harry spoke exclusively in Russian, as did the two women accompanying him. Darling, you are the best and most handsome man in the world. We all adore you. Whatever you wish to do later, we shall accompany you. Really, darling? How about we go to the car? I love being in the car, especially in crowded places. My dear, I will make sure you are utterly comfortable. When are we heading back to Russia? This place is utterly dull. As soon as we finish our business. It won't be long. Had she not understood Russian, Suli would have been oblivious to their open and brazen conversation. Harry leaned in, kissing the women lightly, before finally acknowledging Suli. What is your name? Mr. Harry, my name is Suli. She had introduced herself several times since entering, yet it seemed he paid her little mind. Suli? Harry nodded, his gaze appraising her with an unrestrained intensity. You're quite lovely. Do you have a boyfriend? Mr. Harry, I am here to discuss the project with you. Does that require a boyfriend? Harry smirked dismissively, pushing one of the women aside and moving to sit beside Suli. Miss Sue, your CEO has sent such a young girl to negotiate with me. It seems rather disrespectful, or is it that Huaxing has no intention of engaging meaningfully? As he spoke, he took her hand. Caressing the back of it, Suli quickly shifted away, brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear to avoid his touch. Mr. Harry, the CEO is quite busy. He wishes for me to first understand your position so that we can proceed directly to signing a contract. Then why not engage in a deeper discussion with me first? The project is negotiable. Suli was aware of his insinuation, smiling as she replied, Am I not already discussing matters with you? It would be better if we spoke privately. I have a room here where we can converse at length. As Harry leaned closer, his hand inched toward her waist. No need for that. Mr. Harry, Suli firmly rejected. Rising to maintain distance, I cannot accept your company's manner of conducting business. You should have your CEO come in person. Harry, frustrated at being rebuffed, raised his voice to dismiss her. Suli refrained from engaging in an argument and first called Fuzilian. His secretary answered instead of Fuzilian himself. Miss Sue, Mr. Fu insists that you must complete this task today. Failure to do so will make it difficult for you to report back. It was evident that Fuzilian intended to pass this troublesome situation onto her. Fully aware of Harry's character, with little left to say, Suli hung up and re-entered. If they were eager to test her capabilities, she would oblige. Upon her return, Harry, embracing the women, laughed. What brings you back? Miss Sue, has your CEO arrived? Suli positioned herself in front of them, blocking the television, then pulled a chair to sit down and opened her notebook. Mr. Harry, you may continue your leisure while I attend to my work. Please feel free to respond to my inquiries when you have a moment. Chapter 95. Apologies, my hand trembled. You woman are utterly impervious. I told you I only wish to negotiate with your CEO in person. Harry retorted angrily, his tone harsh. Suli looked up, retaining her composure. Mr. Fu is quite busy, unlike you, Who has time to entertain women? The room fell silent as everyone turned to glare at her, clearly offended by her words. Harry scoffed, his gaze laced with disdain. What I do is of no concern to you. My company is well respected in Russia, and you all came here seeking to collaborate with me. Indeed, partnering with you aligns with Huaxing's strategic development. Huaxing's interest in your company is a testament to your standing. However, we could opt to engage with other Russian firms in this industry. Are you sure you wish for US to pursue this route? Her words struck Harry hard. After traveling so far, he was clearly interested in negotiating with Huaxing yet pretended to act superior. Harry's expression shifted, and he patted the rear of one of the women beside him. Miss Sue, you must be parched after speaking so much. Please pour her a cup of tea. Reluctantly, the woman rose, swaying as she walked to fetch the tea. Miss Sue, please enjoy your tea. As Suli reached out to take the cup. The woman deliberately tilted it, spilling scalding tea onto her hand. Suli quickly withdrew her hand. Noticing the burn, I apologize. My assistant can be quite clumsy. I hope I haven't hurt you. Harry feigned concern. It's nothing. I can manage. Suli maintained her calm demeanor, wiping her hand with a wet towel. Harry chuckled deeply. We're all on the same side here. Why make things awkward? Let us discuss this properly. Shall we, Miss Sue? Indeed. Let us continue, Suli replied earnestly, prepared to proceed. Harry exchanged a glance with the woman, who then raised her hand and poured another cup of tea over Suli's head. The warm liquid cascaded down her face, splattering onto the notebook resting on her lap. She closed her eyes momentarily, gripping her skirt tightly as she endured the humiliation. Oh dear. How did that end up on Miss Sue? Quickly apologize. I'm sorry, the woman offered insincerely. Suli lifted her head, maintaining a smile. It's fine. It was merely a slip of the hand, correct? I can understand. Seeing her unflustered demeanor only fueled Harry's perception of her as an easy target for ridicule. The representatives from Huaxing are hardly formidable. I expected more strength. Now, you may leave. I have no interest in discussing anything today. I simply wish to enjoy a comfortable nap. Harry returned to embracing the woman, engaging in passionate kisses before Suli's eyes, as if to stage an explicit film right in front of her. Suli inhaled deeply, glancing at her watch before standing. So, you seek comfort, do you? She opened her phone, capturing their actions on camera. Please, continue. I am indifferent, dear. She's taking pictures. The woman squealed, covering her face in embarrassment. You wretched woman, are you seeking trouble? Harry rose, swinging a fist towards her. Suli did not evade. Instead, she grabbed a beer from the table and splashed it onto him. Harry staggered back, his portly figure collapsing to the floor. Oh no, my face. The two women hurriedly rushed to support him. Mr. Harry, my sincere apologies. My hand trembled. Chapter 96. Who has been indulging her? Seize her. I want her dealt with. Harry's voice echoed throughout the hotel as bodyguards rushed in, surrounding Suli. She raised her phone and declared, I have already called the police. They will be here shortly. This is not Russia. It is not a territory where you can act recklessly. I hope we can discuss this calmly, but let us do so at the police station. Upon hearing that she had alerted the authorities, Harry's anger flared, his face turning a shade of green. If the police arrived and alerted the embassy, matters would become far more complicated. Suli raised an eyebrow and added, Oh, and there's another thing. A girl just ran out in tears. She appears to be a hotel staff member. Given her fearful demeanor and disheveled appearance, it seems she has been mistreated by you. If I were to press charges against you, do you believe you could leave High City unscathed? At her words, Harry's furious expression was tinged with a hint of guilt as he angrily pointed at her, exclaiming, Don't go too far. The one going too far is you. Are we going to continue discussing this project or not? Seeing him fall silent, Suli kicked her chair away and grabbed her bag to leave. Fine, then we shall see each other in court. Wait, this. Her frosty demeanor softened slightly. It's merely a project collaboration. I am willing to negotiate. The two sat down to converse, while the bodyguards remained stationed in the room. Suli calmly attended to her matters until they reached an agreement. Half an hour later, she rose and extended her hand toward Harry, saying, A pleasant cooperation, Mr. Harry. Harry glared at her furiously, clearly unwilling to shake her hand. She graciously retracted her hand, gathering her belongings to depart. Miss Sue, does President Fu indulge you so much that you dare to behave this way in my presence? Harry sneered coldly before she left. I apologize. I have always conducted myself in this manner. If you find me displeasing, please inform President Fu next time and request a different contact. With that, she exited. Once outside, the sound of a table being overturned echoed from within, but these matters no longer concerned her. President Fu, Mr. Harry has agreed to sign the contract and will send someone over this afternoon to finalize it with us. Fu Zillian leaned back in his chair, glancing at her as he replied, I have heard you caused quite a stir with him. He even threatened to have you detained. What is going on? It was a misunderstanding. Mr. Harry was overly enthusiastic, and I could not refuse him, which led to his extreme reaction. Go emerge unscathed from Harry's room is no small feat. Fu Zillian's tone implied he recognized the potential danger she faced, yet still urged her into the fray. If not this way, how could I gauge your ability to serve my interests? He placed the documents on the table and stated coldly, starting tomorrow, you will officially assume the role of translator. The tasks required of you will be provided by my secretary. Understood. Yuli realized he was placing his trust in her, which eased her concerns. Regardless of how you conducted yourself with your previous employer, you must adhere to my rules here. Violate them, and you will be eliminated. I have no tolerance for incompetence. President Fu, I understand. You may leave. As she exited, a graceful and dignified young woman entered, brushing past Su Li. This individual did not appear to be an employee of Washing, prompting Su Li to cast her a lingering glance before departing. Chapter 97. I am already taken. Su Li stood before the restroom, running water to wash her hands. The delicate skin on her hands was noticeably red and swollen, a distressing sight. A gentle touch to her hand elicited a wince of pain. Suddenly, a tube of white ointment was offered to her. Surprised, Su Li looked up to see a friendly face beside her. The woman spoke softly, apply some ointment. Your injury is festering. Thank you. Su Li accepted it, recognizing her as the woman who had just entered the president's office. My son loves to play and often gets hurt, so I always keep medicine in my bag. This ointment is quite effective. All right. The woman smiled at her and turned to leave. Su Li applied the ointment, feeling a soothing coolness on her skin. Upon examining the label, she discovered it was a premium product. Two women entered, discussing. Did you see that? President Fu's wife came by. I did. She is quite beautiful. But I wonder why President Fu neglects such a lovely wife and seldom returns home. Perhaps he is very busy with work. I heard they have been married for several years without holding a wedding, and he never brings Mrs. Fu to any events. Their relationship seems quite abnormal. Yuli overheard their conversation and instinctively glanced at the ointment in her hand. She really President Fu's wife? She seemed quite approachable. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. The two gossiping women turned to look at her. Yuli stepped out of the restroom to answer the call. Xiao Qian, is there something wrong? Sister, hurry home after work. There's something urgent. Xiu Qin's voice was tinged with anxiety. What is it that has you so flustered? Just come back, and you'll find out. His mysterious tone left her puzzled. As Su Li returned to her desk to gather her things, she noticed several bouquets of flowers and gift boxes placed on her workstation. Su Li, you're finally back. Come see what they sent you. Her secretary exclaimed excitedly. I thought I asked you not to send anything to my desk anymore? They just want to listen. Since your arrival, single men throughout the company have been sending you gifts. We all got tired of stopping them. Su Li approached, casually pulling a card from one bouquet, her skin crawling at the overly sentimental words written within. Some even invited her to dinner, leaving time and location details. I envy you, Su Li. Being beautiful attracts so many admirers. I want none of this. If you like it, take it for yourself. Really? There's so much left. Take it away. Just then, Fu Zillian emerged from his office with his assistant. Noticing the pile of gifts, he paused momentarily. President Fu. Su Li and her secretary straightened up, respectfully greeting him. Fu Zillian shot Su Li a disapproving glance, his tone cold. This company is not a dumping ground for gifts, nor does it permit office romances. I hope you understand, translator Su. With that, he strode away. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. President Fu is too serious. I thought he was going to reprimand you. You scared me. Su Li sighed softly. It seemed she would need to post a notice to ward off suitors. I am already taken. Please do not disturb. Chapter 98. Do you think you can escape? As Su Li reached her home, a strong smell of smoke filled the air. Xiao Chun. She pushed the door open and rushed inside, finding Su Chun in the yard, starting a fire. Sister, you're back, he said, looking comical with his fair face smeared with soot. What on earth are you doing? I thought the house was on fire. Put that out immediately. I'm making barbecue for you. Don't worry. I won't burn down the house. Su Li noticed the neatly prepared food beside him, each skewer ready to go. This little rascal wasn't just idling at home. She pulled out a nearby stool and sat down, asking, You called me back in such a hurry just for barbecue? Of course. You need to eat well to work effectively, and I've helped you get rid of those crazy admirers. How do you know about the admirers? My sister is so beautiful. She must shine wherever she goes. Su affectionately ruffled his hair, chuckling at his words. Just then, her phone on the coffee table rang. Sister, could you pass me my phone? Suchin said, focused on grilling. Su casually picked it up, but when she glanced at the caller ID, her expression froze. Xiaochun, why is this number calling you? Suchin shrugged. I don't know. IT has called me several times today. I thought it was a telemarketer, so I didn't answer. I didn't expect it to call again. A telemarketer? I'll just block it for you. Suli swiftly blocked the number. After putting the phone down, her heart remained unsettled. If her memory served her correctly, that number belonged to the information department of the Quan Group. Their call to Xiaochun indicated they had traced his number. And behind that was Quan Yi relentlessly pursuing her whereabouts. After a few days of relaxation, her anxiety returned. Xiaochun, I'll help you get a new phone tomorrow and set you up with a new Yuching SIM card. Wow, sister, how generous of you. This is a reward for your exemplary behavior. On a sunny afternoon, Suli took Su Chun to a middle school mathematics competition, where he won first place. The crowd erupted in cheers. And as the champion's sister, she was invited to speak on stage. Standing in the spotlight, basking in the applause, she smiled broadly. Thank you all for supporting Xiaochun. She bowed in gratitude, but as she rose, she noticed the audience had suddenly vanished, and Xiaochun was nowhere to be found. Panic set in as the stage dimmed, and she felt herself being drawn into an endless abyss. Xiaochun? Where has everyone gone? She ran toward the end of the stage, where a dark mist gathered, and a figure slowly emerged. The tall and imposing figure of the man loomed over her, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suli stumbled and fell to the ground, gazing upward at the advancing silhouette. The man's handsome face was stained with a thirst for blood, and his dark eyes fixed on her like those of the Grim Reaper. Why do you run when I've treated you so well? Do you believe you can escape? His large hand seized her neck, lifting her effortlessly. No. Suli cried out in terror, kicking off the covers and sitting up abruptly. Cold sweat covered her face as she opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in her room, surrounded by furnishings that were anything but those of Peach Garden. She turned on the bedside lamp and deeply pressed her hand against her chest. Still shaken, it was merely a dream. Suli reached for the water cup on the bedside table, only to discover it was empty. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and dragged her weary body out of the room. Her steps were unsteady, her mind filled with the image of that man. It had been over 2 months since she severed all ties with Haicheng. Surely, he could not find her now, right? Chapter 99. Delivering women to Lord Quan's room? At Dongjiang Grand Hotel, a drunken man was assisted out by his aide, with the driver halting the vehicle at the entrance. Be careful, Lord Quan. Su Ming helped Quan Yi into the back seat, cautiously shielding his head. Once he was settled, Su Ming promptly climbed in as well. Drive. Yes. Quan Yi had dined here that evening, indulging in drink, and now reclined against the chair's backrest to rest. He unbuttoned the collar of his black shirt and opened the car window for ventilation. His handsome face tinged with the flush of alcohol, Su Ming inquired, Lord Quan, are you returning to Peach Garden? To the hotel. Understood. Ever since Su Li ran away, he had not wanted to set foot in Peach Garden again. That damned woman had been missing for 2 months without a trace, gradually eroding his patience. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Quan awaited outside with bodyguards. Quan Yi exited the vehicle, supported by a bodyguard. Wait. Su Ming was pulled aside by Zhang Quan, and they whispered to each other. What's going on with Lord Quan? He seldom drank before, but recently he's been returning inebriated. Su Ming sighed. Ever since Secretary Su left, Lord Quan has been like this. This Secretary Su is truly outrageous, vanishing for 2 months without a word. Lord Quan's temper is growing worse. She's just a secretary. There will be others like Secretary Wu. Secretary Li, Secretary Zhang, I think Lord Quan is making a mountain out of a molehill, Zhang Quan remarked. Su Ming smacked his head, sternly admonishing. How dare you comment on Lord Quan's matters? If he hears you, we might both be dispatched to Africa, and I certainly do not wish to dig coal. Then what should we do? Earlier at the restaurant, there was a rather attractive waitress. What? You fancy the waitress? Zhang Quan's eyes nearly bulged. Su Ming hit his head again. Look at you. Other than practicing martial arts, what else do you think about? It's not that I fancy her. It's that Lord Quan might have taken a liking to her. He spoke to that waitress a few times, and I noticed she bears a slight resemblance to Secretary Su. If Quan Yi was willing to converse with a stranger of the opposite sex, it indicated interest. What do you plan to do? You should send someone to bring that waitress here, offer her some money, and ask if she's willing. Understood. As Su Ming ascended to the upper floor, he found Quan Yi had already finished showering and was resting on the bed. Lord Quan, you rest first? I will wait outside. He remained silent, and Su Ming quietly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Soon after, Zhang Quan returned with the woman, who had changed into an elegant black strapless dress, her figure youthful and appealing. Although her face only vaguely resembled Su Li's, with a bit of embellishment, she could suffice to go in. Su Ming opened the door, allowing the woman to enter. Upon hearing Zhang Quan's words, the woman was quite excited. Lord Quan frequently dined at the restaurant, and his identity was no longer a secret. If she could become the woman of a business tycoon, she would never have to worry about food and drink again, nor toil as a waitress. Cautiously, she approached the bedside, lying beside him and reaching towards his waist. Quan Yi opened his eyes, his vigilance heightened as he turned to look. The woman slightly raised herself, blinking her eyes as she softly said, "Lord Quan, I am here to serve you tonight in the dim light." For a fleeting moment, he mistook her for her Su Li. "Lord Quan, let me assist you. Undress." Chapter 100. He is coming. The woman reached out to remove his sleepwear, her tender body pressing against him, facing the approaching temptation. Quan Ye's breath quickened. However, as the woman's face was illuminated by the light, he forcefully pushed her away. "Get out." The woman fell to the floor, scrambling to her feet with an innocent expression. "Lord Quan, what is the matter? Get out. I'm here to accompany you. I care for your well-being." The woman lunged at him again, attempting to use her softness to soothe him. "Get lost," Quan Yi roared in fury. Su Ming and Zhang Quan waited anxiously outside. "Old Su, are you sure this will work?" "I don't know, but the internet suggests that if a man can fulfill his physical needs, his anger will subside. And once his hormones are balanced, his temper will normalize." You make a valid point." Suddenly, the door swung open, and the woman was unceremoniously tossed out like refuse. Quan Ye's frigid voice echoed through the door. "If you two dare to shove garbage in here again, report to Africa tomorrow." Su Ming and Zhang Quan silently wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The woman sat on the floor in disarray, sobbing uncontrollably, unsure of what she had done wrong to warrant such disdain from Lord Quan. Zhang Quan could not bear to watch, gesturing for the bodyguards to take her away. It seemed that Lord Quan's anger would only abate upon Secretary Su's return. To provoke Lord Quan to this extent, Secretary Su was in grave danger. Achoo. Su Li awoke to a series of sneezes, drawing back the curtains to reveal a fine mist of rain outside. After washing up and dressing, she took Su Chen out for breakfast, dropped him off at school, and then made her way to work. Just as she reached the entrance, her phone rang. It was Fu Zilian. "Secretary Su, haven't you arrived at work yet?" "Mr. Fu, I am just outside the company. It's only 7:30. We usually start officially at 8:30. This workaholic Fu Zilian really leaves no time for her. I'll send you a document shortly. Please translate the key sections promptly. I need it for the meeting later." "Understood, Mr. Fu." Upon returning to her desk, Su Li powered on her computer and began her tasks. By the time she finished, her colleagues had started to trickle in. "Su Li, you came in so early. I truly admire your ability to rise at such an hour." One secretary remarked as she placed her bag down. "No choice. Work demands it. Mr. Fu must have been putting a lot of pressure on you these past 2 months. I heard you were still receiving calls at midnight to revise documents." Su Li smiled it off. "It's nothing. These are all part of my responsibilities. Most people couldn't withstand such intense work pressure." Another colleague sighed dramatically. "Well, you all are in desk jobs, but next week, people from the major companies in Haicheng are coming to establish a cooperation alliance with our company. I'll be the one running around, probably without time to eat." Suddenly, Su Li's documents slipped from her hands, scattering across the floor. Others rushed over to help her pick them up. "Su Li, what's wrong? You seem so clumsy." She forced a smile. "It's nothing. I can manage." People from Haicheng's major companies? Her heart raced and she trembled. With so many companies in Haicheng, it couldn't possibly be Quan's, could it? Which major company from Haicheng? Xiao Li? "Do hurry and spill the beans," a curious secretary asked. "Who else could it be?" "It's the formidable Quan group from Haicheng, which previously bid on a real estate project with our group. In the end, our group lost the bid, and Mr. Fu docked everyone's salaries in the project department. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" "Goodness, how could anyone forget?" The colleagues in the project department were utterly miserable. They conversed animatedly. Su Li felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone. Chapter 101. Finally out, cannot be captured again. Fu Zilian reviewed the translated materials Su Li submitted with satisfaction. Nodding, "Well done. There are no issues. We can send it directly to the PR department later." "Understood." Su Li nodded, turning to leave. "Su, there is another matter I need to discuss with you." "Mr. Fu, Please go ahead. Fu Zillian glanced at the calendar on the desk and said, next week, people from the Kwon Group in Haicheng will be coming for a cooperation alliance. There will be numerous tasks to handle. The reception department has already drafted the various processes, but we haven't decided on the lead person to welcome them. I believe you have a keen eye for detail. Why not assign you to this role? You're attractive and capable, making you a fitting representative for Huaxing. Mr. Fu, I can't. Su Li reacted with considerable agitation. Fu Zillian scrutinized her. Why can't you? Cough, cough, cough. She covered her mouth, coughing lightly, appearing quite unwell. That I'm sorry, I've caught a cold, and I might not be able to handle this task. You're merely experiencing a cold now. You'll be fine by next week. Fu Zillian was unconvinced. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed even harder, as though her lungs were about to escape. Next week, I will still be unwell. Fu Zillian frowned, his handsome face revealing dissatisfaction. Su Li covered her mouth and nose, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I have a bit of a cold and I hope I won't infect you. After saying this, she turned and hurried out. Fu Zillian, looking rather displeased, placed his fountain pen on the desk. The secretary beside him remarked, President Fu, it seems that Su is currently overwhelmed with work. I've heard she has been burning the midnight oil. Perhaps we should let her take a break. Your implication is that I, as her employer, am exploiting my employees? No, President Fu, that is not what I meant. It's just that Su suddenly caught a cold. And it certainly won't clear up quickly. I've heard that President Kwon is coming personally this time. It wouldn't be wise for her to pass on her cold to him. Moreover, there are many translations that Su Li needs to complete, so why not consider having someone else handle the reception? Fu Zillian remained impassive. You can arrange this matter, understood. Su Li exited the office and returned to her workstation. After sipping some water and taking a deep breath, she felt she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Regardless of who came from the Kwon Corporation, she must not show her face. Otherwise, Kwon Yu would surely discover her hiding place. After all the effort she made to escape, she could not afford to be captured again. Given Kwon Ye's ruthless methods, he would undoubtedly punish her severely, and at that time, she would find herself in a dire situation. She had gone to such lengths to hide, yet now she faced the possibility of encountering someone from the Kwon Corporation. Previously, Huaxing and Kwon Corporation were fierce rivals, and now they were forming some sort of cooperative alliance. Had she known, she would never have joined Huaxing in the first place. While Su Li was lost in thought, the secretary approached her desk and knocked gently. Hey, Su Li, let us have lunch together later. You really scared me earlier when you refused President Fu's task. You're the first person in the company to do so. Impressive. I had no choice. I truly feel unwell. It's fine. IVE already arranged it. President Fu said to let someone else handle it. So just take care of yourself. Thank you. You must treat me to lunch. At lunchtime, Su Li and the secretary went to the company cafeteria. At this hour, it was quite crowded, and they had to wait in line. Suddenly, two women cut in front of Su Li, standing directly in her way. Excuse me, you've jumped the queue, Su Li gently reminded them. One of the women turned around, clad in a gray suit, her face heavily made up, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, exuding disdain and arrogance. I just did. What are you going to do about it? Her haughty tone made one wish to land a punch on her. Su Li recognized her as Lin Qingqing, the deputy director of the content department, a mere flower vase who had risen through the ranks at the young age of 25. Leveraging her beauty, the last time President Fu summoned all departments for a meeting, he tasked Su Li with reviewing the summary reports from each department's leaders. It was then that she discovered Lin Qingqing's report was entirely plagiarized from the internet, which she duly reported in front of everyone. Fu Zillian sternly criticized Lin Qingqing and deducted several months' salary from her. Since then, Lin Qingqing had regarded Su Li with contempt. Deputy Director Lin, are you openly cutting in line? There are so many people watching, so what if there are? The front is so empty. Isn't it just for someone to stand there? What are you whining about? Just because you're President Fu's translator doesn't make you any better than us. It's just a trivial position, hardly worthy of standing on equal footing with us. Lin Qingqing retorted arrogantly, raising her voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Su Li, lacking the inclination to argue with her, turned to queue elsewhere. Wait, what does that look in your eyes mean? Are you looking down on me? Lin Qingqing refused to let her go, grabbing her arm. Deputy Director Lin, let go. You've been puffed up after working next to the president for 2 months. Haven to you. What qualifies you, a newcomer, to act arrogantly before us? And you, coming to our company just to work beside the president, what makes you think someone like you can look down on others? Her accusations grew increasingly absurd. Coldness flashed in Su Li's eyes as she forcefully shook off Lin Qingqing's grip. Holding a grudge, are we? The report incident was your own fault. Having an ineffectual deputy director like you in the content department is simply unfortunate. What are you saying? Lin Qingqing was taken aback by Su Li's boldness, her anger flaring. The onlookers were captivated, well aware of Lin Qingqing, who had once been touted as Huaxing real estate's most beautiful woman. With countless admirers, known for her flamboyant personality and knack for flattery, endearing herself to both the general manager and department heads, making her a person others dared not offend. If you can't understand human speech, perhaps I should speak in pig Latin for you to comprehend? Su Li declared before turning to leave. She desired to eat outside. As the noise here was unbearable, however, Lin Qingqing was unwilling to relent. Lunging forward and yanking Su Li's hair, dragging her back. You little wretch, how dare you defy me? I've long found you displeasing. Let go. In no time, the two women were embroiled in a physical altercation. The onlookers, seeing them truly engage in a fight, hurried to intervene. As Su Li was pulled away, she kicked Lin Qingqing in the backside. Lin Qingqing screamed, intent on continuing the conflict. Ultimately, with others restraining them, the two were forcibly separated, ending this farce. However, the incident caught the attention of upper management, as both women held significant positions, making their public brawl a serious matter. In the president's office, Su Li stood with disheveled hair and a cold expression before the desk. Fu Zilian, head bowed over documents, had a serious demeanor evident in his lowered brows and eyes. Madam. The secretary's voice echoed at the door, and as it opened, Yishur entered, dressed in a gentle white gown. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing Su Li standing there, their gazes met. Yishur slowly turned her attention to the man behind the desk, her voice soft. It's time to eat. I never would have guessed that you seemingly delicate girls could fight with such vigor. Are you all just pretending when you're in my presence? Fu Zilian did not lift his head, but his voice was heavy with gravity. Yishur and Su Li exchanged glances, then Yishur inquired, what happened? Did translator Su make a mistake? Fu Zilian slammed the documents down on the desk, raising his gaze coldly toward them. Yishur fell silent upon seeing this. His gaze shifted to Su Li. I've been too lenient with you recently, leading you to become arrogant and unable to distinguish your place. Fighting in the cafeteria, who taught you such behavior? Su Li stood straight. It was Lin Qingqing who instigated the conflict first. She was the one who struck first. Should I just stand there and wait to be hit? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Such backbone. Who gave you the courage? You think you can create a ruckus here at Huaxing? President Fu. I've said it was she who started it. Fu Zilian interlaced his fingers and placed them on the desk, calmly observing her. Regardless of who initiated it, you both engaged in a fight. According to company policy, both of you must face consequences. Su Li pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yishur glanced at Su Li, on the verge of speaking, only to hear Fu Zilian declare, half of your salary for 3 months will be deducted, and your bonus will be forfeited entirely. That is your punishment. Su Li's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately protested, President Fu, why must you even deduct my bonus? To her, money was of utmost importance. She still had debts to settle. This is the consequence of your fighting. Can't the punishment be something else? Please don't deduct my pay. Fu Zilian cast a glance at her, and she fell silent, biting her lip. Yishur, standing nearby, interjected. I also think that deducting so much money seems somewhat unreasonable. Fu Zilian replied coldly. What does this have to do with you? Yishur lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Su Li looked at the desk calendar, suddenly stating, President Fu, I have an alternative punishment method. What do you think? Su Li. What are you trying to say? How about a suspension? 10 days or 2 weeks would suffice. I can take time to reflect on my actions and guarantee that such incidents won't occur again. A suspension? Fu Zilian scoffed lightly, leaning back in his chair, exuding a lazy demeanor. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? No, but a suspension for reflection serves as a warning for others. If everyone sees that I'm absent for a while, they will understand your approach to handling matters. Otherwise, conflicts will continue to arise. Just deducting bonuses is of no use. A suspension is necessary. With so many affairs at the company, do you consider suspension as a reason to slack off? I can still review drafts online from home. President Fu, I genuinely believe I have made significant mistakes, and I need to reflect thoroughly to provide an explanation for myself and the company. Yishur added. I also think a suspension might be better. Translator Su must be very exhausted lately, and her emotions are quite volatile. Fu Zilian glanced at her without speaking. Su Li waited anxiously until she saw him nod slightly. Thank you, President Fu. After leaving the office, Su Li was followed by Yishur. The two women went to the break room, where Suli gulped down a large glass of water. Why did you come out too? Aren't you going to have lunch with President Fu? Over the past 2 months, Suli had grown familiar with Yishur, as she would often bring meals for Fu Zilian, sometimes including an extra portion for Suli. They connected well, and this camaraderie deepened over time. Yishur tossed her hair back, smiling slightly. I feel uneasy being alone with him. I don't like it that you're a married couple, yet it feels as though you're more like strangers. Chapter 104. He has also arrived in Yuching. Our interactions have always been this way. It's quite normal. Why Yishur inquired, by the way. What was that about fighting? Who did you get into a scuffle with? It's nothing. I can handle these matters quite well. Then why are you on leave? If you're not at the company, the person who bullied you will only feel more emboldened. I'm just a bit tired lately and want to take a short break. Suli smiled faintly, knowing she couldn't reveal that she was merely trying to avoid someone. Why taking leave at home? She ensured that she wouldn't encounter anyone from the Quan family next week. Furthermore, they certainly wouldn't linger in Yuching for long. By the time she returned to work, they would have already departed. It was indeed a flawless plan. Quan Ye's private jet landed at Yuching Airport. Emerging slowly under the escort of bodyguards, a luxury car awaited outside. Numerous paparazzi had staked out the scene, but they were swiftly dispersed by the bodyguards. Su Ming asked, Master Quan, shall we head directly to the hotel? Quan Yi gazed at the fleeting scenery outside. The night view of Yuching was indeed beautiful. It had been a long time since he had visited this place. Tell the bodyguards to return first. I wish to take a stroll, but Yuching is Fu Zilian's territory, and the Fu and Quan families have long since reconciled. They are now business partners. I'll be perfectly safe here. Very well. The vehicle entered the bustling city center. The streets were alive with activity, filled with people out for an evening walk post-dinner. Quan Yi instructed the driver to pull over, stepping out to lean against the car while enjoying a cigarette. The luxurious vehicle and the handsome man standing beside it formed a striking scene, yet his formidable presence deterred anyone from approaching. Sis, that math competition tonight was utterly boring. Look, I still effortlessly clinched the championship. I told you, it's far too simple. I don't even like it, yet you insisted I participate. Suli emerged from a nearby building with Su Chun, who was holding a bag proclaiming his victory in the math competition. This was merely to help you gain experience, and with such an outstanding brother, one must seize the opportunity to gather a few more accolades. Boring to reward you for your championship win. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I want hot pot. All right. As Quan Yi inhaled from his cigarette, he cast his gaze over the bustling crowd on the sidewalk. In a moment of distraction, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, but by the time he focused, the silhouette had vanished. He was truly seeing things. What a peculiar state of mind. Discarding his cigarette, he opened the car door. Let's go. Understood, Master Quan. Suli and Su Chun crossed the street, and a black car approached. Stopping in front of them, Su Chun, upon seeing the driver, exclaimed in surprise, Xiaogu, what brings you here? Xiaoyu smiled. I happened to be passing by and saw you crossing the road. Heading home? My sister said she would take me out for hot pot. Su Chun glanced between them. Xiaogu, have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Suli gently kicked Su Chun, exasperated. Xiaoyu replied, Sure, I was just thinking of treating you both to dinner. Hop in. Let us go together. All right, let us go. Su Chun eagerly opened the car door and climbed in, prompting Suli to follow suit. Xiaoyu drove off. They passed a luxury vehicle. The man seated in the back seat had a striking profile and an extraordinary aura. Suli was engrossed in conversation with Su Chun and failed to notice. Xiaoyu stole a few glances before casually commenting, I just saw a car from Haiching and thought of you too since you're also from there. How is Haiching? Is it fun? Chapter 105. An invitation for Suli to attend the banquet. It's fun. Xiaogu, you should visit Haiching next time. I'll take you around, Su Chun responded eagerly, but then noticed Suli's demeanor was less than cheerful. Quickly adding, but I'm busy with my studies right now. Perhaps after I graduate, I'll accompany you. Xiaoyu, driving, glanced at them through the rearview mirror. All right, when you have the time, take me along for some fun. Suli remained silent, her expression slightly clouded. After enjoying hot pot together, they left around 10 o'clock. Standing between them, Su Chun remarked, I need to head back to do my homework. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave. Suli interjected. Didn't you say you finished your assignments? I still need to review my lessons. I must be off now. Goodbye. Waving at them, Su Chun swiftly hopped into a nearby taxi. Leaving the two alone, to ensure his sister could indulge in a passionate romance, he truly went to great lengths. Xiaoyu commented, Xiao Chan is quite lively. That kid is smart and will surely excel in the future. Fine. He has his own ideas. Ali, let us take a stroll ahead. I heard there will be a musical fountain tonight. Okay, Su Li and Xiao Yu walked along the riverbank, where many people were out for an evening stroll, creating a lively atmosphere. Have you been doing well here these past 2 months? Is work going smoothly? Pretty well. Actually better than I expected. That's because you have the capability. You'll thrive anywhere. They paused by the railing. And at that moment, the musical fountain in the river sprang to life, with jets of water dancing gracefully to the rhythm of the music, painting beautiful scenes. Su Li gazed at the romantic fountain, her thoughts drifting far away. Her wishes were simple now. A tranquil life and the health of her family would suffice. Xiao Yu observed her profile, exquisite and beautiful, yet tinged with a hint of sadness. Did something happen to you in Haicheng? Turning to face him, Su Li replied, It's nothing, I just feel that Yuqing is more suitable for our lives. Xiao Yu produced an invitation and handed it to her. Ali, I sincerely invite you to join me for a banquet. Su Li looked at the invitation but did not take it. I'm not really interested in attending the banquet. Perhaps you should find someone else. You wish to live and develop in Yuqing, and you'll need some connections and resources. I can see that you are an ambitious young lady. Many individuals at this banquet could assist your career. You might as well give it a try, and if you truly dislike it, you can leave halfway. Xiao Yu was correct. Since she had decided to settle here, she needed to consider these long-term matters. Although her current job at Huaxing was satisfactory, one never knew when a ruthless boss like Fu Zilian might abruptly terminate her. She could not afford to solely focus on immediate comforts. Take it. Think of it as a chance to have some fun and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Thank you. Xiao Yu escorted her to her doorstep. Dr. Xiao, I should head inside now. Su Li exited the vehicle, preparing to make her way indoors. Ali, wait a moment. Xiao Yu rolled down the car window and handed her a gift bag. I meant to give this to you a few days ago to celebrate your successful work. No need. I haven't given you anything. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to gift me. What's the issue? Aren't we friends? Xiao Yu pressed the gift into her hands before driving away. Su Li opened the bag and, upon seeing its contents, her expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden motion, the bag slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Chapter 106. Will she encounter him? The contents of the bag spilled out, a beautifully embroidered silk scarf. While there was nothing inherently strange about a silk scarf, it held a haunting significance for her. In the past, whenever she made a mistake, after being punished by Quan Yi, the next day he would have a scarf added to her wardrobe. This was his way of warning her. The number of scarves in her closet represented the number of mistakes she had made. Thus, seeing scarves or similar items now filled her with trepidation. After a moment of composure, Su Li suppressed her discomfort, bent down to retrieve the items, and turned to enter her home. Her eyelids had been twitching recently, and she hoped nothing would go awry. Especially since she had deliberately avoided encounters with the Quan family. A few days later, Su Li attended the banquet with Xiao Yu as planned. Clad in a simple white dress with a matching handbag, her long hair loosely tied up with a few softly curling strands framing her face, her skin was as fair as snow. Despite not wearing any jewelry, her natural beauty shone through, exuding purity and freshness. Xiao Yu donned a white suit jacket, and standing beside her, they appeared as if in matching outfits. He surveyed their attire with satisfaction, chuckling. It seems we have coincidentally matched today. Quite a coincidence, Su Li replied. Xiao Yu extended his hand, signaling her to take it, but Su Li gently declined, lifting her skirt as she walked inside. Seeing her empty hand, Xiao Yu smiled helplessly and followed her in. The banquet hall was already filled with numerous attendees. All dressed elegantly, comprising the elite of Yuqingji. As Su Li entered, several gentlemen noticed her and instinctively stole glances. Let us head over here. Xiao Yu guided her to a less crowded area, where a variety of delectable food awaited. Su Li took a cup of juice and scanned the room, but her gaze suddenly fixed on a figure in the distance. Fu Zilian stood there, engaging in conversation with grace and poise. Just then, a passing waiter accidentally bumped into her, spilling a drink that splashed onto her dress. Su Li hurriedly shifted to the side and, upon glancing down, noticed that her white dress had become somewhat soiled. However, it was not particularly noticeable unless one looked closely. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The waiter quickly apologized, eager to assist her in cleaning It's fine. Really, Su Li graciously declined. Xiao Yu? Showing concern asked, Are you alright? Would you like me to accompany you to change into another dress? It's not a big deal. There's no need to change. Then you should stand here. It's safer this way. He moved closer to her, exchanging positions, and specifically instructed the waiter behind them to exercise caution. Young Master Yu, it's been a while. A group of wealthy young ladies approached Xiao Yu, greeting him enthusiastically while toasting. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li and said, Please wait for me a moment. I need to speak with a few friends. All right. He turned to chat with the affluent young ladies, who were clearly fawning over him. It was evident that Xiao Yu's status was quite high, given the attention he received from so many wealthy young women. Li chose not to linger, turning to sit at a nearby table. "What brings you here?" Lin Qingqing, adorned in an elegant black, strapless mermaid gown, approached with a captivating demeanor. The strong scent of her perfume was overwhelming, making Su Li feel slightly uneasy. She gently covered her nose and replied coolly, "Do I need your permission to be here?" Lin Qingqing scoffed, "You don't need my permission, but a woman of your lowly status has no right to be seen in such a place. If you can be here, why can't I? Can you even compare to me? This banquet is organized by Huaxing Group, and I hold a mid-level position in the company. Of course, I can attend. What qualifications do you, a mere translator, possess?" Su Li raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on her face. "Is tonight indeed organized by Huaxing?" Lin Qingqing smirked, crossing her arms in self-satisfaction. "I suppose you didn't know that. Although President Fu is quite pleased with your work, a small translator like you can never match my standing. After the last incident, President Fu directly suspended you for reflection, while I only had a minor salary deduction. The disparity in our treatment is glaring. In President Fu's eyes, you are nothing." Su Li, uninterested in her tirade, took a sip of juice and remained silent. Lin Qingqing, feeling as though she had struck a wall, grew furious at the lack of response. She reached out and tugged at Su Li's arm, saying, "You restless woman, even after being suspended, you still managed to cozy up to young Master Yu. Do you think you can use your connections with wealthy and powerful men to your advantage? How shameless. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop pretending. I saw you come in with young Master Yu. Looking all chummy and laughing together. I asked that how you are with every man. Can't live without a man, huh? To me, you're just a worthless piece of trash, a filthy whore. Lin Qingqing, it seems you're asking for a beating. You dare hit me? I'll scream for security in such an important setting tonight. We'll see who ends up embarrassed. Let us see about that." You just then, Xiao Yu approached and stood beside Su Li. Lin Qingqing instantly wilted, resembling a deflated balloon. Her words stuck in her throat. Su Li chuckled lightly. "Why the sudden silence? Weren't you just enjoying yourself, calling me a worthless piece of trash? Care to repeat that?" I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Xiao Yu asked with concern, "Did she give you a hard time?" "It's nothing, just a minor conflict. If she bothers you again, just let me know. Anyone who dares to bully my friends is crossing me. I'm fine." That moment, the main lights illuminated, plunging the surroundings into darkness, as pairs of young men and women rushed to the center of the stage. Beginning to dance gracefully, Xiao Yu exclaimed in delight, "The opening dance. I've heard tonight features the waltz. It should be quite enjoyable." Su Li inquired further, "Do you enjoy the waltz?" "That depends on who one dances with." Xiao Yu elegantly approached her, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. "Dr. Xiao, what is this? Ali, I would like to invite you to dance. Would that be all right?" Su Li contemplated refusing, but the crowd nearby began to cheer. "Young Master Yu is personally inviting her to dance. This is a first for us. Come on, let us witness young Master Yu's dancing skills." With so many people present who were acquainted with Xiao Yu, rejecting his invitation would seem disrespectful. Su Li joined him on the dance floor. Not far away, Lin Qingqing watched in envy, pinching the arm of the person beside her. "Ouch, Qingqing, why are you pinching me? Who upset you, darling?" The man turned to her, speaking softly. It's that Su Li. I can't stand her." "All right, darling. I've already secured you the position of deputy director. Don't stoop to her level. Our status is different now. Look at how clingy she is with young Master Yu. She must have been the one to seduce him." Lin Qingqing's gaze shifted, noticing the man beside Fu Zilian. "Who is that man? He is quite handsome. President Quan, it is our honor for you to come to Yuqing personally. Cheers." Fu Zilian clinked his glass with the man. Quan Yi, clad in a black suit, exuded an air of cold sophistication, radiating an imposing presence. The two men stood together, embodying an unparalleled charisma. "This banquet is prepared by me personally to welcome you and ensure your smooth endeavors in Yuqing." "Thank you, President Fu. I also hope for a pleasant collaboration." Quan Yi drank again, the red wine tinged with a hint of acidity. A commotion arose from the dance floor as everyone burst into applause and cheers. Fu Zilian set down his glass and gestured for him to follow. "Shall we go see what the excitement is about?" Accompanied by their assistants and the hotel manager, the two men approached the edge of the dance floor. Captivated by the splendid dance performance, the dancers, with their striking figures and handsome features, moved in perfect harmony while executing the waltz, effortlessly outshining the other dancers. Quan Yi observed silently, unable to discern individual figures amidst their swirling movements. As the dance gradually came to a halt, Xiao Yu wrapped his arms around Su Li's waist, who then executed a fluid backward bend, graceful and silky, eliciting applause from the audience. However, upon spotting a familiar figure ahead, Su Li felt as if struck by lightning. It was Quan Yi. He too gazed at her with an icy stare, his handsome face devoid of emotion, holding a glass of wine and taking a measured sip. To her, it felt as if he were drinking her blood. Su Li fought to suppress the turmoil of fear and dread surging within her. She quickly spun away, her toes touching the ground as she and Xiao Yu brushed past each other perfectly. Marking the end of the dance, the applause echoed throughout the venue. Xiao Yu turned, intending to speak to Su Li, only to find she had vanished. Where had she gone? Indeed. Fu Zilian clapped his hands. Glancing at Quan Yi, realizing he too had disappeared, he turned to his assistant. Where did President Quan go? President Fu. It seems President Quan had to leave urgently. Su Li rushed out immediately, sprinting down the hotel corridor. Fearing the person behind her might catch up, as she turned a corner, she collided with someone. Ouch! They both fell to the ground, exclaiming in unison. Su Li looked up to see it was Yishur. Elegantly dressed in a formal gown and high heels, looking exquisite as if she were also attending the banquet. Ali, why are you running so fast? Where are you off to? Yishur rubbed her ankle, which had twisted from the fall. I'm sorry, Su Li said, helping her up. I have to go. Please call a waiter for assistance. I apologize. Why? Yishur watched her retreating figure, puzzled. Why did it seem like she was running for her life? As Yishur prepared to move forward, she noticed a man striding purposefully in the direction Su Li had just fled. Su Li, unable to run quickly in her high heels, discarded them into a nearby trash bin and continued to sprint barefoot. The hotel was quite expansive, with numerous corridors on the first floor, and she struggled to locate the elevator. The imposing presence behind her kept closing in, filling her with dread. After running around for a while and bumping into several people, she finally spotted the elevator. Panic-stricken, she pressed the button repeatedly, watching as the elevator slowly ascended, her heart racing uncontrollably. Ding! The elevator arrived. Her face lit up with joy as she rushed inside, quickly pressing the close door button. Just as she exhaled in relief, a large hand reached in, halting the doors from closing. Su Li held her breath, and upon seeing the man's face, she was paralyzed with fear. Her legs went weak as she watched him stride in with long strides. The elevator was spacious, yet she felt it closing in on her, the man's overpowering aura suffocating her. Quan Yi did not acknowledge her, pressing the button for the basement floor. The elevator descended to the basement in silence, neither of them speaking. Only Su Li was aware of her overwhelming panic, wishing to escape yet finding nowhere to run. Upon exiting the elevator, she bit her lip and approached the familiar figure. Slowly stepping forward, I said him using, He turned to face her, his piercing black eyes locking onto her. Lord Quan, do you think that by hiding in Yuqing, I wouldn't be able to find you? Or do you believe that by marrying and having children here, I would cease my pursuit to bring you back? He advanced step by step, while she retreated with equal measure. Su Li dared not meet his gaze, her hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly as her back pressed against the wall. Qian Yi firmly grasped her neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground, her legs gradually leaving the floor. Su Li was on the verge of suffocation, desperately striking his hand, pleading, "Let go of me, Su Li. You have ignited my wrath." Qian Ye's expression was terrifying, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, threatening to tear her to pieces. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Yishur stepped out. Upon witnessing the scene, she gasped, Su Li. Su Li's pleading gaze turned towards her, filled with helplessness. Yishur glanced at the volatile Qian Yi, preparing to approach when she heard his warning, "If you take one more step closer, I will strangle her." Yishur froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Su Li was in distress, her complexion turning a bluish purple. Qian Ye's eyes seethed with rage, and just as Su Li was about to lose consciousness, he released her. Su Li's limp body fell to the ground as she clutched her throat, coughing violently. Su Li. Yishur watched in anguish, yet was too intimidated by Qian Yi to intervene. Master Qian. Soon, Zhang Quan arrived with bodyguards in tow. Qian Yi elegantly withdrew a fine handkerchief to wipe his hands, commanding as he walked away, "Take her away." Yes, Zhang Quan gestured for the bodyguards to escort Su Li away. Yishur stepped forward in an attempt to intervene but was blocked by the bodyguards. She could only watch helplessly as Su Li was led to Qian Ye's car and driven away. Su Li was in danger, in a state of panic. Yishur turned and rushed to the elevator to find Fu Ziyuan. By this time, The banquet was nearing its conclusion, with a few guests lingering to ingratiate themselves with the Fu family. Upon seeing Yi Shi, Fu Ziyuan frowned, saying, "What time do you call this? Do you have no concept of time? Treating my words like mere wind?" I encountered a situation. Lin Qingqing, who was nearby helping to pour drinks, immediately interjected, "Madam seems to have quite a lot on her plate. If one didn't know better, they might think she is a full-time housewife, busier than President Fu himself." Yi Shi cast a disinterested glance at her, then stepped forward to take the wine bottle from her hand, pushing her aside. "I'll handle it. Deputy General Manager Lin, you may take a rest." Lin Qingqing, who had finally managed to approach President Fu, was displeased but dared not express her frustration, swallowing her resentment as she walked away. Yi Shi leaned in to pour wine for Fu Ziyuan, her hand trembled, spilling some on his clothing. "I'm sorry." Fu Ziyuan stood up, remarking, "How clumsily you pour wine. So careless. I'll accompany you to change into a fresh outfit. I brought a spare with me. I promise to be more careful next time." In the hotel lounge, Yi Shi helped Fu Ziyuan change into a new shirt, meticulously readying his bow tie. Fu Ziyuan, observing the obedient woman before him, spoke with indifference. "If there is something on your mind, speak up." She hesitated, stepping back. "You've noticed, then, today, with such enthusiasm. If it weren't for something pressing, you know I wouldn't have come back after the banquet." Fu Ziyuan lowered his gaze to fasten his cufflinks. Yi Shi said, "Su Li has been taken away. That man is very fierce. You must send someone to rescue her." Fu Ziyuan remained unmoved, merely glancing up at her. "What is Su Li to you? Why the concern? You'd be better off tending to Xiaozhu at home." "I will certainly care for Xiaozhu, but Su Li is my friend. I cannot stand idly by." "The man who took Su Li, he is quite tall and has numerous bodyguards?" "Yes." As soon as Qianyi and Su Li vanished together, he had begun to suspect they knew each other. At that moment, Xiao Yu entered, anxiously asking, "Have you seen Su Li? I've searched everywhere, and her phone is unreachable." Yi Shi and Fu Ziyuan exchanged glances. Su Li had been taken to another luxurious hotel, and Zhang Quan led her upstairs. She walked down the opulent corridor. Anxiety gnawed at her. Several imposing bodyguards flanked her, making her feel like a condemned prisoner heading to the gallows. Suddenly, she halted. Clutching her stomach, Zhang Quan, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom first." Zhang Quan turned to look at her. "Secretary Su, I advise against any tricks. Your attempt to escape has already displeased Master Qian. If you cause any further trouble, you may provoke him to intensify your punishment." Su Li dared not play any tricks. Zhang Quan opened the door to her room. "Go inside." Once inside, the door closed tightly behind her. Locking her in, she took a deep breath and slowly approached the figure sitting within. Master Qian. He had changed into a bathrobe, calmly perusing a magazine, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Yet Su Li understood that his silence only meant his fury had reached its peak. "Come here." Obediently, she stepped forward, squatting beside him as usual. Qianyi lifted her chin with his hand, his dark eyes scrutinizing her. "You are quite skilled, evading my pursuit for 2 months. Shouldn't I reward you?" "Master Qian, I truly desire freedom. Please let me go." "Freedom? The day you sold yourself to me, you forfeited your freedom. I am the master of this game. Wish to exit? Not a chance." "Master Qian, why must you cling to me? You have Miss Song by your side, and your wedding is imminent. I simply do not wish to continue as your clandestine lover." Her upbringing and dignity forbade her from such a fate. Qian Ye's dark eyes suddenly sparkled with amusement as he caressed her chin, his words chillingly sharp. "Shall I assist you in dealing with Songwan?" Su Li's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him in shock. This madman. Killing Songwan was out of the question. He was clearly deranged. "Master Qian, I do not wish to defy you. I genuinely seek liberation." "Liberation, you say? Allow me to liberate you." Then, Qianyi grasped her waist and pulled her toward the room. Su Li was tossed onto the bed, her body bouncing slightly on the soft mattress. She watched as he slowly removed his bathrobe. "Are you planning to marry and have children here?" Su Li knew she would inevitably face punishment, and this time it would be harsher than ever. She lost track of time until he finally released her, and she lay on the bed, unconscious. After the room fell silent, Su Ming knocked and entered. Meanwhile, Qianyi sat in the living room sipping tea, his demeanor as cold as ever, while the bedroom door remained shut. "Master Qian, I have investigated. Miss Su has been residing and working in Yu City. She is currently employed at Huaxing Real Estate as Fu Ziyuan's translator, and I hear Fu Ziyuan is quite pleased with her." Thud. He slammed the teacup onto the table. "So, she has been doing well here, directly becoming Fu Ziyuan's translator. It seems I underestimated her. Miss Su is your protege. Her abilities are naturally exceptional. Despite negotiating with the Fu family for days, I haven't seen her, which indicates she has known about my arrival all along and has deliberately hidden. Those from Fu's side mentioned that Miss Su had a physical altercation, which is why Fu Ziyuan suspended her for reflection, preventing us from meeting her. Qian Yi scoffed, unconvinced that things were so coincidental. He had searched for her for 2 months, only to find her happily working as a translator. Mingling with other men, dancing passionately, what a fine display! Had he not discovered her in time? Would she have intended to settle down and start a family with that man? The thought of it ignited a fierce desire within Qian Yi to torment Su Li once more to vent his fury. Su Ming stepped out to take a call, returning to say, Master Qian, someone from Fu Ziyuan's side requests to see you. Fu Ziyuan was swift in his actions, clearly concerned for her. President Fu is already married with children. His interest in Miss Su is likely merely admiration, Su Ming added cautiously. Qian Yi shot him a glare, causing him to lower his head in silence. Before long, Fu Ziyuan arrived with his entourage. Qian Yi met him in an adjoining room, the atmosphere charged with tension. The two men faced each other, exuding an extraordinary presence. Wei Shi stood behind Fu Ziyuan, appearing somewhat anxious. She yearned to inquire about Su Li's whereabouts, but dared not voice her concerns. President Fu, it seems we have nearly concluded discussions regarding the project. There's something specific you wish to address? Qian Yi inquired with an air of nonchalance. I heard you took my translator. I came to check on her. After all, she is my subordinate, and should anything happen, our company cannot remain uninvolved, Fu Ziyuan replied. She is with me. Wei Shi interjected. May we see her? She is still asleep. She will likely not awaken until tomorrow. The implication of this statement left Yi Shi and Fu Ziyuan at a loss for words. Qian Yi elegantly crossed his legs, his voice low and gravelly. Devoid of any discernible emotion, Su Li is mine. We had some misunderstandings previously. She threw a tantrum and came here. I will be taking her back to Haicheng, and she will resign from her position in Yu City. Fu Ziyuan probed. Is this your own assertion, or hers? My assertion is her assertion. Then let us meet her. Inconvenient. Fu Ziyuan rose, stating, if that is the case, we shall take our leave for now, and we can speak once Su Li awakens. Yi Shi could only follow him out. After they exited, Qian Yi summoned Zhang Quan. Investigate the identity of the man who danced with Su Li tonight. Later that night, at around 11 o'clock, Su Chun sat outside his home, eagerly awaiting her return. The mosquitoes were rampant, leaving his legs covered in welts as he swatted them away. He glanced down at his watch. Worry etched across his brow. A vehicle approached, and Xiao Yu alighted from it. Xiao Chun, why are you still sitting outside at this late hour? Su Chun stood up and approached, asking, Brother Xiao, where's my sister? Didn't she come back with you? Xiao Yu's expression darkened as he recalled Fu Ziyuan's warning. Su Li is Kuan Yi's woman. You are forbidden from having any further contact with her. Brother Xiao, where is my sister? He turned to Su Chun and said, your sister is tied up with some matters and cannot return for the time being. You should head back and rest. No, has something happened to her? She has never returned this late. Nothing has happened. She's simply encountered her former boss, and they may be reminiscing. There's no need for concern. Former boss? Su Chun's eyes widened in realization. Is it that handsome older brother who drives a luxury car? He actually came to Yu City, but it seems sister came here secretly. He won't blame her. Will he? After pondering, Su Chun resolved to seek her out. Brother Xiao, tell me where my sister's boss is. I'm going to bring her back right now. Xiao Yu held him back, saying, your sister is truly fine. You needn't go. Otherwise, she will worry about you. But I'm not at ease. If you don't tell me, I'll search for her myself. Su Chun returned home to grab his backpack and lock the door before setting off. Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, agreed to take him there. The next day dawned bright and clear. The weather splendid. Su Li awoke groggily, roused by hunger. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an upscale hotel room. Filled with the soothing scent of incense, she sat up, the covers slipping away, revealing her reflection in the large mirror before her. She was half naked, her long hair tousled, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her lips were red and teeth white. And her beautiful eyes glistened with a touch of vulnerability. Indeed, she looked pitiable, marked with numerous kiss marks from last night's torment. The recollection of the previous night's events stirred an involuntary urge to cry. Stifling her tears, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed, her limbs aching as she struggled to dress. After a while, a server arrived with breakfast, also reminding her, Miss Su, Lord Quan said to find him as soon as you wake up. He is waiting for you. Tell him I'm not going, Su Li retorted, her temper flaring. She had been so tormented that she no longer had the energy to appease him. But your brother. What about my brother? Su Li's face turned anxious. Your brother came looking for you last night and was subsequently taken by Lord Quan. Su Li sighed in exasperation. Why couldn't Ti Shao Chen stay at home and mind his own business? I understand. I'll go see him now. Are you not going to have breakfast? No. Outside the hotel was a vast expanse of grassland for guests to stroll and play. At tea that moment, Su Chen faced several bodyguards, bravely standing alone yet unable to fend them off. The bodyguards seized him and slammed him to the ground. Su Chen cried out in pain, but quickly scrambled back to his feet. Shouting, "Come again!" One of the bodyguards cracked his knuckles, eager for more. Zhang Quan, arms crossed, observed the spectacle and remarked, "You've got some spirit, kid. You've been beaten several times and still won't concede. As long as I'm alive, I will never concede. Just now, that older brother also said that as long as I endure all the beatings and can still stand, you'll let me see my sister." When Su Li arrived, she saw Su Chen sprawled on the ground, a fist from a bodyguard poised to strike. "Stop!" The bodyguard halted his attack. Su Chen turned his head toward her, eyes shining with relief. "Sister, you're all right." Su Li rushed to his side, shielding him. "How dare you lay a hand on a child? What kind of ability is that?" Zhang Quan instructed the bodyguards to step back and approached, saying, "Miss Su, Lord Quan's intention is—" "I don't care what his intention is. Touching my brother is unacceptable. What you're doing is against the law, and I can sue you." "Sue?" A man approached leisurely, exuding an innate regal aura. Zhang Quan and the others gradually retreated, making way for him. Lord Quan, clad in a black shirt and trousers, strolled up to her. "Do you know what the consequences of defying me are?" Su Li bit her lip. "I've said it. I am responsible for my actions. If you wish to exact your wrath, direct it at me. My brother has nothing to do with this, sister." Su Chen, concerned, grasped her hand. Su Li pulled him up, urging, "Shao Chun, you must leave. Don't come back here again." "No, sister. I want to stay with you. Be obedient and go to—" "No." The bond between siblings was truly precious. Lord Quan's voice was cold and laced with disdain. "Your brother intruded on my territory last night, disrupting my peace. Today he requested to see you. I merely proposed a condition. If he can defeat my men, he may see you. This is his own choice. You are in the wrong for physically assaulting him, Lord Quan. Please allow my brother to leave first." "Fine. If you wish to bear all the responsibility, I will grant you that." Lord Quan raised his hand, instructing Zhang Quan to escort Su Chen away. "Sister, I don't want to go." Su Chen shouted, struggling, yet was still dragged away by the bodyguards. Su Li turned to the man before her, softly asking, "Can you truly not let me go?" "I cannot, unless you die." Su Li trembled, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Lord Quan gazed at her pitiful appearance, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "I have warned you. You are someone I've invested heavily in. Everything you have now is because of me. You think you can simply walk away? That is utterly impossible. I can accept your punishment, but you must not harm my brother. You are such a good sister. Then you shall stay here. Without my permission, you are not to leave a single step." With that, Lord Quan turned and walked away. Su Li stood there, the sun growing ever hotter, scorching her back as the sun climbed higher. The earth became increasingly oppressive. Her legs grew weak, her body fragile, and she nearly collapsed several times. Yet she resolutely held on. He merely wished to see her fall and feel powerless, to make her regret her choices, yet she refused to yield. "Lord Quan, the sun is blazing outside, and Miss Su is a delicate girl. She may suffer adverse effects," Su Ming said after observing for a long while. Lord Quan lounged in a chair, engrossed in a magazine. "What's wrong? Are you concerned for her?" Su Ming replied. "What if something happens to her? In the end, it will be you who feels the pain." Bang! Lord Quan slammed the magazine onto the coffee table. Su Ming rubbed his nose, pondering if he had a point. Su Li hadn't eaten since last night, and her stomach was growling. Coupled with the fatigue from the previous night, she was growing weaker and was on the verge of collapse. Everything around her blurred, and she suddenly fell to the ground. As Su Li lay on the grass, she struggled to rise but found her body utterly unresponsive. Through her hazy vision, a figure approached. Lord Quan leaned down, gripping her chin with one hand, an air of arrogance suffusing the space between them. "Will you defy me again next time?" Su Li looked up at him with her sparkling eyes, defiantly turning her head to shake off his grip. "I want to leave you. I no longer wish to remain by your side as your pet. I am a person, and I want my own life." Lord Quan's demeanor instantly chilled, his dark eyes clouding with fury. Su Ming, holding an umbrella nearby, sighed in resignation. "Miss Su, Wouldn't it be better to soften your stance? If you do, Lord Quan might let you off the hook. Then you can stay here and bask in the sun. Lord Quan, enraged, stood and left Thuli lay on the ground, her hands digging into the grass. Morning brought bright sunlight, but by afternoon, the weather took a turn. With thunder and lightning heralding a downpour, Thuli struggled to her feet, standing motionless amidst the rain. Soaked to the skin, she stubbornly refused to utter a plea for mercy. The rain intensified, washing over the earth. In the upstairs study, Lord Quan sat at his desk, engaged in a video conference, his expression serious. After the team summarized their work, he briefly assigned tasks before dismissing the meeting. The torrential rain lashed against the windows, splattering water inside, soaking the floor. Su Ming approached to close the window, catching sight of Su Li below. Lord Quan, Miss Su is still standing out there. Should we not call her in to escape the rain? Lord Quan, head down in paperwork, replied without looking up. Has she begged me for mercy? No. Then why should I concern myself with her? Su Ming gazed at her frail silhouette below and reluctantly closed the window, shutting out the sound of the rain. Lord Quan, I'll take my leave now. After Su Ming exited, Lord Quan rose from his seat and approached the window. Beneath the pouring rain, Su Li stood resolutely, allowing the downpour to drench her. Foolish woman, he understood Su Li well. She appeared obedient and gentle, but in reality, she was stubborn. A little wildcat with sharp claws hidden away. In previous years, she could pretend. But now she could no longer maintain the facade. She insisted on challenging him, believing she had grown strong enough to fly away. Yet he was determined to clip her wings, preventing her from soaring. When the time felt right, Lord Quan grabbed an umbrella and stepped outside. Su Li, her legs weak, collapsed onto the grass. A pair of shiny leather shoes approached her, and she struggled to raise her head. Gazing up at the elegant man before her, Lord Quan held the umbrella, his gaze icy as he looked down at her. Such stubbornness in refusing to bow one's head. Are you truly intent on opposing me? I do not. Her voice was hoarse and she implored, Quan, please grant me this favor. What harm is there in remaining by my side? It is harmful. Then, have you developed feelings for Xiaoyu? Is it his identity as the second young master of the Fu family that attracts you? Or is it him as a person? Su Li's beautiful eyes quivered, a flicker of astonishment passing through them as she gazed at him in confusion. That gaze, so full of pity, would only lead him to believe she was feigning vulnerability. You are my woman. Without my permission, how dare you associate with another man? Exhausted, Su Li lowered her head and slowly fainted to the ground. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder. A bolt of lightning illuminated the earth. Quan looked down at the woman collapsed at his feet, his dark eyes flickering slightly. Beneath the stormy sky, his handsome visage appeared even colder. A bodyguard stepped forward to take the umbrella, and the man bent down to lift her horizontally in his arms. Chapter 115. Fu Zilian comes to fetch someone's sister saying, why don't we call the police and have that big boss arrested? I'll charge in and rescue my sister. Su Chun sat on the sofa, conversing with Meng Sang Sang over the phone. In the dead of night, Meng Sang Sang had gotten out of bed to talk to him. What is the point of calling the police? The officers will side with the big boss. You want to gain any advantage. Then what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch my sister suffer. After all, she is my biological sister. If anything were to happen, I would have no family left in this world. Nonsense. Your sister has been with Lord Quan for 4 years. While he may be cold-blooded, he wouldn't harm a weak woman. He is simply angry that your sister suddenly quit her job and went missing. That is a challenge to the big boss's authority, and his anger is understandable. But if my sister was doing well, why would she leave her job to come to Yuqing? I can't make sense of that either, but you shouldn't concern yourself with it. It's a matter between adults. I'm almost 15. I'm practically an adult myself. You can't keep everything from me. Meng Sang Sang, wrapped in a blanket, sat cross-legged on her bed, suggesting, how about this? You don't worry. I'll call her right now. If the call goes through, then everything is fine. Su Chun, anxious, asked, but what if the call doesn't go through? If it doesn't, it's still fine. After hanging up with Su Chun, Meng Sang Sang dialed Su Li's new phone number. Every day, she wondered what Su Li was up to and why she suddenly caught Lord Quan's attention. The phone rang for a long while, but no one answered. Meng Sang Sang immediately bought a plane ticket for a direct flight to Yuqing the next morning. After enduring the scorching sun and rain, Su Li fell ill and could not wake the next day. Quan called a doctor to examine her. Lord Quan, this young lady has a frail constitution. I have already administered medication. She is likely to remain unconscious for 2 to 3 days. Quan Ai sat before the sofa, idly toying with a green thumb ring, and merely responded with a soft The servant ushered the doctor out. With Su Li's illness, his plans to return to Haicheng would have to be postponed. Su Ming entered and said, "Lord Quan, Mr. Fu has come again." He tucked the ring away and stood, instructing, "Have him meet me in the living room." He led the way to the living room, where Fu Zilian sat upright beside the sofa. His expression rather grimmed. "Mr. Fu, your personal visit. What brings you here?" Fu Zilian looked at him and said solemnly, "Lord Quan, Xiaoyu has no grievances with you. I kindly ask that you release him. Mr. Fu's brother is truly a gentle soul. So considerate of those around him, I was contemplating keeping him as a guest and properly thanking him for taking care of Su Li during this time." Fu Zilian discerned his intention and replied calmly, "Yu was unaware that Su Li is under your protection. She has never mentioned you. This matter has nothing to do with him. If Lord Quan wishes to avoid affecting the cooperation between our families, I urge you to release him." Quan Ai elegantly crossed his legs, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoyu is fine. Mr. Fu need not worry. I will ensure my subordinates do not bully him. However, he did brazenly invade my residence last night and accidentally injured my bodyguard with a brick. My bodyguard still lies in the hospital. In this matter, it was indeed inappropriate for Xiaoyu to resort to violence. I apologize on his behalf. Feel free to state your conditions. Add a clause to our previously signed cooperation agreement. The Quan Group shall hold 80% control over the entire project. Should any disputes arise, the Fu Group must fully cooperate with the Quan Group. This is for our mutual benefit. What do you think?" Clearly, that is a one-sided agreement. In significant matters, the Fu family has no voice. Fu Zilian's pride would not allow him to accept such an outrageous condition, but Xiaoyu's fate lies in his hands. Quan Ai casually fiddled with his exquisite cufflinks. "There's no rush for your response. Xiaoyu is well cared for here. You need not worry." "Very well, I agree." Quan Ai nodded, rising to shake hands with him. "May our cooperation be fruitful, Mr. Fu." Fu Zilian stood to return the handshake, asking, "Can we release Xiaoyu now?" Chapter 116. A warning. Stay away from her. I do not agree with such an arrangement. I must rescue Ali. After being released, Xiaoyu was quite dissatisfied and immediately turned to head back. A bodyguard stepped forward to block him, pulling him back. In the car, Fu Zilian leaned back in the rear seat, his handsome face concealed behind dark sunglasses, exuding an unapproachable chill. "I sacrificed the interests of the Fu family to bring you out. That is the result of months of hard work from the entire project department. If you continue to disregard the Fu family, you may return." Xiaoyu calmed himself, shaking off the bodyguard's grip. "Brother, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Last night, I was too worried and ended up in conflict with Lord Quan's people, not realizing I would bring you so much inconvenience. Remember, you are a member of the Fu family. Please be mindful of your words and actions in the future. I'm sorry. Brother, let's go home." "But what about Ali? She is clearly not well here." Fu Zilian's voice turned colder. "She belongs to Lord Quan. No matter the circumstances, she has nothing to do with you. How many times must I remind you?" Xiaoyu's expression darkened, falling silent. The bodyguard opened the car door, and he had no choice but to get in and leave. "While your feelings for her remain shallow, extinguish this small flame quickly. You cannot afford to offend Lord Quan. I'm looking out for your best interests." Xiaoyu lowered his head, his mind filled with memories of the time spent with Su Li. Though their interaction had only lasted 2 months, she had left an indelible mark on his heart. Yet, he never imagined that the person she had gone to great lengths to avoid in Yuqing was, in fact, the formidable Lord Quan of Haicheng. Dejected, Xiaoyu silently followed Fu Zilian back to the Fu residence. When Su Li awoke, the weather had cleared, and the sun shone brightly. She had not fully recovered and lacked the strength to get out of bed. Lying there staring at the ceiling in a daze. "Miss Su, it's time for your medication." A servant entered with a bowl of medicine but was pushed aside by her. "I will not drink it. You are still unwell. This is medication prescribed by a renowned doctor on Lord Quan's orders. It will help you recover." "I said I will not drink it." The servant, at a loss and fearing she might knock the bowl over, placed it aside and refrained from further persuasion. In the study, the servant reported to Quan Ai. "Miss Su has awakened but refuses to take her medicine or eat. If this continues, her recovery will be significantly delayed. Tell her that if she does not eat or take her medicine, she should not expect to see Su Chun again." The servant conveyed this message to Su Li, and immediately, she complied and ate everything, even inquiring about the next time for her medication. Quan Ai did not visit her, and she lay in bed, gazing out at the scenery through the window. This was the private villa that Quan Ai had purchased in Yuqing. Set in a tranquil environment, complete with a private garden, swimming pool, and equestrian facilities, ideal for a vacation. Yet, Such luxurious surroundings were no different from a gilded cage, a prison that confined her with no means of escape. Her phone, charging on the bedside table, rang. It was a call from Ming Sang Sang. She answered, "Hello? Oh my goodness, why did it take you so long to answer? Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. I've been so worried." The phone was dead. "I just charged it. Why have you come here? I'm just worried about you. Wait for me. I'll come find you right away." The wind was strong on Ming Sang Sang's end. She must have just disembarked from the plane. By the way, where are you now? Suli looked out the window, smiling wryly. "I have no idea where I am." Chapter 117. Being targeted by bad people at the airport. Ming Sang Sang had just deplaned and was retrieving her luggage. Someone's suitcase bumped into hers, causing her bag to fall to the ground, its contents spilling out. "How could you not know where you are? Are you trying to avoid me? Oh wait, let me pick up my things. I'll call you back," Ming Sang Sang hurriedly concluded, hanging up on Suli as she bent down to gather her belongings. The person beside her quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. I truly apologize." Seeing that the person was a mother with 2 children, Ming Sang Sang felt sympathetic and chose not to hold it against her. "It's all right. I can manage." She picked up the scattered items, bank cards, cosmetics, gold necklaces, rings, and more. Nearby, a young man in a tank top resting against a pillar noticed the scene. As Ming Sang Sang gathered her things. Zipping her bag, she slowly made her way towards the exit, and the young man followed her. She exited the airport lobby, her gaze fixed on her phone. The driver should have arrived by now. Yet she saw no sign of the vehicle. The crowd was quite substantial, as everyone awaited their rides. She dragged her luggage to the side to wait and was about to call the driver when a young man approached her with enthusiasm. "Excuse me, miss, are you waiting for a ride?" Ming Sang Sang eyed him warily. "What do you want?" "My car is parked over there. I can give you a lift wherever you need to go." "No, I've already called for a ride." She turned to leave, but he firmly grasped her suitcase, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "In a 1S car is as comfortable as mine. I want to charge you. Just hop in." "What are you doing?" "I said I'm not going. If you don't let go, I'll call the police." "Go ahead and report me. By the time they arrive, it will be too late." "What do you intend to do?" The man pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it against her nose. Ming Sang Sang quickly lost consciousness. He dragged her and her luggage towards a car parked by the roadside. Suli, exhausted, dozed off for a while, only to awaken just past midnight. Perhaps Kuan Yi was still upset with her. He had not made an appearance all evening, leaving her with a semblance of peace. Glancing at her phone, she found nothing but a few messages from Su Chun. Ming Sang Sang had mentioned coming to see her, but hours had passed without a sight of her. That girl was likely off having fun somewhere again. Her calls went straight to voicemail, and her messages went unanswered. After some contemplation, she decided to ask Su Chun, who also confirmed he had not seen Ming Sang Sang. "Miss Su, it's time for a late-night snack." A servant entered with a steaming bowl of noodles. "Her favorite egg noodles. I'm not too hungry. You can take it away. But this is Master Quan's instruction. You must finish it." Once again, it was his directive. He monitored her every meal, even how long she slept or how many times she visited the restroom, with the servant acting as a walking surveillance device. Though Suli felt displeased, she endured, saying, "Just leave it. I'll eat when I'm hungry. As you wish. Wait, I'd like to ask, is Xiaoyu here?" She recalled Su Chen's earlier call about Xiaoyu being kept by Kuan Yi, and she hadn't been able to reach him since. The servant shook her head. "No, yesterday President Fu came and took him away." "Fu Zilian. What does this have to do with him?" Chapter 118. I helped you. How will you thank me? Young Master Yu is President Fu's biological brother. One takes the father's surname while the other takes the mother's. Didn't he, you know? Suli realized why Xiao Yu had been able to take her to the Fu family banquet. In no wonder Kuan Yi had questioned if she fancied Xiao Yu's status. She had been completely unaware that Xiao Yu was Fu Zilian's brother. After the servant left, Suli remained alone for a while. Unable to reach Ming Sang Sang, she felt restless. After a time, she mustered her strength, donned a coat, and stepped outside. Passing by a room, she noticed the light was still on. Approaching, she saw Kuan Yi standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, speaking on the phone, his back exuding an air of security. After a moment's thought, she decided to gently knock on the door. Kuan Yi had already noticed her through the window's reflection and, upon her knock, ended the call and turned around. Her face was pale, her lips a soft hue, embodying delicate beauty. "Master Quan, I need to speak with you. You're better now. Can you get out of bed? Thanks to you, I didn't fall ill." He moved to sit on the sofa. And Suli approached him, noticing several dishes and rice laid out on the table, untouched. "Master Quan, haven't you eaten yet?" I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore. He leaned back, gazing at her intently. My concern is unimportant. You have many people to care for you, and I'm not needed so late at night. Coming to find me? Are you missing me? Suli could not bear his teasing and directly stated her purpose. Sang Sang has come to Yuqing, but now she is suddenly unreachable. Could you send someone to help look for her? Meng Sang Sang is your friend, not mine. Why should I help you find her? But Sang Sang is the fiancée of your good friend. She is not my fiancée. Kuan Ye's dark eyes sparkled, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Yuli pressed her lips together, conceding, all right, then I'll call Qin Xiao. If something has happened to Sang Sang, it would also affect him. He will surely help me search. Kuan Yi patted his thigh. Qin Xian is in Haicheng. It's futile to contact him now. You know what to do to persuade me. He was right. Even if Qin Xian were to assist, the distance would surely delay their efforts. To ensure Meng Songsong's safety, Suli tightened her grip and slowly settled herself onto his lap. Kuan Yi relished the moment, his large hand caressing her waist. Suli had lost some weight after her illness, but her touch remained pleasant. When did she contact you? And where? She reached out at 5 this afternoon. She had just arrived at the airport and then couldn't be reached again. Kuan Yi picked up his phone and made a call. Check on Meng Sang Sang at the airport at 5 this afternoon. The voice on the other end acknowledged and then hung up. He set the phone down, his hand gently caressing her delicate face. I helped you. How will you thank me? Thank you. Did I ask that all? Just mere words of gratitude? His penetrating gaze fell upon her lips, and despite her illness, she remained enchanting. Suli timidly replied, I'm sick. I'm afraid of passing my cold to you. I'm not so easily infected. He lowered his head, kissing her lips, and Suli did not dare to resist, her hands stiffly resting at her sides. His kiss was tender, as if soothing her suffering from the past few days. Suli found herself lost in the moment, and he pulled her hand, wrapping it around his neck as they reclined on the sofa. Chapter 119. A good moment interrupted just as they were entwined in their passionate embrace. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Master Quan? Su Ming's voice called from outside. Suli snapped back to reality, about to push him away, but Kuan Yi held her softly, his voice thick with desire. Ignore it. Forced to tilt her head back, she succumbed to his domineering kiss, waves of pleasure coursing through her body. Master Quan, it's urgent. Su Ming's incessant knocking was filled with urgency. Kuan Yi, disrupted, lost all interest. Frowning as he glanced toward the door, Suli, breathless and dazed, grasped his shoulder. You should check. It could truly be something important. With a dark expression, Kuan Yi stood up, dressing quickly and draping a coat over her to conceal her exposed figure. Wait for me. He exited the room. Su Ming stood outside, hastily reporting, Master Quan, we just received word from Haicheng. That escaped while our men were unprepared. A bunch of useless fools, unable to keep track of one person. Kuan Ye's expression darkened further. Additionally, the Beishan warehouse of the Fu Group was just blown up. I rushed to inform you immediately. The Beishan warehouse was crucial for the partnership between the Quan and Fu families, housing all expensive equipment and vital documents. With the explosion, the Fu family would incur losses, and Quan would undoubtedly feel the repercussions. Suli had just finished dressing, her face still flushed, the heat of their earlier encounter lingering. She noticed Kuan Yi returning, having changed clothes and preparing to leave. I have matters to attend to. You should rest for the night, he instructed before hastily departing. Presumably, he had pressing work, which explained his urgency. Suli sighed softly, uncertain if there was any news about Sang Sang. That night, Kuan Yi did not return, and she managed to sleep soundly. The following day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Hearing the servant's announcement, Suli hurried downstairs. In the living room, Yishur sat gracefully on the sofa, exuding a gentle tranquility, reminiscent of an ancient noble lady. Upon seeing her, Yishur rose. Ali, how are you? I'm well. What brings you here? Did those people outside give you any trouble? Suli grasped her hand and sat beside her. Instantly, they felt a sense of familiarity, both being of the same age. Although Yishur was Fu Zilian's wife, she bore no airs of a wealthy matron. Instead, she was warm, considerate and understanding. Why? Yishur smiled. No, they called Master Quan and then let me in. I heard you were unwell, so I brought you some soup. A thermos, identical to the one she often used to bring meals to Fu Zilian, was placed on the table. I'm fine. You must have worried a lot these past few days. Yes, I was quite concerned after seeing Master Quan so furious when he took you away. I feared for your well-being. Suli sipped some soup, praising her culinary skills. Rest assured, Kuan Yi isn't the kind to take my life. And your relationship? Yishur hesitated, unsure if the question was too forward. Suli generously replied, Master Quan supported me throughout my 4 years in university. I was his secretary before coming to Yuqing to seek independence in life and work, but he disagreed, which is why he was so upset. Some things need not be stated too plainly. Wai Yishur nodded in understanding and inquired. Our family encountered an incident last night. Do you know about it? Chapter 120. Sang Sang is in trouble. Go save her. Su Li recalled how Quan Yi had left in a hurry the previous night and had yet to return. What happened? The North Mountain base of the group has suffered an explosion. Before Fu Zilian could even have his dinner last night, he rushed over. I overheard someone mention that the situation is quite serious. With government officials also dispatched to the scene, Su Li remarked, the Fu family's base must be of great significance, as it pertains to the very economic lifeblood of the entire group. If mishandled, it could lead to the group's downfall from prosperity to ruin. However, the Fu family has been a long-standing major enterprise in Yuqing for over a century, so they are unlikely to be easily defeated. Nevertheless, there will certainly be short-term repercussions. Who could be so malevolent as to carry out such a vicious act? I have no idea. Fu Zilian is still out there investigating, Su Li thought to herself. The Fu family is now in the same boat as the Quan family. If the Fu family is unsettled, the Quan family will not fare well either, and no wonder Quan Yi hurriedly left last night. Yishur remarked, but these are matters concerning the group that we are not privy to. Let us wait for their return to discuss. Su Li glanced at the time, and then called Zhang Quan. Hello, Miss Su? Zhang Quan quickly answered the call. Zhang Quan, have you found out where Sang Sang is now? The last sighting from surveillance was at the bus stop outside the airport gate. She hasn't been seen since. I am still having people investigate. She must be within Yuchiji. All right, Su Li hung up the phone, anxiety flooding her heart. If her memory served her right, she had previously seen documents regarding the North Mountain base on Quan Ye's desk. You sure? Is the North Mountain base near the airport? Yes, it's only about 2 kilometers away. After the base was bombed last night, all flights at the airport were suspended. Your friend isn't at the airport? Is she? That would be too coincidental. Su Li suddenly stood up, ready to leave. Where are you going? Yishur asked, grabbing her arm. My good friend is missing at the airport. I must go find her. Let me accompany you. Fine. As Su Li was about to exit the villa, she was stopped by a bodyguard outside the door. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but Master Quan has instructed that you cannot leave this door. Su Li took a deep breath and said sternly, Master Quan is being targeted, and you still insist on keeping me here? The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by her words. You are aware that the North Mountain base was bombed last night, right? Why now, of all times? That person is clearly after Master Quan. I must go warn him to be cautious. Perhaps the mastermind is nearby. Oh, not impede me. If something happens to Master Quan, neither of us can bear the consequences. That makes sense. Master Quan's safety is paramount. Yet the bodyguards hesitated. I will call Captain Zhang first. What are you calling for? If you wait, it may be too late, and something will happen to Master Quan. Su Li hurriedly left with Yishur. Hearing her words, the bodyguards quickly followed. They each got into their vehicles and headed towards the North Mountain base. By in the back seat, Yishur looked at Su Li and asked, Is Master Quan really in danger? Who is behind this plot against him? I am unclear. I can only speculate. Why earlier words were meant to intimidate those bodyguards. Master Quan has so many capable bodyguards around him that he does not need our assistance. Right now, I only wish to find Sang Sang as soon as possible. Suddenly, a van emerged from a side path, screeching to a halt. Chapter 121. Mr. Quan, Mrs. has been kidnapped. Su Li lurched forward, her forehead colliding with the back of the front seat. Rubbing her aching forehead, she looked out to see the van stopped ahead, and several tall, masked men stepped down. The bodyguards from the front vehicle had already exited, ready to confront them, but were swiftly knocked unconscious with blunt instruments. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Li as she hurriedly tapped the driver's shoulder, saying, Quick, lock the doors, lock the doors. The driver immediately locked all the doors, but the vehicle was stuck in the middle of the road and could not move. Yishur looked on nervously. Ali, what's happening? Who are those people? I don't know, but they certainly do not come with good intentions. Do not be afraid. Su Li pulled out her phone, frantically opening her contacts. Not taking the time to look closely, and pressed the first number she saw. Meanwhile, the masked men smashed the car windows with a drill, breaking in. The driver was yanked out forcefully. Yishur screamed as the glass cut her arm, drawing blood. Take them away, someone ordered, and the masked men opened the car doors, dragging them out. Su Li's phone fell to the ground beneath the car, the call having already connected. Su Li? Came Quan Ye's steady voice from the other end. Let go of me. Who are you, and what do you want? Su Li struggled, biting the hand of one of her captors. She rushed to Yishur's side, shielding her. Several men surrounded them. an oppressive aura enveloping the scene. Su Li's heart raced with panic, but she feigned calmness, attempting to negotiate. What do you want? If you clarify, I will go with you. You will find out what we want once you come with us. No, I can go with you, but Yi sure knows nothing. She cannot be taken. Enough chatter, take them both. Without further ado, they dragged Su Li and Yi Shi towards the van. Meanwhile, Quan Yi listened intently to the commotion on the other end of the line. Hearing Su Li argue with them before being taken away, he tightened his grip on the phone, his expression darkening as if he had fallen into an abyss. Su Ming approached and said, Master Quan, Mr. Fu is asking for you inside. He claims to have found a lead. Su Li is in trouble. Send Zhang Quan and a team to find her. What? Miss Su was just fine at the villa. Wasn't she? Focus on the task at hand. Quan Yi turned on his heel and strode inside. At that moment, the large warehouse had transformed into ruins, with bodyguards from both the Quan and Fu families. Along with local firefighters and government personnel, still engaged in cleanup efforts, Fu Zilian squatted beside a broken wall, his expression grave as he stared at a mark above. Upon seeing Quan Yi approach, he rose and said, Look at the footprints up there. We can ascertain the perpetrators now. Quan Yi glanced a few times, his brows furrowing deeper. The imprints left by such boots resemble those commonly found in France. The Fu family has had little business with France in recent years, so logically, they wouldn't have made enemies. Therefore, the attack was directed at you, with the Fu family merely caught in the crossfire. Quan Yi replied, I know who did this. I will handle it. The losses from the warehouse will be shared between the Quan and Fu families. Fu Zilian said coldly, I do not mind this loss. I will find other means to compensate swiftly. However, if this enemy is not dealt with, it will affect all our future collaborations. You must locate that person as soon as possible to eliminate future threats. Understood. Quan Yi said, moments ago, Su Li was kidnapped while en route. The mastermind behind this should be the same. Fu Zilian's expression remained impassive as he replied, Oh, your woman is your responsibility. I will leave this matter to you. I shall return in a few days to see the outcome. At that moment, one of Fu Zilian's bodyguards rushed over, looking frantic. Mr. Fu, it's bad. The lady has been kidnapped. Chapter 122. They are beautiful and well-shaped. Fu Zilian's handsome face darkened. Who kidnapped her? How could this happen out of the blue? The bodyguard replied, The lady went to see Miss Su, and they were taken together. Mr. Fu, it seems you cannot stand idly by this time. Quan Yi raised an eyebrow, appearing to take delight in his misfortune. Fu Zilian sighed. Women truly are troublesome. In a wooden cabin on the outskirts, Su Li and Yi Shi were thrown inside, landing on the ground. Their blindfolds were removed, and as they were suddenly exposed to the harsh light within the cabin, they squinted and closed their eyes, taking a moment to adjust. Standing before them, a masked man spoke fluent French. Stay put. If you dare to run, we will break your legs. The door was shut and locked. Yi Shi moved closer to Su Li and asked, What were they just saying? They warned us not to run. Or they would break our legs. Su Li glanced at her arm. How is your injury? I'm fine. You're bleeding and still claiming to be fine. Yi Shi wore a white chiffon blouse, and her sleeve had turned red from the blood. Su Li quickly tore the silk scarf from her neck and wrapped it around Yi Shi's arm. Noticing several clear bite marks on Su Li's neck, Yi Shi's gaze lingered momentarily, and she sensed something was amiss. She quickly averted her eyes, pretending not to see, and asked, Ali, who are they? Why did they bring us here? Su Li tied the scarf into a bow on Yi Shi's arm and replied calmly, Currently, I cannot ascertain their identity, but I can confirm they are not on good terms with Quan Yi. This time, they likely intend to use me to threaten him. That puts you in great danger. When trouble comes, we must confront it. Quan Yi should be aware of our predicament by now. Before they arrive, let us think of a way to escape. Agreed. The cabin was not large, with only a small window at the top. The window was too high for them to escape through. Su Li approached the door and tried to push it open, but it was securely locked. Leaning against the door, she overheard voices outside. These women are quite pretty, with such delicate skin. It makes one want to take a bite. If we could have some fun with them, that would be exhilarating. Don't get your hopes up. Didn't you hear those French guys? We're not allowed to touch them until our business is done. We must ensure they don't escape. What a buzzkill. Guarding them without letting us have any fun is pointless. Do not be deceived by their seemingly gentle demeanor. Last night, after indulging in some spirits, Lao Lu attempted to seek out that woman in the front room, his intoxicated mind hoping to seduce her into his bed. To his dismay, however, she delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable area, leaving him now languishing in a hospital, awaiting surgery. The doctors have warned that he narrowly escaped the prospect of being rendered childless. She exhibited great ferocity, akin to a fierce tigress. Initially, she was meant to be a gift to appease the big boss, but alas, she has incurred his displeasure and found herself confined here. Although she possesses striking beauty, her temperament is excessively fierce. I would not dare to guard her tonight. It is best to remain prudent. After all, those Frenchmen will finish their business and depart, leaving us with these 3 women to do as we please. Indeed, that makes sense. Sully returned quietly to Yishur's side. Why, Yishur inquired. What have you heard? It seems that Sang Sang is also held captive here, in the adjoining room. Chapter 123. The Master's Intent? Let the rival investigate the captured individual's whereabouts. Has any information surfaced regarding their whereabouts? Kuan Yi stood outside the ruins of the warehouse, addressing his subordinate. Master Quan, the van vanished down a secluded path. Eluding our surveillance, we pursued but found nothing. We are still searching in such a small area. We cannot locate a single person. Kuan Ye's expression darkened as he turned to Zhang Quan, instructing, consolidate all available manpower to track Bart's movements. Inform me immediately of any developments. Once we locate Bart, we shall ascertain Su Li's whereabouts. Understood. Zhang Quan nodded and departed. Not far off, Fu Zilian silently observed them, and his assistant remarked, Mr. Fu, while Master Quan wields significant influence in Haicheng, he also has numerous enemies. We have only just partnered with them, and already such calamities have befallen us. The warehouse explosion, the kidnapping of the lady, and that fellow Bart, who is affiliated with the underworld. Is it not too perilous for us to collaborate with the Quan family at this juncture? Fu Zilian's expression remained unchanged. You speak the truth, yet your perspective is limited to the short term. I am considering the long game and have my own judgment. There is no need for your reminders. Very well. Contemplating Yishur, Fu Zilian's brow furrowed once more. Why would she venture out to seek Su Li? Is she simply idle at home? The lady is of a similar age to Miss Su and shares common interest. It is only natural for her to seek companionship outside, given the monotony of staying at home. Are you implying that there exists a generational gap between us, rendering our conversation futile, thus necessitating her to seek external company? No, Mr. Fu, that is not my intent. Fu Zilian shot a glare at his assistant and approached Kuan Yi. Master Quan, my men are well acquainted with Yuqing. I shall send someone to find them, while you focus on locating Bart. He may pose a threat to you from the shadows. Kuan Yi regarded him and nodded slightly. Before long, Zhang Quan returned with news. Master Quan, after our investigation, we have ascertained that Bart is currently hiding in a villa on the outskirts, having summoned his elite subordinates from France to deal with you. Fu Zilian interjected. Since he is in Yuqing, the situation becomes manageable. Kuan Yi added, Bart will not easily let us off the hook this time. His elite men are all armed. We must send someone to delay him while simultaneously discovering Su Li and the others' whereabouts. This strategy will help mitigate potential casualties. Both Kuan Ye's and Fu Zilian's insights were sound, and they concurred with the decision. Zhang Quan proposed, I shall go and find a way to stall Bart. Kuan Yi shook his head. You cannot go, nor can I. It must be a person from the Fu family. Bart is arrogant and overbearing. His primary target is Kuan Yi. If he does not see Kuan Yi, he will not act hastily. The Fu family holds substantial sway in Yuqing, and regardless of his arrogance, he will exhibit some caution. Before Fu Zilian could respond, his assistant interjected, No, that won't do. Our Mr. Fu holds a prestigious position. It is too dangerous for him to go. Why do you not send someone else? Zhang Quan retorted. Our Master Quan's status is even more exalted. What is your Mr. Fu in comparison? What do you mean by that? Do not forget this is Yuqing's territory, not Haicheng's. Precisely, which is why it is imperative for a heavyweight figure from Yuqing to assert dominance. The two engaged in a childish quarrel, exhibiting immaturity. Kuan Yi and Fu Zilian exchanged disdainful glances. Wishing to cast the two out, brother, Xiao Yu rushed in with a look of concern. I heard there was trouble at the warehouse. Ali and my sister-in-law have been kidnapped. Kuan Yi's dark eyes slowly turned towards him, a sly smile forming on his lips. I find Mr. Fu heir to be a commendable candidate. Chapter 124. Arrogance. Do you know who I am? The air hung in a momentary stillness. Fu Zilian, with a serious countenance, replied, No, this matter does not concern AU. He need not be involved. Kuan Yi shifted his gaze to Xiao Yu, his eyes imbued with arrogance and disdain. Let Mr. Fu heir decide for himself. Upon hearing the assistant's brief account, Xiao Yu immediately declared, I am willing to go. As long as I can rescue Ali and my sister-in-law, my efforts will bear significance. Kuan Yi raised an eyebrow at Fu Zilian, indicating, see, he has agreed himself. Fu Zilian replied, Are you certain? Bart is dangerous and ruthless. This undertaking is fraught with peril, brother. You have always protected me. You encouraged me to study medicine, shouldering the burden of the company alone. Now it is my turn to protect you. I cannot remain a coward forever, hiding behind your back. Besides, Ali and my sister-in-law are still in their clutches, and I cannot bear to see them harmed. Kuan Yi interrupted coldly. Concern yourself solely with your sister-in-law. Do not waste your concern on others. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, falling silent. Fuzilian relented. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall arrange for my shadow guard to accompany you. Remember to prioritize your safety. Brother, do not worry. Xiao Yu nodded earnestly and turned to leave. Master, my brother shares a close friendship with Miss Su. They are merely friends. There is no need for you to be so antagonistic towards him. Fuzilian expressed with some irritation. Do you believe in pure friendships between men and women? I do not. Kuan Yi arrogantly stated as he left with his entourage, ATA Villa on the outskirts. Foreign bodyguards clad in uniform stood vigilantly outside, the premises heavily secured, so much so that not even a mosquito could infiltrate. Inside the living room, laughter and merriment resounded as men and women engaged in jovial banter. Boss, drink up. You'll need it for a good night's rest. 3 or 4 provocatively dressed women swarmed around a man, seductively coaxing him to drink. Bart reclined on the sofa, reveling in the company of beautiful women. Such obedient beauties. Shall we partake in a drink together? Of course, let us drink. They chimed in unison. Bart's hands roamed over their bodies freely, while the women feigned coyness. Boss, a subordinate, entered. The first beauty has been brought to you. Let her in. Bart straightened himself, one leg bent, fixing his gaze on the woman his subordinate had brought forth. Meng sang, her hair disheveled and hands bound behind her back, was shackled by chains around her ankles. Despite her predicament, her radiant face bore an expression of defiance and resilience. Ironically, they had adorned her with a tag labeled number 1. Was this a beauty pageant? Ah, you? You are the one who incapacitated Lao Lu. Are you not? Bart picked up a fruit knife, slicing through an apple as he inquired. Meng sang spat defiantly. What a lowly creature you are. Touch me, and I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. I'd rather flay you alive and let your blood run dry. Where is that dog now? If you have the guts, release him so I can play with him, one of the women cooed. Oh, do not be so fierce. You are a lady. After all, be a bit more gentle. Mind your own business. Speak out of turn again, and I shall curse you. Meng sang retaliated angrily. Having been brought to this place, her temper flared, and she found an outlet for her frustration. The woman huffed, playfully tugging on Bart's arm. Boss, look at her. Such bravado. Bart took a bite of his apple, glaring at her. You dare to be so arrogant in my presence? Do you even know who I am? You are the leader of the rats in the sewer, a foul-smelling rodent. Chapter 125. Because of her, rendered useless. Bart kicked over the table in front of him, hurling the apple he held at Meng sang. The commotion startled the nearby women, who shrieked in fright and scurried away. He stood up, pointing at her with fury. You insolent girl, you seek death. His subordinates approached, restraining Meng sang and forcing her to kneel on the floor. Let me go. Meng sang struggled, but their grip only tightened. Bart, seething with rage, would have killed her already had he not wished to avoid causing a scene in his own territory. Boss, do not be upset. We still have the second and third beauties. Do not let this get to you. His subordinates fawned over him, attempting to placate his anger. Bart waved his hand, instructing them to take Meng sang aside and bring forth the second and third beauties. Su Li and Yi Shi were then brought in. Meng sang lifted her head and locked eyes with Su Li, her face lighting up with excitement as she prepared to rush over. Su Li shook her head, silently urging her to remain calm. Meng sang complied, standing still in her place. Yi Shi followed closely behind Su Li, trembling in fear, unaccustomed to such a scene. Upon seeing Su Li, Bart let out a wicked laugh. Miss Su, what a surprise to meet you here. Su Li stood tall and replied coldly, Mr. Bart, you did not travel all the way to Yuqing merely to capture me. Did you? Of course not. My interest lies far beyond you. More than anything, I crave Kuan Ye's life. You may as well go find him directly. Why are you apprehending us? You are the woman of Kuan Yi. If I capture you, he will undoubtedly become anxious, and his concern will compel him to come to your rescue, unless he personally seeks me out. Otherwise, I shall not release you. You are overestimating the situation. Lord Quan holds a prestigious status, and I am merely his modest secretary. How could he possibly lower himself to come seeking you just for my sake? Bate. Ha, it is precisely because of you, woman, that Kuan Yi has rendered me incapacitated. I will not believe that you do not share some special relationship. The suffering and torment I endured in Haicheng must be repaid in full from him. The three women simultaneously cast a glance at Bati's groin, a wave of revulsion washing over them. He deserves it. Such a lecherous scoundrel only brings calamity upon others. Yuli turned to Meng Sang and Yishur, indicating that this matter did not concern them, and urged, "Release them first." Bita yanked Meng Sang towards him, gripping her chin with one hand and patting her face with the other. "So, my little brother has brought me a woman to curry favor, and it turns out you all know each other. How delightful! If you dare to disobey, I shall have my men personally entertain you." He flung Meng Sang aside. With a chain locked around her ankle, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her forehead colliding with a nearby cabinet, wincing in pain. "You bastard!" Seeing this, Su Li stepped forward, saying, "If anything happens to us, Lord Quan will surely not let you off the hook. I advise you to refrain from violence. You cannot threaten me now. I demand Quan Yi come personally and kneel to apologize." At that moment, someone rushed in from outside. "Boss, there is someone outside who claims to be from the Fu Group." "How many people?" "Just him alone." Yi sure. Upon hearing this, subtly tugged at Su Li's sleeve, thinking, "They've come to rescue us. Why isn't Quan Yi himself here?" Bate felt a surge of wariness. His subordinates escorted the three women away. Shortly after, Xiao Yu entered alone. Chapter 126. The three women converge. Preparing to escape, Su Li and the others were taken to a small room at the back. "What a foul smell. What kind of place is this? You can't possibly be relieving yourselves here. Can you?" Upon entering, Meng Sang could no longer tolerate it. Her face contorted in disgust. "Behave yourselves." After bringing them in, the men exited and closed the door. The room was well lit and devoid of many items. Yet the stench was overwhelming. Yuli supported Meng Sang, relieved to see she was uninjured. "Thank goodness you're all right. I was so worried." Meng Sang threw herself into her embrace, crying out, "These people are utterly outrageous. They dragged me here and expect me to be bullied. If I hadn't fought back bravely, I might have been tortured to death by now." "Woo, it's all right. You've endured a lot. Don't be afraid. I'm here now, and I won't let anyone bully you." Yi sure, standing to the side, added, "They come to rescue us. I believe we will be out soon." Meng Sang glanced at Yishur. Confusion in her eyes, Yuli introduced, "This is Yishur, the wife of Fu Zalian, president of the Fu Group, and also my friend. She was caught up in this because of me." Meng Sang wiped her tears and took Yishur's hand, saying, "Yes, Su Li's friend is my friend too. From now on, we're all good sisters." Su Li inquired, "So tell me, how did you get kidnapped right after you landed?" "Ah, it's a long story. I was targeted by a thief who stole all my belongings and then handed me over to these people. You have no idea how I've been surviving these past few days, barely eating or sleeping. Too scared to let my guard down. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. Don't worry, I will get you out." Yi sure remarked, "I just wonder who from the Fu Group is here, and whether they can successfully take us out." Just then, a loud crash echoed from outside. The three women tensed, growing alert. Miss Yuli moved closer to the door, listening as someone outside asked, "Miss Su, are you in there?" She immediately recognized the voice as Zhang Quan's. Her expression brightened as she turned to the others, saying, "Someone has come to rescue us. Quickly, help us open the door." "All right, just a moment. We're picking the lock." Sounds of lock-picking resonated outside, and after a few attempts, the lock was finally broken, and the door swung open. Zhang Quan, flanked by several bodyguards, stood at the threshold, visibly relieved upon seeing them. "Lord Quan sent me to rescue you." "Let us go." "Okay." With a chain around her ankle, Meng Sang found it difficult to walk, but Zhang Quan swiftly wielded a kitchen knife, chopping through it with a few decisive strikes. Su Li exclaimed. "Clever thinking, bringing a kitchen knife. I saw it outside and thought it might come in handy," Zhang Quan replied. Meng Sang patted his shoulder, saying, "Thank goodness for your knife. Let us hurry and escape." The men in the backyard had been dealt with by Zhang Quan, but they knew others could arrive at any moment. Zhang Quan instructed his men to dismantle a wall in the backyard, creating just enough of an opening for them to squeeze through. They would be safe once they got out of there. "Miss Su, let me help you." Just as Zhang Quan was about to assist Su Li out, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from behind. They all ducked down, shielding their heads, as beams of flashlight illuminated their hiding spot. If they raised their heads, they would certainly be discovered. "Why is there gunfire?" Su Li asked, her voice tense. Zhang Quan replied gravely, "They are armed, which is why Lord Quan ordered us to act covertly. We must not alert the enemy." Meng Sang exclaimed, Oh no, I hear footsteps. Have they discovered our escape and are coming after us? Chapter 127. Asking Kuan Yi to apologize personally? If they pursue us, everyone will be in danger, making rescue efforts even more challenging. Yuli calmly contemplated and said, Zhang Quan, I will cover for you. You take Sang Sang and the others and go first. No, Lord Quan instructed me to rescue you. How can I let you save us instead? Bate has commanded that I threaten Kuan Yi. So he certainly won't harm me. You are not guaranteed the same safety. Enough talk, hurry and leave. Although Zhang Quan felt uneasy, he had no choice but to comply. Meng Sang Sang, unwilling to leave, grasped Su Li's hand, saying, We share our hardships and joys. I cannot abandon you in this time of crisis. I will stay with you. Sister, this is not the time for loyalty. You must listen to me and leave first. I have my own means to escape. No, how can I bear to watch you die? You're the one who will die. Su Li, irritated by her incessant chatter, pushed her into Zhang Quan's arms. She quickly grabbed a nearby wooden plank to shield herself as the flashlight beams swept over them, rendering them invisible. Go now. Just as they were about to flee, Bate's men closed in on them. Su Li found herself surrounded, a gun pressed against her head. Still thinking of escaping? Where do you think you can run? Should we pursue them? Someone asked. The leader replied, No need to chase. This woman will suffice. In the hall, Bate lounged on the sofa with his legs spread, munching on sweet grapes, casting a sidelong glance at the person before him. You claim to be from the Fu family. What brings you here? To rescue someone, Xiaoyu replied. Even if it's not for rescue, we can have a chat. I've heard Bate has substantial assets in France. Collaborating with you would indeed be an honor. An honor? I fear your people have already surrounded me. Bate slammed a fruit knife onto the table, his eyes narrowing as he spoke harshly. Did you hear that gunfire? My men fired. It indicates that someone has snuck in. Xiaoyu smiled. Let us discuss matters calmly. There's no need for such anger. You will have Kuan Yi personally come and kneel to apologize, and have him rendered incapable, and I shall release the hostages. Bate, President Quan is a distinguished guest of the Fu family. I can act as a mediator to facilitate your reconciliation. Bate muttered a curse in French, rising abruptly, his face flushed with rage. I must exact revenge for what he did to me. Seeing his unreasonable demeanor, Xiaoyu remained composed and thoughtful. At that moment, his subordinates entered, pushing Su Li forward, nearly causing her to collide with the table. Xiaoyu caught her, his eyes sparkling with joy. Ali? Dr. Xiao. Su Li was equally surprised to see him there, standing tall and saying, So it's you who has come as long as you're safe. I will ensure you get out of here. It's too dangerous. You should escape quickly. Yi Shi and the others have already made it out. No, if we leave together, Bate interjected, still acting all lovey-dovey in front of me. Someone, restrain this man. His subordinate stepped forward, seizing Xiaoyu's shoulders and rendering him immobile. Bate approached with a sharp fruit knife, playfully toying with it as he aimed it at a certain part of Xiaoyu's body. Tell me, if I were to stab you with this knife, would you ever find joy in life again? Su Li shouted angrily. Bate, don't go too far. Bate looked up at her, grinning lewdly. So, Miss Su, you fancy him, do you? Chapter 128. He arrived just in time. Su Li was at a loss for words. What did this have to do with affection? Xiaoyu is from the Fu family. If you dare to harm him, Fu Zelian will definitely not let you off the hook. And so what? I'm in this predicament now. What do I have to fear from you? Bate aimed the knife at Xiaoyu's groin, mimicking the motion a few times, causing Su Li to feel a chill of dread, fearing he might actually strike. Xiaoyu struggled against the grip of the bodyguard, her gentle visage now marred by fury. If you have the ability, come at me, but release Ali, she exclaimed. Oh, quite passionate, aren't we? Su, you've really done well for yourself, wooing Kuan Yi, and now even capturing the attention of the second young master of the Fu family? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Li cast a glance around, seeking a means to rescue Xiaoyu. At last, her gaze fixed upon the light switch nearby. Come, let me help you with that. I promise to be gentle. You won't feel a thing. Bart gripped his knife, preparing to unfasten Xiaoyu's pants. Infuriated, she kicked Bart fiercely. In that instant, Su Li seized the opportunity to press the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. Xiaoyu pushed the bodyguard away and rushed to grasp Su Li's hand, urging her to flee. Hurry! Bart, seething with rage, stomped his feet and bellowed, Get them back! Bang, bang, bang! Enraged, Bart unleashed a volley of gunfire indiscriminately. Su Li and Xiaoyu were forced apart, dodging the bullets that flew chaotically. A lamp shattered above Su Li's head, plummeting towards her. She barely managed to evade it, the sound of shattering glass echoing around her, the shards slicing her hand. Meanwhile, Bart spotted her and aimed his gun, pulling the trigger. Yuli's mind went blank, forgetting to dodge. "Lee, be careful," Xiaoyu shouted, witnessing the scene unfold, only to see a figure dart forward. Shielding her, Yuli was knocked to the ground, the familiar scent enveloping her. Outside, footsteps echoed as a well-organized team of bodyguards stormed in. Bart and his men were swiftly surrounded, surrendering without a fight. The once arrogant man now resembled a wretched toad, pressed to the ground. How satisfying! Suli glanced down to see blood trickling from Kuan Ye's arm, each droplet falling to the floor. "You're hurt?" she inquired, wanting to inspect it, but he evaded her gaze. Kuan Yi commanded his subordinates to detain Bart and his men before striding out. Suli watched his retreating figure, her heart tightening. "Ali, are you all right?" Xiaoyu rushed over, supporting her shoulders with concern. "I'm fine." That was truly terrifying. "I'm just relieved you're unharmed." She glanced at the blood on the ground, realizing that had it not been for Kuan Yi shielding her from the bullet, she might have already collapsed. Upon exiting, they discovered layers of Kuan Yi and Fu Zelian's men outside, who swiftly subdued Bart. Everyone gathered at the Fu family villa. As Suli and Xiaoyu returned, Yishur approached them asking, "Are you both unharmed?" "We're fine, don't worry." Meng Sang sat on the sofa, nursing minor injuries while a servant tended to her wounds. "Thank goodness Lord Quan arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger." Yuli noticed Kuan Yi and Fu Zelian ascend to the second floor, neither casting a glance her way. "You should sit down and rest." "Are you injured anywhere?" Xiaoyu inquired. "I'm fine," Suli replied, turning to follow them upstairs. Chapter 129. He has hurt. I feel guilt. Suli found herself outside the study, where Kuan Yi and Fu Zelian were engaged in discussion. The two men sat facing each other, exuding a powerful aura. "The warehouse has been destroyed. Bart is the mastermind behind it. I leave his handling to you." "Then I thank you, President Quan." "Bart is John S. man? So you must inform him. John has disowned this nephew. So do as you wish." Suli lingered at the door for a moment before noticing a bodyguard approaching with a medical kit. "Is that for Lord Quan?" she asked. The bodyguard affirmed, "Yes, he truly was injured." "Give it to me," she said, taking the kit and entering the room. Kuan Yi and Fu Zelian turned to face her. "Lord Quan, let us apply the medicine first." Kuan Yi regarded her coldly, remaining silent. Fu Zelian stood and left voluntarily. Now alone in the study, Suli moved beside Kuan Yi, attempting to inspect his arm. But he evaded her touch. A bandage was wrapped around his arm, the bleeding having stopped, yet further treatment was needed. "No need. Leave," he commanded. "Lord Quan, I know I've angered you, but please allow me to tend to your wounds. Once I'm done, you can punish me however you wish. Is that agreeable?" He scoffed. "Unnecessary. Leave." Ignoring his words, she seized his arm, even pulling it painfully, prompting him to furrow his brow in silence. Internally, she scoffed at his stubbornness, thinking, "Serves you right for being so obstinate." The sleeve of his shirt was already stained crimson. Carefully, she used scissors to cut open his sleeve, unwrapping the bandage to reveal a wound that was still seeping blood. The bullet had been removed, leaving a sight that was quite alarming. How much pain must he have endured? She pondered, her heart aching for him, as she gingerly disinfected and applied medicine. Kuan Yi watched her, his icy demeanor intensifying as she displayed obedient submission, a stark contrast to her earlier defiance. He noticed the scratches marring her delicate hand, a result of her reckless bravery in confronting Bart alone. As the minutes ticked by, the 20 minutes spent on treating his wounds passed in silence. Once finished, she looked at him and softly said, "Thank you, and no need to thank me. If I hadn't he saved you." "Xiaoyu would have." His voice was laced with disdain. "You've grown bold, leaving my side to live freely. Lord Quan, are you jealous?" "Jealous of whom? You?" Su Li's gaze dimmed as she shrugged. "All right, perhaps I overthought it. But I still appreciate your help this time. I will take full responsibility for this injury. I told you not to leave the villa, and yet you insisted on doing so." "Su Li, do you no longer heed my words?" "I was worried about Sang. I don't want to hear any excuses. Leave." After tidying up the supplies, Su Li carried the medical kit outside. He didn't want to see her, so she would take her leave. Once she departed, Zhang Quan entered. "Lord, is your injury all right?" "The doctor has arrived. Shall I have him check?" "No need. Miss Su just went downstairs. Would you like me to call her back to care for you tonight?" "Unnecessary." Zhang Quan noted the displeasure on Lord Quan's face and did not dare to press further. It was the first time he had witnessed such distance between Lord Quan and Miss Su. Something seemed amiss. As it grew late, Fu Zalian arranged for everyone to stay overnight at the villa. Yuli shared a room with Ming Sang Sang. As Ming Sang Sang slept soundly, she turned over, groggily opening her eyes to find Su Li lying beside her. Oh my, you scared me. Are you not asleep? Su Li lay still, staring at the ceiling. Ming Sang Sang sat up, waving her hand in front of Su Li's face. Dear, you are not losing your mind early, are you? Chapter 130. The noble Lord Quan risks himself for her. Su Li's beautiful eyes flickered, brushing aside Ming Sang Sang's hand as she turned away. Go to sleep. No, I see you're wide awake. What's on your mind? Ming Sang Sang patted her back. Come on, tell me, what is troubling you? Nothing. That is not true. Such a significant event occurred today. And you nearly danced with death. You must have some thoughts. Ming Sang Sang, it's time to sleep. Not sleeping until you tell me what is going on between you and Lord Quan. Su Li abruptly turned to face Ming Sang Sang, her eyes narrowing. What relationship could I possibly have with him? Stop making wild claims. Oh, but I heard Bart mention that Lord Quan punished him last time because of you, and now he has risked himself to save you. Even getting shot. If this news spreads in High City, you'll be seen as the villain by everyone. It's not that serious, just a scratch. Ming Sang Sang propped one leg up, speaking casually. The key point is that Lord Quan would go to such lengths for a woman. That spirit is worth admiring. When has he ever cared so much for any woman besides you? Su Li fell silent. I should have thought of this earlier. You've been by Lord Quan's side for so long. If he had no other feelings for you, he would have kicked you to the curb ages ago. You re the one who should be kicked. Now sleep and stop gossiping. Su Li lay down, pulling the blanket over her head. Ming Sang Sang tugged the blanket away, insisting, don't avoid my questions. I can't be sure of Lord Quan's feelings for you, but what about you? Do you like him? I used to think Lord Quan was cold and heartless, but now I see him in a new light. His heroic rescue of you is commendable. Su Li remained silent, pressing the blanket tightly around herself. After a few unanswered questions, Ming Sang Sang found it dull and shrugged, settling back down. Fine. One day you two will sort this out clearly. I am going to sleep now. Su Li lay there, her mind racing with thoughts, completely devoid of sleepiness. After the resolution of the Bart incident, the Quan and Fu families swiftly devised a recovery plan for the destroyed warehouse, promptly mitigating further losses and restoring normalcy. Due to this incident, Quan Yi was compelled to alter his itinerary, extending his stay in U City by an additional half-month. For several consecutive days, Quan Yi has been indifferent towards Su Li, and Fu Zalian has dismissed her from all her positions at Huaxing Real Estate, rendering her unemployed. Ali, I've noticed you've been cooped up indoors these past few days. How about I take you out for a stroll? Xiaoyu approached Su Li, who was sitting by the window, lost in the view outside. She turned back and replied, No, you're so busy with work. It's better if you don't accompany me. Nonsense, your mood is just as important. Seeing her still looking out of sorts, Xiaoyu stepped closer and asked, Have you and Quan Yi had a falling out lately? No. Then why do you look so glum? It's just too hot. It feels stifling. You just showed up uninvited. What do you want? I was playing cards perfectly well until you called me out. Just then, Ming Sang Sang strode in with an impatient expression, followed closely by Qin Xian. Asked if I wanted to meddle in your affairs. I heard you were kidnapped and injured, but look at you. Bouncing back like this. You hardly seem like a patient. You're just hoping something happens to me so you can break off the engagement, right? What nonsense are you spouting? Ming Sang Sang snorted dismissively and plopped down beside Su Li. Qin Xian, hands in his pockets, glanced at Su Li and smiled faintly. Qin Xiao, what brings you here? Su Li inquired. Recently, our two groups have been collaborating, and the Qin family wishes to gain some insight. So I'm here to inspect the Yuqing industry. Perhaps the Qin family can integrate into the Yuqing market and expedite our corporate partnership mechanism. You're using work as an excuse to come here for leisure. Right? After all, there are plenty of beauties in Yuqing. Ming Sang Sang bluntly exposed his ulterior motives. It's not just for leisure. Work is a priority as well. Ming Sang Sang scoffed lightly and pulled Su Li to her feet. Forget him. Let us go shopping. Su Li was dragged away, leaving Qin Xian and Xiaoyu exchanging glances. So you are Qin Xiao, a friend of Quan Yi. Welcome to Yuqing, Xiaoyu greeted politely. Having met Fu Zalian a few times, Qin Xian recognized Xiaoyu as his younger brother. Young Master Yu is too kind. I heard about the serious incident that occurred a few days ago, and I must thank you for bravely confronting Bart. In the end, it was Quan Yi who turned the tide. I hardly contributed. Young Master Yu is being modest. Noticing Su Li and Ming Sang Sang preparing to get into a car outside, Xiaoyu suggested, I was just about to accompany these two lovely ladies for some shopping. Qin Xiao, would you like to join us? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. He had no desire to shop with two women. However, considering that Su Li was Kuan Ye's woman and that Kuan Yi seemed to be in a foul mood lately, he pondered if it had anything to do with Su Li and Xiao Yu getting too close. Qin Xiao, are you coming? Sure, since I just arrived in Yuqing, it would be nice to have you show me around. Meng Sang and Su Li arrived at a high-end luxury mall filled with a dazzling array of branded goods, all quite expensive. The moment they entered, Meng Sang began purchasing several outfits, declaring that she would be staying for a while and needed new clothes daily. Su Li remarked, having money allows for such indulgences. They bought cups of milk tea and sat down on chairs on the second floor to rest. You look a bit haggard lately. What is going on? Later, I'll take you for a spa massage. Meng Sang teased, lifting Su Li's chin playfully. Su Li swatted her hand away, retorting, do you think I'm like you? A pampered young lady who can do as she pleases. I'm broke now. Dante mentioned spa treatments. Nonsense, since I'm here, you won't be paying a dime. Trust me, I'll treat you. That is still not feasible. I don't have time for such things. If we're going, going. Just listen to me. Meng Sang turned her head and caught sight of two familiar figures not far away. Why are they here? Upon being discovered, Qin Xian and Xiao Yu had no choice but to approach. Are you following us? Su Li asked. Xiao Yu, no, absolutely not. I brought Qin Xiao out for a stroll and just happened to run into you. I'm just free and have nothing better to do. Why would I follow you? Meng Sang shot him a glance. You arrived in Yuqing and couldn't wait to go out looking for beauties. Truly the most notorious playboy of Haicheng. Qin Xian wanted to retort but found no grounds to argue. He decided to let it go, attributing it to past misdeeds. Xiao Yu suggested, I know a fantastic Hunan restaurant nearby. Why don't we all go grab a meal? Su Li and Meng Sang simultaneously declined. No, we're on a diet. Xiao Yu and Qin Xian exchanged glances, awkwardly saying, then we'll accompany you while you shop. We can help carry your bags. Meng Sang tossed several garment bags at Qin Xian and rose, saying, since you are both so free, come along with us. Today, you're our little attendants, don't feel burdened. Being able to follow around two lovely ladies is a blessing. Qin Xian, spare me the flattery. Let us go. Meng Sang pulled Su Li away. Sang, where are we going? We're off to enjoy ourselves. Chapter 132. Young Fresh Meat Massage Service Royal Spa Massage Parlor. Luxurious and splendid, providing excellent service, Su Li and Meng Sang lay comfortably, while two handsome young men were massaging their feet. In this day and age, enjoying the company of charming young men while getting a massage was simply blissful. Outside, the two men waited, watching through the glass window as the two women indulged in their pampering. Xiao Yu, look at how women nowadays truly know how to enjoy themselves. They even have handsome men giving massages. Qin Xian remarked. Xiao Yu smiled, it's fine. I think it's quite good for them. Men earn money to support the family, while women only need to focus on being beautiful. It's splendid. Qin Xian studied him and rubbed his chin. Young master Yu, what kind of girl do you like? Care to share? Why is Qin Xiao suddenly asking this? Xiao Yu blushed slightly. Sir, may I add you on WeChat? A somewhat attractive female staff member approached Qin Xian, interrupting their conversation. With a smile, Qin Xian pulled out his phone and opened the QR code. Go ahead, add me. The female staff member looked pleasantly surprised, trembling as she added him as a friend before happily walking away. Soon after, more female staff and customers approached him for his WeChat, and he added them all one by one. When someone asked Xiao Yu for his WeChat, he straightforwardly refused, stating he didn't add the opposite sex casually. This scene was witnessed by Su Li and Meng Sang. I told you he is a playboy. He flirts with every pretty face he sees. If I were to marry him, I wouldn't even need to buy a hat. Why? There are plenty of green hats. Do you need to buy one? Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. That is a bit exaggerated that I doubt Qin Xiao would even chat with those girls, he added. Thought of course, he would chat. How could he not? Outside, Xiao Yu cleared his throat and reminded, Qin Xiao, with so many girls added. Can you keep up with the conversations? Qin Xian casually tossed his phone aside, nonchalantly responding, it's not like they're adding my number. What does it have to do with me? It can work like that? Young master you don't understand. You should learn from me, forget it. I believe it's better to refuse directly. Gentlemen, would you like to try our massage services? We have several packages you can choose from. The manager approached, attempting to persuade them to enjoy as well. Qin Xian raised his hand to gently dismiss the menu the manager offered. Smiling, we're fine, thank you. The manager, flustered by his smile, noted their handsome and distinguished appearances. Assuming they must be wealthy, it would be a shame not to enjoy their services. Xiao Yu pointed towards the front, saying, let them enjoy. We'll wait for them. The manager glanced over, noticing Su Li and Meng Sang were both stunning beauties. And recalling how Ming Sang Sang had just spent a significant amount on membership, realizing they were esteemed guests and why apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Please feel free to wait here. The manager turned and signaled to the nearby female staff, indicating they had partners and should not harbor any thoughts. The female staff shrugged and left, disinterested. Partners? Hearing this, Qin Xian raised an eyebrow with intrigue before pulling out his phone. He recorded a video of Xiaoyu and Su Li, then opened Kuan Ye's WeChat and sent it. Su Li was blissfully enjoying her treatment, feeling completely relaxed. Ming Sang Sang, munching on strawberries, teased, "How does it feel? I told you should come out more often to experience this kind of service. Spending money for happiness is worth it. Sister, you need to be as wealthy as you are to do that. Without money, I have no right to indulge. What does that matter? With your capabilities, money isn't an issue. That's why I said you shouldn't be so glum about things with Kuan Yi. Let us drop it. There's nothing going on between us." Seeing her reluctance to discuss it, Ming Sang Sang shrugged. "All right, I won't pry into your affairs." The young man giving the massage was youthful and handsome, performing his duties quite skillfully. Ming Sang Sang teased him. "Handsome, how long have you been doing this?" "You quite good, miss. I've been doing this for several years. It feels fantastic. Next time, I'll ask for you specifically. Of course. Then let us add each other on WeChat. I'll message you when I come back." Ming Sang Sang, strawberry in mouth, took out her phone to add him. Outside, Qin Xian observed this scene and muttered, "They call me a playboy, but look at how much fun they're having. It seems only the officials are allowed to start fires while the common people aren't permitted to light lamps." Chapter 133. They truly know how to enjoy themselves. Xiaoyu. "Qin Xiao, what did you say?" Observing Ming Sang Sang laughing and chatting with that young boy, nearly leaning against his shoulder. Qin Xian stood up, feeling thirsty. "Come with me to buy a cup of milk tea." "Thirsty? There's tea here. I want milk tea." Su Li, noticing Qin Xian pulling Xiaoyu out, poked Ming Sang Sang's arm. "They've gone out." With a strawberry in her mouth, Ming Sang Sang mumbled, "Let them go. It's better than sitting here being a nuisance." She swallowed the strawberry, patted Su Li's hand, quickly, add the handsome guy on WeChat. "We must come back for their massage next time. Is it really necessary? I probably won't come again." "Then let me ask you, how was the massage from this young man?" Su Li glanced at the young man in front of her, who appeared young and handsome, seemingly around 18. He was about 3 years younger than her brother, having just turned adult and working hard. The young man blushed when he noticed her looking at him, and he exerted himself even more in massaging her feet. Not wanting to speak ill, Su Li nodded. "The massage is quite good." "Exactly. So let us add him on WeChat for convenience next time." Su Li took out her phone and added the young man on WeChat. After the massage, Su Li and Ming Sang Sang also added a facial cleansing treatment. Once the beautician finished, they applied a mask. Needing to wait a few minutes, Su Li had not slept well the previous night and was dozing off. Suddenly, a loud crash startled her awake. Voices of women arguing echoed from the entrance. "What's wrong with you? I had an appointment for skincare at 3:30, and now you make me wait half an hour. Is this how you treat your customers?" "I apologize, miss, but I had a last-minute client who also needs skincare, and it will take half an hour. Shall I have another colleague assist you?" "No way. How can you run a business like this? You clearly had an appointment, and yet you say there's no time." "Isn't everyone's time valuable?" The woman's sharp and caustic voice created quite a stir. Su Li listened, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Ming Sang Sang sat up irritably, adjusting her mask. Who is this annoying person? How can there still be such uncouth customers these days? Ignore her. Just then, the woman stormed in. "Miss, I have already booked this beautician. She is to provide me with treatment shortly, so please wait for 2 hours." Su Li turned to the newcomer and instantly recognized Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing arrogantly declared, exuding an air of superiority. Not recognizing Su Li due to the black mask on her face, she continued, "No way. Why should we wait for you? You came in after us. Go to the back of the line." Before Su Li could speak, Ming Sang Sang directly objected. "People like her shouldn't be indulged." "Does she think this place is her home?" Lin Qingqing retorted. "I made the appointment. This time slot is meant for me, and if anyone should wait, it's you. I have a social event tonight. If I'm late, can you take responsibility for that?" "Ridiculous. Your social obligations are your own concern, not ours. This beautician must finish with us. You cannot snatch her away mid-treatment." Ming Sang Sang stood her ground. The beautician found herself in a difficult position, unable to offend either party. Su Li interjected. "All right, if you want this beautician, then take her. Just let someone else continue our remaining procedures." "Itsu." Lin Qingqing recognized her voice and her expression soured. Rolling her eyes, she scoffed, "Ha, Su Li, You should take a look in the mirror at your own reflection. Is this the kind of place someone like you can afford to come to? Chapter 134. Unable to tolerate. An assault on the shrew who are you calling a poor wretch? You've truly overstepped. Meng Sang Sang rolled her neck, ready to step forward. Suli pulled her back. Lin Qing Qing, the beautician has already been given to you. So don't push your luck. Otherwise, you'll be the one embarrassed. Lin Qing Qing ignored her, and seeing Meng Sang Sang's stance, pointed a finger at her nose. Are you looking for a fight? What are you trying to prove coming here? Just a bunch of poor wretches taking advantage of cheap deals. Instead of trying to save a few bucks, why not go beg on the street? Suli, did you seduce President Fu and get fired from the company? Now you plan to come here to fix your face to attract another wealthy man. At her words, the onlookers turned to Suli with curious and judgmental glances. This was too much. Suli's voice turned icy. I advise you to choose your words carefully. Lin Qing Qing had long harbored resentment towards her, stemming from the recent plagiarism incident that had put her under scrutiny at the company. Although she still held the position of deputy director, she had been sidelined and given no tasks, effectively stripped of her power. This angered her, and with nowhere to vent, she continued, every word I say is true. Why else would you leave our company after just 2 months? Women who climb the ranks through their looks are the most despicable. She then turned to the other women present, declaring, ladies, keep an eye on your husbands, brothers, and fathers. This woman will flirt with anyone who has money, so don't let her get her hands on your men. The women's expressions changed drastically, whispering among themselves. Some unfavorable comments about Suli began to spread. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Meng Sang Sang rolled up her sleeves and charged at Lin Qing Qing. Grabbing her hair, Lin Qing Qing screamed, retaliating by grabbing Meng Sang Sang's hair. The two women engaged in a fierce struggle. Lin Qing Qing is hitting someone, Suli shouted from the side, pretending to intervene, then forcefully yanked Lin Qing Qing back. Lin Qing Qing fell onto the bed, and Suli quickly covered her with a blanket. Meng Sang Sang shouted while throwing punches, there's a crazy woman here who loves to spout nonsense. Someone stop her. Together, Suli and Meng Sang Sang unleashed a flurry of blows on Lin Qing Qing. Lin Qing Qing curled up under the blanket, left with no choice but to endure the beating. Many onlookers recorded the event, too intimidated to intervene. When Qin Xian and Xiao Yu returned, they were taken aback by the scene. Qin Xian exclaimed, how did it escalate into a fight in just a few minutes? Xiao Yu asked, which side do we help? Qin Xian replied, what do you think? Seeing them arrive, Suli hurriedly picked up her clothes and bag. Pulling Meng Sang Sang along, that's enough, let us get out of here quickly. I'll kick you to death. As Meng Sang Sang was being pulled away, she delivered a hard kick to Lin Qing Qing's backside. Lin Qing Qing yelped in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Others came over to drag her out, leaving her in a disheveled state, a far cry from her earlier polished appearance. She lay by the bed, crying out, I will not rest until I settle this with you. Suli and Meng Sang Sang fled, followed closely by Qin Xian and Xiao Yu. Phew, that felt exhilarating. Once outside the mall, Meng Sang Sang took deep breaths, feeling immensely relieved. Suli took a sip of water from Xiao Yu, commenting, that was quite a fight, but let's avoid brawling next time. It's too exhausting. Meng Sang Sang replied, not enough satisfaction. I need to analyze this when I get back and ensure I perform better next time. Qin Xian rolled his eyes, so you're addicted to fighting now? Chapter 135. Xiao Yu falls into love? Sir, here are a few documents that require your signature. Su Ming entered the study, placing the documents on the desk, but noticed that Quan Yi did not respond. He was seated at the desk, engrossed in a video on his phone. The video depicted Suli and Xiao Yu together at a massage parlor, seemingly enjoying themselves. Sir? Exiting WeChat, he coldly set his phone down. Is there anything else? President Fu mentioned a dinner at the Fu residence tonight, inviting you and Qin Xiao, along with Miss Su and Miss Ming. There's a video conference tonight. I don't recall any meeting. Su Ming said, surprised. Upon seeing Quan Ye's cold expression, he quickly corrected himself. Oh, I remember now. We have a video conference with Hai Chung. I'll prepare right away. Quan Yi glanced at his phone, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. After dinner at the Fu residence, the group chatted for a while before preparing to leave. Yuli remained seated, contemplating informing Su Chun that she was heading home. Ali, why don't you stay here tonight? I can prepare a guest room for you. Yishur enthusiastically suggested. No, I'll go home. It's inconvenient to stay here. What's inconvenient? Although he is in charge at home, my friends can stay without issue. And I have much to discuss with you. Really, it's not necessary. My brother is waiting for me at home. I haven't seen him in days. Why Yishur's expression fell slightly. All right then, but you must give me a chance next time. Okay. Meng Sang Sang had an upset stomach from something she ate, and Qin Xian took her to the hospital. Sully planned to head home alone, glancing at her eerily quiet phone, noticing that Kuan Yi hadn't sent her a message all day. A sense of unease settled in her heart. Ali. Just as she stepped out of the villa, Xiao Yu rushed after her. Sully turned to him. Dr. Xiao, you don't need to see me off. IVE already called for a CR'd. It's too late. Let me take you home. Really, it's not necessary. You've spent the whole day with us. You should rest. I'll go now. Sully opened the car door and was about to get in when a sudden thought struck her. She turned and asked, Dr. Xiao, did you wish to keep your identity as the second young master of the Fu family a secret? Xiao Yu's expression turned serious. I apologize. It was not my intention to conceal this matter from you. I have been meaning to explain but have struggled to find the right words. My elder brother has always been the one to guide me since childhood, managing everything related to the Fu family. I merely wish to lead a simple life, and my passion for medicine is genuine. I hope to be remembered as Dr. Xiao, rather than solely as the second young master of the Fu family. I understand now. Thank you for clarifying. I shall take my leave. Very well. Do remember to message me when you get home. Fu Zilian stood at the door, gazing in the direction where Xiao Yu's car had departed. Lost in thought for an extended moment, the butler remarked, Mr. Fu, it appears that the second young master has truly fallen in love. Previously, he seemed solely interested in medicine, often disappearing for days on end. But now he revolves around Miss Su. Yet, she seems rather indifferent towards him. Fu Zilian remained silent and turned away. In the car, Su Li suddenly received a call from Su Ming. Miss Su, the wound on Lord Quan's body has become inflamed. Could you possibly visit the hospital and bring some medication? Chapter 136. Will you be staying here tonight? Su Li arrived at Kuan Ye's residence half an hour later. Upon entering, she found the house eerily quiet, with neither Su Ming nor any servants in sight. She set the medication on the table and turned to leave, but after a few steps, she hesitated and returned, taking the medication upstairs. The study was brightly lit, and Kuan Yi was still engrossed in his work. He was a workaholic, often burning the midnight oil until 1 or 2 in the morning. A knock at the door caught his attention. He looked up, and upon seeing her, he showed no surprise. Su Ming sent you. He mentioned that your wound had become inflamed, so I brought some medication. Su Li entered and placed the medicine on the table. Noticing a stack of documents awaiting his attention, even injured, he continued to work tirelessly. Did he think that if he took a day off, the Quan Corporation would collapse? Leave it there. You may go now. Kuan Yi replied coldly, returning to his writing. A subtle tension hung between them, the air thick with indifference. Shall I assist you with the medication? Su Li offered, stepping forward to open the medicine bag. He raised his gaze, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. What, have you grown unaccustomed to your freedom? Did you not enjoy yourself today? Why come here to seek discomfort? Lord Quan, I appreciate your disregard for me these past few days, but I must take responsibility for your injury. You are busy tending to Xiao Yu during the day and me at night. You truly have your hands full. Su Li's expression darkened. She was not oblivious to the implications in his words. Lord Quan, I understand you are in a foul mood due to your injury, but let us attend to the medication first. As her hand reached for him, he brushed it away. The medicine bottle fell to the floor, spilling its contents. At that moment, Su Ming approached, hesitating at the doorway. There's something you need? Kuan Yi inquired. Lord Quan, the liaison for the Huaxing real estate project has arrived. Should I invite her in? Let her come. Very well. Whether intentional or not, Su Ming cast a few glances at Su Li as he turned to leave. A few minutes later, Su Li comprehended the reason behind Su Ming's scrutiny. Lin Qingqing strode in, clad in a red blouse and a form-fitting skirt, her 9-centimeter heels clicking confidently on the floor. As she entered, the study was immediately filled with the overpowering scent of her perfume. Upon spotting her, Su Li's face fell. They had just fought earlier in the day, and now this woman reappeared. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened upon seeing Su Li, a fierce hostility brewing between them, in Kuan Ye's presence. Neither spoke, but the earlier confrontation lingered in their minds. Kuan Yi quickly discerned the tension and coldly remarked, Did Fu Zilian send you here at such a late hour? Lin Qingqing eagerly nodded. Lord Quan, I am the Deputy Director of the Market Content Department at Fu's Huaxing Real Estate. Mr. Fu suggested we maintain communication with you, so since I happen to be in the area, I thought I would stop by to discuss the project. Who visits someone's home late at night under the pretense of work? Her intentions are clearly ulterior. Su Li glared at her. Refusing to leave, Kuan Yi toyed with his pen, his brows furrowed. Is that so? Your company's employees truly work hard, thinking of work at this hour. Indeed, especially with such an important partner as yourself. We all must be on our toes. Conveniently, I have a document regarding your company. Why don't you come over and take a look? Certainly. Lin Qingqing was taken aback by how smoothly her plan was unfolding, excitedly making her way over and pushing Su Li aside. Lord Quan, look here. Our company plans to... The two began exchanging words, while Su Li stood idly by, feeling like a mere shadow. Quan Ye's sidelong glance at her revealed her discontent, her face puffed with irritation. Lord Quan, I shall take my leave, Su Li spoke, but received no response, inciting her to turn and storm out. Lin Qingqing, eager and animated, drew closer, her ample form almost pressing against his arm. Deputy Director Lin, you should return now. We can discuss this another day. She halted abruptly, disappointment etched on her face. But I haven't finished yet. Quan Yi lifted his gaze to scrutinize her, an air of intimidation surrounding him. Lin Qingqing hastily nodded and departed. As Su Li descended the stairs, preparing to leave, Su Ming called out to her. Miss Su, will you not be staying here tonight? Lord Quan is in a bad mood. I think it best if I take my leave. Lin Qingqing, overhearing their conversation, immediately stopped in her tracks. Chapter 137. Are you feeling jealous? Stay? Su Ming replied. But if you stay, Lord Quan might feel better. Su Assistant, I truly must go. Lord Quan has other women with him now. Miss Su? Lin Qingqing sashayed out, her posture haughty. Then you should leave quickly. Lord Quan has made it clear he does not wish to see you. A woman like you, who solely seeks to seduce wealthy men, is beneath his notice. Su Ming frowned at Lin Qingqing, perplexed by her audacity. Su Li scoffed. Deputy Director Lin, what do you mean by that? If you lack understanding of the situation, refrain from making baseless accusations, or you may find yourself facing dire consequences in public. Lin Qingqing gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with malice. Su Li, our business is far from over. Either you kneel and apologize now, or I shall not hold back. Humph, you were the first to speak harshly. Why should I apologize? If you have the courage, let us bring others into this to judge who truly overstepped. Lin Qingqing turned to Su Ming, imploring, Assistant Su, please convey to Lord Quan that he must not trust this woman before him. She is full of lies, shameless, and previously attempted to seduce our boss. When that failed, she was expelled from the company, and now she seeks to cling to Lord Quan. He must not allow such a tainted woman to remain close. It is bad luck. Su Ming was about to interject when Su Li coldly retorted. Deputy Director Lin, it seems you have read too many novels. Not every woman you see is trying to seduce a man for personal gain. Perhaps it is you who embodies that very notion. Assistant Su has sincerely invited me to stay, and so I shall. Would you care to join me? You, Lin Qingqing, unable to retaliate, was left fuming, her face contorting in anger. Su Li relished in her discomfort, determined not to let her opponent have an easy time. Assistant Su, may I inquire where the guest room is? Please guide me there. Su Ming summoned a maid to escort Su Li to her room. Very well, this way. Pleased that Su Li followed the maid away. Lin Qingqing seethed with jealousy, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Assistant Su, if that kind of woman can stay here, then I'm sorry, Miss Lin, but Lord Quan did not invite you to stay. You should leave promptly. You must warn Lord Quan. A woman like that is not to be trifled with. She is toxic. Su Ming, uninterested in her ramblings, instructed the bodyguards to escort her out. Lin Qingqing's voice faded away as she departed. Su Ming sighed. It was laughable that such a woman thought she could ensnare Lord Quan. Su Li, spurred by Lin Qingqing's provocations, resolved to remain, yet she felt utterly uncomfortable, tossing and turning in the guest room bed. Reflecting on Quan Ye's recent demeanor toward her, her discomfort deepened. Since that incident with the kidnapping, he had seemingly transformed, treating her with indifference. She slapped her forehead, muttering, Su Li, you are truly a masochist. Why should his lack of interest affect you so deeply? Have you lost your mind? At that moment, two small figures appeared before her, one clad in white, the other in black. The white-clad Su Li said, Come on, you know you like him. Just because he ignores you doesn't mean you should sulk. Go and make amends. Use every charm you possess, and you can return to how things once were. The black-clad Su Li retorted, Nonsense. You must escape his control. How can you wish to return to the past? That is unacceptable. The white-clad Su Li argued, but she does like him. She can't stand the thought of other women near him. The black-clad Su Li dismissed her, asserting, What you call love is merely a habit. A possessive urge. It is not true affection. The black-clad Su Li forcefully brushed aside the white-clad version, persuasively stating, Mistress, do not lose sight of your original intentions. He is no longer controlling or overseeing you. Keep your distance. Su Li trembled slightly, abruptly coming to her senses. She grabbed a pillow and thumped it against her head, exclaiming, "What madness! How could I possibly harbor feelings for this great demon?" Chapter 138. He does not need her. In the dead of night, the study's light remained on. "Lord Quan, Miss Su has settled into the villa for the night," Su Ming announced as he entered with tea. Kuan Yi was engrossed in reading a book on economics and finance when she heard a remark. Without lifting her head, she retorted, "Didn't Tishi say she wouldn't be staying here? Why hasn't Tishi left?" After a minor dispute with Lin Qingqing tonight, she decided to remain. Noticing the late hour, "I suggested you should rest early. I will fetch Miss Su to wait for you in your room." "What do you need her for?" Kuan Yi set down her book, raising her head with a displeased expression. "Warm bed." Su Ming nearly blurted these words out but swiftly corrected himself. "It's rather dull to sleep alone at night. Having someone accompany you would make for a more pleasant slumber." "Unnecessary," Kuan Yi retorted coldly. Rising and exiting the study, Su Ming sighed. "Ah, Lord Quan is truly angry now." Su Li finally succumbed to sleep around 4 in the morning, only to be roused by a phone call the next day. Groggily emerging from her blankets, she fumbled for her phone on the bedside table. "You can't still be asleep, can you? The sun is already shining brightly, dear sister." Meng Songsong's lively voice came through the line. With a slight headache, Su Li sat up and inquired, "Is there something urgent at this early hour? Can't I call you without a reason?" "I miss you. Don't be annoying so early in the morning. Just get to the point. We VE made it to the trending list on Douyin. You must check it out, it's hilarious." "Oh, did we gain fame through our looks?" "Haha, you really think so? Just go see for yourself." Su Li opened Douyin, and a video automatically popped up, showing them fighting in the massage parlor. Both she and Meng Sangsang were adorned with black facial masks, resembling gangsters as they fiercely assaulted Lin Qingqing. The scene was intensely exhilarating. Lin Qingqing's face was fully revealed, while Su Li and Meng Songsong's true appearances remained obscured by the black masks. The comment section had already amassed thousands of reactions, with viewers enthusiastically praising the two black-faced girls for their impressive skills, likening them to a legitimate wife beating a mistress. "This video has decent angles and voiceovers," Su Li noted. "Indeed, Lin Qingqing must be utterly humiliated now. This was likely posted by someone who witnessed that day. She deserves it for being so unreasonable. Such videos are only entertaining for a while. The hype will fade in a few days. Oh no, I must hire some internet trolls to tag Lin Qingqing on Douyin. You haven't seen her account. It's filled with half-naked videos, utterly disgusting. Greasy old men must adore her provocative nature." Su Li scoffed softly. "Lin Qingqing has her claws in Lord Quan now. Her appetite is quite extraordinary." Meng Sangsing asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come find you, Dotto. I'm outside at the moment. Let me finish up, and I'll reach out to you. Aren't you off work today? What could possibly keep you busy?" "Not now, goodbye." After hanging up, Su Li rose to freshen up. Upon exiting the guest room, she discovered a bustling atmosphere outside. The living room was filled with several impeccably dressed young women, each radiating vitality and beauty, reminiscent of a selection event for a consort. Zhang Quan stood before them, instructing, "Please line up to enter. Our Lord Quan prefers not to have too many people gathered at once, so bear with us." One girl, fidgeting with a coy demeanor, asked sweetly, "Handsome, when will it be my turn? My skills are quite impressive." "You know, skills?" Su Li felt a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 139. Filling his space with women. How desperate must Kuan Yi be to invite so many girls during the day? Su Li felt a bit annoyed and contemplated leaving. Just then, the door to the room opened, and a maid escorted a girl out. The girl appeared quite unhappy, her face drooping as she pleaded, "Please give me another chance, Lord Quan. I am capable, leave quickly." "Lord Quan has dismissed you," the maid insisted, and the girl reluctantly followed her out. Unable to resist, Su Li approached Zhang Quan and inquired, "What exactly is going on here?" Zhang Quan turned to her. "Miss Su, Lord Quan is selecting designers. Did he not inform you? Designers? The Quan Corporation is collaborating with the Fu Corporation's fashion industry, and Lord Quan wishes to personally oversee the quality of the designer selection, hence bringing them here for interviews. Each of them was instructed to bring their resumes and portfolios for Lord Quan's review. Is it truly necessary to bring them to his residence? And why are all these designers young and attractive women?" Zhang Quan perceived her concerns and explained, "The recruitment announcement was personally issued by President Fu from the Fu Corporation, who also meticulously selected these 20 candidates from a larger pool. So these individuals were all handpicked by Fu Zilian, deliberately trying to inundate Kuan Yi with women, perhaps hoping to annoy him in the process." Turning to glance into the room, Su Li saw Kuan Yi seated at a desk. Intently reviewing resumes, a girl stood before him, statuesque and strikingly beautiful, her eyes fixed on him, practically electrifying the air around them. Lord Quan, these are my designs from university, several of which have won awards. May I remain as a designer? She inquired. Quan Yi glanced at her resume, then his gaze met Su Li's outside the door. His handsome face momentarily hardened before he tossed the resume onto the table, stating, "Indeed, you are quite talented. You may stay." This declaration pierced Su Li's ears like a dagger. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she stepped inside. Lord Quan, may I see her works? The girl turned, eyeing her with confusion. Quan Yi remained silent, tacitly permitting her request. Su Li approached, picked up the design portfolio, and perused it briefly before asking, "Are these all your original creations?" The girl proudly lifted her chin, exuding confidence. "Of course they are my own creations. Are you suggesting otherwise? I regret to unveil this, but I must inform you that these are plagiarized works." Su Li placed the design portfolio gently on the table, her expression serious. The girl's face turned pale. "What are you saying? Accusing me of plagiarism? What is your intention? I have seen these designs during my university years. Our school's fashion design instructor is the original creator. You have merely borrowed her models and style. Unless one is a professional, they would not discern the differences, but unfortunate for you, you have encountered me." Su Li had been well-rounded at school, familiar with nearly every instructor, and could instantly recognize these designs as knockoffs. The girl stood there, exposed and awkward, especially under Quan Yi's icy gaze, her legs trembling in fear. "You dare present plagiarized work on my desk? Quite audacious of you," Quan Yi remarked coolly. "No, Lord Quan, it's not like that." The girl attempted to explain, but a bodyguard entered and dragged her away, her screams echoing throughout the house. The others outside watched, terrified. Quan Yi toyed with a pen in his hand, looking at Su Li and stating, "It seems the substantial investment in your education these past few years was indeed worthwhile. Lord Quan, if you genuinely seek reliable designers, I can introduce you to some outstanding candidates from the fashion design industry." He nodded, his expression serious. "They must be good-looking, possess a fine figure, have a pleasant disposition, and most importantly, be obedient." Chapter 140. Lin Qingqing's delusional attempts to seduce him. "Are you selecting designers or beauty? Both are desired." Su Li fell silent. "Miss Su, do you have further matters to attend to? If not, you may leave." Quan Yi signaled Zhang Quan to call on the next candidate, indicating she could depart. Yet, Su Li remained rooted to the spot. "I can help you select candidates. It will be more efficient, as you wish." Thus, Su Li stood for an entire morning, ultimately helping him select a designer who was relatively competent and in her 30s. The batch of designers sent by Fu Zilian were all young and inexperienced, which he had likely orchestrated on purpose. Gurgle. Su Li had not eaten all morning, her stomach protesting audibly. "You may take a break. There's no need to remain standing here," Quan Yi said in a low voice. Just as Su Li was about to reply, Su Ming entered with a woman. Lin Qingqing was dressed in a black strapless suit, accentuating her curves with black stockings enveloping her long legs and towering heels, exuding a seductive and wild aura. "Lord Quan, Deputy Director Lin has arrived." Quan Yi replied without raising his gaze. Lin Qingqing blatantly ignored Su Li this time, leaning over to place the documents on the desk. Standing in that direction, Su Li could see her leaning forward, the neckline of her outfit gaping open, revealing her ample bosom. The sight was alluring, making it hard not to steal a glance. Here to discuss work, yet dressed so provocatively. One cannot help but question her intentions. After placing her items, Lin Qingqing stood upright and softly said, "Lord Quan, this is our content department's latest project proposal. Please take a look." Such promptness, Deputy Director Lin is truly dedicated. It's our duty. You are our esteemed guest, and we will do our utmost to accommodate your work schedule. Quan Yi glanced at Su Li beside him. "Aren't you leaving?" Su Li turned and exited. As she passed by Lin Qingqing, the latter rolled her eyes at Su Li. Once Su Li was gone, Lin Qingqing promptly sidled up to Quan Yi, attempting to close the gap. "Lord Quan, this is a proposal that our content department worked tirelessly to produce. You must review it carefully and let me know where adjustments are needed." "I am all ears." Quan Yi observed her arm inadvertently brushing against him, a chill flickering in his gaze as he coldly replied, "Deputy Director Lin, if you're busy, you may leave. I will review this proposal myself." Unhurried and unperturbed, my sole task today is to accompany you in your work, though. What I mean is, shall we resolve any issues face-to-face to avoid an additional trip later? As Su Li stepped outside, she suddenly realized she had left her phone behind. She returned to retrieve it, only to find Lin Qingqing nestled beside Quan Yi, her rear perched directly upon the armrest of his chair. Lin Qingqing deliberately rubbed her bag against his back in a flirtatious manner. Such overt advances could hardly be withstood by any man. Xu felt her body stiffen, unable to bear the sight. Upon noticing her presence, Lin Qingqing wore a face of disappointment and remarked, "Miss Su, why have you returned?" Quan Yi also caught sight of her, his dark eyes deepening with discontent. "I left my phone here and came back to get it," Su Li replied, suppressing her rising nausea as she stepped inside to search for her device, only to find nothing on the table. Spotting a phone wedged between some documents, Lin Qingqing retrieved it and handed it to her. Saying, "This must be yours. Take it and leave quickly." Su Li glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed hers. Quan Yi set down his pen, his handsome face shrouded in coldness. "You may leave now." Lin Qingqing glared at Su Li, insisting, "Did you not hear? President Quan said you can go." Su Li took the phone and turned to leave, but the man expressed his displeasure. "Who said you could leave?" Su Li hesitated slightly. He looked at Lin Qingqing with a barely concealed disdain, commanding, "Get lost." Chapter 141. Punishment in the study. Lin Qingqing stood dumbfounded, pointing at herself. "Me? Who else? Do you require my assistance to escort you out?" Observing his sour expression, Lin Qingqing hastily gathered her belongings and departed. Su Li remained silent in her spot. Quan Yi closed the files with a thud, tossing them onto the table, lamenting the chaotic proposals. Fu Zilian wouldn't send competent individuals. "Master Quan, perhaps you should take a moment to rest before reviewing them again." He seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Su Li found herself seated on his lap, the distance between them vanishing in an instant. The door remained ajar, and she quickly protested, "Master Quan, please don't do this." "Then what do you wish for me to do? Are you feeling jealous today?" Quan Yi leaned closer, his lips lightly grazing her cheek. Su Li's breath quickened as her hands pressed against his solid chest. "Master Quan, I do not comprehend your words. I assert that you cannot understand. Or are you feigning ignorance?" He pressed a button on the table, causing the door and curtains to close automatically. The room dimmed, and Su Li's heart raced, her cheeks aflame. "Have you realized your mistakes these past few days? I should not have ventured out without permission. And what else?" Su Li's beautiful eyes quivered innocently. "Is there anything more?" Quan Yi gritted his teeth. "Furthermore, you have been getting too close to that little white face. Xiao Yu, you are my woman. If he dares pursue you, he is courting death." "Master Quan, you are mistaken. Dr. Xiao and I are merely friends. He holds no interest in you. Do you expect me to believe that?" Men understand men. He could discern Xiao Yu's feelings for her. He lifted his hand to gently caress her face, his gaze suddenly turning dangerously intense. "If he were not Fu Zilian's brother, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. I hope you always remember your identity and behave accordingly." Su Li bit her lip, but he forcefully pried it open, her lips glistening with an inviting sheen. He swept the documents from the table to the ground. Laying her back upon it, "Master Quan, you are still injured. Then exert a bit more strength." He leaned down, his broad frame enveloping her. Their clothes fell to the floor. Unable to control herself, Su Li grasped his arm, fearing he might be hurt, but she quickly released her grip. Quan Yi took her hand and placed it above her head. "Keep your distance from Xiao Yu. Do you hear me?" In a daze, Su Li heard his voice whispering in her ear, and she hazily responded with a soft Time lost its meaning until they gradually reached their conclusion. Afterward, Quan Yi dressed impeccably, his mood elevated. Su Li sat on the sofa, her attire disheveled, her face flushed. "Remember what I told you. Tonight, Fu Zilian has arranged a dinner, and you will accompany me. That evening at Hongsheng Restaurant, the most renowned upscale establishment in Yuqing." Fu Zilian had invited only a few friends, intending for an evening of revelry without work-related discussions. When Su Li arrived with Quan Yi, she noted that most guests had already gathered. As soon as they entered, Meng Sangsang seized her and said, "Darling, let us sit here." Su Li spotted Qin Xian and Xiao Yu among the crowd, who greeted her warmly. "Ali, why didn't you answer my calls today? Were you busy?" Xiao Yu inquired. Her ears turned slightly red. When Xiao Yu had called, she had been preoccupied with Quan Yi, who had unceremoniously tossed her phone aside. "My phone was on silent. I didn't hear it." "Oh, it's nothing serious. I merely wanted to give you a small gift. You lost a silk scarf, so I thought I'd get you another." Xiao Yu presented a gift box to her. Su Li had yet to respond when a cold gaze shot across the table. Chapter 143. He only needs Su Li. "I already have plenty of silk scarves. There's no need for this one." "Thank you, Dr. Xiao." Xiao Yu, rejected, awkwardly extended his hand. Su Li still did not accept it, choosing instead to lower her head and eat some fruit. Someone was watching. Did she dare to accept? Meng Sang cleared her throat and reached for the gift, saying, "It's all right, Ollie doesn't he need it? I do. I'm short a scarf in my wardrobe, so thank you, Dr. Xiao." Qin Xian, observing, remarked coolly, "You don't seem like someone who would wear a silk scarf. Are you sure you want it? Mind your own business." Meng Sang kicked him under the table with her high heel. Noticing that Su Li had declined Xiao Yu's gift, Quan Yi finally shifted his gaze away. Su Li exhaled a sigh of relief. This feeling of being a fish on the chopping block was indeed uncomfortable. Just as she pondered this, she felt a slight tug at her skirt. Looking down, she saw a little one in denim overalls standing beside her. About 3 years old, with delicate features and bright, clear eyes, he gazed at her intently. The sight of such a charming child nearly melted Su Li's heart. Unable to resist, she gently ruffled the child's hair, exclaiming, "What an adorable little one! Whose child is this?" Yishur approached and explained, "I just had the nanny feeding him in the next room." "How did he suddenly end up here?" Upon closer inspection, the child bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zilian, a miniature version of him. It was said that Yishur had a son shortly after marrying Fu Zilian, and this little boy was him. Yishur sat down, cradling the child in her arms, and pinched his little hand, saying, "Xiao Zhe, this is Aunt Su Li. Why don't you introduce yourself to her?" Xiao Zhe's cheeks flushed, shyly retreating into Yishur's embrace. "What an incredibly adorable little fellow." Su Li looked on with affection and extended her hand, asking, "May I hold him?" Of course. Su Li took the child into her arms, radiating maternal affection as she pinched his tiny hands and feet, her fondness for him blossoming. Xiao Zhe, curious about her, gazed intently at her face. Meng Sang approached and commented, "This little guy really knows how to recognize people. When I came over earlier, I tried to amuse him for ages, but he wouldn't respond or let me hold him. Yet now, he is willing to let you hold him." Qin Xian interjected, "That's because he finds you too intimidating to approach. Shut up and eat your meal." Yishur instructed the bodyguard to bring over the child's dinner while Su Li held him. Feeding him bite by bite, Yishur expressed her surprise. "Our Xiao Zhe is usually shy and doesn't he let strangers touch him, but it seems he quite likes you." "Really? I think this little fellow is delightful." Observing Su Li's patience and care with the child, Quan Yi, seated across from her, gazed thoughtfully, his eyes darkening slightly as he absently rotated the teacup on the table. Fu Zilian raised his glass to clink with Quan Yi's. "And whether by design or coincidence," he remarked, "if you enjoy children, perhaps you should consider having one." Quan Yi remained silent, taking a small sip from his glass. Fu Zilian smirked. "What is the matter? Do you find my selection of women inadequate? Are they not beautiful enough or not gentle enough?" Trite. Implicitly, he meant to say that none of them could compare to Su Li. Quan Yi shot him a cold glance. "Do you enjoy meddling in others' affairs?" "No, I'm merely stating facts. Do not send any more women my way. I have no interest." Halfway through the meal, the restaurant manager arranged for a dance troupe to perform. The dancers, clad in revealing Tang costumes, showcased their graceful figures and enchanting movements, reminiscent of celestial beings descending to earth. The air was filled with captivating music, accompanied by fine wine and beautiful women, creating an atmosphere of merriment. The men present were of significant stature, and as the dancers performed, they intentionally drew closer, casting flirtatious glances and engaging in various suggestive antics. Some even boldly approached Quan Yi, leaning against his chair and swaying their hips. Such blatant seduction was hard to resist. Meng Sang scoffed, "Why is it that only beautiful women can dance? We want to see handsome men show off their abs." Chapter 144. Men other than him? Quan Yi slammed his glass down heavily onto the table. Fu Zilian noticed the action, his gaze deepening. Quan Yi slowly raised his hand, signaling to Su Ming, who immediately understood and went to stop the music. Su Li, mid-song, found the accompaniment abruptly cut off and looked over in confusion. Su Ming cleared his throat, saying, "Master Quan finds it too noisy. He desires some quiet." The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Silence enveloped them all. Xiao Yu set down the microphone, attempting to ease the tension. "President Quan prefers tranquility, which is understandable. Let us engage in conversation instead. Singing and dancing can be set aside for now." Yuli returned to her seat, while Yishur took Xiao Zhe to the restroom, leaving her without a child to play with. Meng Sang leaned closer and whispered, "Master Quan, is this deliberate? He doesn't want you to sing with Xiao Yu. He's jealous, yet you claim he has no feelings for you. Isn't that rather obvious?" Qin Yuli glanced at Qin Xian beside her. Sang said, "I want to drink with you and test your alcohol tolerance." Meng Sang's incessant chatter was abruptly halted, her expression one of exasperation. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow, pulling Meng Sang closer. All right, a drinking contest it is. Just don't ask me to take you home if you get drunk. Who is afraid of whom? Finally, Su Li's ears found respite as she took a sip from her teacup. The phone on the table vibrated. She opened it to find a message from Quan Ye.S. Yuli glanced up and caught sight of Quan Yi chatting casually with Fu Zilian. Go to the car and bring me a piece of clothing. His command remained as crisp and decisive as ever. Noticing that the sleeve of his shirt had become slightly stained, likely from alcohol, Su Li knew that a man with his level of cleanliness would want to change immediately. She informed Meng Sang briefly before rising to leave. Meng Sang was preoccupied with her drinking contest against Qin Xian and merely waved her hand in farewell. Quan Ye's car was parked in the underground garage, so Yuli took the elevator to the basement, heading straight for the VIP parking space. Securing a spot here was no easy feat, as it was reserved for the affluent and influential. Next to Quan Ye's car was Fu Zilian's vehicle. She retrieved the car keys, unlocked the door, and entered the back seat. He usually kept spare clothes neatly folded in a seal bag on the back seat. Freshly ironed as she pulled the clothing from the bag and prepared to exit the car, someone unexpectedly squeezed in beside her, slamming the door shut. The familiar scent enveloped her. Turning to face the intruder, her beautiful eyes widened with surprise. Master Quan, why did you come down personally? If I hadn't, would you have run off to sing with Xiaoyu? He pulled her into his embrace, possessively encircling her waist. Nope, Yuli shoved the clothing into his arms. You can change yourself. I'll wait for you outside. Did you intentionally provoke me just now? No, his thumb rubbed against her lips, his dark eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. I saw you having a splendid time singing with him. It appears my little pet is quite popular wherever she goes. Tell me, is this your issue or someone else's? Su Li nestled against him. Her cheeks flushed with panic. No, I never intended to have any relations with them. Master Quan, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? You seem to be quite happy in the company of men other than me. That's merely your misconception. If you wish for me to believe you, then prove it. Su Li gazed at his frosty expression, realizing that if she did not take the initiative, he would not relent and might even take advantage of her in the car. He was capable of anything. Holding her breath, she closed her eyes and tilted her head to press her lips against his. Chapter 145. Master Quan, I won't. Quan Yi held her still, not responding with his usual domineering demeanor. Su Li fumbled, feeling flustered, her lips pressed against his without movement. You do it. His voice was commanding. Her face flushed crimson. She was utterly inexperienced, as he was always the one to initiate. However, in a bid to extricate herself sooner, she mimicked his usual approach, tentatively planting kisses. Her technique was raw and inexperienced, delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water, slow and teasing, bit by bit. It felt like feathers brushing against her heart. Quan Yi was ignited by her timid advances. He turned his head to nibble on her earlobe, his voice husky. Little temptress, are you deliberately trying to seduce me? Master Quan, please spare me. I truly don't know how. He trailed down her neck, gently biting her collarbone. Su Li gasped softly, her hands clenching tightly. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly charged. The vehicle had been specially modified, rendering the interior invisible to outsiders while allowing those inside to see out. Her clothing slipped halfway off. Su Li gasped for air when suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the intimate air. She glanced at his phone, noticing Song Wan's name flashing on the screen. In that instant, it felt as if she awoke from a dream. And she abruptly pushed the man before her away. Quan Yi, still yearning, frowned in displeasure. The call, she said, her voice laced with a sense of grievance. He, his desire waning, picked up the phone, casting her a glance. You go out first. Su Li hurriedly donned her clothing, swiftly exiting the car. Song Wan was calling via video. He did not want her present. After closing the door, Su Li exhaled deeply, straightening her attire. Yi, are you in the car? Where are you headed? She heard Song Wan's gentle voice through the phone. These past few days, she had nearly forgotten about Song Wan's existence. After all, she was his fiancée. Su Li pressed her hand to her heart, trying to soothe the constricted emotions. I'm busy outside. There's something you need? Nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if you've missed me. Song Wan's words were straightforward, suggesting to outsiders that their relationship was quite harmonious. Quan Yi remained silent, having just returned from a business trip. Yes, I gathered quite a lot from this foreign trip. Initially, I wanted to invite you for a meal to share my experiences. But they mentioned you went to Yuqing. I'm quite busy here. I'll be back in a while. Dio, you need me to pick you up? No need. Listening to their conversation, Su Li felt like an inconspicuous illicit lover. A third party in their marriage. Her heart sank. Ali, why are you just standing there? The voice of Xiao Yu reached her ears. She looked up to see Xiao Yu approaching, while the conversation in the car had already ended. Dr. Xiao, why are you here too? Xiao Yu gestured towards the nearby car with a smile. My brother said he left something in the car, so he asked me to come down for it. Oh, then go ahead, dutifully. While we have a moment alone, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Li felt a pair of icy eyes fixate on her from behind, and she forced a smile. Dr. Xiao, how about we talk next time? No, I want to know right now. Xiao Yu was insistent, gazing into her eyes earnestly. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Master Quan? Su Li's smile stiffened further. Lover? Mistress? Secretary? Regardless of which label she chose, it carried a certain connotation. Chapter 146. What is your relationship with Master Quan? Our relationship is not for you to concern yourself with. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and a tall figure stepped out. Standing beside her, Su Li stood rigidly and quickly spoke. Dr. Xiao, you should head back. Why the rush? If we don't clarify things now, when will we? Quan Yi casually draped an arm around Su Li's shoulder, his handsome, devilish face revealing a smirk. Though it was a simple gesture, Su Li felt tense under his grasp, his hand firmly pressing against her. Xiao Yu observed their interaction and said, Master Quan, I like Li. I feel. What conditions do you wish to propose to take Su Li away from me? At this, Xiao Yu's expression turned awkward. Li is not a commodity. I am not seeking a trade, I merely wish to express my feelings and hope that Master Quan respects her and grants her the right to choose. The feelings you speak of should not exist, thus there is no need for you to feign benevolence in front of me. Xiao Yu looked at Quan Yi, frustration evident in his eyes. If I see you entangling with Su Li again, I will not hold back, even for your brother's sake. Dr. Xiao, with that, Quan Yi took Su Li's hand and walked away. Xiao Yu was left standing there. Lost and disheartened, Su Li dared not look back as she followed Quan Yi into the elevator step by step. Quan Yi despised defiance. No one was permitted to oppose him. Xiao Yu's actions this time were undeniably bold. In the elevator, they were alone. Quan Yi. What, do you pity him? Su Li lowered her gaze. We're merely friends, and I would appreciate it if Master Quan refrained from targeting Dr. Xiao in the future. Friends, he scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Upon returning to the private room, the two took their respective seats. Meng Sang had lost several rounds of drinking to Qin Xian and was visibly frustrated. She looked at Su Li and asked, Darling, where did you go just now? Nothing much, just went downstairs to grab something. Oh, is my face very red? That wretched Qin Xian tricked me into drinking too much. Su Li glanced at Meng Sang, noting her flushed cheeks resembling a ripe peach, her gaze hazy with inebriation. She then addressed Quan Yi, saying, Sang has had a bit too much to drink. I must take her back to the hotel. You all enjoy yourselves. Qin Xian replied, She is already drunk? I still wanted to continue drinking with her. Su Li interjected, Young Master Qin, please let Sang be. She is a girl, and drinking so much is harmful. All right, let her rest for now. Su Li waited a moment, noticing that Quan Yi remained silent, before helping Meng Sang to her feet. She was looking for an excuse to leave. Hoping to distance herself from Quan Yi, he observed her actions quietly, saying nothing to Yi Shi entered with her child and, upon seeing them about to leave, inquired, Are you leaving already? Yes, Sang is drunk, so I'm taking her back. Little Zhe dashed over to hug Su Li's legs, his big eyes filled with reluctance. Yi Shi gently patted her son's head. Little Zhe, Yi is going back. We'll visit her again another day. All right. Little Zhe shook his head, refusing to let go. Su Li bent down and softly said, How about this? Tomorrow, let your mommy bring you to find Yi, and I'll take you to play. Okay. Little Zhe nodded and finally released her. Yi Shi sighed. Realizing he was still her son, Su Li escorted Meng Sang away first. Qin Xian pulled Xiao Zhe over, hoping to tease him, but the little darling ignored him and directly nestled into Yi Shi's embrace. This little rascal prefers beautiful women over handsome men. Chapter 147. Unwilling to accept, claiming she is being kept after the dinner gathering concluded, Quan Yi and Qin Xian took their leave. Finally, Fu Zelian and his family emerged. With Xiao Zhe feeling sleepy after a hearty meal, while Yi Shi cradled the child, trailing behind him. Upon reaching the parking lot, Fu Zelian ended a work call and turned to take the child from her arms. Did you just see Xiao Yu? Yi Shi naturally took his briefcase, replying, No. The bodyguard mentioned he saw him drive away, presumably having left for something urgent. What could be so urgent? I believe he was rather disheartened by Quan Yi. Does Xiao Yu truly have feelings for Su Li? He shot her a glance. You should ask Su Li about that. She must have fed my brother some kind of love potion to leave him so distracted. Perhaps Xiao Yu and Su Li are more suited to being friends. Fu Zelian cast her another cold glance. Wai Yi pursed her lips, remaining silent. I see you get along quite well with Su Li. Make time to discern the nature of her relationship with Kuan Yi. If Su Li is indeed his kept woman, maintain your distance from her, and do not let the child interact with her too much. Fu Zelian is rather traditional, believing that women who can be kept by men are not worthy. Why not say that it is Kuan Yi who fancies her, insisting on keeping her close? Such talk of being kept sounds so unpleasant, Wai Yi retorted. Raising her head indignantly in her heart, Su Li had already become a cherished friend. After all, Su Li had saved her during the kidnapping incident. And for that reason alone, she could not abide by anyone disparaging Su Li. Fu Zelian's voice grew somber. Are you defying me for her sake? Yi I've noticed you've grown increasingly bold of late. You may say whatever you wish about me, but I refuse to let you speak ill of my friend, especially not someone who is Xiao's favorite aunt. After saying this, Yi snatched her son from him and turned to get into the car first. Fu Zelian's expression darkened. After some time without supervision, you've become quite audacious. Starting tomorrow, you will be grounded at home. Nowhere to go. Wai Yi sat silently with the child in her arms, her little face clearly displaying her displeasure. After Su Li dropped Meng Sang off at the hotel, she helped her take off her coat and shoes, tucking her in with a blanket. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she received a call from Su Chan. Sister, where are you? I'm with Sang. Did you sneak out of school again? Of course not. School is on break today. I am just out for a walk. If you're free, I can come find you. Knowing her boss was in town, Su Chun had refrained from bothering her lately. Now, suddenly asking to visit, he must have something on his mind. Su Li sent him the details of the hotel where Meng Sang was staying, and soon Su Chun arrived. Dressed in the Yucheng school uniform and carrying a backpack, he entered and glanced around the bedroom. Is Sang asleep? She is drunk. Don't worry about her. What do you need to see me for? Su Li poured him a glass of water and settled on the sofa. I just wanted to check if you've been doing well these past few days. Everyone is so busy. I want to find Xiao Gu, but he wasn't around, and it's been dreadfully boring. Your task now is to focus on your studies. If you find yourself bored, you might as well read more books. Fine. I don't want to hear the teacher nagging me at school and then come home to you doing the same. But there is something I want to discuss with you. Su Chin pulled out his phone, opening a contact list. Su Li glanced over, immediately frowning. How do you have her phone number? Chapter 148. Shun Linfeng's call. The screen was filled with missed calls from Shun Linfeng. Su Chin said, my uncle and aunt gave him my number, and he called me today. I didn't answer, but I also can't block him. If he calls from a different number, it'll be annoying. Su Li's face darkened. Shin Linfeng contacting Su Chin surely boded ill, like a persistent pest one cannot shake off. How did uncle and aunt get your number? Didn't they say they had changed it? Sister, don't you remember? They are my guardians. No matter where I go, a quick check at the police station reveals my whereabouts. However, this time they didn't ask where we were, only instructed Shin Linfeng to call me. Little brother, it seems our movements have been exposed. Big sister, it has been exposed for a while. Didn't your big boss come looking for you? Just then, the phone rang abruptly. Yu Chan smacked his thigh and shook her arm, saying, see, that Shun fellow is calling again. It's so irritating. This time, you handle it. He tossed the phone into Su Li's lap. Naturally, Su Li did not wish to answer, but if she left him hanging, he would continue to harass Su Chun. Little Chen is still in school. How can he be disturbed constantly? She picked up the phone and stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Little Chen? You finally answered? It's your Linfeng brother. Shin Linfeng's voice came through the phone, anxious yet excited. Su Li replied coldly, it's me. What business do you have calling Little Chen? Shin Linfeng brightened. You two siblings are indeed together. Ali, where have you been lately? Your uncle and aunt have been frantic trying to locate you. I've been quite worried as well. Little Chen needs a change of schools. I brought him out to a different one. Is there something you want? Su Chen, from inside, heard her words and pouted. My sister just loves to use me as a shield. She is so sneaky. When do you plan to return? Should I come pick you up? No need. We'll return on our own. Your uncle and aunt want to speak with you. After Shin Linfeng finished, the call was immediately transferred to Huang Yumei. Su Li rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Did Shin Linfeng move in with them? Ali, where are you now? Are you doing well? Oh, your uncle and I have been so worried about you. You just left for another city without a word to the family elders. Huang Yumei expressed concern, but all Su Li felt was insincerity. Auntie, we are doing just fine here. You needn't worry about us. It's not safe out here. You should return home quickly. Young Master Shan has bought us a big house to live in, and you can all stay there together. I've already prepared your room. What? A big house? Yes, young Master Shun is very kind. He said he would pursue you properly when you return. He truly likes you a lot. Shin Linfeng chimed in. Ali, I regard your uncle and aunt as my own. Gifting a house is nothing. Their happiness is what matters. If you enjoy being such a good Samaritan, why not gift a house to every poor person in the world? Huang Yumei scolded Ali. What kind of tone is that? Young Master Xian is being kind. Su Li's face was filled with impatience. She gritted her teeth and said, then you all enjoy living in the big house. Just don't come to me for money. With that, she hung up the phone. If Shin Linfeng called again, she wouldn't answer. Su Chun, peeking out from the balcony door, asked, Sister, did uncle and aunt really get a big house? Chapter 149. Su Li busy with the child, it has nothing to do with us. Are you going to school tomorrow? Yes, I will. Then hurry back. Su Li immediately blocked Shan Linfeng's number and returned the phone to Su Chan. Sister, if they find out we're here, won't they come looking for us? Auntie is really something, daring to ask for a big house. If they expect you to pay them back, that would be outrageous. From now on, we need not concern ourselves with uncle and auntie's affairs. They must bear the consequences of their own actions. Let us go. I'll see you back. Su Li grabbed her coat and bag. Su Qin quickly picked up his backpack and headed for the door, saying, I can walk by myself. No need for you to see me off. Bye. He found his sister's constant nagging about studying quite annoying and preferred to walk alone. Su Li watched him dash away, feeling helpless. The thought of returning to Haicheng and facing Shin Linfeng and the Huang family filled her with immense irritation. The next morning, as Su Li rose from her slumber, there was a knock at her door. Someone from the Fu family had arrived, claiming to bring her a gift. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a little darling standing at the threshold. What a surprise to receive such an adorable child early in the morning. She wondered what Fu Zelian and his wife were thinking. Xiaozhe, dressed in a white sports outfit, wearing a cap and carrying a little yellow duck backpack, looked utterly charming. Xiaozhe, what brings you here? Instantly, all traces of sleepiness vanished as she bent down to gently pinch the child's cheek. Xiaozhe gleefully burrowed into her embrace. A bodyguard followed behind, carrying a bag of essentials. Miss Su, our young master wishes to see you. President Fu asked me to deliver him here, so please take care of him. Very well, it's no trouble at all. Here are some of the young master's belongings. His coat and water bottle are in there. The bodyguard placed the items in the room and then departed. Su Li carried the child inside. Relieved to find some building blocks prepared for the child to play with, she moved them over for Xiaozhe, who happily occupied himself with them. Su Li picked up her phone and stepped aside to call Yishur. The phone rang for quite a while before someone picked up. Hello? Yishur's voice sounded somewhat weak. Xiaozhe has been delivered to me. Why didn't you come over? I find myself in a bit of a predicament and cannot step outside. Xiaozhe has been crying incessantly today, yearning for his aunt. I had no choice but to allow Fu Zelian to take the child to you for a little while. I will see if I can go out later to pick him up. What about you? Is Fu Zelian preventing you from going out? No, it's just that I have some matters to attend to. Su Li did not press further, saying, all right, you needn't worry about Xiaozhe while he is with me. You should take a day to rest. After hanging up the phone, she returned to the child. Xiaozhe had already built a tower with his blocks and turned to her with a slight tilt of his head, seemingly requesting a reward. You did an excellent job, Xiaozhe, finishing so quickly. Now, let us play with something else, shall we? In the evening, Su Li received a call from Quan Yi. She was watching an animated show with Xiaozhe while answering the phone. I am downstairs at the hotel. Come down, he commanded as usual. Su Li glanced toward the bedroom. Meng Sang had been unwell from last night's drunkenness and had not yet risen. She felt uneasy about leaving the child with her to Mr. Quan. If there is nothing urgent, I'll come to see you tomorrow instead. Quan Yi was displeased. Are you busy right now? Yes, looking after the child. 5 minutes later, Quan Yi sat in his car, observing her leading a child out of the hotel. Chapter 150. Mistaken for a family of 3, Su Li brought Xiaozhe into the car but noticed that Quan Yi's expression was rather grim. Mr. Quan, today the young master of the Fu family is with me. I certainly cannot leave him alone in the hotel room, can I? Xiaozhe sat between them, his large, bright eyes resembling those of Yishur. Curiously gazing at Quan Yi, though somewhat shyly nestled in Su Li's embrace. Quan Yi could not simply abandon the child, so he responded with a composed Mr. Quan, where are we headed now? First, we will dine. Have you eaten? No, and Xiaozhe is hungry too. Quan Yi noticed the way her eyes sparkled with affection for the little boy, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. They dined at a high-end restaurant, and afterward, since the child was too full, they decided to take him for a stroll in a nearby park. The park was lively after dinner, with many parents out playing with their children, and numerous play areas for kids. Xiaozhe curiously observed the other children playing, seemingly having never witnessed such a scene before. Born with a silver spoon, the young master of the Fu family had always been accompanied by caretakers and had never interacted with these other children. making him somewhat reserved and not particularly lively. Throughout, Xiaozhe did not dare speak to Kuan Yi but was very affectionate with Su Li. "Auntie, do you want that big balloon? I'll go get one for you." Su Li approached the balloon vendor to purchase one. While she was away, Kuan Yi seized the opportunity to lean down beside Xiaozhe and, looking down at him, asked, "Kid, when do you plan to go home?" Xiaozhe, clutching a teddy bear he had won from a restaurant raffle, looked up at him in silence. "Can't understand human speech." The little one blinked innocently. "It's getting late. I'll inform your father to come pick you up." Kuan Yi took out his phone to call Fu Zilian, but unexpectedly, Xiaozhe swatted it away with a frown, puffing his cheeks adorably. Kuan Yi's dark eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly serious. No one had ever dared to treat him this way. It was the first time a mere child had knocked his phone from his hand. Just then, Su Li returned with the balloon. Xiaozhe bent down to pick up the phone and handed it back to Kuan Yi. But he did not accept it, his handsome face clouded with displeasure. "What's wrong?" Su Li approached and noticed the unusual tension between the two. "Auntie, the phone." Xiaozhe tugged at her skirt, clutching Kuan Yi's phone. Su Li took the phone and placed it into Kuan Yi's arms, unable to refrain from saying, "Mr. Kuan, you're an adult. How can you bully a child? You shouldn't use your phone against him." "Su Li, which of your eyes saw me bullying him? I know you don't like children, but Xiaozhe is very well behaved and obedient. You mustn't mistreat him." After saying this, Su Li took Xiaozhe to play elsewhere. Kuan Yi stood rooted, his face dark with annoyance. This little woman was certainly protective of the child. As they passed a sketch artist, a young man called out, "Hey, handsome couple. You look so happy. Would you like me to draw a family portrait?" "A family portrait?" Su Li felt embarrassed. "We aren't a family of three." Kuan Yi glanced at the other sketches depicting families of three, which looked quite heartwarming. Suddenly, he said, "Why not give it a try?" Su Li's eyes widened. "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 151. The little kid occupies Mr. Kuan's bed. "Are you implying that I am unwell, Mr. Kuan?" "That is not my intention." Kuan Yi's insistence. The three of them approached the artist. The artist smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just sit there and let me draw you. It will be done in no time." Su Li sat with Xiaozhe in her arms. Feeling awkward. A family portrait should depict a couple with their child. She and Kuan Yi were not a couple, and Xiaozhe certainly was not their child, making the concept of a family portrait rather absurd. She couldn't fathom why this man had suddenly become inclined towards such an endeavor. "Lady, lean a bit closer to the gentleman. Don't sit so far apart," the artist urged. Su Li reluctantly shifted closer to Kuan Yi. "Come on, you two. Smile. We need to capture this happy moment." Kuan Yi wrapped his arm around her, and the scene of a blissful family of three unfolded. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and admire them. The attractive parents had a striking appearance. Their child would undoubtedly grow up to be exceptional. Xiaozhe sat in Su Li's lap, engrossed in playing with the balloon, oblivious to the adult's attention. After about 20 minutes, the artist handed them the freshly completed sketch. "Here it is. You are the happiest family I've ever drawn, and you're all so good-looking. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness together." Kuan Yi frowned at the sketch and coldly remarked, "It's poorly done." He snatched the sketch from the artist and turned to leave. Leaving the artist standing there awkwardly, Su Li hurriedly paid for the artwork and chased after him. "What happiness? It's just three heads squished together." Kuan Yi folded the sketch while grumbling. Su Li hesitated to reach out but cautiously said, "Mr. Kuan, if you dislike the drawing, you can give it to me. I'll just toss it in the trash. It serves no purpose." However, he folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket, patting it and saying, "Let us go." Su Li was left speechless. "Didn't you say you didn't like it?" A man's words were indeed deceptive. By the time 11 o'clock rolled around, the Fu family had yet to arrive to pick up the child. Su Li took Xiaozhe back to Kuan Yi's residence and, after giving the child a bath, emerged from the bathroom. Kuan Yi entered the room and found Xiaozhe sitting on his large bed, completely bare. "Get him out of here at once," he exclaimed with evident disdain. Su Li emerged from the bathroom holding Xiaozhe's pants. "Mr. Kuan, shall I take the child to the guest room?" Just earlier, she had wanted to take Xiaozhe home, but he had insisted she come here. And now he was expressing disdain. Didn't he know that men and women should maintain a certain distance? But Xiaozhe is still just a child. That doesn't matter. Su Li shot him an exasperated glance. Finding his many rules quite bothersome, Kuan Yi snatched the pants from her and walked over to Xiaozhe, lifting him up and tossing the pants in front of him. "You have 3 minutes to put these on." Su Li was taken aback, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. "Mr. Kuan, he is still just a 3-year-old child. He needs adult supervision. I could dress myself at 3. Well, aren't you impressive? When did you wean off milk then?" Kuan Yi turned to look at her, His tone I see with Xu Li. Are you mocking me? Of course not. Xu Li hurriedly grabbed the pants and took Xiaozha outside. She feared that if they delayed any longer, Xiaozha would be tossed out. This man would not spare even a child. 18 Nearly midnight. Yishur and Fu Zilian arrived. Chapter 152. Wanting to keep the child aloof, I apologize for being late. I had some matters to attend to. Thank you for taking care of Xiaozha all day. Yishur immediately pulled Su Li aside, expressing her apologies. It's no trouble at all. I quite enjoy this child. I was even thinking that if you didn't come, he could spend the night with me. Xiaozha, say goodbye to Andy. We're going home now. Xiaozha waved at Su Li and then hugged her. Reluctantly leaving, Yishur took Xiaozha outside, while Fu Zilian stepped out of the car to take the child and join them. Su Li watched their car drive away, realizing that was what a true family of three looked like. Suddenly, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist, and a cool breath brushed against her neck. You're hoping the little brat will stay overnight? Are you intentionally avoiding me? Su Li turned her head to evade his touch, feeling embarrassed as she replied, No, I just think the child is quite adorable. What could you possibly find appealing about a little brat who knows nothing? This madman was even jealous of a child. Su Li turned to him, feigning weakness. Mr. Quan, let me prepare a bath for you. You should rest early. Don't you have a busy day tomorrow? He lifted her chin, saying, Your obedient demeanor is the most pleasing sight. In the next moment, Su Li found herself pulled into the bathroom with him. Your Excellency, I have yet to prepare your bath. Let us bathe together to conserve water. However, it may not be as simple as bathing later. The Fu family villa. Yishur had just lulled the child to sleep, with Xiaozha nestled comfortably in her embrace. A figure stirred outside the door, and she gently lifted her head, whispering, Come in. The person who entered was the nanny responsible for Xiaozha's care. Madam, allow me to look after the young master tonight. You should return to your room and rest. Yishur furrowed her brow. Has he called for me? Sir has requested your presence. Yishur's grip on the child tightened slightly, a hint of panic flickering across her brow. She had been sleeping apart from Fu Zilian for quite some time, and Xiaozha could only sleep soundly with her by his side. If Fu Zilian was seeking her out, it was undoubtedly of importance. Madam, you should go. I will manage here. The nanny looked at her, hesitant to speak, but her intent was clear. Tonight, she needed to go. Understood. Yishur slowly released the child, got out of bed, and changed into a modest nightgown. Before stepping out, she instructed the nanny, Xiaozha tends to kick off the covers at night. Please keep an eye on him. Of course. The main bedroom's overhead light was still on. The man had bathed and donned a bathrobe, seated at the desk reviewing documents. The light cast a handsome and charming glow upon him. As Yishur entered, she cast a nervous glance his way, deliberately leaving the door ajar. You called for me? He raised his gaze, his eyes falling upon her. Dressed in long sleeves and trousers, she had wrapped herself up tightly, fastening the buttons all the way to the top. What was she guarding against? He averted his gaze, coldly murmuring. Yishur approached the desk, then please speak. I am listening. Fu Zilian placed a photograph onto the table and, with an expression as frosty as the winter's chill, instructed, Qian Yi will be leaving Yuqing for Haiqing in a couple of days. Find a moment to hand this to Su Li, and inform her I seek her assistance in uncovering who acquired this item at the auction. Yishur picked up the photograph and observed it closely. Its age rendered it somewhat blurred, yet she could discern it was a pair of earrings. What do you need to investigate this for? Fu Zilian's cold eyes flickered up, prompting her to swiftly amend her inquiry. What I meant was, you previously expressed such strong disapproval of Ali. Why the sudden change of heart? Moreover, Haiqing is your territory. Why not enlist Qian Ye's help directly? Su Li has been at Qian Ye's side for many years, possessing thorough knowledge of various industries. Although I have my reservations about her, that does not hinder me from requesting her services. If she performs well, I shall offer compensation, and my relationship with Qian Yi is purely transactional. It is not appropriate for me to approach him for such matters. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Yishur lowered the photograph, assuming the matter was concluded, and began to turn away. You will sleep here tonight. What? She spun around, panic flashing across her face as she instinctively clutched the collar of her garment. Chapter 153. Fu Zilian asks her to investigate the earrings. Fu Zilian cast her a disapproving glance, saying with a hint of annoyance, Your figure does not attract me in the slightest, and my mother will be visiting tomorrow to see Xiaozha. I merely wish to avoid her seeing us sleeping apart. Yet you insist on prattling on. Yishur exhaled in relief, nodding. All right, understood. She turned toward the bedside, wisely retrieving a large teddy bear from the wardrobe and placing it in the center of the bed. Her graceful figure, with a slender waist and snow-white skin, exuded an air of elegance akin to a chrysanthemum, evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. Fu Zilian observed her actions, his dark eyes deepening in shade. Had it not been for that unexpected affair 3 years prior, he would not have found himself with her to this day. He sure turned. He averted his gaze, as if he had never looked at her. The bed is prepared. We may rest now. He closed the documents and moved toward the bed. They lay down together, a teddy bear separating them, yet there was still ample space for two. Silent and back-to-back. They drifted off to sleep. The following day, Yishur handed the photograph to Suli's throat tightened as she gazed at the photograph. These earrings were the very ones she had purchased at the auction. What was Fu Zilian's interest in them? Ali, once you return, could you investigate who currently possesses these earrings? Truthfully, I am uncertain why Fu Zilian wishes to pursue this matter, but since he has made the request, I will relay it. Yishur spoke at length, only to find Suli silent. What is wrong? Suli snapped back to reality, tucking the photograph away, and awkwardly replied, All right, I understand. I will do my best. Yishur grasped her hand. Ali, when you return to Haicheng, when might we meet again? Having few friends in Yuching, she had come to cherish her friendship with Suli. You can always come to Haicheng to visit. I am always waiting for you. That depends on whether I have the time. Why? Yishur sighed lightly. It's all right. If fate allows, we shall surely gather again. Certainly, Suli felt a weight in her heart. She did not wish to return to Haicheng. Having finally escaped that place, the thought of being dragged back to live a life akin to that of a pet felt stifling. Yet, faced with Qian Ye's coercion and dominance, she felt utterly powerless. By the way, sure, there is something I might need your assistance with. Speak. I will help as much as I can. This time, I am leaving Xiao Chun here. He will attend school in Yuching. I have already paid a year's south rent for the place there. This child has been independent since he was young and is quite intelligent. He can manage on his own. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him when you have the time. Let me know if anything arises. Of course, that's no trouble at all. I consider Xiao Chun to be like my own little brother. But why not take him back with you? Suli thought of the Huang family's leeches and felt a headache coming on. If Xiao Chun were to return, he would surely become a target for their bullying. So it was better to leave him here. It's a long story. It's better for him to stay here. I will come by whenever I can. Rest assured. I will keep an eye on him. 2 days later, Qian Yi and Suli boarded a flight, while Meng Sangsang and Qin Xian had already taken another private jet back. Throughout the journey, Suli was preoccupied with her thoughts, speaking very little. Qian Yi noticed her unusual demeanor, assuming she was reluctant to leave. Today, Xiao Yu did not come to see you off. Are you sad? Chapter 154. That man is her big boss. Your Excellency, I am not sad. Then why do you look so lost? You are leaving Haicheng, yet you only spent a few months in Yuching. Why the reluctance? Do you so despise being with me? Suli pursed her lips, remaining silent. She truly did not want to return, and had no intention of disputing that. Just as Qian Yi was about to lose his temper, Su Ming approached. He swallowed his anger and asked in a low voice, What is it? Just now, Mr. Fu sent over many items, which have already been loaded onto the plane as a gift for you. Qian Yi turned to Suli. If there's anything you fancy, feel free to take it. Mr. Fu's gifts are hardly inexpensive. Suli nodded slightly. At that moment, she found no interest in such things. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of the connection between Fu Zilian and those earrings. If Fu Zilian knew her grandmother, what could the implications be? The plane landed smoothly at Haicheng Airport. Following closely behind Qian Yi as they disembarked, Suli immediately spotted a group of people waiting ahead. You've finally returned. A woman in a water-blue strapless mermaid gown rushed forward. Leaping into his embrace, Song Wan was impeccably dressed, her chestnut waves styled to accentuate her features. However, as her gaze fell upon Suli, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. Even without makeup, Suli's natural beauty radiated, her fair skin glowing, which made Song Wan, despite her efforts, feel somewhat overshadowed. What brings you here? Qian Yi asked coldly. Of course, I came to pick you up. It's been a while, and I wasn't sure if you missed me. She stood before him, reaching out to adjust his tie. Qian Yi evaded her hand, stating, Let us just head back. Song Wan glanced at Suli, smiled softly, and followed him away. Suli stood rooted in place, releasing a deep breath. Upon entering this land, she was met with a suffocating sensation. Ali, welcome back. She looked up to see Shin Linfeng approaching, clad in a pristine white suit, holding a large bouquet of red roses. Not only that, but Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai followed closely behind. What brings you all here? Huang Yumei, looking particularly sprightly, stepped forward to embrace her arm, pulling her close. Oh, Ali, You have no idea how much we missed you during your business trip. Especially young Master Linfeng. He missed you so much that he couldn't eat or sleep. His heartfelt affection is as bright as the sun, and we have all witnessed it. Enough, Suli interrupted, her voice firm. There's no need for such pretentious flattery. My ears cannot tolerate such nonsense. Zhou Kai chimed in, Ali, how can you speak like that? Young Master Linfeng knew you were returning today, so he hurriedly brought us here to greet you. We've been waiting for over an hour. Can't you see how good he is to you? Suli turned to Shen Linfeng. What exactly do you want? He pressed the roses into her arms with a friendly demeanor. Let us not linger here. We can discuss it back home. Yes, back home, to our new home. Huang Yumei clung to Suli like a piece of gum, making it difficult to shake her off. Shen Linfeng and Zhou Kai led the way, with Shen Linfeng's luxury sports car parked at the roadside. Huang Yumei tugged at her hand and whispered furtively, Who is that man you just came out with? He seems to possess a remarkable status. Is he your boss? Suli could never allow them to discover her connection with Quan Yi. Your superior is not someone to be trifled with. Refrain from asking too many questions. Understood, understood. Big shots tend to be rather aloof. Now that you are working at a prestigious company and even going on business trips, do your best. Your uncle and I are counting on you. Don't rely on me. One day I might just sell you out, and you'll be the ones counting the money. You wretched girl, do you think saying something nice would cost you your life? Chapter 155. Song Wan intends to undermine Lord Quan. Suli received a message from Quan Yi while in the car. He was already with his fiancée Yi. Why would he seek her out? Upon opening the message, she found his usual domineering command. I want to see you at Taoyuan before 7 this evening. Shouldn't Yi be too busy with Song Wan to concern himself with her? Suli deleted the message and silently tucked her phone back into her pocket. Whose message was that? Shen Linfeng inquired with curiosity. No. Where exactly are you taking me? Huang Yumei exclaimed excitedly. Oh, you'll find out when you get there. It's a stunning large house, 4 stories high with several rooms, and even a small garden. In the car, Song Wan sat quietly beside Quan Yi, occasionally glancing at him with careful curiosity. Quan Yi leaned back, eyes closed in repose, perhaps fatigued from the flight. Noticing his collar was slightly disheveled, she raised her hand, intending to assist him. He suddenly opened his eyes, emanating a chill. I'm sorry. Did I wake you? I just wanted to straighten your collar. She pointed at it with her red-tipped nails. No need. I'll change when I get back to Yi. Is it true that Su's secretary is accompanying you on this business trip? Song Wan casually asked as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She is my secretary. Is it not expected for her to accompany me on a business trip? It is expected. Su's secretary is quite capable. The reason she can remain by your side must be due to her merits. Now that I am the general manager at Song's, though I have not yet fully taken control, I am quite busy and in need of an assistant. Perhaps Suli has signed a contract with me. She isn't due to leave just yet. Quan Ye's icy remark interrupted her. Song Wan smiled gently. I see. That's fine. I can wait until her contract expires before inviting her to our company. I am sure that someone you value will be exceptional. Quan Yi remained silent, his handsome features betraying a frosty demeanor. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the grand house. Yuli stood before the villa, her expression impassive. She was very familiar with this area. Lin Shui Bay was a property developed by the Quan Group. And during that time, Quan Yi had tasked her with assisting his assistant in the matter. She had witnessed each villa rise from barren land, standing tall and majestic. What do you think? Isn't the house beautiful? Let us go inside. You'll surely love it. Huang Yumei pulled her inside. The villa was beautifully decorated. In the living room, Huang Yumei's children were playing, their toys scattered across the floor. Family photographs adorned the walls, each corner reflecting their excitement and joy at having moved into such a large house. It seemed they had been living there for some time. The villas in Lin Shui Bay had varying levels of luxury. This one was among the more modest, with many even more opulent options available. However, for Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai, it was a significant blessing. Shen Linfeng had gifted them this house, indicating he had exercised his influence, taking advantage of his position as the Quan family's young master. Quan Yi despised it when his subordinates abused their power. If he found out, Shen Linfeng would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. Su Li's expression hardened as she addressed them. You need to move out of here immediately. This is not your property. How dare you claim it? Chapter 156. An insatiable family. Huang Yumei looked as though she had been doused with cold water. Glaring at Su Li. What do you mean, Su Li? We just moved in, and you want us to leave. Are you envious or resentful? I told you there's a room reserved for you upstairs. If you don't believe me, come and see. She forcefully grabbed Su Li's hand, attempting to pull her away. This isn't a house you purchased yourselves. How can you feel secure living here? Have you become so greedy? Suli shook off her hand, her voice sharp. Zhou Kai scowled. Don't start lecturing us the moment you return. Can't you see why young Master Linfeng is kind to us? He has feelings for you, and now he gives us a large house. What more could you want? Are you suggesting that you would sell me out for this house? Huang Yumei replied. Selling out sounds harsh. Isn't it only natural for our future nephew-in-law to gift us a house? Observing their greedy expressions, Suli felt no desire to engage further. She turned to Shen Linfeng, who had just entered from outside. This house was your gift to them. It has nothing to do with me, so do not think you can use it to threaten me. Shen Linfeng looked at her gently. Ali, perhaps you've misunderstood. I am not trying to coerce you. I genuinely consider uncle and aunt as my family. Providing them with good living conditions makes them happy, and in turn, I am happy. That is all there is to it. Then why not just acknowledge them as your parents? With such a devoted son like you, they must be dreaming happily. After saying this, Su Li turned to leave. Shen Linfeng grasped her hand, his expression darkening. Ali, we should temper our tempers. Uncle and aunt have had it tough. It's rare for the family to be together. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy this time together? Humph. Family? They are family to you. Not to me. Su Li shook off his hand and strode away. Huang Yumei, fearing Shen Linfeng's displeasure, hastily said, Young Master Linfeng, please sit for a moment. This stubborn girl just has a peculiar temper. I'll talk to her. As Su Li prepared to hail a taxi, Huang Yumei chased after her, clutching her sleeve. You can't leave. You can't. Su Li looked coldly at her. Let go. Can't you listen a bit? Your uncle and I have lived quite a long life. It hasn't been easy for us. What is wrong with this large house? We can live together happily, with servants to attend to us. You are truly oblivious to your fortune. Having someone like young Master Linfeng pursuing you is a stroke of luck, and you should cherish it if you want to live in a large house. Do so on your own. I have no desire. Su Li yanked her hand free, and Huang Yumei stumbled to the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Kai rushed out, pointing at her and scolding, You ingrate. Have you forgotten how your family went bankrupt and we helped you? Who provided a bone marrow donation for Xiao Chun when he was gravely ill? How can you treat us this way without a pang of conscience? Su Li stood expressionless. I have no desire to converse with heartless individuals like you. It is a waste of breath. From now on, we part ways. Do not refer to me as your niece again. It is a disgrace. You? Huang Yumei fainted from anger. Wife, mom. Huang Yumei's husband and children rushed to support her, making Su Li appear exceedingly callous. Shen Linfeng approached. Ali, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Let us find a place to talk this over. Chapter 157. If we had not parted ways back then, ATA restaurant, Su Li sat opposite Shen Linfeng. She hadn't wanted to come. But Huang Yumei's family kept creating disturbances, forcing her hand. Shen Linfeng, I don't care what benefits they received from you. It has nothing to do with me. You needn't pursue these matters further. Shen Linfeng elegantly crossed his legs, observing her with a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Ali, everything I do is for your benefit. The source of your troubles has always been this family. Now that I've improved their living conditions, you need not worry about them anymore. So, should I thank you then? Thanking me is unnecessary. After all, I am genuinely serious about pursuing you. Su Li let out a cold laugh. Though they are my nominal uncle and aunt, they are not my true guardians. I bear no responsibility towards them. Your efforts may well be in vain. Do not end up causing yourself trouble. Ali, I take your words as concern for me. Let us not dwell on this. How have you been in Yuqing? Are you doing well? Very well, no need to worry. That's good. Shen Linfeng straightened up and waved to a nearby waiter. The waiter approached, inquiring, What would you like to order? The menu was in English, and he read each item aloud. Su Li glanced at her watch, her expression growing impatient. If you want to eat, go ahead. I am not hungry. That one tea do. I'm treating you to this meal as an apology. After placing his order, Shen Linfeng handed the menu to the waiter, tilting his chin with an air of arrogance. Put the bill in my name. I hear your establishment serves excellent dishes. I'll be bringing clients here in a few days. Understood. Mr. Gu. As he departed, Su Li sipped her water quietly, watching in silence. He casually tugged at his suit jacket, lazily lifting his eyelids. Alalai, tell me, if we hadn't broken up back then, wouldn't we have already tied the knot and had children by now? Our kids would even be ready for kindergarten. Su Li nearly spat out her water. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth and retorted, It's not even dark yet, and you're already daydreaming. How delightful your imagination is. Isn't it true? After all, we were the golden couple in school. You and I liked each other. Stop right there. There's no need to bring up the past. We were just young. It was merely childish affection. Moreover, had she known that Shen Linfeng was such a hypocritical scoundrel, she would never have been with him in the first place. Not far away, two figures appeared. Song-won followed closely behind Quan Yi, tugging at his sleeve. "Yi, isn't that Secretary Su and Linfeng over there?" Quan Yi glanced over coldly, his gaze sharp. "Oh, that's why Linfeng has been making such a fuss today. It seems he's pursuing his heart's desire. I heard he even prepared a grand house for Su Li's family. How enviable for Su Li to have Linfeng protecting her." Song-won spoke deliberately, observing his expression. Quan Yi said nothing, moving to a nearby table to summon a waiter for their order. Finding it dull, Song-won sat beside him. "Alalai, I bought movie tickets for tomorrow night. Let's go together." Su Li looked at the tickets on the table, unperturbed. "I don't like watching movies. Find someone else to go with." The hand beside Shin Linfeng tightened, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "It's fine. If you don't like movies, we can do something else. You don't need to waste any more time. I've told you we won't be together again. So please face reality." Su Li, feeling an utter lack of connection with Shin Linfeng, truly did not wish to linger any longer, grabbing her bag and standing up. "The one who needs to face reality is you." Seeing her remain so coldly indifferent, Shin Linfeng, who had been holding back for quite some time, finally erupted, slamming his chopsticks onto the table. She ignored him, intent on leaving. "If you dare step out that door today, I can guarantee that no man in Haicheng will want to marry you." Chapter 158. I pursue you. Don't be unappreciative. Su Li cast a sidelong glance at him, her voice icy. "Who are you trying to scare? Are you threatening me? I'll give you one more chance. Sit down and talk properly. Out of respect for your uncle and aunt, I can overlook your actions today." Shin Linfeng sat there, looking at her with an air of superiority, convinced that she should submit to him. "I genuinely pursue you. I hope you don't fail to appreciate it, and I am sincerely rejecting you. I also hope you don't fail to appreciate it." With a sudden burst of anger, Shin Linfeng stood up and swept the water glass off the table. "Su Li, our statuses are completely unequal now. If I marry you and make you the young mistress of the Quan family, your entire family should be grateful to me. Why can't you understand that? Sorry, but I don't think marrying you would be a good thing at all. What gives you the right to act so proud in front of me? When you were 12, you were kidnapped and locked in a dark room, not knowing how many men took advantage of you. What are you pretending to be so aloof for, that I even consider you as a stroke of luck for you?" With that, she splashed a glass of water in his face. "Respect yourself." The commotion caught the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. Song-won and Quan Yi turned to look. What is happening with Secretary Su and Linfeng? Why are they arguing? Seeing Su Li's expression, Quan Yi realized she was genuinely angry. She was typically composed and gentle, maintaining her temperament for 4 years, but today, Shin Linfeng must have struck a nerve. Shin Linfeng wiped the water from his face, feigning innocence. "Alalai, that's not what I meant. I was just speaking out of turn." Su Li ignored him, turning to leave. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to pour, and pedestrians hurried home. Without hesitation, she dashed into the downpour, her pace quickening into a run. Shin Linfeng chased after her, watching her figure vanish into the crowd, frustration etched across his face. "Damn it, I've worked so hard to win her over all this time. Why did I lose my temper tonight?" The rain intensified, washing away the earth and blurring his vision. Su Li wandered aimlessly, unsure of where to go. Suddenly, a large umbrella appeared, shielding her from the torrential rain. "Miss Su, Lord Quan requests your return." Zhang Quan stood beside her, holding the umbrella with a businesslike tone. She wiped the rain from her face, her voice hoarse. "He was also in the restaurant?" "Lord Quan witnessed everything that happened tonight. You should come back with me. It's too wet out, and you'll catch a cold." Su Li got into the car with Zhang Quan, who handed her a clean towel in that moment. She just wanted to find a quiet place to be alone, not wanting to deal with anyone. Zhang Quan reminded her, "Lord Quan wants you to return and rest well. He hopes you will be obedient." Upon arriving at Taoyuan, the maid had already prepared hot water and clean clothes for her. She knew these arrangements were made by Quan Yi, and she had no right to refuse. After her shower, Su Li sat by the window, gazing blankly at the rain. "Why do you act so proud in front of me? When you were 12, you were kidnapped and locked in a dark room, not knowing how many men took advantage of you. What are you pretending to be so aloof for, that I even consider you as a stroke of luck for you?" Shin Linfeng's words echoed in her mind. She tightened her grip on the cup, her eyes reflecting her anger. Chapter 159. "My nephew is quite taken with you." Su Li unfolded a photograph, revealing a pearl earring. 12 years ago, her grandmother had gifted her a pair of earrings. But one was lost in that unfortunate incident. After being kidnapped, in that dark little room, she faced endless fear. Even the slightest glimmer of light was a lifeline for her to cling to. In the darkness, she had no idea how long she had been there. Suddenly, one day, The tightly shut door was opened, and a figure stumbled in. The blurry silhouette appeared to be a man. She was terrified. Holding her breath in silence, fearing he would pounce and devour her whole, he seemed to sense something was amiss, intending to leave. But others forced their way in. He began to fight with them. Suli cowered in a corner, trembling with fear. They fought for what felt like an eternity until she heard a thud. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her shoulder, shattering her barrier of fear. She violently shrugged off the hand, attempting to escape, but he pinned her down. The man was tall and imposing, his dark gaze obscuring his features. But she sensed danger and fought back with all her might. In their struggle, one of her earrings fell off. She groped in the dark for a stone and struck his head, seizing the opportunity to flee. After that, she never dared to return to that place, and the earring was lost forever. Even now, remembering it still sent shivers down her spine. Lord Quan. Hearing the maid's voice outside, Suli snapped back to reality, quickly hiding the photo. Quan Yi walked in, casually draping his suit jacket over one arm and loosening his tie. Exuding an air of languid confidence, the maid hung up his jacket and quietly exited. Suli turned to him. Lord Quan, you're back. He stood with one hand in his pocket, scrutinizing her. What's wrong? Did you have an unpleasant dinner with Shen Linfeng today? You saw everything, didn't you? Whether I was happy or not is just the same. Come here and help me out of my clothes. He spread his arms, awaiting her service. Suli approached, untying his tie and removing his shirt. The man's robust physique was laid bare, his powerful abs and chest gleaming alluringly, making it hard to resist the urge to touch. Though she had seen it many times, her heart raced each time. He turned to face her, trapping her in his embrace. What did Shen Linfeng say to you today that made you so angry? Nothing much. I just find him annoying. It seems my nephew is quite taken with you. Don't you feel any old feelings rekindling? Suli sensed his gaze growing sharper, like a thorn piercing her. Lord Quan, discussing this will only sour your mood, so perhaps it's best not to. Quan Yi tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer. She felt almost crushed against him. Yuqing. Having Xiao Yu is not enough. Returning to Haiqing, there's still a suitor. How come I never knew my secretary was so alluring, drawing the attention of so many men? I and Lord Quan, also surrounded by countless admirers. Miss Song is devoted to you. Why didn't you spend more time with her tonight? Their gazes locked, a palpable tension lingering. Quan Yi studied her stubborn expression, her clever retorts igniting a desire to tear her apart. The room fell silent for a moment. He lifted her and placed her on the nearby table, beginning to settle old scores. You ran away from me and damaged quite a few of the villa's cameras. Tell me, how should I punish you? Chapter 160. Hiring a private investigator. Lord Quan. Hasn't that incident already passed? Did I say it was in the past? Suli knew she was in the wrong. If she didn't appease this unpredictable tiger, her days ahead would not be pleasant. I acknowledge my mistake. Next time you dare to run away, I shall break your legs, confining you to this room, forbidding you to step outside. Such a tyrant. So obsessively deranged, Quan Yi lifted her chin, his voice resonating with magnetism. Are you cursing me in your heart? Dare not, she replied. He gently pushed her aside and strode towards the bathroom, shedding his clothes as he went. Come in and scrub my back. Suli clenched her fists and waved them in the air, venting her frustration. Do I not have hands? Must I assist you even in bathing? What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and come here. Understood. The following morning, Quan Yi was having breakfast in the dining room when a maid rushed in. Sir, Miss Su has not yet risen, and despite calling her, she remains asleep. After finishing his meal, he elegantly dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. He had not had a proper rest during his time in U City. Thus, he decided to allow her to sleep in peace. I shall head to the company now. Understood. Quan Yi exited the villa, entering the car destined for his office. Su Li, hiding on the balcony of her room, sighed in relief only after the car had departed. She padded barefoot back to her room and retrieved her business card holder, making a phone call. Hello, this is Suli. I wish to meet you at Huanshan Bar shortly. Selecting an outfit from her wardrobe, she changed and ventured out. The bar was still quiet in the morning, with only a few staff members tidying up. Suli chose a table and sat down just as a server approached. Good morning, miss. What would you like to drink? A glass of plain water, please. Thank you. After a while of waiting, she frequently glanced at her watch. Soon, a young man entered, clad in denim and wielding a skateboard. With his dyed blonde hair and strikingly handsome features, he exuded a hint of rebellious charm. Scanning the room, his gaze settled on her, and he sauntered over. Suli gestured for him to sit. I say, Suli, we've only met twice. And yet you summoned me here with a phone call today. Don't you think that's rather presumptuous? Is there money to be made, and would you complain of its abundance? The young man raised an eyebrow, his demeanor turning serious. What significant business do you propose? What is the offer? Who is involved? Is there money? I must inform you, I typically do not accept ordinary jobs. Aku, how about my offer? You. Aku shot her a sideways glance, unimpressed. You are the esteemed secretary of a powerful figure. What need have you to seek out a mere private detective like me? Suli smiled. Though you are young, you are among the elite in the intelligence circle. How could I not seek your expertise? Aku proudly tousled his blonde hair, his nose in the air. I appreciate your flattering words. Now, what information do you wish for me to uncover? Suli handed him a photo of an earring. Investigate this earring's secrets, including its previous owner. Aku scrutinized the photo, bemused. Such a trivial item. And you wish to employ me, a renowned detective, for this? 1 million. I will pay you this amount upon successful completion. Chapter 161. Handsome, exiting through the back door. Sister Sue, your generosity is truly remarkable. Aku chuckled, stuffing the photo into his pocket. However, I am curious. You are already a member of the Red Alliance. Why not investigate this yourself? Suli had previously assisted Kuan Yi in gathering information across various industries and later met Aku, a private detective with an exceptional reputation in the intelligence department of the Red Alliance. Eventually, she invested some money into the Red Alliance, becoming a minor shareholder. Aku, ever the free spirit, showed no inclination to curry favor with her, which only increased Suli's confidence in him, allowing her to entrust him with such a significant task. I could have done it myself, but why make it laborious? Such professional matters are best left to experts. Unless you feel inadequate? Ridiculous. Who dares to claim I am inadequate? Prepare that 1 million for me, and I shall return with a bag full of information. Aku stood, clutching his skateboard, ready to leave. Suli noticed a familiar figure entering through the door and quickly urged him. Exit through the back door. Why? With your good looks, it would be quite ostentatious to leave through the front. You speak wisely. Aku beamed, finding her reasoning sound, and swaggered towards the back exit. Just then, Kuan Yi entered, accompanied by his entourage, and their eyes met. Kuan Yi glanced towards the direction Aku had departed, inquiring, "What brings you here, and who is that individual?" Suli, noticing the assistants trailing behind him, realized he must be here to meet clients. However, it was rather peculiar to meet clients at a bar. Oh, that was a little thug who had a dispute with Xiao Chun. I arranged to meet him to resolve their conflict. Is it truly necessary for you to personally handle a child's quarrel? Moreover, Xiao Chun is not even studying in Haicheng anymore. Why are you concerned? Even if Xiao Chun is absent, I remain uneasy. What if they clash again someday? Besides, it was a minor issue. A little money could have settled it. Kuan Yi appeared somewhat convinced by her explanation, studying her intently. Today, I am meeting with a client from the John Company to replace Bart. You shall accompany me shortly. Understood. Suli silently exhaled, relieved to have deceived him. The bar's upper level housed private rooms for guests to rest. Following Kuan Yi inside, Suli spotted a man and woman seated on the sofa. Both were strikingly attractive French nationals. Hello, Mr. Kuan. I am Jason. The man stood and extended his hand for a handshake. This is my sister, Leah. Kuan Yi reciprocated the handshake with Leah, who was vivacious, and exclaimed, "The women here are truly stunning." Like fairies, Lee acknowledged her with a slight nod. The group briefly discussed Bart's situation, learning that John had revoked all of Bart's responsibilities within the corporation, now entirely under Jason's management, who assured Kuan Yi of his cooperation in successfully completing the project. While they conversed, Suli stepped outside to take a phone call. "Ali, you must return home immediately. Something significant has occurred." The shrill voice of Huang Yumei pierced through. Chapter 162. Deservedly, Aunt has been blocked when she claimed something significant. It usually meant trivial matters. Suli glanced at the private room, lowering her voice. "I am at work. Do not create unnecessary troubles. I must hang up." Young Master Linfeng admitted he was out of line last night. "Do not hold it against him. He is hosting a banquet today to apologize, so please ask your boss for leave and return. I cannot simply request leave at work. You all enjoy yourselves?" She replied before hanging up and activating airplane mode on her phone. On the other end, Huang Yumei attempted to call again, but the calls were blocked. That ungrateful girl. Has she blocked me again? This is intolerable. Huang Yumei cursed under her breath, returning to the living room. Shen Linfeng and Zhou Kai sat at the table, observing her. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Zhou Kai inquired, "Dear, how did it go? When will that girl return? She insists on dining alone. She won't be back, that stubborn girl. I personally called her back. How dare she defy me? Zhou Kai stood up, but Huang Yumei restrained him. Enough, enough, do not go. Su Li will not answer our calls again. We shall wait until she returns to discuss this properly. Shen Linfeng's expression darkened, filled with displeasure. Linfeng, since Su Li is busy with work, shall we eat without her? Zhou Kai added, rest assured, when that girl returns, we shall properly reprimand her for her disrespect. It is unacceptable, especially without parental guidance. Enough, both of you, leave. Shen Linfeng raised a hand to rub his temples. Clearly irritated, Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai exchanged glances. Young Master Linfeng, you promised us you would arrange for our son and daughter to enter the best school in Haicheng. I will have my assistant handle that. You need not worry. Very well. Huang Yumei and Zhou Kai left, looking reassured. Outside, a well-dressed couple entered, their expression sour upon seeing Huang Yumei and her husband. Shen Linfeng stood, calling out, Father, Aunt, what brings you here? Quan Lang, with a stern expression, coldly huffed and tossed a stack of papers onto the table in front of him. What have you been up to lately? Are you even working properly? Father, why are you so angry? Shen Linfeng picked up the papers, glancing at the records of his recent extravagant expenditures. Quan Lang was fully aware of his spending, even knowing precisely where the money had gone. You've been buying houses, jewelry, and cars again. Linfeng, our family does not lack for money, but spending it on that couple is unwarranted. Dio, you think our family is a charity? Father, please let me explain. What further explanations could there be? Is it not evident that this grand house was a gift from you to them? We have all witnessed it with our own eyes, and now they live here contentedly as a family. I say, Linfeng, what do you seek from them, given that they are not related to you in any manner? After He Yuan finished speaking, she approached Quan Lang and draped her arm around his shoulder. Clad in a red, figure-hugging dress that accentuated her curves, her voluminous waves of hair lent her an air of flamboyance, while her heavy makeup and sultry gaze were undeniably captivating. She was Quan Lang's new wife and also Shen Linfeng's stepmother. It was said that she had once been a minor star in the entertainment industry, lacking any significant recognition, until she caught Quan Lang's eye and entered the Quan family. Shen Linfeng held her in contempt due to her humble origins. Yet He Yuan, emboldened by Quan Lang's affection, relished the opportunity to assert her dominance over him, much to his irritation. Chapter 163. Is the ex perhaps overly confident? Your Aunt Yuan is correct. These individuals seem insatiably greedy. What do you aim to achieve? You ought to reclaim the house swiftly. It appears you wish to provoke me. Quan Lang patted his chest, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. He Yuan, smoothing his back affectionately, advised him not to take offense and to address matters calmly. Shen Linfeng gazed at them and declared, Father, I approach my endeavors with a well-thought-out plan, not haphazardly. Just wait and see. I will undoubtedly restore your reputation in front of Uncle. Hasn't he always looked down upon our family? Once I establish myself within the Quan group, he will no longer regard us with disdain. Quan Lang squinted slightly, tapping the table with one hand. What are your thoughts? They are all relatives of Su Li. I merely wish to use this opportunity to draw closer to Uncle. Su Li, the beautiful secretary beside Lord Quan, He Yuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. That secretary has been by Lord Quan's side for 4 years. He seems to value her highly. Some confidential documents from the group have passed through her hands. If we can cultivate a relationship with her, it would inevitably strengthen our ties with Lord Quan. Shen Linfeng regarded her with a knowing look. Aunt Yuan is correct. My intention is to pursue Su Li and marry her. She possesses a deep understanding of Uncle, which will be invaluable to us in the future. However, Quan Lang frowned. How can you be so certain that she will choose to be with you? I am indeed certain, for we have previously been in a relationship. Though we parted due to certain circumstances, I am convinced that she still harbors feelings for me. I was the one who initiated the breakup, and she likely blames me for it. He Yuan let out a tinkling laugh. So, our Linfeng has a romantic history. It's splendid that Secretary Su once had a relationship with you. Rekindling old flames should be quite effortless. Thus, if I can ensure that her relatives heed my wishes, Su Li will eventually find her way into my embrace. By marrying Uncle's esteemed secretary, we will be considered family. Surely Uncle will lend me a hand within the group, and our family's standing will rise significantly. At least far above the second families. Quan Lang remained silent, his expression inscrutable. He Yuan, excitedly shaking his arm, urged, Darling, why are you so quiet? I believe Linfeng's suggestion is excellent. Do you not agree? Enough, Quan Lang replied, visibly irritated. You know well who Qian Yi is. How could he ever place his people beside us? This matter requires careful consideration. What is there to ponder? Linfeng is an exceptional young man with a distinguished background. For Su Li to marry him would be a stroke of luck for her. Shen Linfeng firmly concurred with He Yuan's assertion. Previously, when Su Li's family had not fallen into disarray, she had been a privileged young lady. Now, she was merely a pitiful creature without parents. For him to seek her out again would be a testament to his regard for her. Humph, unless you truly possess the ability to win Su Li over. I shall never believe in your words. With that, Quan Lang stood and walked away. He Yuan turned to Shen Linfeng with a smile, saying, "Do your utmost, and once you establish yourself within the Quan group, your father will surely regard you with newfound respect. I have great faith in you." Due to the circumstances of being an illegitimate child, the relationship between Quan Lang and Shen Linfeng was not particularly warm. Shen Linfeng sat in his seat, gripping his wine glass tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. Securing her affection should be simple enough. Chapter 164. Feeling nauseous, am I pregnant? After Su Li visited the restroom, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a shocking scene in the hallway. A couple stood passionately embracing in the corridor. Even from a distance, she could hear their voices. My goodness, what has become of the world? Are people truly this open nowadays? Su Li thought of covering her eyes to pass by but realized that the two appeared somewhat familiar. When they turned their heads, she recognized them as Jason and Leah. Su Li froze, a wave of nausea rising from her stomach, and hurriedly covered her mouth as she dashed back to the restroom. Ugh! She retched over the sink. Though nothing came up, the earlier scene had been simply revolting. Here, wipe your mouth. A hand extended toward her, offering a tissue. Following the elegant wrist adorned with an expensive jade bracelet, Su Li's gaze met the striking visage of a girl whose blue eyes seemed to ensnare the soul. Leah smiled sweetly, reminiscent of an innocent little rabbit. You seem to be unwell. Could it be that you're pregnant? Su Li accepted the tissue and wiped her mouth, unsure how to explain that it was their actions that had revolted her. No, my stomach has just been acting up lately. Leah crossed her arms and leaned against the nearby sink, conversing in fluent Chinese. No wonder people here are so conservative. They react so dramatically upon seeing Jason and me like this. We're merely in a normal relationship. Is such a reaction truly necessary? Have you never been in love? Su Li frowned. Do your families know about this? Leah suddenly let out a soft laugh. Sister, are you perhaps a bit naive? It's merely a nominal relationship. We are genuinely in love. With that, she sauntered away. Su Li realized she had misunderstood and breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it was just a false alarm. Upon returning to the private room, she found only Qianyi sitting inside. Where are they? Jason invited me to the beach. I was waiting for you. Can I opt not to go? What do you think? His gaze shot toward her, and Su Li's rejection caught in her throat. Qianyi and Jason had rented a seaside villa, intending to spend a few days there. While it was supposed to be a vacation, Qianyi remained glued to his computer, occasionally engaged in video conferences, never allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Were it not for John's sake, he wouldn't have come today. That day, Jason and Leah were headed into the water, inviting them to join. Ollie, are you and Lord Quan playing outside? Su Li lounged on a beach chair, conversing on the phone with Meng Sang. Qianyi had returned to the villa to attend to some matters, while Jason and Leah frolicked in the water, full of laughter. She pushed her sunglasses up slightly and replied, I'm with a client. I initially thought that getting rid of Bart would bring someone serious. But this one is even more outrageous. What's wrong? Is he ugly? Not ugly, but there are certain aspects I find intolerable. Upon seeing them embracing in the water, Su Li turned her head away, unwilling to watch. What is it? Hurry and tell me. I'm dying of curiosity. Meng Sang, the gossip enthusiast, could hardly contain herself. As Su Li noticed Leah approaching, she quickly said, All right, I won't say any more. She's coming. After hanging up, Leah, clad in a bikini, showcased her stunning figure. Come on, let us go play in the water together. Leah tossed a pink swimsuit into Su Li's arms. Chapter 165. Make her wear the swimsuit in the changing room. Su Li changed into her swimsuit and found it hard to bear. The thin fabric barely concealed her modesty, leaving much of her skin exposed. Was there truly no difference from being nude? She was reluctant to wear such attire outside and was about to change back when Leah entered, grabbing her arm. You look fantastic. I knew this swimsuit would suit you perfectly. It's too revealing. I should change. That's how swimsuits are meant to be. Moreover, with your figure, why hide it? Shouldn't you display it while you're still young? A woman's youth is precious. There's no shame in showing off. Saying this, she picked up a bottle of perfume from the side and sprayed it on Su Li. What are you doing? Su Li exclaimed, unable to dodge in time. This makes you more alluring. Men adore this irresistible allure. Trust me, Su Li felt helpless. Foreigners were indeed quite liberal. If she wore this out, Wouldn't Tianyi tear her apart? She still wanted to change, but Leah pushed her out. Come on, it looks great. Hiding it would be such a waste. As they rounded the corner, they encountered Zhang Quan striding toward them. Su stepped back, hiding behind the wall. Zhang Quan approached, his gaze falling solely upon Leah's extraordinarily seductive figure. And he turned his head awkwardly. Miss Su? Su Li peered out from behind the wall, asking timidly, is there something you need? Lord Quan requests your presence. All right, I understand. Zhang Quan remained still, and Su Li cleared her throat. Zhang Quan, you may go ahead. I will join shortly, then do hurry. Lord Quan dislikes waiting. Yes, I know. Zhang Quan turned and walked away. Su Li let out a sigh of relief and glanced down at her scantily clad attire. Leah said, hey, are you still going to swim? Don't dawdle. You go ahead. My boss is looking for me. Then I'll wait for you by the beach. Hurry. After Leah finished speaking, she walked away. Su Li glanced at her watch. Time was of the essence, and she hurriedly donned a coat before rushing over. Zhang Quan was right. Quan Yi despised waiting for others, typically allotting only 5 minutes, if one failed to arrive within that time frame. The consequences were theirs to bear. Upon entering the room, she found Quan Yi seated inside, awaiting her. You were looking for me? He inquired, lifting his gaze to see her slowly entering, wrapped in a long trench coat. Quan Yi frowned. Is it particularly cold today? It's bearable. I'm just protecting my skin from the sun, she replied. He paid little heed, lowering his eyes as he spoke slowly. I heard Lin Feng arranged a house for your uncle and aunt. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't anticipated the news reaching Quan Yi so swiftly. Lord Quan, I also didn't expect them to act this way. I will ensure they vacate the property promptly. Lin Feng has already informed me. He is willing to exchange this house under his name, which shows how deeply he feels for you. The last comment carried a palpable chill. Regardless, I have made it clear to him that we are impossible. Su Li asserted. Quan Yi tossed the magazine he held onto the table with force. If Shan Linfeng desires my attention, he must earn it through his own merits rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. You are right, Lord Quan. He is indeed overestimating his approach. He beckoned her closer with a wave of his hand. Su Li bit her lip, hesitating as she approached. Annoyed by her reluctance, Quan Yi swiftly pulled her closer. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Su Li instinctively tried to evade him, but as she turned, her coat was yanked down, revealing a considerable expanse of skin. Chapter 166. Who allowed you to wear such things? Su Li felt a chill sweep over her, her mind blank. The room fell into a momentary silence. Quan Yi's expression shifted from pale to dark, his features betraying an indescribable turmoil as he swallowed hard. Su Li's attire was almost as revealing as being unclothed, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Lord Quan, may I have my coat back? She cautiously extended her hand, attempting to reclaim the garment. Quan Yi's gaze bore into her. Dressed like this, are you attempting to seduce someone? This was given to me by Leah. She insisted I accompany her for a swim, though I wasn't particularly keen on it. You say you don't want to go, but deep down, you do, don't you? What are you implying, Lord Quan? Jason and Leah are now the group's most significant partners. I was merely trying to avoid causing you trouble by rejecting her. Then would you be agreeable to her sending you out naked in the future? But I'm not naked yet in essence. It's almost the same. Quan Yi's gaze lingered on her alluring figure. His composure wavering, if he found it unbearable, how could other men not? He was all too aware of her figure, as she typically dressed modestly, leaving others unaware of her true allure. Lord Quan, Zhang Quan knocked and prepared to enter. Simultaneously, Quan Yi, with lightning speed, draped the coat back over Su Li, spinning her around and tying a knot at her waist. Bewildered, Su Li found herself resembling a cocoon, a rather comical sight. Zhang Quan stood at the door. Dumbfounded, his mind racing as he questioned whether he should have entered at all. Was I supposed to wait outside? He pondered. Lord Quan, I was in too much of a hurry to remember. What is it? Miss Song has arrived and is almost here, this. Su Li turned to Quan Yi, alarmed. If Song Wan was here, remaining in this state was unacceptable. Quan Yi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. Understood, you may leave. All right. Zhang Quan exited promptly. With a dark expression, Quan Yi instructed her, change your clothes. If you wish to wear it tonight, you may. Tonight? How would I even manage to get out of bed? Su Li quickly donned her coat and scurried off to change. Upon exiting, Zhang Quan stood outside, observing her with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, is this the recent style among your kind? No, it's what Lord Quan prefers to see. I never knew Lord Quan had such tastes. When she returned, she found Song Wan already seated beside Quan Yi. attentively organizing files for him. Upon noticing Su Li's entrance, she smiled and said, "Secretary Su, I just brought Lord Quan some soup. You seem to be looking a bit unwell. Would you like some?" "Thank you, Miss Song, but I'll pass. Secretary Su, working beside Lord Quan must be strenuous. He trusts you as one of his own, and I will do the same. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me, especially since I will soon be part of the same family as Lord Quan." Song Wan adopted a demeanor befitting a matriarch. Su Li cast a sidelong glance at Quan Yi, lowering her eyes as she replied, "All right, understood. Secretary Su, why are you still here? I've been waiting for you on the beach for ages. Don't dawdle any longer. Let us go swimming." Liao burst in, taking her hand to drag her away, only to notice her attire. "Hey, why did you change out of your swimsuit?" Chapter 167. The privileges of a fiancé. I decided against swimming. "Find someone else to accompany you." Su Li diplomatically declined. Liao pouted, "Why are you being like this? We agreed to go in together, and now you're leaving me hanging to Mr. Quan. Is this how your team treats us?" Quan Yi remained silent in the face of Lia's inquiry. Meanwhile, Song Wan stepped forward with a gracious smile. "You must be Jason's sister, the new partner of Quan Corporation. Hello. I'm Song Wan. Su Li found herself pushed aside. Liao looked at her in confusion. "And you are?" "I am Lord Quan's fiancé. Oh, a fiancé?" Liao shook her hand and shrugged. "Well, since this little secretary doesn't want to swim, why don't you join me instead? It's more fun with two. Sure, I often participated in water activities while abroad. I can accompany you." Song Wan responded cheerfully, exuding an air of elegance. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Su Li. Her expression haughty. Su Li felt relieved to have narrowly escaped a predicament. After all, she had no desire to swim under the scorching sun. Song Wan turned to Quan Yi. "Ah Yi, I'm going to the beach with Liao. You should join us," he simply replied. "I have a meeting later." "You go ahead." Liao retorted. "Mr. Quan, we agreed to go to the beach together. Why aren't you joining?" "Busy." With that, he dismissed her outright. "No matter, we'll have fun ourselves," Song Wan said, taking Lia's hand as they departed. In the room, only the two of them remained. Quan Yi looked at Su Li, who stood frozen in place, and instructed, "Come over and organize these files. I'll need them shortly." "Understood." In the changing room, Song Wan had already donned her swimsuit. Liao leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, and extinguished it upon her exit, circling around her. "Your figure is quite lovely as well. What do the girls here eat to grow up like this? I'm envious." "Which girls have you seen?" Song Wan asked, intrigued. "The little secretary from just now. I had her wear this swimsuit too. But she's too shy to wear it out." As Song Wan admired her reflection, she couldn't help but think how appealing the swimsuit was, likely to be seen as a temptress in the eyes of men. She wondered how Quan Yi would react if he saw her in it. When she finally stepped before him in that attire, he was engrossed in his work, his head bowed. Su Li stood to the side, awkwardly diverting her gaze. She finally understood the formidable allure of such minimal fabric. "Ah Yi, do you really not want to join us for a swim?" Song Wan asked gently. "Not going. You all go ahead. But the weather outside is lovely. It would do you good to get some fresh air." Quan Yi lifted his gaze, momentarily pausing as his eyes fell upon her, but only for a fleeting second. "Since you've changed, hurry along, but I would prefer you to come with us. How about you manage the company for me, and I'll retire early?" His voice grew colder, the displeasure evident as he refused to repeat himself. "All right, I'll go myself then. Wait for me after you've finished." A hint of disappointment flickered within Song Wan as he turned his attention away from her. Yet she reassured herself, believing his disinterest in women was a good thing. It meant no other woman could entice him. However, her gaze fell upon Su Li, and her heart sank. Su Li was simply too breathtaking. Placing such a beautiful vase nearby would inevitably draw the urge to touch. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Quan Yi inquired, noticing Song Wan still lingering. Chapter 168. "Miss, do you require assistance?" After Song Wan departed, Su Li sought an excuse to slip away. With his fiancée present, her presence was no longer necessary. Just as she made a move, Quan Ye's gaze landed on her. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going to fetch you a glass of water." "You've worked hard, Lord Quan. Today, you will stay here and finish these documents before leaving." A towering stack of files sat on the table, and she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take to organize them. Most were records from several years ago, hardly worth the effort. Yet, in the face of Quan Yi's command, she dared not argue. As he prepared for an online meeting, Su Li logged into her WeChat on the computer and organized the meeting notes, ensuring everything was ready for him. "Lord Quan, we can begin the meeting now." As he entered from outside, Suli discreetly stood to the side. As Kuan Yi settled himself down and opened the conference group chat. He activated the online meeting mode. Soon, a window popped up on the screen, revealing that the managers from subsidiaries under the Quan Group had gathered, each sitting upright at their desks. Kuan Yi exuded a commanding presence. His silence commanded respect, and no one dared to speak first. Suli assisted him in sharing the screen, projecting the contents of his computer for all to see. The meeting commenced, with a decisive command from Kuan Yi. Everyone began to open their laptops and notebooks. The first agenda item, ding dong. WeChat notifications chimed in. Everyone held their breath, anticipating which unfortunate soul would face repercussions. Point 1 of Kuan Ye's 3 cardinal rules was that all mobile phones be turned off during meetings, and no one was permitted to disrupt the proceedings. Suli quickly realized that her own WeChat had not been closed. In her haste, she inadvertently clicked into the chat box. Ding dong, ding dong. Several messages appeared, accompanied by comical, flirtatious emojis and some rather outrageous remarks. When will you come for another massage, miss? We've recently launched new services at our shop. Loyal customers can enjoy a 20% discount, along with upgraded services for your utmost comfort. Would you like to give it a try? Why are you ignoring me? Last time, you said our service was excellent. Flustered, Suli desperately attempted to close the chat box, but the more anxious she became, the more misclicks she made. The astonishing messages left the attendees bewildered. Was everyone around Kuan Yi so open-minded? The atmosphere turned tense as Kuan Ye's gaze chilled, his emotions rippling through the room like an invisible storm. Trembling, Suli finally managed to shut the chat window, inhaling deeply as she stepped aside, gesturing for him to continue. Kuan Yi cast her a cold glance, closed unrelated software, and resumed the meeting. Suli discreetly deleted the massage therapist from her contacts. Unsurprisingly, Kuan Yi later confronted her, asking about the contact labeled muscle man. I added him while getting a massage in Yuqing. We're not even familiar with each other. Not familiar, yet you added him on WeChat? You nearly derailed my meeting today. I sincerely apologize, sir. Kuan Ye's lowered brows concealed his simmering anger. Go reflect on your actions, and do not leave without my permission. Reluctantly, Suli exited, cursing her troublesome friend Meng Sang under her breath. Meanwhile, Meng Sang, lounging in her own bedroom playing video games, sneezed several times, resulting in a game over. Who dares to insult me from behind? Chapter 169. Miss Su, have you angered Kuan Yi again? Suli stood in the corridor, reflecting on her predicament while venting about her best friend in her thoughts. Perhaps due to something she ate, a dull pain began to surface in her abdomen. Zhang Quan approached her, unable to resist inquiring, Miss Su, have you angered Kuan Yi again? No, then why the self-reflection? He thinks I am not performing well. Being punished to stand in reflection by Kuan Yi typically meant enduring for over 3 hours. Zhang Quan silently sympathized with her before turning to head into the room. Suli pressed her hand against her abdomen, her complexion paling. Miss Song, your swimming skills are truly impressive, and you can even ride a jet ski. I'd love to join you next time. Song Wan and Leah returned, each wrapped in towels, chatting and laughing. Noticing Suli standing there, Song Wan's smile softened. Secretary Su, what are you doing here? Sir asked me to wait outside. She refrained from mentioning her punishment. Song Wan's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she kindly remarked, Rai has a bit of a temper, especially if his subordinates are not diligent. Miss Su, you should take care next time. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Song. With a gentle laugh, Song Wan strolled inside. Elia followed eagerly. Miss Song, did she do something wrong? No worries, let's go greet Yi and invite him to join us for a barbecue by the beach. As Suli stood outside, she overheard their lively conversation and caught Kuan Yi agreeing to join them for the barbecue. Throughout, she felt like an outsider, standing alone on the periphery. After approximately 3 hours, Kuan Yi finally nodded for her to return. Secretary Su, come join us for barbecue. We prepared some by the beach and invited a few friends. Song Wan courteously invited her. No, thank you. You all enjoy yourselves. Very well. Song Wan nodded, smiling as she walked away. Suli retreated to her room to rest, collapsing onto the bed. The pain in her abdomen intensified, causing her to frown deeply. Meng Sang sent several messages, but she lacked the energy to respond as the discomfort persisted. She dozed off against her pillow. After an undetermined time, she was awakened by a commotion next door. There were thuds, objects crashing to the ground, and cries. Groggy, Suli sat up and pressed her ear against the wall to listen. The sounds were unmistakably those of Jason and Leah. The ruckus made her head throb. Did these two really need to be so animated? Unable to bear the noise any longer, she dragged her weary body to the couch, poured herself a glass of water, and then laid down to sleep. Her phone on the bed started ringing, but she didn't hear it in the lobby downstairs. Kuan Yi stood with one hand in his pocket while the other held his phone. What is Su Li doing? Why isn't she answering my calls? Song Wan, now dressed elegantly, approached him. He tucked his phone back into his pocket. She grasped his arm. Yi, it's still early. Why not take a stroll nearby? I hear the night view here is quite lovely. Jason and Leah have gone back to their rooms. You should rest too and return to sleep. I'll have someone take you back tomorrow, but I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. I'm busy. You don't need to accompany me. Song Wan playfully clung to his arm, shaking her head, but at that moment, Kuan Yi received a phone call, inadvertently releasing her hand. Return to your room and rest. I have things to attend to. Song Wan stood rooted, staring at his departing figure. An assistant approached. Miss, the Lord has been extraordinarily busy lately. He is not intentionally neglecting you. I understand. After all, we are to be married. I'm not in a rush. Chapter 170. Today is not convenient. As night fell, the moon quietly crept into the shroud of darkness. Su Li, drowsily asleep, began to feel increasingly warm. As if enveloped by a fiery embrace, she shifted slightly, only to find a large hand gripping her waist tightly. The familiar scent within the room compelled her to open her eyes. Although the light was dim, she could still make out the profile of the man beside her, startling her awake. Kuan Yi, what are you doing here? Kuan Yi held her waist firmly with one hand, preventing her from moving. In the night, his voice was even more magnetic and sensual. I searched for you for ages, only to find you sneaking off to sleep here. I just dozed off for a bit. Is it not time to wake up yet? His large hand began to explore beneath her clothing. Su Li tensed up, swiftly pressing down on his hand. I'm not feeling well. You were perfectly fine earlier. Why do you feel unwell now? Are you making excuses to avoid me? Don't forget that you angered me today. Regarding that matter with the massage therapist, she felt utterly wronged. I'm not lying. I truly feel unwell. Kuan Yi ignored her protestations. Continuing his advances, as Su Li struggled but found herself unable to escape, she surrendered, feeling utterly drained of energy. Just as they were about to reach a significant moment, Kuan Yi sensed something amiss. Blushing, Su Li insisted, I've already told you. Today is not convenient. His expression darkened instantly as he raised his hand to lightly tap her, akin to reprimanding a child. Why does your period have to show up now of all times? If it's going to come, I can't control it. Su Li only then realized she had started her period and groggily made her way to the bathroom, requesting the staff to bring her some sanitary pads. She had slept soundly until now. Kuan Yi helped her put on her clothes, wrapping her gently in his arms, his tone still somewhat displeased. Sleep. In the dim light, Su Li lay quietly, clearly aware of the man's steady breathing behind her. Kuan Yi, Miss Song is staying in the room ahead. You should leave early tomorrow to avoid being discovered. What, do I appear so scandalous now? He playfully pinched her waist, as if to punish her. Miss Song is, after all, your fiancée and future wife. It wouldn't be right for her to see us like this. I kindly ask you not to put me in a difficult position. He said nothing, merely holding her and gently caressing her waist. Su Li believed he had heeded her words, allowing herself to drift off to sleep peacefully. The following morning, she awoke to find the space beside her already empty. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 9 o'clock. Though she typically did not suffer from menstrual cramps, today her body felt unusually uncomfortable, and the pain in her abdomen was becoming more pronounced. Feeling hungry, she dragged her weary self to the dining room for breakfast. After a few bites of simple fare, her appetite waned. Song Wan and Leah entered, chatting cheerfully, and upon seeing her, they both came to a halt. Song Wan released Leah's hand and approached. Miss Su, are you having breakfast? Su Li looked up, nodding. Good morning, Miss Song. It's quite late now. Almost 10 o'clock. I must say, Yi is quite generous, allowing you to sleep in this late. It shows how much he values you as a subordinate. You're too kind, Miss Song. I'm just feeling a bit unwell today. How about we go to the hospital for a checkup? I can accompany you. No need. Leah approached and said, please stop chatting, hurry over, they are urging us. Song Wan glanced at Su Li and added, there is a special performance prepared by Jason. You should join us. Chapter 171. He said she couldn't dance. Su Li followed Song Wan into a spacious private room, where several men in tailored suits sat around a round table, watching the beautiful dancers perform. It was said that this dance troupe had been specially invited from South Korea, known for their passionate and wild dances that could enliven the atmosphere. The men present were either wealthy or influential, and some had already fixed their eyes on their chosen prey, wearing expressions of amusement. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the show. Song Wan took a seat next to Kuan Yi, elegantly smoothing her skirt. Leah nestled beside Jason, cheerfully exclaiming, "I didn't expect there to be so many fun things here. Miss Song said she would take me horseback riding and hunting this afternoon. She truly is remarkable." Jason laughed heartily. "Is that so? Miss Song appears delicate, but I didn't realize she was so versatile. I shall entrust Leah to you. Please take good care of her." Songwon replied, "Of course, it's no trouble at all. Both you and Miss Leah are friends of mine." And Suli took a seat at a nearby table, deliberately keeping her distance. She planned to remain for a while as a mere formality before leaving. After the dance troupe concluded their performance, there would be an entertainment segment where the distinguished guests could name their favorite dancers, inviting them to perform a solo dance. One of the dancers was called to do a pole dance, her slender waist twisting in a manner that nearly caused Suli to swoon. She couldn't help but lament the extravagant pursuits of the wealthy. Noticing Suli seated at the back, Songwon suddenly remarked, "Secretary Su seems to have some dance experience as well. Why not show us a dance?" Suli found herself unexpectedly targeted, wondering if she had inadvertently offended Songwon today. She instinctively glanced at Quan Yi, who remained composed, sipping his drink, showing no reaction. Jason immediately perked up. "Secretary Su, you can dance too. The people around President Quan are indeed extraordinary. You should definitely give it a try." In an instant, all eyes were on her. However, given that she was Quan Ye's secretary, everyone hesitated, awaiting his approval. "President Quan, what do you think? Should we let her dance?" Jason inquired. Quan Yi, gently stroking his wine glass, replied slowly, "She is not particularly skilled at dancing." Songwon interjected, "That's impossible. I've seen her credentials. She won several dance awards in college. With her level of expertise, she could join a national dance troupe." "I say she cannot dance, and thus she cannot," Quan Yi stated, looking at Songwon with a cold glint in his eyes, a silent warning. Songwon's face turned awkward in an instant as she laughed dryly. "Indeed, just because she could dance in college doesn't mean she can now. Secretary Su has diligently worked alongside IE for these past years. She may have lost her touch with dancing." Seeing Quan Yi's stance, the others dared not argue further. Songwon cast a meaningful glance at Suli, who sensed the hostility but chose to ignore it, her stomach starting to ache again. She pressed her hand against her abdomen and took a deep breath, lifting a glass of warm water to sip. "Are you all right?" A gentleman approached, inquiring with gentlemanly concern. He was from Quan Ye's table. Having been drawn to her beauty for a while, "I'm fine, thank you. You look a bit pale. Perhaps I could assist you outside for some fresh air?" Suli instinctively recoiled from his outstretched hand. "No, thank you. I'm really fine." In her retreat, she accidentally knocked over a water cup, splashing water onto the man's expensive white shirt. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Mr. Guan is simply showing concern for you. And you treat him like this?" The man's female secretary stepped forward, clearly displeased, and pushed Suli aside, reprimanding her. Suli quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Is that all you have to say? Look at what you've done to Mr. Guan's clothes. Who do you think you are to be allowed in here?" The secretary was aggressive, dripping with disdain. The attention of the entire table shifted toward them. Quan Yi frowned at the sight of Suli being scolded, his protective instincts flaring. He was about to intervene when Songwon preemptively stepped in, approaching to ask, "What's going on?" Chapter 172. Songwon's feigned concern. "This woman has stained Mr. Guan's clothes, displaying such a lack of manners," the female secretary replied. Songwon walked over, linking her arm with Suli's, and explained, "Miss Su is President Guan's secretary. If she has erred in any way, I apologize on her behalf. I'll take care of the damages. Please don't be upset, Mr. Guan." Upon hearing that Suli was Quan Ye's secretary, the expressions of the two adversaries shifted, instinctively glancing at Quan Yi. The secretary of Quan Yi's was a reflection of his standing. Who would dare provoke a tiger? With Songwon affectionately holding Suli's hand, an outsider might mistake them for close friends. Songwon smiled generously. "It's all a misunderstanding. An apology suffices. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Guan." Mr. Guan glanced at Suli, realizing she was untouchable, and could only walk away helplessly. Suli's discomfort grew, and she felt dizzy. "Are you all right?" Songwon steadied her. "I'm fine." "You're as pale as a ghost and still claim to be fine." Songwon turned to Quan Yi, saying, "Yi, I'll take Secretary Su back to her room to rest. You all carry on." Quan Yi nodded slightly, watching as Songwon assisted Suli out. Jason teased, "President Quan, having a fiancée like Miss Song is truly a blessing. She clearly knows how to handle matters and will undoubtedly be a great asset to your career." Leah chimed in playfully, "What? Is it only other people's fiancés who are good?" Jason replied, "Darling, no one else's fiancé compares to you. You're the best. Come give me a kiss." Quan Yi ignored their antics, taking a sip from his wine glass, his gaze dark and inscrutable. Song Wan escorted Su Li back to her room. Once Su Li lay on the bed, she murmured, "Thank you, I'm fine now. You can go back to your business, I'm not busy. I came to accompany Yi these past few days." Song Wan poured her a glass of water and moved a chair next to her to sit down. Su Li observed her demeanor with hesitation, asking, "Miss Song, is there something else? About my suggestion for you to leave the Quan group last time, have you given it some thought?" She smiled gently, as if casually inquiring about dinner plans. Su Li lowered her gaze. She had already left the Quan group, but now she was being forcibly brought back by Quan Yi. These details were not something she could share with Song Wan. "I also wish to leave, but President Quan won't let me go. Why not propose your resignation and see what happens?" "I have, but he disagrees. Perhaps Miss Song could advocate on my behalf?" Song Wan's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she replied with a smile, "It's all right. You possess remarkable abilities. Yi keeps you close to assist with many matters. I'll take my leave now." At that moment, Su Li's phone rang. Song Wan glanced over casually and saw the name on the screen. "You sure?" Su Li picked up the phone, saying, "This is a friend I met in Yucheng. She might need to discuss something with me." "You've made friends while on a business trip with Yi. She is the wife of the president of the Fu Group, so naturally." "IVE had more interactions. At this." Song Wan raised an eyebrow, her step returning as she sat back down. "Su Li," puzzled, asked, "Aren't you leaving?" "I'll stay a bit longer. You can take your call." When the call connected, Yi Shi appeared on video, cradling Xiaozhu with a joyful expression. "Ali, am I interrupting you?" "Not at all. What brings you to call today?" "Xiaozhu wanted to see you. This little one can't sit still, so I thought I'd give you a call to cheer him up." Su Li exchanged a few playful words with the child, who clapped his hands in delight. "Is this President Fu's child? He is so adorable." At that moment, Song Wan leaned over and directed the camera toward herself. Chapter 173. Joyful news. Yi Shi is coming to Haicheng before Su Li could speak. The camera had already shifted away from her. Song Wan greeted Yi Shi with enthusiasm. "Hello, Mrs. Fu. Your child is truly adorable." Yi Shi appeared slightly taken aback, asking, "And you are?" "I'm Song Wan, President Quan's fiancé. I am not accompanying him on this business trip, so you might not recognize me." "Fiancé?" Yi Shi's expression shifted to one of surprise as she subtly glanced at Su Li. "We plan to host an engagement banquet soon. You and President Fu must come to celebrate. The Quan Group and the Fu Group have already established a partnership, and we will soon be one family." Yi Shi slowly grasped the situation, nodding, "I see. Well, I look forward to your good news." Suddenly, Xiaozhu clapped his hands excitedly, his little face puffed up in displeasure. Yi Shi stroked his head. "Be good. Call her Aunt Song?" Xiaozhu shook his head defiantly, sulking into his mother's embrace, clearly unwilling to acknowledge Song Wan. Sensing the situation, Song Wan turned the camera back to Su Li, saying, "You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave." Auntie Xiaozhu's soft, adorable call filled the room. As Song Wan exited, she cast a complex glance back at Su Li while closing the door. Once she left, Su Li turned to Yi Shi and asked, "You sought me out suddenly. There must be more you wish to discuss." "I have good news to share." Yi Shi beamed. "Fu Zilian will be visiting Haicheng in a couple of days, supposedly to develop a real estate project, and he wants to bring me and Xiaozhu along. We might see each other again." "Really?" "It is indeed true. Just now, Fu Zilian has arranged for a private jet. Initially, he was reluctant to take us along, but Xiaozhu insisted on meeting you. This clever little fellow has certainly been a catalyst. I will go to the airport to greet you." "There is no need. Transport has already been arranged. It's no trouble. It's not far." Song Wan descended the stairs, her assistant following closely behind. "Miss, why are you so focused on Su Li lately? You should spend more time strategizing with the power broker." "I know my own limits." At that moment, two ordinary-looking individuals inadvertently bumped into Song Wan. Just as the assistant was about to speak up, Song Wan raised her hand to stop him. She then overheard the two discussing. "Which room is Su Li in? Can we really find her with this haphazard search?" "Of course we can find her. Otherwise, we'll just tell the front desk we're her cousins, and they will surely assist us. If we can get Su Li out this time, it will be considered a task well accomplished." Upon hearing their words, Song Wan's brows twitched slightly as she stepped forward, saying, "Gentlemen, it appears you have dropped your wallet." "Where is it?" The two men immediately turned to inquire. Song Wan produced a pink wallet, asking, "Is this not yours?" "It just fell on the ground." Observing the bulging wallet, the slender man swallowed hard and reached for it. The older man beside him promptly swatted his hand away, admonishing, "You dare to take something of unknown origin? Aren't you afraid of being blackmailed?" At this, the man sheepishly withdrew his hand, deterred. Song Won let out a light laugh. Isn't this your wallet? If not, I shall hand it over to the front desk. The assistant chimed in, Miss, the server has already been sent to deliver food to Miss Sue Good. Since Miss Sue is unwell, we must ensure they pay extra attention to her. Indeed, I have already mentioned that Miss Sue is in room 603, and they will be delivering it shortly. All right. After saying this, Song Won departed with her assistant. The two men exchanged glances filled with elation. 603. Chapter 174. Adding ingredients to her water, Su Li was still on the phone with Yishur when she heard her curiously inquire. What is the relationship between Miss Song and the power broker? What she said is true. The Quan family and the Song family are to be united through marriage, so, Yishur hesitated. Su Li understood what she was implying. I am merely the power broker's secretary. He was about to get engaged, but I decided to leave, which is why I went to U City. I did not expect to run into him and was compelled to return. Yishur nodded in understanding. Our situations are quite similar. Neither of us is living the life we desire. Sure. What do you mean by that? It's nothing. I'm just speaking my mind. Yishur shook Littleja's hand, urging him, say goodbye to your aunt. We're off to eat. Auntie, bye-bye. Goodbye. Make sure to eat well. After hanging up, Su Li lay on the bed, gently caressing her abdomen, feeling the pain gradually subside. When Song Won returned to the private room, she found Jason and the others had already left, leaving only Quan Yi seated in his place. He supported his head with one hand, his handsome face flushed. As if he had drunk too much as she reached out to drape her arm over his shoulder, he unexpectedly grasped her hand. Upon seeing her, Quan Yi immediately released her, asking, What brings you here? Song Won was momentarily taken aback. I was concerned for you. It seems you've indeed had too much to drink. Shall I help you back to your room to rest? No need. Just let Su Ming bring them in. They aren't outside. I can help you back. Song Won helped him up, supporting his shoulder as they made their way outside. Quan Yi, slightly inebriated, had unsteady steps on their way. Su Li received a call and went downstairs to meet someone. As she was about to enter the elevator, she happened to encounter them coming up. She froze for a moment, her gaze falling upon their intertwined hands. Song Won tightened her grip on him, calling out, Secretary Su, why aren't you resting in your room? I have something to tend to downstairs. Quan Yi, inebriated, did not respond to her voice. He has drunk too much. I will take him back to his room now. All right, Su Li stepped aside to give them space. Look at you, reeking of alcohol. Let me help you change your clothes later. Song Won assisted Quan Yi into the room. Su Li watched their figures disappear inside. Feeling as if a heavy stone lodged in her heart, she gently pressed her hand against her chest and turned to enter the elevator. Just as she departed, someone slipped into her room. The intruder surveyed the room briefly before opening the water jug on the table and adding a certain substance. Su Li arrived in the lobby, spotting a young man clad in a white top and black cargo pants, wearing headphones and nonchalantly leaning against a pillar. She cleared her throat lightly and walked outside. Upon noticing this, Aku removed his headphones and followed her out. They found a discreet spot outside. Did you call me for some news? As a top private detective, is there any information I cannot uncover? Aku produced a yellow paper bag from his bag and handed it to her. Su Li glanced around before hastily taking it and stuffing it into her coat. Aku's lips twitched. Sister, it's just a piece of information. This is crucial. You mustn't speak of it outside. Or else, Su Li mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. All right, I understand. What about my 1 million? Once I return and find it useful, I will transfer it to you. Cunning merchant. There's no business without cunning. Su Li raised an eyebrow and turned to head inside. Aku scratched the back of his head, his trust wavering. Just don't forget about my 1 million. Chapter 175. She is being watched in the corridor. Su Ming stood at the door, stating, Miss Song, I apologize, but the power broker tends to become quite unruly after drinking. He doesn't appreciate others lingering nearby. You should head back. Song Won's expression soured. She had intended to help the power broker change clothes, but he had pushed her away, causing her to accidentally bump into a cabinet, leaving her arm bruised. She glanced back at the man sprawled on the bed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Su Ming, let me see you downstairs. Allow the power broker to rest properly. No need. I can manage on my own. Although Song Won was unwilling, she had no choice but to leave. As she walked toward the elevator, she saw Su Li unexpectedly exiting. She quickly concealed herself, avoiding Su It. Wasn't until Su Li's figure vanished around the corner that she emerged and headed for the elevator. Upon returning to her room, Su Li noticed a message from Quan Yi sent 15 minutes prior. Where are you? Come here. With Song Won accompanying him, why was he still seeking her? The thought of them being together in the same room tonight possibly engaging in some intimate activities, made her hesitant to respond to his message. Su sat at the table and opened the yellow paper bag. The information about the earrings was clearly detailed on the paper. The earrings belonged to the mysterious Luochuan family, a treasured heirloom of the DuPont family, traditionally passed down only to heirs. These earrings symbolize the authority and power of the head of the DuPont family. However, due to a failed business reform, the DuPont family suffered a significant setback and effectively vanished decades ago, with rumors suggesting they have since withdrawn from worldly affairs. It is said that each heir of the DuPont family is a woman. As Sully began to delve into the information regarding the DuPont family members, she found herself at a loss. The remaining data primarily detailed the family's origins, clearly indicating that some information had been deliberately erased. What connection does my grandmother have with the DuPont family? Sully pondered in confusion. She patted her disordered head, gathered the materials, and poured herself a glass of water. Forget it. I'll investigate slowly. One day I will uncover the truth. After finishing the water, she suddenly felt a bit dizzy, gently massaging her temples as a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Sully rose and returned to the bedside. Assuming it was merely the lingering effects of menstrual discomfort, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. As night fell, the entire resort hotel sank into a serene stillness. Some were just beginning their night adventures, while others had already succumbed to slumber. The door to room 603 was quietly pushed open. Two shadows stealthily entered, immediately locking onto their target on the bed. Big brother, this girl is indeed stunning. No wonder the boss went to such lengths to acquire her. The thin man gazed at Sully's beauty, his eyes sparkling. The plump man slapped his head, saying, enough with the fantasies. Let us swiftly take her away, complete the task, and collect our payment. Fine. Once I get the money, I can go look for women. Look at your ambitions. The two quietly abducted Sully from the hotel. Achoo! In the room, Kuan Yi sneezed and then sat up in bed. Su Ming pushed the door open and entered, offering a glass of warm water. Master Quan, you've had quite a bit to drink tonight. Kuan Yi drank the water, his dark eyes cold and heavy. Where is Sully? Miss Su is unwell today. Didn't you ask her to rest? Remembering that he had not seen her all afternoon, he began to worry that she might have slipped away to go fetch her. Chapter 176. She is not in the room. Something has happened. A few minutes later, Su Ming returned to the room. Master, Miss Su is not in her room. She may have gone out to have some fun. Kuan Yi was unconvinced, his voice icy. She mentioned feeling unwell today. How could she possibly go out now? Perhaps she found it too dull to stay indoors? Kuan Yi glanced at the night outside, realizing that it was unlikely she would venture out at this hour. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently turned off. Every time he attempted to call her, he was met with the disheartening message that her phone was turned off, leaving Kuan Yi with an unsettling premonition. He turned to Su Ming and instructed, investigate the hotel surveillance footage. Determine the exact moment Sully departed and where she went afterward. Understood, Su Ming replied. Upon reviewing the footage, it was discovered that Sully had been taken away by two men who vanished into the underground parking lot. Leaving in a vehicle with no license plates, it was evident that something terrible had transpired. At this revelation, Kuan Ye's demeanor turned icy and formidable. Su Ming cautiously observed him, stating, I will immediately have Zhang Quan gather a team to locate Miss Su and ensure her safety. Find out who sent those two men, Kuan Yi ordered as he rose from his bed, ready to dress. Sir, you should rest. I will handle the search, Su Ming urged, until I can ascertain Sully's safety. I cannot remain idle, Kuan Yi asserted. Understanding the significance of Sully to him, Su Ming refrained from further protest. Outside a certain five-star hotel, Meng Sang and Qin Xian emerged one after the other. She regarded him with evident displeasure, tossing her LV handbag over her shoulder before turning to face him. Qin, if it weren't for my grandfather threatening me with his heart condition, I wouldn't have come to this dinner. Now, our families have taken it upon themselves to bind us together, insisting that we must get along and even prepare for an engagement. You said it was just a simple meal. How did it escalate to this? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow innocently. They didn't inform me that tonight was meant to officially announce our engagement. Otherwise, do you think I would have attended? Oh, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I, Meng Sang, am unworthy of you? You playboy, I wouldn't even look at you. She stepped closer, playfully poking his chest with her slender finger. To her surprise, he had a well-defined chest, and the sensation was rather pleasant. Qin Xian gently removed her hand, loosening his tie with a nonchalant air. Don't take advantage of this moment. Please, who would want to? Meng Sang retorted, withdrawing her hand with a hint of embarrassment. Let us agree that once my grandfather's condition stabilizes, we will confront our families and declare that marriage is out of the question. Friendship is still feasible. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will voice that sentiment as well. Humph. They shared a mutual disdain, turning their heads away in an almost synchronized manner. Just then, a couple stumbled out from behind them, the man visibly intoxicated, his hands wandering as he grabbed the woman's rear. She, clad in a miniskirt, let out a playful protest. Mr. Zhang, do take your time. We're still outside, the woman cooed. Don't leave tonight. Wait for me, I will treat you well, the man slurred. All right, I understand, she replied, guiding him to the car with the help of the driver. The man clung to her hand, insisting he wanted her to accompany him home, while she playfully pushed him away. Meng Sang watched the woman with a frown. Ai Mei Li? As the woman turned to glance at the departing vehicle. Their eyes eats. Oh, it's really you. Ha ha ha. Meng Sang pointed at her, laughing heartily until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. Qin Xian stood beside her, looking disdainful. Can we maintain some decorum? Chapter 177. Tongue for the dogs. Ai Mei Li's face soured, unable to hide her embarrassment. She tugged at her counterfeit LV bag and rolled her eyes. What are you laughing at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Actually, I haven't seen anyone quite like you. Weren't you just mocking our Li for her lack of wealth, clinging to the rich? Yet today, look at you. Meng Sang scrutinized her from head to toe, her gaze laden with meaning. Ai Mei Li, realizing what she was implying, flushed with anger. Don't say such things. I am merely making friends, unlike that shameless woman Su Li. Ai Mei Li, what are you dawdling for? Get inside. There are guests awaiting you, a voice called from within. The speaker was someone Meng Sang recognized, the manager of a certain bar known for its dancing and catering to affluent clientele. Understood. I'm coming. Ai Mei Li felt humiliated but had no choice but to comply. Having already broken up with her wealthy boyfriend, she was left with no option but to take this job. Meng Sang scoffed. How impressive. What kind of person do you think you are to speak ill of others? If I hear you disparage Su Li again, I will tear your tongue out and feed it to the dogs. Humph. Meng Sang, you may be a wealthy heiress, but that gives you no right to look down on me. And as for Su Li, what is she? An orphan who must grovel to others. She is no different from me. Besides, I saw her being carried into a room tonight. If she hadn't been misbehaving, why would anyone treat her that way? Spare me the pretensions of purity. Isn't it exhausting? Upon hearing this, Meng Sang's alertness surged. Carried away? By whom? Are you so eager to know? I want to tell you, Ai Mei Li retorted, regaining her confidence as she flipped her hair and swaggered inside. You? Meng Sang was incensed, stamping her foot before deciding to pursue her. I must find out who took Li. Qin Xian grasped her arm. Don't act rashly. This could be her ploy to provoke you. And what if something has truly happened to Li? She wouldn't just randomly go to a hotel with a man. Calm down. I will call Kuan Yi first and inquire, he suggested. All right. They dialed Kuan Ye's number, and upon asking, they confirmed that Su Li had indeed been taken away, and he was currently searching for her. Meng Sang and Qin Xian exchanged alarmed glances, realizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly rushed back to the hotel. The room was spacious, dimly lit, and the warm yellow glow created an ambience that stirred certain uncontrollable emotions. Su Li lay quietly on the bed, her hands clasped before her, her serene face radiating tranquility. The door creaked open, and a man stepped inside. Shun Linfeng loomed over her, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes. He tenderly traced her delicate features, moving from her forehead to her nose, and finally to her lips, each caress imbued with gentleness. Su Li, do you know that it was this very face that captivated me? You are so breathtakingly beautiful, and I secretly vowed to possess you. His hand lingered on her chin, pausing momentarily before he chuckled softly. Alas, I never had the chance to claim you as mine before your family went bankrupt, and my father found me, insisting I return to the Quan family. We missed our moment, but now, let us rectify this small regret. Tonight, you shall belong to me. Chapter 178. Kuan Yi takes her away. The sound of trickling water stirred Su Li from her stupor. As her consciousness returned, she opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar room, the dazzling chandelier above nearly blinding her. Where am I? She pressed her temples, sitting up and spotting a gentleman's suit draped by the bedside, along with various items on the table. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were all adult toys. A surge of alarm coursed through her, and she glanced down at her attire, relieved to find that she was dressed appropriately. In the bathroom, Shun Linfeng was happily singing, clearly in a delightful mood. That despicable scoundrel. Su Li cursed inwardly as she slipped on her shoes, preparing to make her escape. Before leaving, she swiped Shen Linfeng's only set of clothing. She dashed out of the room, hastily heading for the elevator. Get out of here. A disheveled woman was ejected from a nearby room, nearly colliding with her. Upon seeing Su Li, the woman cursed, "You're the one who summoned me here. Now you're turning your nose up at me. I have plenty of others waiting for me. I don't need you. In just a few seconds, who even enjoys serving you? I gave you face." As Su Li heard the woman's tirade, her steps faltered, her once muddled thoughts sharpening. She turned to face the woman, a glimmer of insight in her eyes. "What are you staring at?" the woman snapped. Irritated by Su Li's gaze, tugging at her loose-fitting top, Su Li remained unfazed and approached her, asking, "Are you interested in a lucrative opportunity?" In the lobby below, Meng Sang and Qin Xian were anxiously waiting, uneasily shifting in their seats. "What if we can't finally? What if something happens to her?" Meng Sang began pacing, then rushed to Qin Xian. "Stop spinning. You're making me dizzy. The hotel staff is already reviewing the surveillance footage. They'll have answers soon. Quickly, quickly. You keep saying that, but sitting here accomplishes nothing. We need to search room by room. With so many rooms, by the time you find her, she might be long gone. So please, stop fussing. It won't solve anything. You only know how to annoy me. What good are you?" Meng Sang, "Please watch your tone, I want tea. You can't tell me what to do." Their argument escalated until they were interrupted by the sound of someone entering. "Quan Yi is here." Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Meng Sang and Qin Xian's bickering ceased. Quan Yi strode in, his black trench coat billowing in the breeze, exuding a commanding presence. "Have you found Su Li?" he inquired. Both shook their heads in unison. The hotel manager hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping. "Your Excellency, what a surprise. We are honored by your presence. I am here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "We will do everything in our power to assist." The manager summoned all the security personnel to aid in the search. At that moment, Su Li stumbled out of the elevator, her steps unsteady as she appeared on the verge of collapsing. Quan Yi deftly maneuvered through the crowd, his gaze locking onto her, and no more. He pushed past several people in front and strode forward to support her. Su Li's legs weakened, and she collapsed into his embrace. "Su Li?" She glanced at him feebly, her entire body devoid of strength. Quan Yi lifted her effortlessly, turning to leave in front of so many onlookers. Not far away, Song Wan stood quietly behind a pillar, her pupils constricting sharply. Chapter 179. Winning over Su Li, Shen Linfeng emerged from his bath to find the room dimmed. Creating a more romantic ambience, he was wrapped only in a bath towel, drying his hair with a towel, and turned to the figure on the bed. "You're awake? So, you enjoy this kind of atmosphere." The person beneath the covers stirred slightly, as if inviting him in. Seeing she offered no resistance, Shen Linfeng was instantly elated and tossed aside the towel, leaping to the bedside. "Ali, you want to be with me too? Don you? All that before was just an act, Danmim." The woman responded softly, melting his heart. This stirred Shen Linfeng's desires. He enveloped her beneath the covers, exclaiming, "Lier, I truly adore you. We missed our chance 4 years ago. Let's recreate something beautiful now, something you'll never forget." She pulled the covers aside, drawing him closer. They rolled around for a few moments. The sounds from the room continued unabated. "Miss," I followed them. Quan Yi took her back to Taoyuan. Having finished her grooming, Song Wan sat at her vanity, listening to her personal bodyguardess report. "Taoyuan? That is Quan Ye's private villa." "Chen Qi. What does he mean by this? Everyone says he shuns women. Yet I can't help but feel that he treats Su Li differently." As she combed her hair, a cold smirk graced her pure, pale face, and the strokes grew heavier, causing a small tuft of hair to be yanked free. Chen Qi lowered his head, saying, "Miss, are you overthinking? Su Li lacks status and background. How could Master Quan possibly take an interest in her? Men are all drawn to beauty and good figures. They are creatures of primal instinct." She slammed the comb onto the table. The delicate wooden comb shattered instantly, and her hand ached. Chen Qi gently lifted her hand, discarding the ruined comb into the trash. "There's no need to be hurt over such trivial matters. Your hands are far too precious." Song Wan looked at him, her eyes sparkling with teasing. "Chen Qi, you are quite considerate. Miss, you saved my life. I am naturally yours to command. Then investigate whether Quan Yi truly has a relationship with Su Li." "Understood." As Song Wan observed his obedient demeanor, her anger gradually dissipated. Chen Qi, in his early 20s, was strikingly handsome, resembling the current crop of youthful heartthrobs. Particularly, his charming words always managed to amuse her. Song Wan's eyes flickered mischievously as she stood, leaning against the vanity. Clad in a white shirt with nothing underneath, she was undeniably alluring. Chen Shi dared not look up. She tilted his chin. You've been by my side for many years. Do you have any thoughts of leaving? I could introduce you to a lovely girl, offer you a generous sum, and you could have a car, a house, and a marriage in Haicheng. Chen Shi's expression turned tense. Miss, are you dismissing me? I am preparing to marry Kuan Yi. The position of the young mistress of the Quan family is rightfully mine. Soon, I will be the most esteemed woman in Haicheng. Song Wan adjusted his collar gently, her meaning laden with significance. Chen Shi understood, nodding in agreement. If the miss marries, I will take my leave. Very obedient. Feel free to voice any conditions when the time comes. She reached out, lightly touching his handsome face, and her hand traveled down to his abs. Squeezing. Chen Shi immediately stiffened. She laughed, so adorable. His ears turned crimson. Song Wan glanced at the time, patting his shoulder. It's getting late. You should sleep. The bed is unmade. Please help me with that tonight. Understood. Chen Shi turned and entered the main bedroom. Song Wan smirked and followed him inside. The door closed. Chapter 180. Shun Linfeng's plans foiled. Kuan Yi brought Su Li back to Taoyuan and summoned the family doctor for an examination. The silence in the room was palpable. After the examination, the doctor respectfully addressed the man standing by the window. Master Quan, Miss Su's drink appears to have been spiked with a sedative, resulting in a temporary loss of consciousness. Fortunately, she did not consume much and is currently fine. I see. You may leave. Yes, Su Ming escorted the family doctor out and then entered with Meng Sang and Qin Xian. Meng Sang rushed to the bedside. Gripping Su Li's hand anxiously, Su Li awoke to the commotion, slowly opening her eyes, though her mind still felt hazy. Sang, don't worry, you're safe now. Master Quan brought you back. Su Li glanced at the man beside her. Her eyes softening. Kuan Yi cast her a fleeting look before turning to leave. Stay with her. I'll step out for a moment, Qin Xian stated before exiting as well. Meng Sang deliberately closed the door and approached with concern. What happened to you? Who tried to harm you? Shen Linfeng drugged me and brought me to her room, but thankfully, I managed to escape in time. What? That lecherous scoundrel dared to do such a thing? I'll go cut off his manhood, Meng Sang seethed, having always detested men full of schemes and deceit. Su Li grasped her arm. Don't act rashly. I'm fine now. He's truly despicable. I can't believe you were once together. Who knew he was such a person? His pursuit of you was all an act. I only now see his true nature. I will keep my distance from him. Exactly. The main thing is that you're all right. If something serious had happened, we would all feel terrible. Meng Sang glanced towards the door and leaned in to whisper. I just saw Master Quan looking quite worried about you. He was more anxious than anyone else. Su Li forced a smile. His worry is warranted. Kuan Yi has always been possessive. He claims me as his own and dislikes other men coveting me. The last incident with Bait is proof enough. His manhood was directly severed. His anger this time stems from Shen Linfeng challenging his authority. He certainly will not let Shen Linfeng off easily. But it's not necessarily concern for me, Meng Sang. Just wait. One day Kuan Yi will confess his feelings for you. Women's intuition is often quite accurate. Don't joke around. I genuinely believe he has some feelings for you. But Kuan Yi is already engaged to Miss Song. I can't discuss this further. They will marry sooner or later. So what about you? Su Li's heart sank. They were set to marry, and with Kuan Yi unwilling to let her go, she could only take things one step at a time. Meng Sang shrugged. Let us set these matters aside for now. Whether they truly marry remains to be seen. In the study, Kuan Yi was on the phone with his subordinate. Call Shen Linfeng and have him wait for me at the company. After a while, the other party replied, Master Quan, young Master Linfeng's phone is unreachable. We cannot contact him. Tell him to come find me tomorrow. At that moment, Shen Linfeng was reveling in the hotel, intentionally setting his phone to silent mode to avoid interruptions during his delightful time with Su Li. Qin Xian leaned against the table, a mischievous grin on his face. So, are you finally planning to deal with your rival? Chapter 181. Master Quan is jealous of a child? Rival? Does he even qualify? Kuan Yi tossed his phone onto the table, his handsome face shadowed by darkness. Qin Xian chuckled. All right, just wait for tomorrow's spectacle. Your nephew is likely to make headlines in Haicheng. What do you mean? I had someone investigate tonight. Shen Linfeng drugged Su Li, took her to a hotel, and arranged for paparazzi outside, planning to have them burst into the room first thing in the morning. Their affair will then be laid bare for all to see. Once Su Li loses her virtue and reputation, she'll have no choice but to marry him. Moreover, this scheme puts you, as Su Li's boss, in an impossible position. Quite clever. Upon hearing this, Quan Ye's expression grew even colder. To scheme against me, it seems Shin Linfeng and Quan Lang wish to sever ties with the Quan family. They're taking a gamble, thinking that by manipulating Su Li, they can gain advantages from you. After all, it's evident to everyone how differently you treat Su Li. Su Ming entered, interrupting their conversation. Master Quan, we've just received word that Fu Zilian's private jet will arrive at the airport tomorrow morning. He wishes to pay a visit to you and Miss Su. Qin Xian remarked, the Quan Group's anniversary is approaching. Fu Zilian arrives so promptly. He must be looking to cultivate connections in Haicheng. If he wants to do so, it must be with my consent. Quan Yi turned to Su Ming, instruct the team to send someone to pick him up and deliver him directly to the Quan residence. Understood. By the way, is Fu Zilian bringing that child along? Su Ming was about to leave, but turned back to respond. I've heard that President Fu is bringing his wife and child. Quan Ye's brows knitted tightly, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. Su Li has taken a liking to that child. This time, they will surely bond. Qin Xian immediately caught on, bursting into laughter. No way, you're actually feeling jealous over a child? Come on, he is just a 3-year-old. Why are you so worked up? Are you bored? Quan Yi shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. Being seen through was quite embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Qin Xian's laughter could penetrate the entire villa. After knowing him for so many years, it was the first time I saw him in such a humbled state, and it was truly delightful. In the adjacent room, Meng Sangsang disdainfully remarked, Ali. Listen to that pig-like laughter of Qin Xian. It's utterly annoying, Hu Li pondered. What could they be so happy about? Once Qin Xian finished laughing, Quan Ye's face was as dark as night. That's enough. One must not pluck hair from a tiger's head. He suppressed his agitation and, with a trembling voice, inquired, at the centennial celebration of the Quan Group, do you really intend to take the opportunity to dissolve your engagement with the Song family? Have you truly thought this through? My intentions with Song 1 are non-existent. The dissolution is merely a matter of time. But why do I feel that Miss Song harbors feelings for you that are far from ordinary? Do you think she will agree to an open dissolution? It is not her place to agree or disagree. I hold the final say. Quan Ye's expression was frigid, a chill running down one's spine. The engagement with the Song family was but a jest between our forebears. Recent cooperative projects with the Song family are progressing, and when the time is ripe, I shall personally resolve this matter. Qin Xian sighed, enviously stating, if only I could possess such initiative as you do. I cannot even dictate my own engagement. Quan Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't you quite fond of that girl? Meng Sangsang, spare me your theatrics. Who fancies that tomboy? You are the one who likes her, Qin Xian retorted. What I desire is a gentle and virtuous woman, at least someone akin to your Su Li. Marrying Meng Sangsang would result in her tearing my home apart. Such a woman is not to my taste. Qin Xian suddenly exploded in irritation, leaping from his chair in excitement. If I liked her, I would take your surname. Quan Yi, unfazed, replied coolly. All right then, Quan Xian. Qin Xian, Chapter 182. Shun Linfeng's breakdown. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, casting a golden hue upon the floor. Shin Linfeng turned over, his body aching terribly. After last night's escapades, he was utterly exhausted. Little did he expect Su Li to possess such stamina and skill in this regard. Leaving him unable to resist, it had been a long time since he felt such delight. Shin Linfeng opened his eyes and turned to embrace the woman beside him, nuzzling his head against her back. Ali, it's wonderful that you are finally mine. You are also my man. I shall come again next time. Her soft, sweet voice sent shivers down his spine. Instantly awake, Shin Linfeng pushed her away and sat up. Upon realizing the woman was not Su Li, his mind exploded in confusion, and he kicked her off the bed. Who are you? And how did you end up in my room? She lay there, completely naked and furious. You finish and then deny it. How despicable are you men? I ask you why you are in my room. Where is Su Li? Shin Linfeng glared at the greasy, overweight woman before him, his hair standing on end with anger. The beautiful maiden he remembered had morphed into this blubbery figure. The thought of their intimacy from the night before made him nauseated. What's Su Li? It was me with you last night. If it weren't for me, would you be so energetic today? The woman stood up. Indignant. Last night, you were the one who kept pulling me in like a starving wolf, yet your skills were abysmal. I couldn't bear to watch, so I had to teach you. Otherwise, do you think you could have showcased your prowess for so long? Don't be ridiculous. Realizing that his bedfellow was not Su Li and being criticized for his technique only fueled Shin Linfeng's ire. As a man, he felt utterly humiliated and in a fit of rage. He grabbed a pillow and hurled it at her. Get out. Just go. What kind of attitude is that? You at least owe me some money. Last night was not free work. Look in the mirror at your own visage before speaking of money. And what of my visage? It's still more palatable than yours. I see you just ask for a beating. The woman lunged at him, scratching. What are you doing? Get off me. The two became entangled in a scuffle. Just then, the door burst open, and several paparazzi rushed in with cameras. Click, click, click. The sound of cameras clicking echoed throughout the room. The two on the bed froze, then hastily tucked themselves under the covers. The paparazzi, seeing the naked pair, snapped pictures with glee. This was the juiciest news of the year. Time was of the essence. What are you doing? Get out! Shen Linfeng bellowed in fury. The paparazzi had been arranged by him, yet everyone assumed it was a staged performance, making them press closer with their cameras. A barrage of clicks sounded like death knells. Shen Linfeng wished he could just vanish on the spot. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the hotel, all eager to witness the spectacle. Song Wan had just walked in from outside when she saw Shen Linfeng, draped in a blanket. Making a hasty exit, she paused to ask, "What on earth is going on?" The hotel manager replied, "Miss Song, this morning some paparazzi snuck in and ended up in Shan Xiao's room, which led to this incident." Song Wan immediately thought that the paparazzi should have been capturing Shen Linfeng and Su Li, but Su Li had been taken out last night. Her expression darkened as she turned to leave. Shen Linfeng, unable to hail a car outside, anxiously called his assistant, "You better hurry. My situation is dire. If you don't come soon, you're fired." At that moment, a car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down to reveal Song Wan. Wearing sunglasses in the back seat, her red lips curling into a smile, "Young Master Shin, get in." Chapter 183. Fu Zilian arrives, ha ha ha. The news quickly trended online, with scandalous photos and videos surfacing. Meng Sangsang sat in her room, clutching her phone and laughing uproariously, nearly to the point of tears. Su Li calmly sipped her tea. Is it really that funny? Of course. Shen Linfeng has fallen into the pit he dug for himself. I can't wait to see how he is discussed. Just look at these clear photos and videos. It's utterly satisfying. Su Li took her phone to glance at the videos, nodding, indeed quite captivating. Shen Linfeng's expression upon being caught is truly a colorful spectacle. He has certainly brought this upon himself. A maid entered, saying, "Miss Su, Lord Quan has returned to the Quan residence. He wants you to rest well today and not go out." He returned to the old residence? Quan Yi generally avoided the old home, as the relatives there were not easy to deal with. His decision to return was indeed unusual. "Yes, I heard there is an esteemed guest visiting, and Lord Quan intends to personally host." Thinking of esteemed guests, Su Li suddenly recalled that Fu Zilian and Yi Shi were coming today. "I shall meet her later." Meng Sangsang remarked, "That little rascal of hers is quite amusing. She is probably pestering you again." Children are most delightful at this age. The more they play, the better, Su Li mused, finding children entertaining. At the Quan residence, Fu Zilian's arrival drew significant attention, and a grand welcoming ceremony was prepared for them. All the Quan family members gathered, except for one. Quan Yi sat at the head, engaging in brief conversation with Fu Zilian. Fu Zilian turned to Quan Lang and his wife, asking, "I heard the elder brother has an exceptional son. How come he hasn't shown up today?" Quan Lang and He Yuan exchanged glances before replying, "Linfeng has been tied up with several projects at the company. He is too busy to return so soon. I will call him back immediately." Beside them, Quan Bing scoffed, mocking, "Brother, it seems he is not busy with work, but rather with romantic escapades." He Yuan retorted, "What do you mean by that, second brother? Linfeng has not offended you." Quan Bing shot her a glare. Who doesn't know that this morning's trending topic featured our eldest young master? Last night, he spent the night out with a woman, and the paparazzi caught him in the act, landing him on the front page. Such disgrace has never befallen the Quan family before. Now, our family's reputation has been tarnished by this illegitimate son. "Brother, is this the son you raised?" Hearing this, Quan Lang's expression darkened. Feeling as though his face were being rubbed in the dirt, He Yuan interjected, "That may not necessarily be Linfeng's fault. His capabilities at the Quan Group are commendable. Perhaps someone is envious of him, and he is merely a victim of scheming." Quan Bing's temper flared. "What right does a woman of ill repute have to discuss our family's affairs? How shameless can you be? You think just because you've inserted yourself into the family, you can act like a phoenix? Don't go too far." He Yuan shot back, her face flushed with anger. "Enjoying the quarrel, are we? Perhaps I should clear a space for you to bicker to your heart's content." Quan Yi rubbed his temples, his voice frosty with irritation. Worried about inciting Quan Ye's anger, Quan Lang hurriedly admonished He Yuan, "This is not your place to speak. Leave now." Though reluctant, He Yuan knew she held no authority in the household and left begrudgingly. Fu Zilian turned to Quan Yi, "Your family is quite the spectacle. I've been entertained by a fine show. Chapter 184. Who made my son cry? Himph. What's so impressive? Just because you are proud doesn't mean you can look down on others. Hee-Yuan, fuming from being dismissed, grumbled in the hallway, her heart brimming with indignation. As she rounded a corner, a small child suddenly dashed past and collided with her. The child's hands were wet, leaving smudges on her skirt. Upon seeing this, Hee-Yuan's fury intensified, and she roughly pushed the child away. Which family's little brat are you? How dare you run around and bump into me? Xiaozhe was reprimanded and, in shock, looked up at her, standing still. Hey, whose little brat are you? Go call your parents to discuss this with me. Hee-Yuan pinched Xiaozhe's arm. The child's delicate skin was easily hurt, causing him to wince and his eyes to redden. What happened? Yishur hurried over from the side and gathered her son into her embrace. Hee-Yuan glared at Yishur, questioning, Is this your child? Aren't you a parent supposed to discipline him? He wet my dress. Don't you have any idea how expensive it is? It's a limited edition from the entire city. Yishur glanced at her son's aggrieved face and then at the unreasonable woman before her. Responding in a calm tone, my son accidentally bumped into you, and I apologize on his behalf. I'm truly sorry. Is a mere apology enough? What does that make the police for then? Hee-Yuan was eager to vent her frustration. And this mother-son duo had provided her with the perfect opportunity. Xiaozhe, feeling indignant, huffed and turned to run away. Xiaozhe. Yishur sighed in exasperation and turned to Hee-Yuan, saying, Next time, I will ensure my son behaves. Please, calm down. Yes, you must take good care of your son. What does it mean for him to run wild in someone else's home? Our place is not a dumping ground for trash. You people, who don't even know where you came from, better not dirty our home. If you know what's good for you, take your child and leave immediately, or I will call security to escort you out. Hee-Yuan boasted, adopting an air of superiority. Yishur found her words quite unsettling and frowned, saying, I have already apologized, but please mind your language. Oh, am I not allowed to speak in my own home? If you have the guts, go ahead and report me. A male voice suddenly interjected from behind. The two women turned to look, upon seeing Fu Zilian approaching while cradling the child with one arm. Hee-Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded, her mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. The sight was a tremendous shock to her. Fu Zilian brought Xiaozhe closer and fixed his gaze on Yishur, asking, Who made my son cry? Hee-Yuan rolled her eyes, wishing she could disappear. Yishur shrugged, gesturing towards Hee-Yuan. Someone claimed that Xiaozhe bumped into her and even said he was trash that should be thrown out of here. Ive apologized, but she seems unwilling to let it go. Hee-Yuan's face flushed with anger. I didn't. Those were your own words. I am not framing you. Fu Zilian's piercing gaze turned towards Hee-Yuan. Then he asked his son, Did she bully you? Xiaozhe nodded. Hee-Yuan wished to vanish on the spot, having thought that he was merely a child brought in by a servant, unaware that he was the young master of the Fu family. Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that Yishur and Xiaozhe's attire did not resemble that of servants. If anyone was to blame, it was her own lack of perception, Fu Zilian replied coolly, then turned to leave with Yishur and Xiaozhe. Shortly after, a bodyguard approached and forcibly dragged Hee-Yuan away. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Not long after, her cries echoed from the corner. Chapter 185. Shen Linfeng embarrassed himself thoroughly during dinner that evening. An unexpected guest arrived. As Songwan entered. She immediately approached Kuan Yi, affectionately linking her arm with his Yi. Look who I brought along. Kuan Ye's dark eyes turned sharp as blades upon spotting Shen Linfeng, as if he wished to slice him into pieces. Shen Linfeng, glancing at the table full of people, lowered his head slightly, saying, I'm sorry for being late. Pung. Quan Lang flung a bowl at him, standing up and slamming the table. You disgrace. How dare you show your face here again? You've brought nothing but shame to our family. The bowl struck Shen Linfeng squarely on the forehead, but he dared not protest. Father, please don't be angry. Shut your mouth. After doing something so humiliating, do you think I beat you to death today? Quan Lang attempted to grab a nearby chair, but suddenly, in his fury, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. A servant rushed over to assist him. Being publicly reprimanded in front of everyone left Shen Linfeng feeling both embarrassed and awkward. Quan Bing seized the moment, saying, Linfeng, what you did was truly inexcusable. Your father is in poor health. How could you bring him such distress? Uncle, second uncle, I truly didn't mean to. I must have been framed by someone. Quan Bing retorted, Why would anyone frame you and not someone else? You must have done something wrong to offend someone. Linfeng, since your elder brother has brought you back, you are now a young master of the Quan family. You must be mindful of your actions in public. Don't let others say you grew up outside, a wild child with no upbringing. Shin Linfeng, aware of his guilt, could not refute. He cautiously glanced at Kuan Yi, feeling anxious since the head of the family had yet to speak. Seeing this, Song Wan tugged at Kuan Yi, saying, Yi, Linfeng understands his mistakes. Why not forgive him for now? There are guests present. Considering Fu Zilian's presence, Kuan Yi did not press Shan Linfeng further. How could you associate with him? Song Wan replied. I ran into young Master Shan on the road. I heard that President Fu was coming here today, so I thought I would come and greet him. After all, we will see each other at the wedding. Well, you certainly have thought this through. Shin Linfeng was taken away by bodyguards to reflect on his actions. Song Wan stood up, proactively approaching Fu Zilian. President Fu, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Allow me to toast to you. Fu Zilian clinked glasses with her, taking a small sip, and to Mrs. Fu. She turned to Yishur. We met over video last time, and I finally get to meet you in person. You look even better than in the video. Yishur smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. I don't drink, so I'll substitute tea for wine. No worries. We are all family here. After finishing her drink, Song Wan returned to Kuan Ye's side and began discussing work with Fu Zilian. Her demeanor seemed to suggest she was the lady of the Kuan household. Yishur found the situation quite strange and discreetly took out her phone to message Suli. I'm currently at the Kuan residence and saw Kuan Yi with Song Wan. Are they really getting married? Suli, just settling down, received Yishur's message. She also received a photo of Song Wan and Kuan Yi engaged in conversation. After staring at it for a long time, she hesitated to reply. Ultimately, she said nothing, quietly placing her phone on the nightstand and closing her eyes to sleep. Uncertain of how long it had been, she vaguely sensed someone lying beside her. A large hand wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an embrace, the faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Chapter 186. Go sleep in the guest room. Suli shifted uncomfortably, only to be pulled back into his arms. She awoke, turning to see the blurred, handsome face of the man. Why did you return so suddenly? Kuan Yi inhaled her hair's fragrance, replying, This is my home. I can come back whenever I wish. The Kuan residence was also his home. That night, Song Wan had also gone to the Kuan residence, and she had assumed he would stay there. Suli responded with a soft remaining silent. What's wrong? Is your stomach still uncomfortable? His rare gentleness accompanied his large hand, soothing her abdomen. Doesn't he hurt as much now? Suli caught a whiff of the alcohol and faint perfume on him. She gently pushed him away, saying, You should go take a shower first. What is the point of showering if I can't do anything? Her face flushed a deep red. Who said you don't need to shower if you can't do anything? Especially since you are a cleanliness fanatic. Kuan Yi lightly patted her on the head and then sat up. I'll take a shower first. We can still get a couple of hours of sleep. Do you have to get up so early tomorrow? I promised Fu Zilian that we would start the project meeting, so it will likely be busy for the next few days. Suddenly, his phone rang from the side. Suli glanced up to see it was a call from Zhang Quan. Concerned there might be an urgent matter, she answered the call. Before she could say anything, a voice shouted from the other end. I know I was wrong. I will never disgrace the Quan family again. Please spare me, uncle. It was Shin Linfeng's voice, accompanied by sounds of punches and kicks, his cries growing increasingly pitiful. Kuan Yi had sent someone to deal with Shan Linfeng. Was it to avenge her? Upon reflection, he might just be angry that Shan Linfeng had embarrassed the Quan family. After the call ended, Suli lay back in bed, pretending to sleep. Kuan Yi finished his shower and, seeing her asleep, did not wake her. He turned off all the lights and lay down, gently holding her eye in the dim light. Suli opened her eyes, wide awake, at the hotel, while Yishur was bathing the child. She suddenly noticed distinct marks on his arm, evidently from a pinch. Xiaozhe was already quite tired and nestled into his small bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Has the child fallen asleep? Fu Zilian entered from outside, drying his short hair with a towel, his bathrobe casually draped over him. Yishur nodded, approaching softly. That woman seemed to have pinched the child. I saw some deep marks on Xiaozhe. Fu Zilian walked over to inspect their son's arm, his handsome face darkening. Seems I was too lenient tonight. How dare she bully my son? And you? I expected you to keep a close eye on him. You couldn't even handle this minor issue. He turned to reprimand her. I'll be more careful next time. If you can't take care of the child, I will have my mother take care of him instead. No, I must personally look after Xiaozhe. He is my child, Yishur retorted, her emotions flaring. Fu Zilian's voice turned cold. Yishur, I have already shown considerable leniency in allowing you to stay by the child's side. Do not test my limits further. I understand that it is my responsibility that the child was bullied today, and I promise to protect him better next time. He approached the bedside with a cold expression, lifted the covers, and lay down to sleep, for he must rise early the following day. Wai sure wore a troubled look and did not heed his words. Fu Zilian assumed she was upset by his remarks and, with impatience, said, "What are you still standing there for? Sleep." She turned and walked to the bedside, inquiring, "You saw it today as well. That Miss Song seems quite fond of Lord Quan. Will they truly get married?" "Mind your own business," he replied tersely. "She is not just anyone. Su Li is my friend. You have only known her for a few days. Do you truly understand her character? One moment she may be a friend, and the next, she could betray you. Not everyone is as dark as you suggest," Yishur muttered before turning away. Fu Zilian was taken aback by her audacity to retort, and his tone grew increasingly grave. "If you are not going to sleep, where do you intend to go?" "I shall sleep in the guest room." With a click, the door closed behind her. Alone, he lay on the vast, empty bed.